He is clearly the illegitimate child of the divine beast Xuanwu, but because his water spraying technique couldn't even extinguish a mosquito coil, no one wanted him even for free. However, the moment I saw him, I decided to make a contract with him. My classmates laughed at me. You've contracted a janky Dama Squirtle that can't even pee as far as it can squirt. But what they don't know is that I have also awakened the ancestral system. Any beast under the system's enhancement can evolve into its ancestor, and there is a chance for mutation. Although this little grass turtle evolves slowly and has low combat power, according to a special evolutionary route, it can eventually revert to become a calamity demon turtle or a Xuanwu divine turtle. Ding! An extraordinary 1-star little grass turtle detected for presale can revert to an extraordinary 2-star bloodstreak barbarian turtle. At this moment, I look at the Spirit Beast manual. Right, the next stage of evolution for the little grass turtle should be the jade turtle. I turn my head and look at the system panel's description of the bloodstreak barbarian turtle. It not only possesses tremendous destructive power but also has high vitality and stamina. Base stats: strength 180, speed 60, stamina 150, spirit 80, and it comes with the innate skill Blood Ignite. In Blood Ignite mode, the bloodstreak barbarian turtle's blood boils like ignited magma, surging with wild energy, enhancing its strength, speed, defense, and combat power by threefold. Why hesitate? Revert! The jade pattern spirit turtle, the turtle in the iron cage, suddenly grew bigger and bigger, and the color of its shell gradually turned deep red. Reversion, like evolution, takes time. While waiting, the class group chat became noisy again. Did you hear? Wang Hao from class 2 spent $1 million to buy a spirit snake with excellent potential, then spent another $1 million on evolutionary fluid, evolving it into an extraordinary 2-star jade spirit snake. Our class's Lu Xiao is even stronger, okay? He evolved an extraordinary 2-star crimson spirit fox, strength 110, can smash a truck. I scroll through the group chat history. Wang Hao's jade spirit snake strength 90, Lu Yenrui's crimson spirit fox strength 110, both less than my bloodstreak barbarian turtle's strength of 180. And through the system's All Beasts manual, if it's a reversion route, the spirit snake can revert to an extraordinary 2-star bone corroding snake, and the spirit fox can revert to an extraordinary 2-star blood pupil demon fox, with strengths of 150 and 200, respectively, not 90 and 110. Indeed, reversion is much stronger than evolution. At this time, the system alert suddenly sounds. Ding! Extraordinary 2-star bloodstreak barbarian turtle reversion complete. At this moment, ready to have some fun with my reverted little turtle, I head to the guild to see if there are any suitable missions, but suddenly I spot a job for a spirit beast real combat trainer. Typically, clients with such needs are students about to graduate, hoping to get a good rank in the entrance exams by gaining some real combat experience, yet unable to afford the spirit beast combat training arenas, so they hire trainers to come to them. For me, the difficulty shouldn't be too high. I select one of the highest paying ones, recruiting a Spirit Beast combat trainer, accompanying an extraordinary 2-star Spirit Beast in combat training, 10,000 yuan per session, only 1 hour per session. If the training effect is good, long-term cooperation is possible. Only extraordinary 2-star Spirit Beasts are allowed to participate in the training. Both sides Spirit Beasts must not wear any equipment, those who are afraid need not apply. Defensive power must be strong, no responsibility for deaths in combat. I quickly accept the mission and soon arrive at the designated place. I state my purpose to the guard at the gate, who looks at me with a hint of sympathy. Then he leads me to the backyard, and I immediately frown. I smell a strong scent of blood, the scent of spirit beast blood, and not just from one. The guard casually mentions, "Relax, you're the 13th one." I start to realize that I may have underestimated the danger of this mission. The beast masters before you all ended up in tears, they're spirit beasts. The guard is about to speak when suddenly, a powerful force falls on the guard's shoulder, pressing him to the ground. It's not your place to speak too much. A female guard laughs and says to me, "Follow me, the young lady is waiting for you in the training field." When I arrive at the training site, I find that the so-called young lady is actually our school's beauty queen, Su Qing. The trainer has been brought, miss, the female guard says respectfully. Su Qing nods indifferently, her gaze piercing as she stares at me. I feel a bit uneasy, as if her gaze could see right through me. Just remembered I have something else to do, hee. I turn to leave, but the female guard blocks my way. Once you've accepted this task, you must complete it. I slowly turn back to face Su Qing. She hands me a bank card and flicks it to me. The password is 6 zeros, there's $1 million inside. If your spirit beast dies here, take the card and leave. Let's start, the next trainer has arrived. I turn around and see a young man also brought in by the female guard. It's Wang Hao from class 2, who evolved the extraordinary 2-star jade spirit snake. I didn't expect him to also take this high-paying training job. Why don't you let him go first? I step aside voluntarily. I'd like to see what kind of spirit beast Su Qing has first. Wang Hao snorts disdainfully and stands confidently in the training field, summoning his jade spirit snake, which is 7 to 8 meters long and clearly has formidable defense. But Su Qing only frowns slightly, disappointment flashing in her beautiful eyes. Then Su Qing summons her own spirit beast. As the spirit beast space opens, a massive amount of 9-colored light spills out, and a giant beast, 2 meters at the shoulder and 4 to 5 meters long, steps out. Both I and Wang Hao change color. A 9-colored fox. Ranked 33rd among heavenly spirit beasts on the rare spirit beast list. Both of you go up together, Su Qing points at us. But Wang Hao's face turns pale. I disagree. I don't need to team up with anyone, I want to fight you fairly. The female guard behind Su Qing smiles and says, Mrs. Considering your situation, she knows you're about to take the big exam, so she suggested you team up, ensuring the training effect and keeping your spirit beast from dying on the spot. You should be grateful to our Mississippi. But Wang Hao still refuses, adamant about fighting Su Qing one-on-one. Su Qing agrees to Wang Hao's request. The female guard pressed a button. The thousands of square meters of the training ground began to change its terrain. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense mountain forest. This is actually a small multi-dimensional practical training model site. Just this venue alone seems to require over a dozen small targets to set up. It's incredibly wealthy. Long Chen was dumbfounded and nearly cursed. How can the gap between people be so vast? He was still worrying about his dad's medical expenses of over 10 million. For Su Qing, money was just a simple number. Wang Hao saw this venue and immediately went wild with joy. Great! This jungle venue is the domain of the emerald scale snake. Under Wang Hao's command, it plunged into the jungle. Then it quietly lay hidden on a patch of damp grass. Its body perfectly blended with the surrounding environment. The emerald green scales shimmered subtly under the dappled shadows of the trees. Its eyes fixed on the colorful fox not far away. This was its prey for the day. The cold light flashed in the emerald scale snake's eyes, its tongue rapidly flicking, catching every wisp of information in the air. Suddenly, the emerald scale snake launched its attack. Its body moved through the grass like a deadly green lightning. It opened its blood-filled mouth, revealing sharp, venomous fangs. With one bite, it lunged at the colorful fox. The colorful fox caught a glimpse of it with a slight sideways glance. It gracefully leaped aside, dodging the emerald scale snake's attack. Its 9-colored tail transformed into 9 sharp blades. They drew brilliant arcs in the air. The surrounding bushes were instantly cut into flying fragments. As the tail blades swept across the emerald scale snake's scales, a shower of sparks erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Emerald green scales were ripped off and shot out in all directions. In an instant, the emerald scale snake was left bleeding and torn. Wang Hao's pupils shrank suddenly. He hurriedly commanded the emerald scale snake to dodge. But the emerald scale snake was already frightened by the colorful fox. It curled up, shivering in fear. Long Chen frowned. This was the issue of the trust and obedience not being fully established between Beastmaster and Spirit Beast. In extreme situations, Spirit Beasts disregard their master's commands and start following their own instincts. However, Su Qing's colorful fox was truly strong. In a split second, it had utterly defeated the emerald scale snake. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It was hard to believe they were both at the same level as Spirit Beasts. I beg you. Wang Hao quickly prepared to concede defeat. But Su Qing remained unmoved. The colorful fox continued executing her orders, launching a brutal attack on the emerald scale snake. The 9 tail blades danced wildly, tearing the emerald scale snake apart until it lost consciousness and collapsed. The tail blades paused just 7 inches away from the emerald scale snake, not cutting down. The outcome is clear. Considering you need to participate in the entrance exam, I will spare your spirit beast, Su Qing said calmly. Wang Hao fell to his knees, utterly despondent. The emerald scale snake would likely take a long time to heal and wouldn't be able to participate in the entrance exam. He had lost. It's your turn now. Then Su Qing looked towards Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath and summoned the blood-patterned barbaric turtle. The rough blood-patterned barbaric turtle stood in stark contrast to the exquisite colorful fox. It was like the beauty and the beast of the spirit beast world. When Su Qing saw the blood-patterned barbaric turtle, her beautiful eyes first showed surprise, then greater disappointment. What kind of turtle spirit beast is this? It looked like a mutated version of the emerald-patterned turtle. Judging by its appearance, it should be one of those cheap spirit beasts with low control difficulty. Clearly, this opponent was even weaker than the emerald scale snake. Wuya, it seems you need to increase the filtering efforts of the guild and not send just anything our way. Su Qing said to the female guard lightly. Yes, miss. When Wang Hao saw the blood-patterned barbaric turtle, he couldn't help but gloat. The colorful fox's tail blades are incredibly sharp, even a turtle spirit beast won't be able to defend against it. It seems your spirit beast will suffer worse than mine. The bloodline tortoise was underestimated, and Long Chen felt a bit unhappy. Then we need to fight a bit to find out. He let the bloodline tortoise enter the training ground. The bloodline tortoise did not hide but boldly appeared in front of the colorful fox. Su Qing shook her head. This is a terrible command strategy. If you had ambushed, you would at least have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Now it's already 0. She immediately ordered the tail knives of the colorful fox to thrash wildly and slash at the shell of the bloodline tortoise. Every slash produced a sharp knife-like sound. The surrounding forest was chopped down to flat ground. But the bloodline tortoise remained completely unmoved, and the tail knives only left some shallow marks. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of the bloodline tortoise's shell was far greater than he had imagined. Wang Hao felt slapped in the face, so he snorted coldly. This is normal, after all, the biggest advantage of tortoise spirit beasts is their shell. Su Qing's beautiful eyes finally showed a rare hint of surprise. She continued to let the colorful fox attack frantically. In Su Qing's view, with such an excellent spirit beast like the colorful fox facing an opponent of the same level, even a tortoise spirit beast with strong defense should have its shell shattered. This tortoise spirit beast is a bit unusual. Long Chen silently watched the time. 1 hour for 10,000. Suddenly, he felt like he had an epiphany. Actually, it seemed like he didn't need to do anything at all. After all, 1 hour for 10,000. Damn. I'm simply a genius. Clang 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 clang. The training ground echoed with the piercing sounds of knife strikes. Then, 2 hours passed. The colorful fox was exhausted. Its handsome face showed a human-like expression of surprise as it looked at the bloodline tortoise, which was curled up in its shell. Looking at its own tail knives, they were even a bit dull. How could this guy's shell be so hard? Su Qing's face had also turned somewhat pale. Such high-intensity battles with spirit beasts consumed a lot of her mental energy. However, she found that her bond with the colorful fox was gradually improving. Su Qing glanced at Long Chen, who was staring at the time. No wonder this guy dared to take on the task, he actually had some ability. He knew himself, so he must be one of the teachers from Beast Control 1. Working part-time to support his family during extracurricular hours. Not bad at all. However, this kind of training was too boring, she wanted a more intense battle. Let your spirit beast move. Su Qing said. Long Chen was thrilled looking at the time. It had been 2.5 hours. Rounded up, he had already earned 30,000. So satisfying. Then he heard Su Qing's voice. Somewhat reluctantly, but your task didn't say it had to be a confrontation. What if your colorful fox gets knocked down, and then the training is over? Beside her, the female guard's pupils moved. Then she hurriedly looked at Su Qing. Sure enough, anger slowly began to surface in Su Qing's eyes. Knocked down? Who? You? Su Qing was so angry she almost laughed. It seems you really care about the training time. How about this, if you defeat my colorful fox once, I'll give you 100,000. Long Chen's eyes immediately lit up. His breathing became a bit rushed. Defeat it once for 100,000? Are you serious? What I said always counts. Su Qing said. She was now so fired up. Fine, then I'll aim to earn 1 million first. Long Chen motivated himself. Su Qing felt like she might spit blood. Chapter 7, a showdown, and the outcome is clear. Let's see if your spirit beast's shell is hard, or if your mouth is hard. Su Qing was angry. She would not allow herself to be underestimated. Even if the opponent might be a teacher from Beast Control 1. He had no right to look down on her. Wang Hao felt extremely off balance and almost cursed Long Chen, saying, your tortoise spirit beast's greatest advantage is defense. If you dare to attack, it'll be worse than my emerald-scaled snake. Damn. Long Chen only replied with 2 words. You. Wang Hao was so angry his face turned red. But after glancing at his nearly defeated emerald-scaled snake, he could only swallow his anger for now. Once this guy's spirit tortoise was also severely injured, he would definitely teach that annoying guy a lesson himself. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle crawled out of its shell. Its limbs were strong and powerful, its claws sharp as knives. Especially in its fierce eyes, there was an unyielding fighting spirit. Even Su Qing's 9-colored fox was slightly taken aback. What exactly is your beast? The more Su Qing looked, the more she felt that Long Chen's beast was different. Completely unlike other turtle-type spirit beasts. Instead, it resembled a fierce beast type. There's no need to worry about that, right? Long Chen asked with a smile. Su Qing snorted lightly. 9-colored fox, shred it. The 9-colored fox finally moved. It swiftly darted through the jungle. As fast as a flash of light. Wang Hao immediately clapped his hands in praise. Great strategy, using the 9-colored fox's incredible agility to catch this turtle off guard. An extraordinary 2-star turtle-type spirit beast has a speed of only about 5, which is twice the speed of an ordinary person running at full power. The 9-colored fox can definitely outpace this turtle. Long Chen glanced at Wang Hao. Understand, observe without speaking? Wang Hao sneered. What? Are you afraid I might give Miss Su Qing advice and utterly defeat your turtle? I just think this victory or defeat has nothing to do with you. If Princess Su issues the wrong command due to your misinformation, can you take responsibility? Long Chen was only being kind. But Wang Hao didn't think so. Misinformation. Are you saying that I was wrong to say the extraordinary 2-star turtle-type spirit beast has a speed of about 5? Ha, are you trying to confuse me? Who doesn't know turtles are slow? Long Chen didn't feel like arguing anymore. If the emerald pattern spirit turtle followed the evolution route to become the emerald spirit turtle, its speed would indeed be 5. But his blood-patterned barbarian turtle had a speed of 60. The 9-colored fox flickered in the forest, appearing and disappearing. It maneuvered to the side and rear of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, preparing to slice off one of its hind legs with its sharp tail blade. Su Qing also felt it would surely hit. But at that moment, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle suddenly moved. Turning around with astonishing speed, it unleashed a devastating claw strike toward the 9-colored fox's tail blade. Clang! Claw and tail collided. A shower of sparks erupted. The 9-colored fox's tail blade was directly knocked away. Su Qing's pretty face slightly changed. She hastily ordered the 9-colored fox to turn and avoid the turtle's claw strike, seeking another chance. But the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's 4 stout legs began to charge forward. Like a heavy off-road vehicle. With an overwhelming momentum, it actually caught up to the 9-colored fox, staring at it with a twisted expression full of menace. The 9-colored fox was left dumbfounded. Was it not awake yet? Its running speed was overtaken by a turtle? Su Cheng and Wang Hao were so shocked that they forgot to control their expressions. What kind of speed is this? 9-colored fox. Su Qing quickly shouted. But it was already too late. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle's paw heavily struck the 9-colored fox, sending it flying several dozen meters, crashing into and breaking several trees before finally stopping. Its once clean fur instantly became dirty. Eyes wide with disbelief. Yet the blood-patterned barbarian turtle did not stop its attack. Instead, it surged forward like a war machine through the underbrush. Opening its bloodthirsty maw full of sharp teeth, it aimed for a wild bite. The 9-colored fox panicked. It quickly leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's mouth. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle bit through a tree trunk more than a meter thick, causing the tree to crash down with a loud thud, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Outside the arena, Wang Hao stood dumbfounded. As if an electric current had surged from his feet to the back of his head. Is this a turtle? Are you sure it's not a ferocious tiger dressed in a turtle shell? The ferocious tiger, third on the yellow list of spirit beasts. It was also known for its wild attacks. It was said that someone from the previous class of beast tamers in the academy had evolved into it. That person later entered a prestigious university and became a star senior discussed by many junior students. Unfortunately, the ferocious tiger was too expensive. A tiger that could be easily controlled at 80% would cost over 2 million. To evolve into extraordinary 2-star, it would be even more expensive. Ordinary people really can't afford it. Long Chen didn't speak, he just stared at the dust cloud. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. A blood-red shadow surged out. Once again, it launched a desperate chase after the 9-colored fox. A training ground of thousands of square meters was simply too small for such speed. Su Qing saw that the 9-colored fox was about to be caught again. She immediately urged the 9-colored fox to activate its talent skill. Enchanted Blade. A red glow immediately enveloped the 9-colored fox's tail blade. Fire element enchantment. Long Chen frowned. The reason the 9-colored fox ranked in the heavenly rankings is that it can empower itself with magic, including fire, water, wind, thunder, and other 9 types of magic. With the razor-sharp tail blade combined with the enchantment, the power increased significantly. The 9 fiery tail blades were wildly swung, scorching the ground below. They struck the carapace of the blood-striped barbarian turtle, leaving behind burnt marks. The sharpness increased by over 10 times, and even the blood-striped barbarian turtle couldn't withstand it. As expected of a spirit beast from the heavenly rankings, it was indeed very strong. Su Qing noticed the blood-striped barbarian turtle's attacks weakened, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many people did not know that the 9-colored fox was not a purely physical enchantment. Instead, it was 70% physical enchantment, plus 30% mental enchantment. So being struck by the enchanted tailblade felt like being whipped by fire on the spirit, a pain unbearable. In such extreme pain, 9 out of 10 spirit beasts would likely break free from their beastmaster's control. As long as this turtle escaped the training ground, it would count as her victory. Push forward. Tear it apart. Suddenly, Long Chen commanded the blood-striped barbarian turtle. Su Qing shook her head slightly. At such a time, pressuring the spirit beast might not be a good beastmaster strategy. Properly comforting and encouraging the spirit beast's spirit might work better. But in the next second, the blood-striped barbarian turtle faced the rain of fiery tail blades, stepping closer to the 9-colored fox, step by step. The 9-colored fox panicked. It immediately accelerated the speed of its fiery tail blades. But its trajectory was clearly chaotic now. The blood-striped barbarian turtle seized the opportunity, disregarding the searing heat, and suddenly bit onto the nine-colored fox's tail blade. Frenzied biting, instantly unleashed. The blood-striped barbarian turtle transformed into an unstoppable monster. It wildly shook its head, using the nine-colored fox like a whip, smashing it into the ground repeatedly. Su Qing's delicate face was in shock. Her pupils trembled. Her nine-colored fox, after evolving to supernatural level 2, had never been so brutally treated by an opponent of the same rank. The female guard hurriedly announced the end of this training session. "All right, stop," Long Chen ordered. The blood-striped barbarian turtle instantly released its bite. The nine-colored fox was thrown out of the arena, battered and bruised. Chapter 8, Ancient Realm Training Ground, the Ancient Realm. Su Qing squatted beside the nine-colored fox, tears streaming down her face. She finally understood the feelings of those 13 beastmasters earlier. So much pain, so much heartache. Meanwhile, Wang Hao hurriedly picked up the bank card on the ground, stored the emerald scale snake into the beast space, and tiptoed away. Scared to death. Never seen such a fierce turtle. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would be hunted down for the aftermath. "I won, right?" Long Chen asked Su Qing. Su Qing stood up, nodded, and had the female guard settle the payment for Long Chen. A total of 130,000. 3 hours of training, the 100,000 is the fee for defeating it. Long Chen suppressed his excitement, reminding her of the amount to be settled. The female guard looked deeply at Long Chen and then transferred 130,000 to his bank card. Long Chen held his bank card, unable to believe it. No wonder they all say beastmasters make money easily. On his first day as a beastmaster, he earned 130,000. His father's treatment costs for next month are secured. "You are from Beastmaster Class 1? Su Qing suddenly asked. Long Chen's heart tightened. Was he discovered? Was he recognized? "You are a teacher, right?" Su Qing asked. "How did you know?" "Guessing." "Oh, you are indeed clever." Long Chen dared not say much. It seemed Su Qing believed that a student couldn't possess such strength. He. Being misunderstood as a teacher felt pretty nice. "I'll come back again tomorrow?" This was the key point. Long Chen thought for a moment. Su Qing thought Long Chen was hesitating, and immediately said, "I can pay more, 20,000 per hour, 10 hours a day of real combat training." "How about that? 20,000 per hour?" Long Chen was shocked. 200,000 a day? Wow! He couldn't help but sigh again. Being a beast tamer is just too profitable. For ordinary people, making 200,000 in a year is already tough. If that's still not enough, I can raise it to 30,000 per hour. How about that? Su Qing had never encountered such a powerful spirit beast of the same tier before, feeling it could greatly help her and the nine-colored fox improve, so she was very eager to work with Long Chen for the long term. Okay. Long Chen agreed. 300,000 a day. Isn't that 9 million a month? Where could he find a way to make money like this? Long Chen suddenly remembered something. By the way, does the 10,000 for defeating it once count for tomorrow? Su Qing felt a sharp tug in her heart. Does he see her as a money tree? That's not counted. I invited you here for training. If you defeat it every day, how can we train? You're right. Long Chen quickly left. He was also in a hurry now. Just now he helped Su Qing's nine-colored fox improve its combat skills. But he also needed to enhance the strength of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. The nine-colored fox was strong, and the blood-patterned barbarian turtle won so easily because Su Qing didn't expect the blood-patterned barbarian turtle to be different from other turtles. Surprising the unprepared opponent was how he achieved an easy victory. Next time, he wouldn't be so lucky. When Long Chen returned home, his mom wasn't back yet. He sneaked into his bedroom and immediately opened the system page. He found the Ancient Realm Training Ground. The entry ticket was 10,000 each. Long Chen bought one and then activated it directly. In an instant, the scene around him began to change. It was as if he traveled to another time and space. The next second, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The surroundings were desolate, the air filled with the smell of blood, and the sky was covered with red clouds, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Where is this? Long Chen carefully crouched down. This place inexplicably felt very dangerous to him. Suddenly, the system popped up an interface. Ancient Realm Training Ground rules. The Ancient Realm Training Ground can travel to ancient worlds. They are the Primordial Realm, Ancient Realm, Archaic Realm, Eternal Realm, Wild Ancient Realm, Primal Ancient Realm, Mysterious Ancient Realm, Dark Ancient Realm, Nether Ancient Realm, Beginning Ancient Realm. The older the Ancient Realm Training Ground, the higher the danger, but the greater the rewards. Currently at the Primordial Realm. Difficulty level, 1 star. Task, kill 10 primordial fierce tigers. Reward. Extraordinary 1 star ancestral liquid asterisk 0.1. Assimilation times asterisk 1. Beast Tamer, power plus 10, spirit plus 5, speed plus 3, stamina plus 3. Beast, power plus 20, spirit plus 5, speed plus 5, stamina plus 5. Traveling to the ancient realm training ground actually comes with tasks? And rewards? No wonder he didn't see how to obtain the ancestral liquid. The ancestral liquid can only be obtained by completing specified tasks at the ancient realm training ground. Moreover, completing tasks not only enhances the attributes of the beasts but also enhances his own attributes. If his strength reaches 30, he meets the standard of a first-tier warrior. And now he has 10 strength, adding this 10, won't it be 20? After coming in a few more times, he will be even stronger than a first-tier warrior. Looking at it this way, the ancient realm training ground is worth much more than the training grounds outside. It can also enhance the personal attributes of the beast tamer. Longchen immediately summoned the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. He rode on the back of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle to search for fierce tigers. The fierce tiger was not listed at all in the spirit beast guide. It must be one of the beasts that had previously disappeared. There is a detailed description of the fierce tiger in the beast appreciation system. Fierce tiger. Level, extraordinary 2 stars. Characteristics. Large body, 5 to 7 meters long. Brown-black fur with black stripes, which can serve as camouflage in the natural environment. Battle characteristics. Renowned for its strength, capable of easily tearing apart an opponent's defense, a single paw can shatter stone and crack metal. Although its body is large, the fierce tiger's speed is not at all inferior to agile-type spirit beasts. It can burst out incredible speed over a short distance. The fierce tiger beast possesses extremely high endurance, able to maintain efficient attack power during long battles without easily tiring. Skill, Tiger Roar Wave, Fierce Tiger Pounce. Habits. The fierce tiger beast usually inhabits deep forests or mountains, where it finds abundant food resources and a concealed living environment. It likes to be active at night, resting in caves or under the shade of trees during the day. The fierce tiger beast is a solitary spirit beast. It has a strong sense of territory, marking its domain by leaving scents and scratch marks. According to the beast manual, the fierce tiger beast is a nocturnal animal. So that means, it can hardly be found during the day? However, one can find its approximate location by looking for its scratch marks. Longchen and the blood-patterned barbarian turtle widened their eyes. They compared the detailed patterns of the scratch marks in the beast manual. Finally, on a thick tree trunk, they found wide scratch marks. From the area of the scratch marks, this fierce tiger beast might be at least over 6 meters long. Wow! Is this the kind of difficult task the system arranged for my first visit to the ancient realm training ground? The system didn't say that if one dies in the ancient realm training ground, it doesn't really mean death? Longchen found a place to hide with the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. They waited until deep in the night. Longchen was almost unable to hold on and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, crack! It sounded like some gigantic creature had stepped on the tree branches below. A fierce aura immediately charged from deep within the mountains, mixed with a strong smell of blood. Longchen's heart raced. Longchen instantly got alert, turning his eyes to scan the surroundings. It was too dark, he could see nothing. But the blood-patterned barbarian turtle moved, as if it had discovered something. Before he could react, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle charged forward like a battle vehicle. Then the sound of ferocious beasts fighting echoed from deep in the jungle. Longchen was stunned. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle was incredibly combative. In just a few minutes, the battle stopped. Then something huge came walking towards them. Longchen stared fixedly ahead and saw the blood-patterned barbarian turtle returning with a mouthful of blood. It was dragging a massive corpse. It was the body of the fierce tiger beast. Ding! Killed fierce tiger beast *1. Blood-patterned barbarian turtle combat will plus 10%, combat experience plus 10%. Gained fierce tiger beast teeth *2, claws *4, tiger skin *1, usable for crafting equipment. Chapter 9. Can it drop a skill book? Wow! Is that it for one? Longchen was a bit confused. He still hadn't figured out what just happened. Did the blood-patterned barbarian turtle end the battle? No, he needed to watch clearly in the next fight to understand the blood-patterned barbarian turtle better. If his mental power reached the standard for assimilation later on, the more detailed his understanding of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, the higher his level of assimilation would be. Roar! A roar like a tiger's echoed through the forest. Longchen and the blood-patterned barbarian turtle immediately followed the sound. On a sloping hill, a fierce tiger beast was swaggering, as if a king patrolling its territory. Longchen crawled down, ordering the blood-patterned barbarian turtle to attack immediately. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle revved up and charged towards the fierce tiger beast with a rumble. The fierce tiger beast took a glance and was completely stunned. Is that a turtle? But this turtle was baring its teeth at it. The fierce tiger beast erupted in fury. It was the king of this forest. How could it tolerate being provoked by a turtle? It charged angrily at the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. The two ferocious beasts immediately locked onto each other. The fierce tiger beast's head was very agile, searching for weaknesses in the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, but the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's head was even more agile. The fierce tiger beast's skills were Tiger Roar Wave and Fierce Tiger Pounce, but the blood-patterned barbarian turtle had a special Berserk Bite skill. After a bloody struggle, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle managed to bite the fierce tiger beast's carotid artery, then using its massive strength, it yanked and tore savagely. The sharp blood claws desperately ripped at the fierce tiger beast's body. The tough tiger skin was riddled with bloody holes. Longchen was heartbroken. Don't hurt the skin. If the skin is damaged, it won't be worth anything. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle immediately changed its attack method, using its heavy and hard shell to crash into the fierce tiger beast. After being hit dozens of times, the fierce tiger beast's body became distorted, collapsing on the ground, breathing in shallow gasps. Ding! Kill fierce tiger beast *1. Blood-patterned barbarian turtle combat will plus 10%, combat experience plus 10. Harvested fierce tiger beast tooth *1, claw *3. Acquired skill, fierce tiger pounce. Indeed, the tiger skin was damaged, so no tiger skin was obtained. However, unexpectedly, a skill book was acquired. Longchen quickly opened it. He discovered that there was only a 7% chance to drop a skill book. Wow! What a huge profit! Although it was just an ordinary skill book. But at least it was worth hundreds of thousands. He quickly wanted the blood-patterned barbarian turtle to learn it. Although the turtle beast wasn't suitable for the fierce tiger pounce skill. But he's stubborn and wanted the blood-patterned barbarian turtle to learn it anyway. Why not? And in the ancient world training ground, Longchen found that the blood-patterned barbarian turtle was far more violent than in Su Qing's home. It was like returning to home. Fearless. It directly revealed the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's most terrifying and abnormal side. Great! Longchen was overjoyed. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle's combat power was much stronger than he imagined. Naturally, it was more skilled in battle than those artificially hatched spirit beasts. Longchen felt his back straightening up a lot. He swaggered through the forest with the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. During this time, a fierce tiger beast suddenly pounced out to ambush them. But the blood-patterned barbarian turtle reacted even faster, biting off the opponent's neck. The scene was extremely bloody. After half an hour of hunting, they finally killed 10 fierce tiger beasts. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing fierce tiger beast 10 out of 10. Task completed, please collect your reward. Blood-patterned barbarian turtle power plus 20, spirit plus 5, speed plus 5, stamina plus 5. Longchen power plus 10, spirit plus 5, speed plus 3, stamina plus 3. Extraordinary 1-star return liquid *0.1. Assimilation count *1. Longchen clearly felt that his physical strength had suddenly doubled. This explosive increase in power made him feel like a warrior. He heard that warriors want to quickly enhance their physical strength. They would take chi and blood pills, and a chi and blood pill costs about hundreds of thousands in the market, seemingly only increasing 10 points of power. In other words, just by walking around the ancient world training ground with the blood-patterned barbarian turtle earlier, it was equivalent to obtaining a chi and blood pill out of thin air. Longchen was ecstatic. This was amazing. The only downside was that the return liquid only gave 0.1, and it seemed he needed to complete the task 10 times to get a complete return liquid. But it could only be used on extraordinary 1-star spirit beasts. Leaving the ancient world training ground. After a few seconds of countdown, Longchen opened his eyes and found himself back in his room. What just happened? Did my physical body cross over to the ancient world training ground? Or did my spirit cross over? Is the ancient world training ground a real world? What if I die in the ancient world training ground? Longchen was full of questions. But the system did not provide any relevant explanations. Longchen checked the time. He had been in the ancient world training ground for about 5 hours, yet only 5 minutes had passed in the outside world. The speed of time flow inside and outside was different. If he went to the ancient world training ground 10 times, only about an hour would have passed outside? Hiss. Longchen's teeth were chattering in shock. This was simply the perfect spirit beast training ground. Without a doubt. He glanced at the amount in his account. There was still 120,000. Longchen didn't hesitate and purchased another entry ticket to the ancient world training ground. This time he noticed the system prompt. Purchased Ancient World Training Ground ticket *1, funds minus 10,000, remaining purchases today, 1. You can only visit the Ancient World Training Ground 3 times a day. Longchen felt a bit disappointed, but then thought. That's right, if the Ancient World Training Ground could be entered for unlimited training. Then as long as he had enough money, staying in the Ancient World Training Ground for a while would probably take less than a year and a half. He became the #1 beast master of his time. Longchen directly bought the remaining entry ticket and re-entered the Ancient Training Ground. In front of him, there were 2 options. Option 1, enter the Ancient World, difficulty level 1 star, reward halved. Option 2, enter the Ancient World, difficulty level 2 stars, reward doubled. It seems there is nothing to hesitate about, right? There are only 3 opportunities each day, so of course, I will choose the training ground with the greater reward. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Longchen clicked on option 2. This time the scene changed, it was no longer a forest, but an endless grassland and hills. But the sky was still filled with red clouds. The system popped up a message. Currently in the Ancient World. Difficulty level, 2 stars. Task, kill 30 shadow wolves. Reward. Extraordinary 1-star ancestral liquid *0.2. Assimilation times *1. Beastmaster, strength plus 10, spirit plus 5, speed plus 3, endurance plus 3. Beast, strength plus 30, spirit plus 6, speed plus 6, endurance plus 7. What's going on? The attributes added to the beast seemed to have increased. But the attributes added to him were still the same as the previous level. Forget it, it doesn't matter. As long as he passes this level, he will at least have the strength of a first-tier warrior. He was looking forward to it. Longchen checked the introduction of the Shadow Wolf in the 10,000 Beasts Guide. Although the number of kills for the task changed to 30, their combat power was still not as good as the powerful Tiger Beast, so he felt the difficulty of the task hadn't increased much. Just continue to be cautious and kill. Longchen let the blood-patterned barbarian turtle carry him to find prey while casually flipping through the data on the Shadow Wolf. When he saw the section on living habits, it said, the Shadow Wolf is known for its group cooperation ability. When hunting, they coordinate precisely, with clear divisions of labor. Some are responsible for driving prey, some for ambush, and some for the final kill. A group of shadow wolves typically has between 30 to 50 members. When a pack of shadow wolves launches a full-scale attack, even elite spiritual beasts may become their meal. Chapter 10 challenge failed, but speed plus 10. Longchen's heart instantly sank. _HH_. Right after, sounds of rapid movement came from the weeds all around. It was as if a huge net was orderly closing in on them. Not good. Run. The 10,000 Beasts Guide also said that shadow wolves are adept at using their environment for concealment. They can approach their prey almost silently. When hearing the sounds of the shadow wolves, it often meant they had completed their setup and were beginning their final group hunt. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle immediately started its engine, charging forward like a powerful lawnmower. But the shadows around them rapidly closed in. They directly pounced toward Longchen. Longchen was already on guard. He bent down and climbed onto the belly of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle with his hands and feet. He clung tightly to the underneath shell, hanging upside down. If it were the old Longchen, he wouldn't have had such strength. 7 or 8 shadow wolves leaped onto the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, fiercely biting its back shell. The turtle charged wildly, then brutally bit down, killing one shadow wolf. Ding! Killed a shadow wolf, dropped attribute, speed plus 5. So quickly, one dropped. Li Yi immediately added it to the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's attribute panel. The single combat power of a shadow wolf was still less than half of that of a powerful tiger beast. But there were too many of them. More and more shadow wolves pounced on, madly biting the turtle's neck. The blood-patterned turtle roared in anger, trying to shake off the shadow wolves. But the shadow wolves were long and thin, with sharp teeth and claws. They tightly clung to the turtle's neck. The blood-patterned turtle desperately killed a few shadow wolves. Ding! Killed a shadow wolf, dropped attribute, speed plus 5. Another one dropped? It seemed that facing high-difficulty ancient realms had a higher drop rate. But facing many enemies was already difficult, and with Longchen needing protection below, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle soon fell into a disadvantage. Blood covered the entire turtle's body. Finally, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed with a thunderous crash. But to avoid crushing Longchen, it firmly propped itself up with one foot. However, the slender shadow wolf peered in, bit Longchen's shoulder, and pulled him out forcefully. Longchen pulled out the dagger he had prepared in advance. He stabbed fiercely towards the shadow wolf's eye. The shadow wolf cried out in pain and released its bite. Long Chen hadn't even breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly realized he was thrown into the air. Below, 7 or 8 shadow wolves were staring at him greedily. It's over. I'm done for. In the moment of landing, he felt several massive wolf heads diving down towards him. In the intense pain of being bitten, he lost consciousness. Ah! Long Chen opened his eyes with a scream. He suddenly sat up, breathing heavily and crazily. Hastily, he touched his body. Everything was there, none of the parts were missing. Looking around again, it was still his familiar small room. Long Chen paused for a moment before suddenly glancing at the clock on the wall, and less than a minute had passed. It seems that dying in the ancient realm training ground does not mean true death. But there are no rewards, it was equivalent to wasting a $10,000 entry ticket. Phew! That was close. Next time, I can't make such rash decisions again. This is a lesson learned. Fortunately, the ancient realm training ground allows you to die and come back again. If it were the real world, he would have been gone. With one entry ticket left, there's no need to be tangled up. I choose option 1 decisively. Fewer rewards? So be it. The mission against the Shadow Wolves is obviously something he can't complete right now. Trying again would be pointless. Then, Long Chen and the blood-patterned barbarian turtle spent 3 hours in the ancient realm training ground and took down 10 fierce tiger beasts. Reward halved. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing 10 fierce tiger beasts. 10 out of 10, 2. Mission completed, please claim your reward. Blood-patterned barbarian turtle strength plus 10, spirit plus 2.5, speed plus 2.5, endurance plus 2.5. Long Chen strength plus 5, spirit plus 2.5, speed plus 1.5, endurance plus 1.5. How should I put it? Although the challenge against the fierce tiger beasts was successful, the rewards didn't simply increase by 10 points. However, the rewards for completing the mission were more comprehensive. All the increased attributes added together would definitely far exceed 10 points. Completing the mission is still more cost-effective. There's no need to gamble on uncertain drop rates. Long Chen saw in the class group. Someone was discussing pooling resources for the Spirit Beast practical training ground. During this time, the price of the Spirit Beast training ground was extremely high. A 1-star extraordinary field started at 200,000, and can only be used for 4 days. This expenditure is too expensive for ordinary students. If everyone really had that much money, they would probably rather spend it on evolution liquid. Evolution definitely boosts combat power more than accumulating practical experience. Of course, some people have just evolved their spirit beasts. With their pockets empty, they wanted to gain combat experience, so they suggested pooling resources with others. A total of 4 days, each person using it for 2 days or 1 day. It depended on the number of people pooling together. I heard that the Spirit Beast training ground from the Yuling family is very useful. Someone came out to prove that just using it continuously for a week can lead to a significant improvement in combat experience. At least a 30% increase. But the price for booking the entire week is 500,000. I heard that Lu Yenrui took Bai Lily to book the field for 2 weeks. He spent another $1 million. Spending money like water, truly amazing. TSK. The classmates were envious. A crow turned into a phoenix. I'm so envious of Lu the young master and Bai Lily. When they come out of the training ground, their combat experience will surpass us by a huge margin. We'll be in big trouble then. You're an idiot, why would you be in trouble? Do you think you have the qualifications to compete with Lu the young master's Crimson Flame Spirit Fox? You wouldn't be a match at all. On the contrary, I think Long Chen is the one who is unlucky. A while ago in the group, he was throwing harsh words at Bai Lily. He said he would teach Bai Lily a severe lesson in the entrance exam. I feel like Long Chen must be panicking now. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen remained expressionless. In fact, he even felt a bit like laughing. What a big spender. Spending 500,000, taking a week just to increase combat experience by 30%. And his blood-patterned barbarian turtle. The first time entering the ancient training grounds. Each time a fierce tiger beast was killed, it would grant plus 10% battle experience and combat will. Now, the experience had increased by nearly 200%. He had spent just 30,000, and it hadn't even been 10 minutes in total. These people truly have no experience. However, he was more looking forward to the upcoming entrance exam battle with Bai Lily. If Bai Lily was too weak, it would be boring. The next day, Long Chen arrived early at Su Qing's house. The guard from yesterday was still there, and he was surprised to see Long Chen again. He had been punished for talking too much yesterday. So, he didn't know what had happened afterward. Originally, he thought it was the same as the 12 beast masters before, with the spirit beasts being immediately slain by the young lady. But to his surprise, today this beast master had come again. "What are you doing here again?" The guard was cautious, as if he thought Long Chen was here for retaliation. "Your young lady sent me here." "Young lady? How could she possibly let you?" The guard's words trailed off, and suddenly he remembered something. He widened his eyes and stared at Long Chen seriously. "Could it be that you successfully defeated the young lady's spirit beast?" Before he could finish, a powerful pressure instantly slammed the guard to the ground. It was the female guard. "Looks like the lesson I gave you yesterday wasn't enough. You still haven't figured out what you should and shouldn't say." The guard was nearly in tears. How was this scene so familiar? Long Chen looked at the guard sympathetically. "Bro, you're really having a rough time. Why don't you consider finding a new job?" Chapter 11, First Blood Ignite. Frightening the school beauty. Returning to the training field. Su Qing was still waiting there early. However, today Su Qing seemed slightly softer compared to yesterday when she first saw him. "Teacher, please take care of today's training." Su Qing bent down, following the etiquette of a student. Long Chen's mood was strange. Su Qing's figure really was amazing. When she bent down, those two big fruits seemed like they might just pop out of her clothes. Would Su Qing kill him if she knew he wasn't actually a teacher? Long Chen couldn't help but shiver. Su Qing raised her head in confusion and glanced at Long Chen. Although she couldn't see his face, Su Qing vaguely felt where his gaze was lingering. Su Qing's gaze started to turn cold. Long Chen was startled and quickly shifted his gaze, pretending to be deep and saying, "Let's begin." In order not to waste time, Su Qing didn't pursue the matter. Both of them summoned their spirit beasts. Long Chen noticed that Su Qing's nine-colored fox seemed a bit different from before. Although it hadn't yet used its talent skill enchant, it already had a subtle sense of fire energy ready to explode. To prevent Long Chen from being careless, Su Qing took the initiative to say, "My nine-colored fox just learned a skill book yesterday, it's a fire magic type." Long Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the nine-colored fox felt much stronger than yesterday. But really, they're rich. A magic skill book. That's far more expensive than a regular combat skill book. Spirit beast skill books don't let the beast learn some unrelated ability out of nowhere. They shorten the time it takes for the spirit beast to master that skill. For example, the nine-colored fox could already be proficient in magic. To learn a magical attack skill, it would take 3, 5, or even 10 or 8 years. But with a skill book, that time could be shortened drastically, even learning it in a single day. However, such skill books are definitely extremely expensive. It's probably at least several million? Long Chen was astonished. They really have money. Alright, I got it. Let's begin. Long Chen wasn't afraid, because his blood-marked tortoise had also greatly improved. The female guard constructed the real combat training field. The two spirit beasts entered at the same time. With yesterday's experience, the two spirit beasts skipped the time for mutual probing. They immediately pushed the battle into a heated climax. Su Qing was slightly surprised. How did the turtle today feel? Better at fighting than yesterday? It seems like the battle experience has increased a lot. Su Qing immediately denied it, she must have been overthinking. The opponent's turtle couldn't possibly grow that fast. Moreover, today she wouldn't be careless anymore. The nine-colored fox feared being approached by the blood-striped wild turtle, so it used high-speed movement to keep its distance. The nine-colored fox, serious today. The regular speed was at least over 130. During bursts, its maximum speed might exceed 180. An exaggerated number. The blood-striped wild turtle had received the boost from yesterday's 2 rounds of Ancient World training grounds. Its speed value had only reached 67.5. It couldn't even touch the shadow of the nine-colored fox. Whoosh! The nine-colored fox suddenly enchanted its tail blade. The fiery tail blade appeared in the air like a red crescent moon. It flashed down. The slash landed on the back shell of the blood-striped wild turtle. Yesterday, the tail blade couldn't even hurt the blood-striped wild turtle, but today, it actually created a small crack. Moreover, the pain inflicted on the blood-striped wild turtle's spirit became even more intense. The blood-striped wild turtle's body froze, as if someone had slapped it with a red-hot branding iron on its unprotected spiritual body. It was so painful that its body swayed slightly. Long Chen furrowed his brows. He and the blood-striped wild turtle shared a telepathic bond. He knew that at this moment, the blood-striped wild turtle's spirit had suffered a terrifying blow. And the nine-colored fox had only struck once with its tail blade. This was the most frightening part. It wasn't this severe yesterday, so why was today so different? What kind of skill did the nine-colored fox learn? Su Qing seemed to notice Li Ye's confusion, so she directly spoke out. The nine-colored fox learned the skill fire/dot. Long Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. Fire Slash? A skill from the magic skill book's heavenly ranking? Spirit beasts were generally divided into battle techniques, magic techniques, healing techniques, support techniques, control techniques, reconnaissance techniques, etc., based on their strengths. Each category had yellow, profound, earth, and heavenly rankings. Skills on the heavenly ranking were rare and incredibly expensive. They were usually extracted from high-level spirit beasts. Possibly, using one could mean losing one. A spirit beast from the heavenly ranking combined with a heavenly ranked magic skill. It was like installing an airplane engine on a Rolls-Royce. Top tier. No wonder the increase was so huge. Clang. 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 The 9-colored fox's fiery tail blade slashed one after another at the blood-striped wild turtle's back shell. The blood-striped wild turtle seemed to be forcibly rooted in place, not moving at all. It was enduring the high-density destruction to its spirit body. Moreover, more and more cracks appeared on its back shell. It couldn't just sit back and wait to die. Li Yi immediately focused his thoughts, instructing the blood-striped wild turtle to activate its innate skill. Burning blood. The temperature of the blood within the blood-striped wild turtle's body suddenly soared. It was as if it was boiling. The blood-striped wild turtle's eyes turned blood red. The blood patterns on its back shell began to squirm like living creatures, gradually becoming fiery and bright. From the cracks in its back shell, blood mist began to spurt out. The mist circled around the blood-striped wild turtle, forming a red energy field around its body. A strong smell of blood began to spread in the air. Seeing this scene, Su Cheng and the female guard both gasped in shock. What was this? Why did it feel like the opponent's turtle's aura had suddenly changed a lot? It was already wild and violent, but now it seemed even more ferocious. Was this a skill? Su Cheng instructed the 9-colored fox to stay cautious. The female guard took a deep breath. For some reason, the change in the turtle made her feel even more dangerous. She was a 4th-tier warrior, comparable to a 1-star elite spirit beast. But here, only Long Chen knew the truth. Under the burning blood state, the blood-striped wild turtle's power, speed, defense, and berserk strength tripled. Especially in terms of speed, the blood-striped wild turtle had been far slower than the 9-colored fox. But after the threefold boost, the blood-striped wild turtle's speed reached over 190. It surpassed the 9-colored fox's maximum speed. 4 thick legs, violently chasing after the 9-colored fox. The 9-colored fox was so scared that its face turned pale. Quickly, it used its hands and feet together, taking advantage of the terrain, trying to shake off the blood pattern wild turtle. But the blood pattern wild turtle did not take any detours, it charged straight ahead wherever it went. Moreover, the training ground was small, and in just a few seconds, the 9-colored fox was knocked to the ground by a claw. That blood-red, sharp-toothed mouth was about to bite through the 9-colored fox's neck. I surrender. Stop. The two voices almost came at the same time. Just a moment ago, the blood pattern wild turtle was crazed and bloodthirsty. Now, it stood still, like a sculpture, keeping its mouth open. Meanwhile, the 9-colored fox was terrified, shaking all over. Not only the 9-colored fox, but even Su Cheng was pale from the scare. This scenario unfolded differently from what she had imagined. She had thought that after learning Fire Slash, the 9-colored fox would easily defeat the turtle. But unexpectedly, it had pushed the turtle to explode completely, almost killing the 9-colored fox. That was close. Long Chen said seriously, aren't we in practical training? Why did you use a magic skill like Fire Slash? Su Cheng lowered her head, a little guilty, I just wanted to win. If this were a real battlefield, both your 9-colored fox and you would already be dead, do you understand? Su Cheng remained silent for a while, then nodded, I understand. So, don't easily use your trump cards. How about we proceed with regular combat training first? The main thing was that after the blood pattern wild turtle used its blood burning ability, it couldn't use it again for a while. It would need 12 hours to recover. If the 9-colored fox used Fire Slash again, the fight would be over. Chapter 12, Assessment Method temporarily changed. Okay. Su Cheng agreed. Then, Su Cheng gave the 9-colored fox a healing potion. The injuries on the 9-colored fox's body actually healed at a visible speed. Long Chen could only watch helplessly. And the blood pattern wild turtle looked at Long Chen, unsure if it was because of guilt. He could even see a pitiful look in the turtle's small green eyes. Don't look. This healing potion costs tens of thousands, maybe more, and he has no money. Can't you heal yourself? Save some money. The blood pattern wild turtle could only retreat its head, pitifully. It looked enviously at the 9-colored fox, who, like a beast, was living in the sky. Su Cheng noticed the blood pattern wild turtle's injuries. She took the healing potion and offered it to Long Chen, give it a treatment. Longchen stared at the bottle of blue liquid in his hand. It looked exactly like the one in the spirit beast shop's display. The price seemed to be 120,000? The blood pattern wild turtle immediately looked at Longchen with anticipation, smacking its lips. Hurry up and give it to me, hurry up and give it to me, if I wait any longer, my injuries will heal. But Longchen just pretended not to notice. He was joking, if he sold it, he could at least get 80,000. Giving it to the blood pattern wild turtle would be a waste. Su Cheng noticed Longchen's little actions, but said nothing. When the nine-colored fox finished healing and fully revived, it looked at the blood pattern wild turtle, its eyes almost popping out. The wounds that the nine-colored fox had left on the blood pattern wild turtle with fire slash earlier had mostly healed, almost completely. Su Cheng also noticed it, a little surprised. Teacher, your turtle's self-healing ability is so strong? Yeah. Having been called teacher for so long, he was starting to get used to it and even kind of liked it. Next, Longchen was trained by Su Cheng for more than 9 hours. From morning till night. Huff. 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 Both of them were gasping for breath. Although it was the spirit beasts fighting, the mental and physical energy consumed by the beast tamer was immense. Especially with such long hours of high-intensity training. Longchen was still quite happy, although on the surface it seemed like he was helping Su Cheng with practical combat training. But in reality, wasn't Su Cheng helping him with practical combat training? The top student helping him with practical combat training. Who else could have this treatment? The key was, she was even paying him. Isn't this great? After the training ended, the female guard gave Longchen his reward. 200,000. The reason is that at the beginning of today, I defeated a nine-colored fox. So I was given an extra 100,000. Longchen's heart leaped with joy, he already had 300,000 in his pocket. At least he wouldn't have to struggle at home anymore. Su Cheng and the female guard watched as Longchen vanished into the night. The female guard suddenly said, Miss, do you really think he is a teacher from Beast Control Class 1? Su Cheng looked at the female guard. The female guard explained, it's just that I feel sometimes his subconscious actions are quite unsteady, he seems like a middle school student. Su Cheng thought for a moment, is that so? She hadn't noticed this. During training, her attention had been on the spirit beasts. The female guard continued to express her doubts. Furthermore, if he is a teacher from Beast Control Class 1, he should be a seasoned beast master. Just using an extraordinary 2-star beast master to train with you does not mean he himself is an extraordinary 2-star beast master. If he is an extraordinary 2-star beast master, after training with you for just 1 day, it is understandable that you would feel mentally exhausted, but why would he also feel tired? Su Cheng suddenly froze. Then she immediately looked in the direction Longchen had left. Yes. If he were a seasoned beast master, his mental capacity should be much higher than hers. Just training with an extraordinary 2-star beast master for a day should not make him feel exhausted. This truly makes no sense. The female guard immediately said, Miss, do you need me to investigate who he really is? Su Cheng thought for a moment and gently shook her head. There's no need, it doesn't matter who he is. What's important is that training with him has significantly helped both me and the nine-colored fox improve. Additionally, I think he cannot be around the same age as me, no peer is stronger than I am. If he is... Su Cheng did not finish her sentence. Achoo! Longchen sneezed. He immediately looked around warily. Could it be that someone is after his money? When Longchen arrived home, he glanced at the cooldown time in the ancient training ground, which had expired. So he promptly purchased an entrance ticket. This time, he behaved, he didn't foolishly choose the 2-star difficulty. He had spent almost all 3 sessions in the 1-star difficulty. The fierce tigers in that forest were almost all killed by him. Longchen thought of another question. What exactly is the ancient training ground? Is it a virtual world similar to a game? But why do the fierce tigers he killed not respawn? Even the battle marks from yesterday's blood-patterned barbaric turtle are still there. Moreover, beside those marks, there are some claw marks from fierce tigers. It looks just like a real natural world. When one of the same kind dies, the other fierce tigers leave traces while checking the situation. But if it is a real world, he died in the Shadow Wolf mission but returned to life in reality? Longchen pondered while washing up, he couldn't figure it out after a long while. However, while hunting fierce tigers today, he accidentally dropped something. Obedience potion. Obedience plus 3%. Only applicable to extraordinary 2-star and below. Dropping this was a pleasant surprise. But he couldn't use it. All the contracted spirit beasts he had a 100% obedience rate. He didn't understand why such a thing would drop. Longchen suddenly saw that everyone in the group was discussing. Have you heard? The rules for this year's entrance exam are changing. Ah. What are they changing to? Practical combat. Wasn't there practical combat in previous years? The third test was already practical combat. Not this practical combat, it means going into the real wild forbidden lands to engage in practical combat with wild spirit beasts. The group immediately fell silent. This news was like a bolt from the blue for most students. Go to the wild forbidden lands for practical combat? What a joke. Were they not certain to die? I thought so. No wonder this year's Spirit Beast practical training ground is so popular. Many people must have received the news early. This person's words in the group even more awakened everyone. No. Why the sudden change? I heard that a new principal was appointed at the High Beast Master Academy. He said that training beast masters with no focus on actual combat is a waste of resources. And there's another big piece of news. Have you heard of the big exam immigration? It seems like Jiang City will be allocated a few more spots for admission. So, some candidates from big cities will take the exam as if they're students from Jiang City. Immediately, someone was shocked. That's not fair. Jiang City is already behind. How can we compete with candidates from big cities? The student continued mysteriously. I'm just telling you this, don't spread it around, just keep it to yourselves. His name is Wang Kaixian. In the class, he's known as the little know-it-all. Because his cousin works at the Jiang City Law Enforcement Bureau. The Law Enforcement Bureau holds a high position and is considered very powerful. So his cousin has access to information that others can't get. And he generally doesn't spread fake news. When news comes from him, it's almost always true. Long Chen immediately sat up in shock. Going to the Forbidden Wilderness for an actual combat exam, this has never happened before. The scale of the reform is too large. Completely unexpected. This is the power of high-level academies. They can change something on a whim. Countless students and families, to avoid being left behind, must run desperately. The situation is really urgent. The students in the group chat have already started discussing forming teams to train in the Forbidden Wilderness. So they don't end up with no experience and die there. Long Chen hesitated a bit. He had money now. Would it be better to go to the training ground and adapt in advance? But actually, it was already too late. Before Wang Kaixian spread the news. The remaining training grounds in Jiang City had already been fully booked. Looks like I'll have to rely on the Ancient Realm training ground. He discovered a bug in the Ancient Realm training ground. If you don't complete the tasks in the Ancient Realm training ground, you can train there endlessly. Of course, the condition is not to die. If you die, you'll be sent out. He trained for thousands of hours in the Ancient Realm. In the real world, only a few hours passed. He planned to train 1,000 hours in the Ancient Realm before the big exam. No, 1,000 hours every day. He was going to outpace everyone. After all, the big exam only happens once, he had to give it his all. For the next period of time, Long Chen went to Su Qing's house every day on time. Then, they practiced against each other for 10 intense hours. In these training sessions, the biggest improvement for him was that his mental strength increased significantly. And the pressure and intensity of practicing with Su Qing was overwhelming. Su Qing's 9-colored fox. He could almost feel it growing stronger every day. In terms of combat experience, skills, courage, and more. It made significant progress every day. So much so that every day, the blood-striped wild turtle felt a lot of pressure in battle. This growth speed made Long Chen gasp in awe. He marveled at the spirit beast of the heavenly ranking. The learning ability was truly terrifying. However, Long Chen wasn't too worried. Because every day after returning home, he would train extra with the blood-striped wild turtle in the Ancient Realm training ground. After learning to exploit the bug, he specifically avoided the fierce tiger beast. He focused on battling non-task, extraordinary 1-star or 2-star fierce beasts. One kill would take a month and a half. Of course, it was a month and a half in the Ancient Realm training ground. When he felt the training had reached a good level, he would then go back and kill 3 fierce tiger beasts to complete the mission. And every day, he made sure to use all 3 entry tickets. The rewards for clearing the mission were very important. Although the first reward was the highest, and the others were only half. But 3 chances every day meant 1.5 times the rewards. The important thing was that this was every day. Some people, in order to increase the base stats of their beasts, would feed them chi blood pills, speed pills, and other items used to cultivate warriors. 1 chi blood pill costs 50,000 yuan. It could only increase about 5 points of strength. But his blood pattern barbarian turtle gained 30 points of strength every day. Every day spending 300,000 to buy 6 blood chi pills. Even a rich second generation might not be able to bear such expenses, right? Longchen came out after receiving all the rewards. Only a little over 2 hours had passed in the real world. Then he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he went to Su Qing's house to wait, arranging his daily schedule tightly. Let's just say, every day, there was an intense training of 1.5 months. Who can outdo oneself? However, exploiting bugs was not always successful. Sometimes he would randomly encounter terrifying beasts. He and the blood-patterned barbarian turtle were instantly killed by them. That bone-chilling sense of fear. So real, waking up screaming every time. But over time, with many deaths, facing powerful beasts, he gradually became calm and collected. A week passed by. Longchen had already earned over 10 million from Su Qing. For the first time, he earned so much money through his own efforts. Feeling great. His adoptive father had hope of treating the blood poison at the state-level hospital. However, he did not immediately tell his adoptive parents about this, afraid of unexpected factors turning their hopes into disappointment. He first called the state-level hospital. The other party asked what stage the demon cave blood poison had reached. Longchen replied, the 3rd stage. After a moment of silence, the other party sighed, the 3rd stage is almost untreatable. Boom! This answer hit Longchen like a thunderbolt. Didn't you say you could completely clear the blood poison? Indeed, but only in the 1st and 2nd stages. Even the 2nd stage is a bit difficult, the 1st stage is best, the 3rd stage is already a hopeless case, the blood poison has merged with the body, sigh. The other party was also helpless. Such tragedies were quite common. Demon cave blood poison originated from demon caves. Most of the afflicted were ordinary soldiers who had been fighting in the demon caves for many years. Every year, many people die from demon cave blood poison. But I have money. How much do you want? 10 million? 20 million? Or 30 million? I can raise it. Longchen's voice trembled with sobs. Heaven, please stop joking with him. He had finally seen hope. Finally had something to look forward to. He didn't want to give up. The hospital staff hesitated for a moment. Usually, when blood poison reaches the 3rd stage, it cannot be treated. But I heard that there is a healing beast in the High Beast Control Academy that can clear the blood poison, but getting it to help is very difficult. If you are not a student of the High Beast Control Academy, you may not even meet that person. Longchen was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately wiped away his tears. As long as I can become a student of the High Beast Control Academy, right? Maybe you can try, but the prerequisite is that you really can become one. The other party's suggestion could only go this far. The rest depended on Longchen's own fate. But this was equivalent to giving him hope again. High Beast Control Academy. He must go. Whoever stands in his way shall die. As time passed, he spent almost every day with Su Qing. In the last week, Su Qing said she was going to the actual combat training ground, so she ended their practice together. Longchen actually felt a bit regretful. Maybe this was the closest he had ever been to Su Qing. Once the entrance examination was over, Su Qing would return to being a princess. And he would once again struggle for a living. Their lives would undergo a earth-shattering change, becoming two parallel lines that would never intersect. However, he was thankful that this intense training over the past month allowed him to stay in the ancient training ground for a full 600 days by exploiting bugs. Who would have thought? He trained himself for 2 years and 1 month. And every day he planned his time with extreme discipline. During the day, he practiced with the strongest school beauty. At night, he trained frantically alone. The strength of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle had already skyrocketed to over 1,000 points. Far beyond ordinary extraordinary 2-star spirit beasts. And his own power level has broken through the 60 mark. Far beyond a first-tier warrior. To be honest, he felt terrifyingly strong. And the blood-patterned barbarian turtle could also utilize the practical experience it accumulates every day. It has repeatedly succeeded in suppressing the 9-colored fox. This almost drove the 9-colored fox to despair. It also made Su Qing frequently cast strange glances at him. As if she never expected that while her 9-colored fox was rapidly improving, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle was also advancing swiftly. At the same time, his mental power has finally surpassed 50 points. What a struggle it has been. For humans, breaking through in mental power is much harder than in physical strength. Because mental power is almost impossible to train. Or rather, the training effect is minimal. It mainly relies on potions or magical artifacts for nourishment. This involves a huge amount of money. Typically, a novice beast master can break through 50 within 3 years. That is already considered extremely fast. And he only took 1 month. It was achieved by daily grinding in the ancient realm training ground. Once mental power surpasses 50, another beast master position can be unlocked, allowing him to contract his second spirit beast. For him, the assimilation function is finally no longer gray. This function holds greater potential for his personal improvement. He's very excited. Longchen plans to buy one more spirit beast before the big exam. After all, he has just saved up enough for a bottle of retro potion applicable for extraordinary 1-star to extraordinary 2-star transformations. Every additional spirit beast adds another layer of protection. He goes to the Spirit Beast Center in Jiang City to look for one. There are quite a variety, and the pretty sales lady is very enthusiastic. Wearing a low-cut qipao, she tries her best to bend her body to showcase her figure completely in front of him. A sly glint flashed in the sales lady's eyes. This kind of vigorous young guy is most attracted to this approach. Little handsome guy, what spirit beast talent do you have? Sister can help you with recommendations? Anything is fine. Longchen casually replied. But this sentence made the sales lady's body tremble slightly. Anything is fine? Could it be that you have a full attribute spirit beast talent? In an instant, the entire store fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Longchen. Full attribute spirit beast talent, that is a chosen beast master. Without being restricted by attributes, freely choosing different attributes of spirit beasts according to one's strategy. A genius that is 1 in a million. Awakening 2 kinds of spirit beast talents is already 1 in 100. Longchen immediately realized he had misspoken. He raised his head and saw everyone staring at him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Do you have cheaper spirit beasts? Cheaper? The one you looked at is already the cheapest, 120,000, with a controllability rating of only 72%, quite dangerous. Sister does not recommend you buy it. Longchen felt troubled. Is there anything cheaper? Cheaper? The sales lady looked Longchen up and down, immediately losing interest. Her tone also became a bit stiff. Don't blame sister for not reminding you, a 72% controllability rating is the safety threshold. If you want something cheaper, they are basically discarded, and they can turn against their master. Alright then, I'll look elsewhere. Longchen hurriedly ran out of the store, dejected. The sales lady pouted. I thought he was a big spender, but he turned out to be a broke loser, claiming he could handle any attribute. I bet he can't afford anything. Longchen didn't argue with her. He really didn't care about that little money right now. He was only shocked to discover that the qualified spirit beasts with higher controllability sold in the store, in the eyes of the system, were all unqualified. All garbage. All useless. Blood purity below 1%. No qualification for retro modification. Now it can be confirmed. The blood purity required by the system is the blood purity of ancient fierce beasts. Doesn't that mean he can only buy cheap discarded spirit beasts from now on? Longchen then pulled up those promotional messages. He wondered if there were any that hadn't been confiscated. He contacted several and finally reached one. He stated that he wanted 5,000 yuan right away. The other party was quite nice and said they had recently lost a batch of products, just as they were looking to recover. They offered to sell him a controllable spirit beast with a 40% control rate for 5,000, which was slightly less unstable. Longchen immediately rejected the offer. He only wanted beasts with a control rate below 10%. The other party was stunned. Don't want the good ones? Just want the worst? They couldn't be bothered to argue with Longchen any further. Longchen placed the order, and the other party shipped the goods. By the time Longchen got home, there was another black iron cage at his doorstep. Inside it was creaking. It was clearly a fierce creature. Longchen instantly felt excitement. As he lifted the cover, the black shadow pounced at him in an instant. Ow! The shadow was wildly clawing at the iron cage. It seemed like it would burst out any second. But it suddenly froze while biting. Why does this human seem different from others? Not scared at all. Instead, smiling brilliantly at it. For some reason, that smile felt a bit creepy. My little treasure. It's you. When Longchen saw what it was, his bright eyes immediately dimmed. A transcendent 1-star panda beast. It is said to be an ancient spirit beast. Once unknown, but now mainly cutified. And it's the type that avoids conflict. You do what you want, I'll just get lost in my cuteness. Raising it as a pet would be nice. But to use it as a battle beast? That truly wouldn't work. So, it hasn't been selling well in the spirit beast market. This merchant, damn it. But right now, this was the only one with a bloodline purity greater than 1%. There were no other options. After a dozen minutes of suppression, 50 points of mental strength easily carved the contract symbol on the panda beast's head. Ding!
Contract completed for Transcendent 1-star Panda Beast. Detected Battle Beast, Transcendent 1-star Panda Beast, can revert to Transcendent 2-star Berserk Iron Eater.
Berserk
Iron Eater? This was completely different from his understanding of the Panda Beast. Longchen checked the description in the Spirit Beast manual.
The evolutionary path of the Panda Beast is Transcendent 2-star Moonlight Panda.
Moonlight Panda. Level, Transcendent 2-star. Characteristics.
It has soft white fur mixed with gray spots. It looks very approachable, with no aggressive nature. Its most notable feature is a pair of eyes that emit a ghostly blue light at night, capable of absorbing moonlight's power.
Evolution limit, Elite 2-star Night Panda Beast.
Battle characteristics.
Support type Spirit Beast that can reflect healing energy from moonlight, healing itself or allies. Has decent night vision ability. Agility increases threefold under moonlight.
Strength, 70, speed, 30.
Stamina, 50, spirit, 50. Average. Mediocre. Healing and night wandering are the features of the Moonlight Panda Beast. But compared to specialized support-type Spirit Beasts and night wandering beasts, it falls short in several aspects. It's quite a versatile type.
Longchen then looked at the reversion path.
Berserk Iron Eater. Level, Transcendent 2-star. Large in size, robust and powerful. Its fur is coarse and dark gray. Its skin is as hard as iron, able to withstand significant attacks. Its eyes emit a red glow at night, revealing wildness and rage. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Longchen grew excited.
Just by looking at this description, his blood boiled.
Finally, it was not just cute and harmless.
You can enter a frenzy state, with defense skyrocketing and attack speed and power greatly increased. Every attack carries a bloody breath, capable of weakening the enemy's defense and causing continuous damage.
Good, good, good. He seems to understand the ancient fierce beasts a bit. They all like to go mad, right?
The blood-patterned barbarian turtle goes berserk in a state of burning blood. The irritable iron-eating beast turns into a crazy kung fu panda after eating enough iron, delivering frenzied strikes to the enemy.
Awesome. A consistent system. As expected of a mad ancient fierce beast. They all like to fight hard. Looking again at the attributes of the irritable iron-eating beast. Strength, 210, speed, 80. Stamina, 80, mind, 90. Awesome.
Starting off stronger than the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. As expected of a fierce beast from the ancient times.
The blood-patterned barbarian turtle is an ancient fierce beast. And the irritable iron-eating beast is even older than the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. Ancient fierce beast. Then there's nothing more to say. System, Ancestral Panda Beast. Returning to Ancestry? Ancestral Liquid -1.
The hair of the irritable iron-eating beast starts to gradually turn black and gray. It looks just like a very dirty panda beast. Its size is also increasing.
Longchen puts the irritable iron-eating beast into the beast controlling space, waiting for its evolution to succeed. At least he will have a backup plan for tomorrow's entrance exam. It's estimated that there shouldn't be many new beast masters with 2 spirit beasts. He should have a significant advantage. The next day, it was the day of the big exam.
Students gathered at the designated assembly point outside the city as per school regulations.
Hundreds of students, most of them accompanied by their families. Longchen feels a bit sentimental.
His foster mother is with his foster father in the hospital, so she couldn't come. And his foster parents don't know that the exam has become this dangerous.
He doesn't want to worry them, so he didn't say anything.
This entrance exam has attracted attention from all walks of life in Zhangcheng. Many celebrities came to watch.
Everyone wants to know who will rise to greatness in Zhangcheng this year.
Even the military has been mobilized. The exam invigilators sent were from the Flame Dragon Shadow Military Special Task Force, one of the sharp knife units of the demon-suppressing army of Linjiang Prefecture. The selection for this team is extremely difficult, an elite among elites. People look at them with eyes full of awe and longing. If anyone can produce a member of the Flame Dragon Shadow Military Special Task Force, it would really be like their ancestral graves emitting green smoke.
Longchen can't help but sneak a few more glances.
They are indeed very imposing. It is said that the Flame Dragon Shadow Military Special Task Force has already eliminated all spirit beasts of level 2 and above in the exam area, ensuring the safety of the candidates.
But in such a vast area of hundreds of hectares, is there really no fish slipping through the net?
That is a mystery, and also a concern for everyone.
And there are some people who have drawn everyone's attention.
More than a dozen well-dressed young men and women, followed by maids and servants, holding their heads high with pride. As if they want to distinguish their status from the natives of Zhangcheng. The students of Beast Master Class 1 are full of resentment, these damn exam immigrants.
If you are that proud, then don't come to this small place. Being a whore while setting up a signboard. Really disgusting. The principal of Beast Master Class 1 stands on the stage to speak. Hello, students, you are about to embark on a path filled with challenges and dangers in this apocalyptic world, but this is also a necessary path to glory and power. In this practical big exam, you will face not only external enemies but also the fears and doubts within yourselves. But please believe that the knowledge and skills you have learned, the passion and courage in your hearts, will guide you through the darkness and embrace the light. You need 7 people to form a team, and then find 8 flags. The first team to find all 8 flags will have everyone pass the big exam. Everyone immediately erupted into an uproar. Ha! Is this the way of the big exam? Finding flags? Then this relies too much on luck, right? Long Chen frowned. It wasn't just about luck. He even felt that this way of holding the big exam made it very easy to cheat. As long as you know where the flags are first, couldn't you win easily? And why is it a team battle? In a team, there are strong and weak members. Aren't the weak just a burden? In other words, cooperating with the strong is easier to win. The officer raised a finger and continued to speak. Requirement 1, you must complete it as a team, individual achievements do not count. Requirement 2, there can be no more than half of the beast tamers or beasts in the team sacrificed, otherwise, the mission fails, and the whole team loses qualification. As soon as he finished speaking, the students went wild. Strong members. They must find strong members. Strong members are not only a support but also a guarantee. Long Chen immediately looked around. Some known students, like Lu Yanrui and Wang Hao's, had powerful spirit beasts, so they would surely become favorites. Not seeing Wang Hao likely meant his spirit beast's injuries hadn't healed yet. Meanwhile, a large group of people had already gathered around Lu Yanrui. Lu Yanrui wore a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. No one is willing to team up with him because his eliminated spirit beast has already spread throughout the school. He is widely recognized as the biggest burden. Dragon brother. You must join my team. Long Chen turned around. He saw a plump person, shining with golden light, waving at him. Wang Kaixian. He is the school's little know-it-all. It was he who leaked the news about Long Chen buying eliminated spirit beasts. Wang Kaixian, why ignore everyone else and choose this one? His spirit beast is eliminated. Some people nearby wrinkled their brows and said. Long Chen took a glance. Fan Anha. He Yu. Yu Qiuying. Zhao Jigang. They are all of above average level in the school. Wang Kaixian does have a certain appeal. Although he is not as arrogant as Lu Yanrui. But his family's wealth is no less. In fact, the Wang family is the richest in Jiangcheng. Wang Kaixian is the only child, so everyone thinks the Wang family must be making great effort to groom him. So following Wang Kaixian feels more secure. But Wang Kaixian turned down many people and walked straight to Long Chen to invite him to join the team. Is he crazy? Complaining was Fa Nanha. Long Chen, please help us out. I really hope you can join us. Wang Kaixian ignored Fa Nanha and continued inviting Long Chen. Long Chen remained silent, but his expression was one of confusion. What does Wang Kaixian mean? Is he deliberately inviting him just to mock his eliminated spirit beast in front of the female classmates? He doesn't think he has ever provoked Wang Kaixian, right? Wang Kaixian had never directly confronted him before. He only once shared his trading information in the group. But people like Wang Kaixian are known to be opportunistic. If there's anything new, they immediately share it. It doesn't necessarily mean malice. But what does it mean to invite him now? Chapter 16, The Long family even arranged people. Long Chen thought about it and still agreed. After all, the requirement is to form a team. He also felt that Wang Kaixian's team would be somewhat reliable. Wang Kaixian, did you call him too? He bought eliminated spirit beasts, right? He has no combat power and will only drag us down. Fa Nanha continued to disdain Long Chen. Fa Nanha had previously been a close friend of Bai Lily. During school, she followed Bai Lily to take extra classes a lot. When they met before, she would greet with smiles. But now, after he bought eliminated spirit beasts, Fa Nanha's attitude had completely turned around. The other 3 didn't say anything. But from their eyes, it was clear they could not understand Wang Kaixian's decision. Others also believe that Long Chen will be a drag. Wang Kaixian smiled and said, Long Chen is a big shot, what do you know? Wang Kaixian. How can you talk like that? Do you believe I can ask Bai Lily to have Lu Dishao teach you a lesson? Fan Anha was very arrogant. Wang Kaixian's smile gradually disappeared. You keep mentioning Bai Lily and Lu Dishao, did they invite you to join their team? Where does your confidence come from? Do you believe I can make you leave the team right now? Fa Nanha's expression changed slightly, and she immediately fell silent.
Aside from the most popular strong teams,
Wang Kaishuan's team was currently the most reliable.
She did not want to leave.
Come on, Long Chen, don't just stand there, let's find the next member.
Wang Kaixian seemed afraid that Long Chen would run away. He hooked his arm around Long Chen's.
Who shall we look for next? Hee, you'll know soon enough.
Wang Kaixian kept them guessing, leading Long Chen and the others through the crowd. Then they arrived at the most packed area.
Through the wall of people, Long Chen saw who everyone was surrounding. A girl in a training outfit, with a high ponytail, holding a straight blade.
She looked exquisite and stunning, as if she had walked out of a fairy tale, making it impossible for people to look away from her. However, the cold indifference in her eyes made people afraid to look at her for too long.
Su Qing.
The short-haired girl, Hiyu, said, Su Cheng is super popular, can we really grab her?
Hee, how would we know unless we try? At this moment,
Su Qing was accepting an invitation from another team.
It was Lu Yenrui.
Lu Yenrui said politely, classmate Su Qing, it seems that our team is your best choice, after all, our goal is to pass the big exam, right?
Lu Yenrui was very confident.
After all, his team had gathered 3 of the top 10 in the school. If they added Su Qing, that would be 5. Without a doubt, it would be the strongest team besides the immigration team for the big exam.
Su Qing's expression was indifferent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Wang Kaixian immediately said, classmate Su Qing, have you made a decision?
Everyone turned to look at Wang Kaixian.
Lu Yenrui also looked over.
Seeing Long Chen in Wang Kaishuan's team, his brows immediately furrowed deeper. Then they unfolded again.
Hee, Wang Fatty, you casually assembled a ragtag team and thought you could invite classmate Su Qing?
What do you take her for?
Bai Lily next to Lu Yenrui glared fiercely at Long Chen. Long Chen, I never expected you to buy a useless spirit beast and still have the guts to participate in the big exam?
If I were you, I wouldn't even dare to show my face.
Do you really think being a beast master is a game only the rich can play?
Long Chen smiled, Bai Lily, do you remember our past? I am looking forward to competing against you in the big exam, you better pray not to run into me. Bai Lily was publicly threatened by a useless person. She was furious.
Long Chen, are you looking for death?
What can your extraordinary level 1 spirit turtle do against my extraordinary level 2 virtuous bird? Lu Yenrui managed to stay somewhat composed. He signaled for Bai Lily to stop, then calmly said to Long Chen. Long Chen, all I can say is that you are very unfortunate, it's very normal for people to die in the practical exam in the wasteland forbidden zone.
Lu Yenrui's eyes suddenly turned fierce.
I can now say, you are undoubtedly going to die. Let your poor adoptive parents prepare for a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one.
Everyone looked at Long Chen with sympathy. Alas!
To offend Bai Lily and Lu Yenrui. And have to go to the unpredictable and dangerous forbidden wasteland.
Even gods couldn't save Long Chen now.
When the time comes, his name will surely appear on the list of victims.
Long Chen's eyes were equally cold.
Oh, you make a valid point, dying during the big exam is indeed very normal.
Lu Yenrui frowned slightly. What's the matter? Why did he suddenly feel an icy chill?
Su Qing glanced at Long Chen, slightly frowning. Long Chen hurriedly avoided her gaze, feeling a bit guilty.
Then Su Qing asked Wang Kaixian, do you really know who he is?
Of course, my third uncle is the president of the Zhengchang Labor Union. The two seemed to be exchanging a riddle.
Long Chen was puzzled, what were they talking about?
Why does it feel so familiar?
When they were in school, Su Qing and Wang Kaixian didn't seem to talk much, right?
It felt like they knew a secret that he didn't.
Long Chen felt an inexplicable sense of jealousy and bitterness.
He even felt that Su Qing, who had spent every day with him for over a month, might be cheating on him. In any case, his feelings were very complicated. He had seen Su Qing drenched in sweat. Logically, he should be closer to her than anyone else.
Lu Yenrui furrowed his brows. Wang Kaixian, what are you doing?
The priority is to form a strong team to pass the big test. Before Lu Yenrui finished speaking, Su Qing faintly agreed with Wang Kaixian and joined his team.
Lu Yenrui was stunned. What exactly did Wang Kaixian promise Su Qing?
That made Su Qing choose to join a third-rate team. Didn't she care about the results of the big test at all?
In Wang Kaishuan's team, everyone, except Wang Kaixian, was dumbfounded. The Princess Su? Long Chen was also speechless. Su Qing wanted to team up with them? After forming the teams, the students passed through the army's temporary entrance one by one.
While passing through the entrance,
Long Chen noticed 2 directions of gazes. One direction was toward Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily.
They made a throat-cutting gesture towards him. The others in the team looked at Long Chen with glee.
Damn. Long Chen cursed in silence. He almost made Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily furious. Long Chen. You wait. You're finished.
After they entered the Forbidden Wilderness, they were taken to another area. Each team had to start in a different area.
And in the other direction
was one of the teams for the big test from another place. Their looks towards him were also very unfriendly.
There was even obvious hostility. Strange. He hadn't offended any outsiders.
Suddenly, he noticed a few people in the crowd outside that seemed to be members of the Long family he had seen in the hospital.
The Long family members were exchanging glances with that big test immigrant team.
He remembered in the hospital, his stepmother told him to give up on being a beast tamer, not to dream of returning to the Long family.
Long Chen's expression instantly darkened. He understood. These people were probably sent by the Long family
to stop him from passing the big test, even wanting to eliminate him during it.
What a despicable family. They never even thought
that those so-called family assets, resources, and power they cherished so much. In his eyes, it was less important than keeping his adoptive father healthy.
He just wanted to live a good life at home. But since someone wanted to disrupt his family's peace, then let's see what happens. Chapter 17, The Wealthy Boar is Coming. Entering the Forbidden Wilderness. The forbidden area closest to Jiangcheng. It can't really be called a true forbidden area. It's just a branch of the Chilean Demon Mountain.
Stretching for hundreds of kilometers, there are many spiritual beasts on the mountain. A demon-suppressing army is stationed there all year round. This area is part of the outermost periphery, tens of thousands of miles away from the real forbidden zone.
Each student wears a military-issued wristband.
It can detect the student's location and life signs at any time, and when a student voluntarily gives up and asks for help, they can also use the wristband's location to find them.
Okay, let's go, everyone. Everyone followed Wang Kaixian into the forbidden area.
The forbidden area was incredibly quiet. It was nothing like the imagined devil's lair or a place of despair. With lush green grass and pleasant breezes. It was simply a paradise. The more beautiful the forbidden area, the more dangerous and unpredictable it is. As soon as Long Chen completed his sentence, a fierce tiger suddenly dashed out from the nearby forest.
Ah! 3 girls immediately screamed. Zhao Jigang could barely remain calm. But his face was quite pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A wild, extraordinary 2-star Liuli tiger. Its fighting power is extremely strong. Big brother, save me.
Wang Kaixian immediately hid behind Long Chen. Only 2 people could keep calm, staring seriously at the Liuli tiger.
Very calm, without any panic. Especially Long Chen, exceptionally composed. He didn't seem like a student at all.
How many soldiers who had participated in battles wouldn't be as good as him? Similarly, Su Qing gave Long Chen a slightly surprised glance.
The reason she wasn't panicking was because her 9-color fox could easily kill the Liuli tiger. What was Long Chen's calmness rooted in? At this moment, Long Chen was very calm. He himself found his calmness a bit unbelievable.
Not a trace of fear was felt. His mood was steady, like a dead person's ECG. There was not even the slightest ripple. He had seen the Liuli tiger in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia.
It was considered a fierce beast-type spirit beast. But, for some reason,
he felt that compared to the ancient fierce tiger beasts in the ancient world training ground,
the Liuli tiger seemed a bit weak. After seeing the fierce tiger beast's sharp teeth and fierce face, he felt that this Liuli tiger was a bit silly and cute, right? Like a good little tiger. A round body, a tiger head. He really wanted to touch its fluffy fur. Long Chen suddenly woke up. Oh no! Is this the side effect of the ancient world training ground?
Seeing real wild fierce beasts, and he felt nothing.
However, he was a bit conflicted now.
The furious Iron Eater hadn't finished evolving yet.
Should he summon the blood-patterned savage turtle or not? But if he summoned it, wouldn't it expose him?
If Su Qing knew that the teacher she had called for several days was actually her classmate, taking advantage of her,
wouldn't she want to kill him?
But they had come this far, he couldn't just keep the blood-patterned savage turtle from appearing.
TSK. What to do? Big brother, are you not going to act? We came for practical training. Wang Kaixian whispered from behind.
Long Chen turned around and took a deep look at Wang Kaixian.
This guy. Could it be that he really knows something? Roar!
The Liuli tiger suddenly roared and rushed towards Long Chen. The 3 girls screamed even louder. Wang Kaixian was about to cry, pulling on Long Chen's shirt.
Big brother, do something. Do something? Or not? As Long Chen hesitated. Others thought Long Chen was scared silly. Zhao Jigang nearby hesitated for a moment, then the main team moved away from Long Chen, not intending to save him. On the other side, Fa Nonha directly said, I knew that Long Chen, this useless person, would drag us down. Everyone, don't save him, let him die. Zhao Jigang immediately followed, yeah, anyway, we have 3 death quotas, as long as it doesn't exceed half, 1 death won't affect our results. Wang Kaixian frowned immediately. He was just about to speak. At this critical moment, a flash of silver light appeared. Thud. The Liuli tiger fell to the ground. Its body separated from its head. The large scar on its neck was shocking to see. And a bit of a waking realization. This was the real forbidden land of the wild. Beneath the beautiful exterior lay blood and slaughter. Everyone immediately looked at Su Qing. And her 9-color fox beside her. There. Yes, Su Qing and we are not even on the same level. The long-haired girl gently said. She is Yu Qiuyao, with a gentle personality but an incredibly stunning figure. She is often the dream girl of the boys in the class. Zhao Jigang is a robust boy with a somewhat dark complexion. At this moment, he quietly summoned his spirit beast. It is a monkey over 2 meters tall. Its fur is short and hard, resembling rock-like gray. Beneath the skin are rock-like patterns, as if it wears natural armor. Its limbs are strong, with distinct muscle lines. It shows off its immense power. Rock-armored ape guardian. Fa Nonha was surprised. Others also recognized it. The rock-armored ape guardian has once made it to the yellow list of 100 spirit beasts. The reason it is no longer there is that with the increase in discovered spirit beasts, if better ones appear, they will replace those on the list. However, being on the yellow list is already impressive. Long Chen was also somewhat surprised. This Zhao Jigang usually keeps a low profile. He actually has such a powerful trump card? Zhao Jigang's face showed a smug expression. He unconsciously glanced at Su Qing. Like Su Qing, his spirit beast has also made it onto the list. Although one is from the yellow list and one is from the heavenly list, they are vastly different, but still, it is not the same as the others. But Su Qing remained calm. She seemed a little disappointed. Sorry, Miss Su, I was slow to react just now. In fact, my rock-armored ape guardian can easily take down the glazed tiger. Zhao Jigang ignored everyone and walked directly to Su Qing's side. Question mark. Su Qing looked at Zhao Jigang in confusion. She inexplicably asked, how many spirit beasts do you have? Zhao Jigang was also surprised. My mental power has not reached 50, so I cannot activate a second spirit beast position, so for now, I only have 1 spirit beast. Su Qing nodded and then ignored Zhao Jigang. Zhao Jigang felt a bit awkward. Wang Kaixian suggested, let's summon our spirit beasts. After all, it will be too late to summon them when danger arrives. Everyone had no objections. They each summoned their spirit beasts in turn. Fa Nonha's spirit beast is the star spirit butterfly. Hiyu's spirit beast is the swift shadow leopard. Yu Qiuyao's spirit beast is the green spirit tree demon. They are all extraordinary 2 stars. It seems everyone is hiding their true abilities. In the group, there were various complaints about the extraordinary 1 stars uniting, and at most, they could go join the demon subjugation army as comrades. In reality, they have long secretly evolved into extraordinary 2 stars. Pretty competitive and quite sneaky. Wang Kaishuan's spirit beast is a round and chubby pig. It stands in sharp contrast to the other spirit beasts. It is wearing shining golden clothes. It looks like a wealthy pig. But everyone was surprised and covered their mouths. Lazy pig. Don't be fooled by its seemingly silly and cute appearance. In fact, it is the top spirit beast on the yellow list. This pig-like spirit beast is called Lazy Pig. It can release a special kind of mental energy, affecting the enemy's minds, making them slow in action, lacking in fighting spirit, and even inducing feelings of laziness. It is actually a very perverted skill. Countless beast masters dream of having this spirit beast. Zhao Jigang instantly felt his rock-armored ape guardian was not enough. Hee, my dad spent a lot of money to get this for me. Wang Kaixian didn't mention how much. But it would certainly not be cheap. No wonder he is the richest in Jiangcheng. Don't look at me like that, compared to Long Chen and Su Qing, I am far behind. Wang Kaixian quickly shifted the focus away from himself. Fa Nonha frowned, Su Qing is needless to say. But you say Long Chen? Didn't he buy a rejected spirit beast? Among us, he is the weakest. Everyone instantly focused on Long Chen. Su Qing also looked towards Long Chen. Long Chen felt the pressure suddenly. Suddenly, sounds came from the forest. Several glazed tigers rushed out in an instant. Everyone was immediately frightened. Several glazed tigers? Aren't glazed tigers solitary spirit beasts? Defend against the enemy. Zhao Jigang shouted loudly. But the next second, he stood beside Su Qing. Together with Su Qing to defend against the enemy. Fa Nanha was quick and hid behind Wang Kaixian.
He Yu was very brave, directly letting her swift shadow leopard charge out to fight the glazed tiger.
The swift shadow leopard and the glazed tiger were evenly matched.
Moreover, the swift shadow leopard was faster, slightly gaining the upper hand. But what came out were several glazed tigers. They almost tore the swift shadow leopard apart. Swift shadow leopard. He Yu's pretty face immediately turned pale. The swift shadow leopard that rushed up to save her
was stopped by Long Chen. Oh my god! Yu Qiuyo beside Long Chen exclaimed. 3 glazed tigers are charging towards us. What to do?
Her spirit beast was a green spirit tree demon, an auxiliary type.
Not good at battle. And Zhao Jigang's rock armor ape showed no intention of attacking. It seemed he did not want to end up like He Yu. Long Chen's eyes instantly turned cold.
He immediately summoned the blood-striped barbarian turtle. The moment the blood-striped barbarian turtle appeared, a strong bloody smell immediately rose within a few meters.
Su Qing's pupils shrank suddenly. She looked at Long Chen in disbelief. It was actually this guy?
Meanwhile, Zhao Jigang beside her sneered, as expected of a $5,000 spirit beast, it looks incredibly ugly. Su Qing said nothing. On the other side, Wang Kaixian pondered slightly but also remained silent.
There were 3 people on Long Chen's side.
He Yu's spirit beast was almost out of combat power.
Yu Qiuyo was not good at fighting.
Then the blood-striped barbarian turtle needed to kill 3 glazed tigers.
No, all the glazed tigers.
After training for over 7,000 hours at the ancient realm training ground, the combat experience of the blood-striped barbarian turtle had already reached its peak. It charged out first, dodging the glazed tiger's big mouth. With precision and strength, it bit down on the glazed tiger's neck, then violently shook its head.
The glazed tiger's neck was instantly broken.
Then the blood-striped barbarian turtle charged forward, using incredible speed to unleash its blood armor impact, toppling 2 glazed tigers. With another claw, it disemboweled another glazed tiger.
Boom 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 boom. It continued to crazily pursue and attack. Tearing, charging, ripping. In less than 2 minutes, all 8 glazed tigers were annihilated.
The blood-striped barbarian turtle was covered in blood, looking extremely terrifying. During the battle with the glazed tigers, the blood-striped barbarian turtle knew its advantages were vitality, defense, and self-healing ability. So to quickly deal with the opponent, it cleverly abandoned defense and chose extreme offensive combat. Everyone fell silent. He Yu and Yu Qiuyo behind Long Chen had dumbfounded expressions.
Wang Kaixian and Fa Nanha were also stunned. Zhao Jigang was even more so.
He was scared silly, his legs trembling.
Just now, he had mocked Long Chen.
Only Su Qing, aside from looking a bit complicated, remained very calm.
When faced with danger, each one retreats faster than the last. Is this what they call a team? Long Chen's expression was icy.
He was very disappointed with everyone else's reactions.
Long Chen, what are you arrogant about?
You just killed a few glazed tigers. These wild spirit beasts are not even as strong as those evolved by beast tamers, yet you've got the nerve to flaunt?
Fa Nanha already looked down on Long Chen.
Especially after Long Chen was dumped by her best friend, by Lily, she looked down on him even more. Hearing Long Chen daring to teach her a lesson, she immediately scolded back. This time was your chance to show off, next time you useless one won't need to lift a finger.
Fa Nanha then said to the others, maybe we all overestimated the glazed tigers, they're not that strong, we could all easily take on a group.
Wang Kaixian and Su Qing both said nothing. Zhao Jigang immediately stood up, patting his sturdy chest. Yeah, this time it didn't fall to me, but next time when we encounter a group of glazed tigers, I'll show everyone what I can do.
Zhao Jigang acted as if he hadn't had the chance to showcase himself just now.
Immediately eliminate the achievements that Long Chen just made. Wang Kaixian pondered for a moment and immediately clapped his hands, good.
Then we will rely on you too.
Long Chen glanced at Wang Kaixian.
What is this guy's mentality?
It feels like he is deliberately stirring things up.
Liuli Tiger weak?
Maybe it can't compare to the Li Tiger Beast.
But actually, its individual combat power is about the same as the Phantom Wolf. 7 or 8 Phantom Wolves are just like the current blood pattern barbarian turtle.
The initial blood pattern barbarian turtle might not even be able to handle it.
Others might not know, but can Wang Kaixian not know? Wang Kaixian subtly winked at Long Chen.
As if saying, brother, I will teach these 2 arrogant fools a lesson for you. Suddenly, the sound "oh" echoed again in the jungle. 7 or 8 Liuli tigers charged out again. This time, Long Chen directly pulled He Yu and Yu Choyao to hide behind Su Qing.
Su Qing glanced deeply at Long Chen. But she did not intentionally keep her distance like with.
Noticed the small yet hurtful difference, and immediately felt an unwilling jealousy ignite in her heart. Thinking, as long as he also wins one-on-one against these Liuli tigers,
Su Qing will also change her view of him. While Fa Nanha was still hesitating, Wang Kaixian gave her a push. Feng, it's up to you now. Fa Nanha had no choice but to grit her teeth and let her star spirit butterfly dance above the Liuli tiger's head.
The star spirit butterfly would sprinkle some substances from its wings, which could cause the Li tiger beast to lose its sense of direction. Then the star spirit butterfly would take the opportunity to slice the Liuli tiger's head with its blade-like wings. The plan was good.
But in actual control, the star spirit butterfly always couldn't reach the right position. It was always dodged by the Liuli tiger, avoiding the sprinkled substance. In terms of practical combat experience, Liuli tiger is not weak compared to star spirit butterfly.
With two paws together, it caught the star spirit butterfly. Then it shredded it with its bloody mouth.
Star spirit butterfly. Fa Nanha was hit too hard and fell to the ground. Liuli tiger, isn't it weak at all? It's not weak at all.
And Zhao Jigang also reacted, but it was already too late. The rock-armored ape guard was being torn apart by 4 Liuli tigers.
Even though the rock-armored ape guard's defense and strength were much stronger than the Liuli tigers.
But fighting 4 at once, it simply couldn't defend. It was knocked to the ground and swarmed.
You all saved my rock-armored ape guard.
Zhao Jigang hurriedly begged the others for help.
Chapter 19, Su Qing's cooperation level is too high.
And Su Qing simply ignored him. Wan Kaixian innocently shrugged, I'm not the boss, don't look at me. At this time, Zhao Jigang thought of Long Chen. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke to Long Chen in a stiff tone, Long Chen, save my rock-armored ape guard. Originally, Long Chen was a bit inclined to save him.
But is Zhao Jigang like this? Forget it. He doesn't need to expend the effort.
He ignored Zhao Jigang's order.
Long Chen, do you want to die? I am brothers with Lu Deshao, do you believe I can have Lu Deshao kill you? Zhao Jigang was still threatening Long Chen.
Long Chen chuckled, I know you are Lu Yanrui's lackey, then you should let Lu Yanrui come to save you.
You!
Zhao Jigang's face turned red with anger. His fists were tightly clenched, creaking.
He really wanted to rush up and smash Long Chen.
But when he saw the giant tortoise next to Long Chen, he suddenly lost his courage. Seeing the rock-armored ape guard about to be bitten to death,
Zhao Jigang plopped down to his knees, Brother Long. Please help save my rock-armored ape guard. Long Chen smiled, if you had this attitude earlier, it would have been better? Zhao Jigang immediately felt a joy in his heart, you decided to help?
I said it was earlier, this attitude is already useless now.
Zhao Jigang's face immediately turned extremely dark.
Long Chen was playing with him. Wang Kaixian chuckled. You guys, so foolish, I told you long ago that Brother Long is a big shot, but you still didn't believe it and kept digging your own grave. Wang Kaixian continued, and just now, you and Fa Nanha clearly had the chance to save He Yu's swift shadow leopard, but you're so close, why just to stand by and watch? He was already standing far away from Su Qing.
But Fa Nanha and Zhao Jigang had deliberately run over to hide next to them. The nature of it is different.
Zhao Jigang was at a loss for words. My dad often teaches me a principle in being a person, if you want others to be generous, you must first be generous to them.
You can figure it out slowly. Wang Kaixian patted his wealthy pig.
Humph. The wealthy pig began to grunt. Under this enchanting sound, the movements of the Liuli tigers felt like they had slowed down. In the end, they stopped in confusion. Their eyes became noticeably clearer.
Now is the time. Wang Kaixian hurriedly reminded. Su Qing patted the 9-colored fox, and it immediately dashed out.
After a flash of swords and lights, a few Liuli tigers all had their heads severed.
The group gasped in awe again.
But now, the situation of the team had changed. He Yu's swift eagle leopard was on the verge of collapse. Zhao Jigang's rock-armored ape guard was devoured.
Fa Nanha's star spirit butterfly was also devoured. These 3 lost their qualification for the major exam.
They were taken away by the military. Only Yu Choying's green spirit treant, Long Chen's blood-pattern giant turtle, Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig, and Su Qing's 9-colored fox remained. According to the requirements of the major exam, this team, whether it's the beast masters or the beasts, cannot continue to sacrifice.
Otherwise, the whole team will be disqualified.
Yu Choying's face turned pale, as her spirit beast was merely support type and had no self-protection ability. If no one saves her next, she was doomed to die. Wan Kaixian comforted Yu Choying warmly, Choying, don't worry, there is a reason we are not saving them.
They brought this on themselves. Hiyu actually is an exception. I didn't expect her to have no experience, coming to the Forbidden Wasteland for the first time, just so reckless. In fact, Hiyu was a good girl. Sincere, genuine, willing to contribute to the team. It's just that everyone didn't react in time, and the Swift Eagle Leopard was already in dire straits. Longchen said, currently, we haven't found a single flag, it seems we need to go deeper. Su Ching nodded. She also became serious. She let Yu Choying stay close to her. Yu Choying felt incredibly honored. Longchen suddenly understood the significance of the team's major exam. You have to learn to protect your teammates. Otherwise, if your teammate is eliminated, you will lose your qualification too. The new principal of the Higher Beast Master Academy was truly a practical manager. Perhaps it should have been done this way long ago. Planting unity in every student's heart early on might be remembered for a lifetime, preventing failures like Fang Anha and Zhao Jigang. Whoosh bang! Suddenly, in the sky far from them, a small cluster of fireworks rose up, quickly dissipating in the air. This was the fireworks automatically released when a flag was taken. Designed by the examiners to increase the difficulty of the major exam. What? A small team has already taken a flag? Wang Kaixian was in shock. They had just suffered a major loss. Who was it? With such speed, could they be an immigrant team from another place? Wang Kaixian asked. I don't know, but it doesn't seem normal. Long Chen's expression was serious. Although their team had been delayed a lot of time by 3 waves of Liuli tigers. There must be teams faster than them. But with such a large forest and no clues, finding a flag so quickly was probably not easy. It seemed like they were heading straight for that flag. Otherwise, it couldn't be so quick. Long Chen began to suspect if someone was cheating. Maybe the other party has reconnaissance-type beasts or reconnaissance-type skills. With such a big event as the entrance exam, the chance of cheating is almost non-existent. When Long Chen turned his head, he noticed Su Qing was looking at him, seemingly already knowing his thoughts. Well, it was he who lacked insight. Long Chen awkwardly changed the subject. We need to speed up. Suddenly, Yu Choying looked at her green spirit trayant. At this moment, the green spirit trayant was inserting its vines into the ground. Faint green energy flows. The surrounding trees make a rustling swaying sound, as if responding to the green spirit tree monster. The existence of this spirit beast is quite special. It is a spirit beast formed from the essence of tree spirits, with a natural affinity for trees. Wait, the green spirit tree monster says there seems to be a flag ahead. Yu Choyo said. Wang Kaishuan's eyes widened. Wow. Your tree monster even has sensing ability? Isn't the tree monster usually just for healing and recovery? Yu Choyo felt her cheeks blush slightly under Wang Kaishuan's stare. My tree monster has a slightly different skill. Great. Wang Kaishuan's spirits lifted. Yu Choyo has pointed out a clear path for us, let's rush. Don't let others beat us to it. Wang Kaixian charged forward on his pig. This move looked as ridiculous as it could be. Long Chen and Su Qing also quickened their pace. When they reached a relatively open area, they saw a red flag stuck in the ground. Wang Kaixian turned back. Brother Long, your turtle defense is strong, why don't you go ahead and scout the way? Check for traps or anything? Long Chen raised an eyebrow. Su Qing's 9-color fox is quite agile, why not let her go? Wang Kaixian stuck out his tongue, feeling reprimanded. Big brother, do you think I dare to command Miss Su? Miss Su hardly acknowledged him the whole time. Besides, how could she possibly scout the way for them? Princess Su not being bossy enough to let others scout was already impressive. He had seen many princesses and princes from top noble families who wanted the whole world to revolve around them. They only wanted to enslave others. Where would they find the chance to be enslaved themselves? No worries, I'll go. Su Qing stepped forward. This left Wang Kaixian dumbfounded. It was as if he had witnessed the Big Bang of the universe. His eyes were filled with shock. Princess Su? Just because of a single word from Long Chen, she was willing to take the risk? Chapter 20, First Encounter with Lu Yanrui's team. Long Chen also didn't expect Su Qing to agree so easily. He reminded Su Qing, be careful, the position of this flag is a bit peculiar. Placed so openly here, I suspect there is a mechanism. Su Qing nodded. Then she commanded the 9-color fox to swiftly seize the flag. As soon as the 9-color fox stepped into the area ahead, the ground suddenly began to collapse. It was like a giant trap cover. The 9-color fox darted back and forth among the collapsing rubble. Finally, it returned to the ground, looking frightened. There was a feeling of escaping from the gates of hell. Then, a huge sinkhole appeared in front of the 4 of them. Very deep. At least a few hundred meters. The diameter was at least a few hundred meters. causing many surrounding trees to fall into it. My god, this is too harsh. Is this a major exam? Are you sure it's not murder?
Wang Kaixian was already stunned.
Below the sinkhole, there were sharp bamboo spikes. If one accidentally fell down, wouldn't they directly turn into a honeycomb?
The four of them were somewhat shocked.
Long Chen immediately asked Su Qing beside him, "Is the entrance exam this dangerous?"
This didn't seem like a trap made for students. It looked like a trap specifically set for spirit beasts was being used against students.
So ruthless.
Su Qing shook her head. I don't know, this is my first time participating in the entrance exam, and this year is the first year of reform, there are no previous cases to represent it.
Then how do we get the flag in the middle? Do we crawl from below? Wang Kaixian asked.
I think I can give it a try. Yu Qiuyo weakly raised her hand. Then she had the green spirit tree monster take root on the shore, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, then slowly extending its branches and leaves over. Although slow, it meant that people didn't need to go down.
Hey, with Qiuyo, we have the strongest support. So capable.
Wang Kaixian praised wildly.
This made Yu Qiuyo feel even more embarrassed. The branches extended over, gently wrapping around the flag and pulling it up.
Yu Qiuyo expressed a slight confusion. It's so loose, it feels like it was just casually stuck here.
Long Chen instantly had a sense of foreboding.
He glanced at Su Qing, and Su Qing looked at him as well. The two spoke almost in unison.
No fireworks. No fireworks. As soon as the words fell. Eat.
A sharp cry came from the sky.
A giant eagle descended from the heavens. It snatched the flag from the tree monster's branch,
then flew to a nearby big tree.
On that tree stood a few people. Long Chen frowned slightly. Lu Yanrui? This team was indeed Lu Yanrui and by Lily's team. Lu Yanrui sneered at Long Chen,
filled with disdain.
And beside Lu Yanrui was Bai Lily. She said joyfully, Long Chen, what did I tell you?
You must pray not to meet us.
If you do, we will skin you alive. And here you are, walking into the trap. Amazing. Long Chen paused, a bit surprised. This trap was set by you? How is that possible? This trap is so large.
It would take 3 to 5 dozen hunter teams, at least half a day, to dig it out.
But there are only a few of them. Su Qing also frowned slightly. She originally thought the chance of cheating in the major exam was low.
But now it seemed that Long Chen was indeed right. Before the major exam began, someone had already entered to set up. And the military, responsible for maintaining fairness in the major exam, had tacitly accepted their cheating behavior. Before the major exam started, the military must have secretly monitored the area, even conducted a thorough inspection of the spiritual beasts. It's impossible they didn't find such a trap. What on earth is going on with this year's major exam? After a little thought, Su Qing roughly understood what was happening. This trap was not set for us but for the immigrant students in the major exam. It's just that we happened to stumble upon it, Su Qing informed Long Chen. Long Chen was still a bit confused. Wang Kaixian also didn't understand. Looking shocked, he said, but isn't this still cheating? A young man beside Lu Yanrui scoffed. Lu Yanrui, no wonder you and Long Chen got together, you're so foolish.
Zhang Tao, what do you mean? Cheating is still your argument? Wang Kaixian retorted. Zhang Tao's family was quite wealthy. He was the son of the second richest family in Jiang City. The two of them were often compared, to see whose family was richer. So they usually had a lot of conflicts. But today was different. This was no ordinary conflict. This was a life and death situation. Yu Qiuyo weakly said, I think I understand now. This kind of cheating is allowed by the military. Wang Kaixian was still confused, so why allow cheating? I've never heard of cheating being allowed in the major exam. Long Chen said calmly, this is a test for the immigrant students. They played a little trick, thinking that moving to Jiang City to take the major exam would make it easier to enter a higher-level beast training school, but the school is very aware of their movements. So they deliberately allowed local candidates in Jiang City to use cheating methods against those immigrant candidates. Long Chen finally realized. Such a big trap, trying to dig it out without a sound under the military's watch was simply impossible. Combined with what Su Qing said, he understood the situation. Lu Yanrui looked lightly at Long Chen. Long Chen, although spiritual beasts are useless, they still have some brains. This trap was originally meant for the immigrant candidates, but since you triggered it, then you get eliminated. This will not waste our trap. Lu Yanrui declared Long Chen's fate. Bai Lily added, I want my good deed bird to personally kill you and your green-striped spirit turtle. Lu Yanrui nodded indulgently.
Bai Lily was delighted and immediately took the bird that had just snatched the flag and descended to the ground. That giant black bird was the good deed bird. Superb 2-star. Good at flying and reconnaissance. Originally not very good at fighting. But Bai Lily felt that teaching a super 1-star green-striped spirit turtle a lesson would be easy. Long Chen and his 3 companions had expressionless faces. Wang Kaixian immediately thought of something, hiding a wicked smile in his eyes, and then said with a kind face, "Bai Lily, I suggest you don't challenge Long Chen one-on-one?" Bai Lily thought Wang Kaixian was going to interfere with her one-on-one challenge with Long Chen. She had no confidence in fighting Wang Kaixian. So, she immediately cast a look of help at Lu Yenrui. Lu Yenrui coldly stared at Wang Kaixian. "Wang Kaixian, if you want to risk your life to protect Long Chen, I can help you." A huge fiery fox leaped down. It looked at Lu Yenrui with a dangerous gaze. Lu Yenrui understood the hint. He immediately turned around. "This has nothing to do with me, I was just trying to help Bai Lily. If you don't appreciate it, then forget it." "Ha! For my sake? Do you really think my good deeds bird will lose to the green-patterned spirit turtle? I will tear it into pieces." Bai Lily's confidence soared at this moment. She could finally step on Long Chen under her feet. Back when she wanted to offer herself to him, he actually rejected her. What is he even? Behind Long Chen, Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao's faces looked strange. Long Chen's turtle is not the green-patterned spirit turtle. Su Qing was not interested at all, closing her eyes and leaning against a tree, waiting for Long Chen to finish dealing with these matters. Chapter 21, Brutal Good Deeds Bird. "Long Chen, look at you now, so pitiful, living like a dog." Bai Lily looked down at Long Chen with contempt. It seemed like she had finally found a chance to mock Long Chen. "When you had the all-attribute beast control talent, weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you look down on everyone? Now, you're the most useless, this is fate's joke. What's the use of being good at studying? Now you still have to be a dog for Su Qing and Wang Kaixian? If not, why would they bring along a useless person like you?" Suddenly being singled out. Wang Kaixian and Su Qing exchanged a glance. Not sure what Su Qing thought. But Wang Kaixian was really about to snap. This needed to start soon. If Bai Lily keeps acting so ridiculous, he might actually laugh out loud. Bai Lily saw that Long Chen was unmoved and became somewhat angry. At this point, how dare he ignore her? "Long Chen, what do you think you are? Still acting so proud? Is this the place for you to act proud? Go die." The black good deeds bird suddenly launched a charge. Its hard claws were as sharp as knives. They could easily tear through hard iron. The people on top of the tree showed confident smiles. "Bai Lily, are you taking this too seriously? Long Chen's useless spirit beast is just an extraordinary 1-star green-patterned spirit turtle." Bai Lily snorted coldly, "I told you, I will torture and kill him." At this moment, Bai Lily had completely forgotten their friendship. She only wanted to kill Long Chen. Because Long Chen was her dark history. If she wanted to marry into a rich family, she had to eliminate factors that could ruin her image. Like her ex-boyfriend, Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes held a trace of complexity. Bai Lily. How did she become like this? Since it had come to this, there was no need to hold back. Snap. Long Chen snapped his fingers. The beast control space behind Long Chen opened. An incredible killing intent immediately spread out. The air suddenly became heavy. It felt like an invisible pressure was rapidly approaching. A wild, powerful aura filled the air. The ground even began to slightly shake. Wang Kaixian's heart immediately raced. His mood was extremely excited. "It's coming! It's coming! It's coming!" Long Chen's wild, brutal dragon turtle is about to make its appearance. Boom! A huge figure slowly walked out of the beast control space. Its steps were steady and powerful. Every step caused the ground to tremble. Its gray-black patterned body was rounded yet sturdy. Its skin was as hard as iron, shimmering with a metallic luster. Its gaze fell on the good deeds bird. It was a scrutinizing gaze, filled with majesty and power. Everyone was stunned. The scene fell silent for several seconds. Both sides were extremely shocked. Bai Lily was stunned by what kind of spirit beast this was? Didn't they say Long Chen bought a $5,000 discarded green-patterned spirit turtle? This one looks like a panda beast. But it is nothing like the cute and clumsy panda beast at all. What on earth is this? Lu Yenrui narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he did not contract the green-patterned spirit turtle? Is this a panda beast? Beside him, Oh Hao nodded. It should be a panda beast, but it doesn't look too good. It might also be a discarded one. They keep exchanging, all useless trash.
By Lily, don't be scared by its appearance, it's just a discarded one. By Lily nodded, that's right, it's just a discarded one, my virtuous bird will definitely tear it apart. On the other side, Wang Kaixian and the others stared in shock. Even Su Qing rarely opened her small mouth in surprise. The second contracted beast? Long Chen is already a dual spirit beast tamer? His mental power has reached 50? Damn! Wang Kaishuan's scalp went numb. Long brother, you are truly awesome. He really didn't pick the wrong person to support this big exam. It's stable. Su Qing cast a deep glance at Long Chen, recalling the time she practiced with Long Chen. Her 9-colored fox, as a top-ranking spirit beast, was growing at an increasing speed. But it was always beaten down by Long Chen's turtle. Now, Long Chen has become the first dual spirit beast tamer of this session. Such a growth rate. Yi. The virtuous bird lunged toward the rampage iron eater with its sharp claws. Its speed was extremely fast. This is the advantage of a flying spirit beast. Its speed is far higher than that of a land spirit beast. The sharp claws grabbed the rampage iron eater's shoulder, then it flapped its wings like crazy, trying to claw off a piece of flesh first. But the rampage iron eater's 4 or 5 meter tall body was as steady as a mountain. A hint of brutality flowed from its scarlet eyes. It grabbed the virtuous bird's delicate leg bone and slammed it down hard onto the ground. Bang! One slam wasn't enough, it slammed again. Bang! The ground cracked. The virtuous bird let out a cry of pain. Bai Lily's smile instantly froze. Then her expression was filled with shock. Each slam felt like a heavy hammer striking her heart. Liar, liar, how could your useless spirit beast be this strong? This is impossible. Bai Lily's body trembled, and she angrily shouted at the virtuous bird, hurry up and kill it, are you even worse than a discarded one? You evolved for 2 million yet can't compare to that poor guy's useless trash that he bought for a few thousand? The virtuous bird struggled desperately. But its strength was far from that of the rampage iron eater. It was soon knocked out by the rampage iron eater. But it wasn't over yet. The rampage iron eater released its grip on the virtuous bird's 2 feet, then with bulging muscles, it ripped the virtuous bird in half. Virtuous bird. At this moment, Bai Lily suddenly regretted pressuring the virtuous bird. Tears instantly gushed out, and she glared fiercely at Long Chen. Long Chen, you killed my virtuous bird, I won't let this go with you. Her harsh words were not finished. The rampage iron eater actually, in front of everyone, stuffed the virtuous bird's body into its mouth. Its sharp steel teeth chomped down, crunching it up. Gulp, gulp, it swallowed it down. Burp. The rampage iron eater burped, spitting out a mouthful of black feathers. Its eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Fresh. Su Qing frowned slightly. The bloodthirsty spirit beast was in a state of losing control. At this moment, provoking the spirit beast would be very dangerous. Lu Yanrui, perched on the treetop, wore a mischievous smile. This spirit beast is already a low-quality, easy-to-control discard. It could enter a state of chaos at any time. Now acting recklessly, does he really think he won't be the beast master killed by a spirit beast? The frenzied iron eater slowly turned its head. Its fangs were still stained with the blood and flesh of the kind-hearted bird. Everyone was so scared they could barely breathe. Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuying covered their eyes with their hands. The frenzied iron eater raised its paw. Then it scratched its own head, shrank into a ball, and grinned foolishly. The others were dumbfounded. Such a ferocious frenzied iron eater. In front of Long Chen, it appeared so silly? Chapter 22? Foster mother, Chener, it's dangerous. Like a student who has made a mistake, every small movement revealed humility and regret. Everyone was shocked. As beast masters, they understood very well. To have such high obedience from their spirit beasts. How high must the compatibility be? Long Chen and the frenzied iron eater walked up to Bai Lily. Bai Lily was trembling with fear. Long Chen. What do you want? Long Chen looked down at Bai Lily with disdain. Seeing you like this now, I feel sad for you. Then Long Chen walked past Bai Lily. He confronted Lu Yanrui and the others atop the tree. Lu Yanrui, your trap almost killed us, shouldn't there be an explanation? Long Chen asked with a grin. Lu Yanrui's expression darkened slightly. It was just a matter of killing a kind-hearted bird that was not good at combat, not worth your arrogance. Enough, Lu Xiao, no need to waste words with this person, I'll kill him. Zhang Mang volunteered excitedly. He summoned a giant ape demon. Boom! It jumped down heavily. Its stature was as large as the frenzied iron eater. Another rock-armored ape guard. But this rock-armored ape guard was obviously taller than Zhao Jigang's. It should have better qualifications.
Thus, the evolved effect was even more outstanding. Zhang Mang arrogantly said, I know Zhao Jigang joined your team, but my rock-armored 8 guard is not the same as that useless one. My rock-armored 8 guard has top-quality qualifications, just relying on this qualification, it must enter the top 30 of the yellow ranking, far superior to your discard spirit beast. Long Chen dug in his ears.
Why so much nonsense? You're next, right? Long Chen snapped his fingers. The frenzied Iron Eater immediately charged at the opponent. Rock-armored 8 guard, show the discard what a real frenzied giant beast looks like.
Zhang Mang was full of fighting spirit. My rock-armored ape guard has a strength of 160, and the giant ape spirit beasts are inherently more powerful in combat than the panda spirit beasts, it will definitely overpower his panda beast. The two hefty beasts, 4 to 5 meters tall, collided together. That brutal, visceral exchange of blows was shocking to watch. But as they fought, everyone began to feel something was off.
Zhang Mang's rock-armored ape guard was so strong.
A strength of 160 was comparable to an armored vehicle.
But how could it be evenly matched with Long Chen's panda beast? A fair fight? Someone joked, Zhang Mang, could it be that your rock-armored ape guard can't even beat his panda beast? Zhang Mang couldn't hold his temper and cursed. Nonsense. My rock-armored ape guard is far superior to that discard.
But even though Zhang Mang spoke stubbornly, it was still difficult to determine a winner in a short time.
Zhang Mang was pushed to his limits.
Gritting his teeth, he immediately equipped the rock-armored ape guard.
Others immediately growled low, are you crazy?
Equipping gear at this time, if the examiners see it, you'll be judged as cheating. Zhang Mang hesitated for a moment. Lu Yanrui said lightly, don't worry, if the examiners come, I'll explain for you.
Since they allowed us to set up traps. It's only natural for us to equip spirit beasts, isn't it? With Lu Yanrui backing him. Zhang Mang immediately grew bold.
With a swipe, a beam of light was thrown onto the rock-armored ape guardian.
The rock-armored ape guardian was instantly wrapped in armor. There were even spikes on it. Wang Kaixian saw this and immediately shouted, hey! Are you addicted to cheating? You've even used the spiked armor? Quick fight, quick win. Lu Yanrui said. Yes. Zhang Mang immediately commanded the rock-armored ape guardian to attack violently.
The spikes on the spiked armor prevented the violent Iron Eater from getting close, forcing it to retreat step by step.
Wang Kaixian was anxious. He hurriedly asked Su Qing, should we help Brother Long? Su Qing said lightly, no need, have you forgotten he has that turtle?
Wang Kaixian immediately recalled this. Oh, I was overthinking, once Brother Long's barbaric tyrant turtle makes a move, even 10 layers of spiked armor won't help.
The barbaric tyrant turtle was a nickname Wang Kaixian gave to the blood-marked barbaric turtle.
Long Chen sneered, you really are shameless.
Since that's the case, don't blame me. Long Chen snapped his fingers again. The violent Iron Eater let out an earth-shattering roar. Its claws, wrapped in tearing power. Its expression became even more ferocious, all the flesh on its face bunching up like a savage mutant.
The heavy claws furiously struck the spiked armor. Even though its claws were already bloody and mangled, its body was covered in wounds. Blood poured out from its injuries, soaking its fur in red. But the violent Iron Eater never retreated. On the contrary, its movements became increasingly swift, its attacks more furious. The rock-armored ape guardian could not hold on any longer. Every time it was hit, it would be pushed back. Even through the spiked armor, it coughed up blood when struck. In the end, the rock-armored ape guardian was forcefully slammed against a tree. The spiked armor shattered, revealing its crushed chest. Zhang Mang sat down in despair on the treetop. How is this possible? How could my rock-armored ape guardian lose to this waste's rejected product? Then Zhang Mang watched helplessly as his rock-armored ape guardian was gutted by Long Chen's panda beast, blood flowing everywhere. The panda beast was once again covered in blood, wearing a look of great satisfaction. And everyone was so shocked by this battle that they couldn't move. Su Qing was once again astonished. She had never seen such a ferocious fight. Nor such a fearless spirit beast. The bond and obedience it had with Long Chen were simply unmatched. Aside from its poor appearance and extreme bloodlust, this was simply a perfect spirit beast. How did Long Chen tame it? Su Cheng was now filled with curiosity about Long Chen. Outside, the parents were extremely anxious. The number of light points in the big exam area was continuously decreasing. This meant students were being eliminated one after another. The specific reasons for elimination were unknown. Some managed to come out alive. Others were sent out as nothing but piles of leftover bones. This signified the danger of the big exam, beyond imagination. The parents were filled with dread. Among the crowd, Long Chen's adoptive mother anxiously awaited.
This child hadn't even told her the exam rules had changed. Changed to such a dangerous way. But it was also her fault, as she had basically been in the hospital for the past month. It was time to pay the hospital fees. She had thought the hospital would rush them out. She had already packed up. But the hospital said Chinner had paid for the next phase of treatment. And even renewed it for next month. But where did Chinner get the money? She immediately inquired at school to find out. Only to discover that Chinner had actually bought a rejected spirit beast for 5,000. Then behind their backs, came to participate in this extremely dangerous practical exam in a forbidden zone. Chinner, you must not have an accident. Her adoptive mother could not stop the tears from flowing. A disdainful voice came from nearby. I said long ago, give up unrealistic thoughts, and just live well in your lower class life. Still insisting on delusions. The adoptive mother turned around. She saw a group of elegantly dressed people. At the forefront was Long Jinbong's current wife, who was Chen Er's stepmother. You are still in Jiangchang? The adoptive mother was very unfriendly towards this woman. The woman chuckled lightly. Of course, after all, it's not easy to get the big exam immigrants settled in Jiangchang. To repay me, they are willing to do anything, The adoptive mother was momentarily stunned. Then a chilling feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Chen Er is in danger. Chapter 23. The situation became complicated. In the jungle. Long Chen looked at Lu Yenrui. Now it's your turn. Such a disdainful attitude. It made Lu Yenrui extremely angry. What are you? Dare to look down on me like this? Lu Yenrui's forehead bulged with veins. His red flame fox also began to flex its claws. Its tail was ablaze with fierce flames, releasing extremely high heat. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from afar. The people beside quickly reminded Lu Yenrui, Brother Lu, the patrol is coming soon, we better hurry, or we'll get caught. Lu Yenrui made a cutting motion across his throat towards Long Chen. Long Chen, I actually hope you don't get eliminated easily, survive until the end, and I will deal with you myself. After saying this, Lu Yenrui and the remaining four turned to leave. They vanished deep into the jungle. Su Qing suddenly said, let's go too. Wan Kaixian was confused, why? Long Go-1 drove them away, why do we need to run? Su Qing did not answer him, she was already walking away. And Long Chen also passed by him riding a raging iron-eating beast. Hey! Long Go, why are you running? With such a big trap left here, we can't explain ourselves, it's better to avoid the risk of being caught by the patrol. Wan Kaixian quickly grabbed Yuqiu Yuan and rode away on the pig. Lazy pig, the name is lazy. But it didn't run slow at all. I still don't understand, wasn't this trap built with the patrol's tacit approval? Didn't they already consent? It's not consent, but rather they turn a blind eye, as long as we don't really fall into their hands. Wan Kaixian shrugged, alright, but it's a pity we didn't capture any flag. I just saw Lu Yenrui's team already has 3 flags, and we haven't even got one. At this rate, do we still have hope? Buzzing. Drones flew overhead. There were also several figures swiftly moving through the jungle. They were the patrol sent by the military. They would take away the eliminated by Lily and Zhang Mang. From their agile movements, they were at least 4th tier. Strongmen at the sergeant level. To maintain order in the big exam, the military really spared no expense. They seemed to have sent a considerable number of powerful fighters. It seemed the overall safety of the exam was guaranteed. But Long Chen looked deep into the jungle. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition. In the depths of the jungle, a small team had just disarmed a trap. They had obtained a flag. Why are there traps in the exam venue? What does that mean? A double ponytail girl riding a unicorn complained, they said it's easy to take the exam in this small place, but I didn't expect cheating could still happen. Next to her, a youth in splendid attire smiled and said, it doesn't matter, it's just to ensure the locals here have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning, it doesn't affect anything. For us, this level of trap is just child's play. That's true, after all, we are the top 30 elites from Huacheng. Huacheng is more than 10 times larger than Jiangcheng, any one of us could easily overpower the top geniuses here. You're right, so we need to pay attention to the other 2 teams of exam immigrants, one seems to be from Yangcheng, and the other is from Linjiang City. The captain of this small team was a red-haired youth. The young man's hands already held information about 2 other big immigration teams. A young man with short hair asked in confusion, why do the candidates from Linjiang City need to come? Linjiang City is the capital of Linjiang Province. It is the #1 city in Linjiang Province. It is at least several hundred times more prosperous than Jian City. The candidates from their place are all elites among elites. Furthermore, their resources are top-notch as well.
Even without attending a higher beast taming academy, they don't need to go through all this trouble with their resources.
The red-haired youth sneered. This just shows that even in Linjiang City, there are insignificant ants, not worth mentioning.
In the team, a guy as fat as a pig held a large pork knuckle in each hand. He ate with grease shining all over his mouth.
Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, "Bro Chi, are we ants too?" The red-haired youth's domineering expression instantly froze. He immediately looked as if he had eaten something disgusting. Everyone's expressions became quite interesting. Each one of them desperately tried not to laugh out loud. The girl with twin ponytails on the unicorn burst into laughter. "Fat pig, we aren't from Linjiang City's big place. Although Huacheng is 10 times more prosperous than Jiang City, it's still just a slightly bigger border town, so we aren't aimless ants."
"Oh, I see." The fat pig guy continued munching on the pork knuckle.
On Long Chen's side, they finally found a flag. At the moment the flag was pulled out,
a burst of fireworks shot into the sky. They exploded in the sky, creating a point of light that was neither too big nor too small.
This flag actually has a mechanism. Is there no way to leave people a chance to survive? Wang Kaixian cursed as he rolled up the flag. This is to increase the difficulty of the assessment.
If there are other small teams nearby, they will immediately know we've taken down the flag, and they might come looking for us.
Long Chen took the flag. Now, the importance of this flag was equivalent to life. Clearly, the flag wasn't so easy to find.
Fortunately, among them, there was an auxiliary beast taming master like Yu Qiuyo. She sensed the position of the flag.
Otherwise, finding a few inconspicuous flags in such a large area would be like finding a needle in a haystack.
"Alright, let's go,"
Long Chen said. But Su Qing didn't move, looking ahead. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked. Su Qing pointed ahead. "There are people over there, didn't you notice?" "Teacher Long Chen."
"There are people over there."
Long Chen gazed.
Suddenly, all the hair on his body stood up.
What did Su Qing call him just now? Teacher?
This title. Previously, during the practice with Su Qing, Su Cheng mistakenly thought he was the teacher from Beast Taming Class 1. So she always called him teacher, and he enjoyed it so much that he didn't clarify.
When he first showed his blood-patterned barbarian turtle, Su Qing had clearly discovered his true identity. But since Su Qing didn't say anything, he pretended that they didn't know each other.
But now, Su Qing suddenly called him teacher. This scared him so much he felt his heart tremble. Longchen cautiously glanced at Su Qing and found she was looking at him with a slightly resentful gaze.
Ahem. Su Qing, you're being too polite. Is that so? Teacher? No need to call me teacher. Why not?
Teacher. At this moment, Longchen felt both guilty and very pleased. Being called teacher by such a super beautiful girl with a sweet voice.
Which man in the world could resist such charm? So powerful and adorable. Wang Kaixian suddenly interjected, "Can you two stop flirting? Those guys seem to have a lot of hostility towards us." Wang Kaixuan's words made the two people blush instantly. Who is flirting? Who is flirting?
They almost simultaneously chided Wang Kaixian.
Wang Kaixian looked puzzled. This isn't flirting? Is anyone playing a subtle game here? Are they trying to feed him dog food? A small team emerged from the jungle.
This team was one of the immigration squads for the great exam. They held 2 flags in their hands. Leading the team was a strong young man.
Behind the young man followed a huge black bear.
When the black bear appeared, it gave people a feeling of overshadowing the sun. It stood at least 10 meters tall.
Wang Kaixian exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this cheating?
With such a big size, are you sure it's not an exceptional 3-star spirit beast?" Generally, a 2-star exceptional spirit beast is at most about the size of Long Ji's panda beast, around 5 or 6 meters tall.
But this one is at least 15 meters, right? Long Chen recognized this giant bear.
It was the ironclad violent bear. A 3-star exceptional level spirit beast. Using the beast identification, the description of the ironclad violent bear says, it has a massive body and solid muscles.
Its skin is as hard as steel.
Covered in black fur, it shines with a silver luster. Its claws are sharp as knives, able to easily tear apart the toughest objects. There are protruding bone spurs on its back and shoulders. This increases its defense power.
Its basic strength is around 1100. There are age restrictions to participate in the great exam.
One must be under 18 or within that year. To protect beast masters, the country forbids contracting spirit beasts before the age of 18, when mental and willpower maturity is still developing. Only when school notifies that one can contract a spirit beast can one proceed with the contract. Once caught violating the rules, one's qualification for the great exam will be cancelled. So, having a 3-star exceptional spirit beast at this time. Either the person is extraordinarily gifted, or they are illegally evolving. With such strength, the person should have passed the great exam anywhere. But why go to this remote little city? It's obvious that the other party is illegally evolving. Using some special means to avoid detection of the spirit beast's bone age, they aim to illegally evolve and enter a high-level beast master academy. However, Long Chen suddenly remembered. These people seem to be the team that exchanged glances with the Long family before entering the exam area. Indeed, the few people were all staring at him. Brother Bear, it's this kid, right? If we deal with him, we'll have completed the deal, right? A tall young man next to the big guy asked. The burly young man stared at Long Chen for a moment, then directly told Su Qing and the others, "We are looking for him, it has nothing to do with you, step aside, and I won't move against you." Su Qing completely ignored him, treating his words as if they were invisible. Wang Kaixian sneered, "Big guy, are you brain dead? Can't you see there are only 4 of us? If we lose another person, we'll be eliminated." The burly young man frowned, "Then we can all die together." The ironclad violent bear came charging over with heavy thuds. Li Yi ordered the frenzied Iron Eater to go up. But the huge size and power gap made the frenzied Iron Eater topple over instantly. The few people were horrified. This is a 3-star exceptional spirit beast. So powerful. It's simply not on the same level as a 2-star exceptional spirit beast. Long Ji's panda beast could easily bully Zhang Mang's rock-armored ape guard. But now it was like a sandbag kicked away. The sense of fear instantly surged. Yu Chouyue's pretty face turned pale in an instant. Immediately, the ironclad violent bear charged toward Long Chen without any hindrance. 9-color fox. Su Qing gave a short and urgent command. The swift figure of the 9-color fox jumped in front of the ironclad violent bear. The 9-color fox looked even smaller. But the 9-color fox immediately unleashed its innate skill. Tailblade plus fire slash. The fiery tailblade was incredibly sharp. It left dense cuts on the solid chest armor of the ironclad violent bear. It managed to block the ironclad violent bear. The burly young man was slightly surprised. No wonder it's a spirit beast ranked 33rd on the heavenly list. With just a 2-star exceptional beast, it could inflict sharp cuts on the 3-star ironclad violent bear. But then, the burly young man showed a mocking smile. The 9-color fox is strong, but it's only a 2-star exceptional. To defeat my ironclad violent bear, it seems very difficult, but... Quaixiang's smile became colder. Immediately after that, 2 extremely fierce auras appeared again. One was a thunder horn lion, flickering with arcs of electricity. The other was a phantom water giant elephant, flowing with rippling water patterns. These 2 spirit beasts, just like the armored bear, are all extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts. Even Long Chen suspected that this team was made up entirely of illegal evolvers. Completely illegal. How did they mix into Jiangcheng? Or rather, who helped them sneak into Jiangcheng? What kind of powerful figure could it be? The entrance exam for higher education. It is of utmost importance to the country. Anyone who interferes with the entrance exam will face very serious penalties. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. Is it that woman from the Long family who helped you mix into Jiangcheng? Quaixiang said calmly, "You don't need to guess this, just know that someone doesn't want you to leave the exam site alive, and that person is someone you cannot offend, so I advise you to accept your fate honestly." Accept fate. Long Chen murmured and then rubbed his ears. Recently, people keep telling me to accept my fate. But what are you? What did you say? Quaixiang frowned. Someone told me, your family is a pauper, we even know you bought cheap eliminated spirit beasts. But you should know that beast tamers are built with money. All attribute beast taming talent or something is of no use. So in our eyes, you are just an ant unwilling to accept your fate. What can you do now besides waiting to die? Your useless spirit beast is nothing before my armored bear. As soon as Quaixiang's words fell, a creaking sound came. It felt like something very hard was being chewed. The crowd searched for the source of the sound. Then someone pointed in horror at the furious iron-eating beast clinging to the back of the armored bear. The ferocious iron-eating beast that was covered in blood after being hit was actually gnawing on the iron element back armor of the armored bear. Moreover, during the gnawing process, the wounds on the furious iron-eating beast were healing. And the strength of the furious iron-eating beast was rapidly soaring. It seemed to enter an even more furious state. This. How can the panda beast eat iron? It was already very strange for the panda beast to grow to this size. Now, it can even eat iron? What a joke!
Is this some peculiar eating habit of eliminated spirit beasts? Armored bear, throw it off. The armored bear shook violently. But the iron-eating beast's claws were tightly hooked inside the armor. It couldn't be shaken off at all. The furious iron-eating beast's momentum surged. Its eyes turned even more blood-red, staring at the back of the armored bear's head, exposing its fangs, revealing a chilling smile. Just now, it was you who kicked me away, right? Iron Fist Storm. Activate. Chapter 25, Massacre of the Entire Team. Creak, creak. The furious iron-eating beast continued to gnaw at the armored bear's armor. And it was swallowing iron at an astonishing speed. In less than a minute, it had almost completely devoured the armored bear's steel-back armor. Quaixiang's eyes widened like cow's eggs. His body stood frozen as if under a binding spell. The expression on his face was nothing short of spectacular. He was utterly stunned. These armors were the strongest defense of the armored bear. Without these armors, the armored bear's indestructible defense would falter. Even high-powered armor-piercing bullets could not penetrate the armored bear's chest and back. It ensured its undefeated status in battle. The armored bear's fur was not very strong in defense. Quaixiang's pupils trembled. Not good, quickly stop that panda beast, don't let it keep eating iron. Quaixiang could no longer remain calm. He shouted loudly. But it was already too late. The furious iron-eating beast had consumed a large amount of iron. The conditions for Iron Fist Storm had been met. The muscles on his body were developed to an unbelievable level. It felt like he had an endless amount of strange strength all over. Clenching his fist, he seemed to transform into a master-level martial artist, an iron beast. Bang! 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 Violently hammering the armored violent bear's back. Every punch was so heavy, like drums beating in an empty mountain, producing a deafening thunderous sound. The armored violent bear was without the layer of steel armor behind it for protection. It was being hammered by the iron beast with iron fists, skin torn and flesh shattered, bones bent and deformed. Roar! The armored violent bear roared in pain and anger. Although the ferocious attacks from the iron beast caused it great pain, its strength was much greater than that of the iron beast. All the strength in its body erupted at that moment. Muscles tightened, veins bulged. It wanted to shake the iron beast off. But the iron beast's attacks never stopped. One punch after another, like a storm. When the iron blood fury was unleashed, iron elements became the fuel for the iron beast. As long as the iron elements were not lacking, the iron beast could keep attacking madly. But the armored violent bear was covered in steel armor everywhere. So the iron beast first ate the back armor, then the waist armor. After finishing the waist armor, it moved to the leg armor. After eating the legs, it turned to the belly to eat the chest and abdominal armor. Its sharp teeth were born to restrain steel. It could only be said that the armored violent bear was extremely unlucky. The opponent it met was too restraining of its advantages. The burly bear was completely broken. His armored violent bear. Oh, it was gnawed into a bare flesh bear. Blood was everywhere. And there were punches from the iron beast all over. Its bones all over its body were shattered countless times. Until the armored violent bear was hammered to kneel on the ground. Then the iron beast pierced through the armored violent bear's chest with a claw, crushing its heart. Its huge body, over 10 meters tall, crashed to the ground, creating a pit upon impact. Breathing in but not out, life quickly flowed away completely. The crowd was silent as a grave. K-Bear could hardly believe it. His armored violent bear had actually been killed by a supernatural 2-star spirit beast. The entire burly body fell to the ground. His dream of entering a high-level beast taming academy was shattered. How could this be? What on earth was the opponent's spirit beast? Did the general's wife not tell them it was just a retail of waste products? Brother Long, you are simply too amazing. Wang Kaixian admired Long Chen to the point of being speechless. A supernatural 2-star crushing a supernatural 3-star, unprecedented in history. Even Su Qing could not help but nod. Indeed. She initially thought Long Chen's second spirit beast would be somewhat weaker because he must have spent most of his resources and energy on that turtle. But unexpectedly, it showed such powerful combat strength. Even felt stronger than when she first saw that turtle. And Su Qing could not help but observe the iron beast. Both of Long Chen's spirit beasts had one trait. Their obedience to Long Chen was extraordinarily high. Even when their bodies had already suffered extremely serious attacks and injuries. They never seemed to have thought about retreating. What strong obedience this was. How was this achieved?
Countless beast tamers dream of having their beasts maintain a higher compatibility and greater obedience with them.
Even if just increasing by 1%, they would pay a huge price. How was this achieved? Oink, oink. Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig sounded its oink. This sound seemed to come with a magical charm,
making the spirit beasts of the illegal evolution team begin to become somewhat sluggish. Although it was very difficult for a supernatural 2-star to affect a supernatural 3-star. But Lazy Pig was ultimately the number 1 spirit beast on the yellow list. It had once stayed on the mysterious list for a long time. However, Lazy Pig's combat strength basically belonged to the level of being very weak. But with this ability to make opponents lazy, there is such a high ranking. It also shows how twisted this ability is. Long Chen glanced at Su Qing. Eliminate them. Su Qing nodded. She also didn't plan to hold back anymore. The big exam immigration is inherently a violation of regulations. And this small team actually all evolved illegally.
They even aimed to kill the local candidates in Zhengcheng. Then they are not worthy of sympathy. The 9-colored fox's fire-slicing tail knife swung again.
It drew a series of red lines in the air,
avoiding the strongest defensive parts of the spirit beasts.
It precisely sliced towards the opponent's weakness. HH. After a few slashes, 2 extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts were decapitated by the 9-colored fox.
Long Chen couldn't help but gasp in cold breath. Why does it feel like Su Qing has become stronger? Or rather, she was harsher than during training. It seems that not only the blood-patterned barbarian tortoise held back during training. The 9-colored fox also held back.
At this moment, the 9-colored fox maneuvered effortlessly between several extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts.
Its agile body was incredibly graceful.
The 9-tail knives slashed fiercely again.
Another 2 extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts were decapitated.
In the blink of an eye, this overconfident illegal evolution team had already lost 5 spirit beasts. On the other side, Long Chen also summoned the blood-patterned barbarian tortoise. Together with Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig and his own violent iron-eating beast, they took down the thunder horn lion and the illusory water giant elephant. The illegal evolution team's spirit beasts were all sacrificed.
Kuei Xiong and others were filled with rage, gritting their teeth and roaring. Long Chen, you ruin our plans for promotion, you're dead. From now on, it's not just the Long family that wants to kill you. When we get out, we will use all our connections to hunt you down all over. Until we tear you to pieces. Long Chen suddenly looked at Kuei Xiong.
His eyes were extremely cold. Kuei Xiong's body began to tremble uncontrollably, because he saw the killing intent in Long Chen's eyes.
Long Chen smiled and asked, without spirit beasts, are you sure you can live to leave? This is a forbidden zone, a place where anything can happen. Why you want to do what? Kuei Xiong panicked. You can't kill us. Long Chen smiled, but you originally wanted to kill me.
Kuei Xiong hurriedly used his watch to notify the patrol exam to come over.
Others did the same.
As long as the patrol exam arrives, Long Chen can't kill them.
Chapter 26? Halfway through the death. Long Chen glanced at Wang Kaishan and Su Qing. Su Qing turned and left without saying anything. Wang Kaishan also understood and took Yu Qiuyao, following closely behind Su Qing. Yu Qiuyao whispered to Wang Kaishan, will Long Chen really kill those people? Yu Qiuyao's face was somewhat pale.
For her, students killing people was a very distant matter. She always felt that was something only adults would do. Wang Kaishan smiled and shook his head, no, Brother Long just wants to protect them before the patrol exam arrives. As soon as Wang Kaishan finished speaking, a series of heart-wrenching screams broke out from the forest behind,
making the corners of Wang Kaishuan's mouth twitch. Yu Qiuyao's delicate face turned even paler. This is protection?
Wang Kaishan felt awkward, not knowing how to explain. However, Brother Long is really ruthless. This way of dying sounds just brutal. Then, Long Chen quickly caught up on the violent iron-eating beast.
Su Qing glanced at Long Chen, but said nothing. The 3 of them didn't ask Long Chen anything. Everyone knew in their hearts.
Furthermore, it was actually the other party who wanted to kill Long Chen first.
Wang Kaishan smiled and said, now we have 3 flags.
Long Chen held 2 bloody flags in his hand, smiling and nodding.
A few patrol examiners arrived.
They were completely horrified by the scene before them. 7 extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts, either decapitated or brutally killed. And the 7 beast masters were almost unrecognizable, barely discernible as male or female, nothing else was visible.
What a ruthless method. Was it done by other candidates? A female patrol examiner felt like she was going to vomit. Beside her, a middle-aged male examiner's face was serious.
Clearly, this is a forbidden evolution team, their combat power should be among the top in the candidate teams, yet all members are dead and brutally killed. This means the opponent's strength is greater. To be honest, this year's candidates' strength already exceeded their expectations. They felt that if they were to inspect, facing a team of Beast Masters alone, they might not even win against them. The Beast Masters and Spirit Beasts have all been wiped out. This is already the 7th team to be completely wiped out. Could it be the same team that did this? As the examiners talked, a shocking piece of news broke. 7 teams, nearly 50 people, not a single Beast Master or Spirit Beast survived. Currently, the casualties in this major exam have exceeded half. More than in any previous major exam. The main reason is that this year, the higher Beast Master academies changed the examination method. From the safer school exams of the past to the current uncontrolled forbidden zone exams. Even though they dispatched 5 times more examiners than in previous years, such a vast area still cannot be fully inspected. Some teams took advantage of this loophole and began to slaughter other student teams. The middle-aged examiner's expression was stern. This matter must be reported as soon as possible. Let's see how the supervisor decides. Outside the exam hall, the supervisor looked at the big screen, where half the dots were already gone, and her expression was somewhat dazed. How can so many people be dead? This area had already been cleaned several times by the military in advance. It was almost impossible for wild spirit beasts that students couldn't handle to appear. So this means, a candidate team is specifically hunting other candidates. Their goal is not just to pass the exam. It's to kill all of their competitors. Supervisor, should we terminate the exam? The deputy quickly asked. The parents are starting to cause a ruckus. The supervisor glanced at the parents crying out loudly. The parents watched as the red dots on the big screen dwindled. And their child's name also faded. Instantly, they collapsed in despair. What's going on? In previous major exams, though there was danger, it was limited to one-on-one combat. Spirit beasts might die, but students wouldn't. The principal of E-Beast High rushed over in a hurry. Upon seeing so many student names darkening, his expression changed in shock. Something big has happened. The sky was about to fall. He quickly went to question the supervisor. The supervisor calmly said, Mr. Principal, we've sent 20 examiners in, but the exam area is too large. We are doing our best to understand what's happening. Immediately stop the exam. Let all the remaining students come out alive. The principal yelled angrily, puffing up his cheeks. Stop the exam? The supervisor sneered, if we end the exam now, everyone will be disqualified. Who will take responsibility for this? Can you bear the responsibility? The principal was stunned. These students had been looking forward to this day for many days like it was a year. If their exam qualifications were revoked, it would indeed be unfair to those students who had hopes of passing the exam. The principal anxiously gazed at the exam area. You must survive, students. In the crowd of parents, the foster mother was nervously watching the big screen. Names were disappearing one by one. The number of red dots had already decreased by nearly half compared to the beginning. Around Chen Er's name, almost all the other names had darkened. She was so anxious her face turned pale, her body weak. Afraid that the next moment, Chen Er's name would also fade. Longchen, that bastard seems to have good luck, still alive till now. The lady of the Long family had a somewhat fierce expression. She saw that the team she arranged had all their names darkened. They were all dead. How did they die? In the exam area, something must have happened. She looked disdainfully at the foster mother, but don't get too pleased, right now the exam area is a meat grinder. Those who, like Long Chen, have survived on luck alone will soon fall. Pay attention to his name, for it will not be long before it disappears from the big screen. It won't happen. Chener, he will definitely survive. The adoptive mother's voice was filled with tears. Lady Long whispered in the adoptive mother's ear, you don't know, do you? I arranged a team of illegal evolution inside, all with extraordinary level 3-star spirit beasts. I originally planned for them to eliminate that worthless Long Chen, but now they are dead too. If even such a powerful team can die, do you think Long Chen, with that discarded extraordinary level 1, can survive? Boom! The adoptive mother felt as if her soul had been suddenly pulled away, her body collapsing limply to the ground. Her eyes widened, staring intensely at Lady Long. The shock in her eyes surged like waves in a storm, crashing over and over against her heart, making her body tremble continuously. Stunned into immobility by this cruel reality. Even the entire team with extraordinary level 3 stars couldn't survive? What on earth happened in the examination area? Chener. The adoptive mother desperately tried to rush into the examination area. But she was firmly blocked by the military. The adoptive mother sank to her knees in despair, crying bitterly. Lady Long watched this scene with immense comfort. This was the result she wanted. Although it wasn't her people who personally eliminated Long Chen. But it didn't matter. As long as Long Chen was dead. She wanted her son to become the only legitimate heir of the Long family. No one could be her stumbling block. Chapter 27, Targeted by the Ceiling Board. Long Chen and the three others wove through the jungle. Yet half a day passed without finding a single flag. They had searched a quite large area. But it felt like the flags were deliberately hiding from them. Even Yu Qiuyao's waist couldn't sense the direction of the flags. Long Chen suddenly stopped. I think we need to change our thinking. At the beginning, the chief examiner only said that the team that collects 8 flags could achieve victory. But he never said how many flags there actually are. So is it possible that the total number of flags is 8? Otherwise, why that number? Wang Kaixian suddenly froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. Yeah, why 8 flags? Clearly, each team has 7 members, why is it 8 instead of 7? Su Cheng nodded. If your guess is correct, we have 3 flags in hand, and the remaining 5 flags are likely concentrated in 1 or 2 teams, and they are looking for us. Wow, the atmosphere suddenly got tense. Wang Kaixian said a bit smugly, but we are different from the other teams, we just eliminated a team with illegal evolution, all with extraordinary level 3 spirit beasts. If anyone encounters us, they're really unfortunate. Long Chen glanced warily around. The ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. He voiced his thoughts. I think the situation is a bit special, have you all noticed? Not only have we not found any flags, but we haven't even encountered other candidate teams. Do you find that normal? Yu Qiuyao suddenly raised her hand weakly. Actually, I just noticed this as well, but I thought you all knew, so I didn't say anything. Wang Kaixian paused, then glanced around. It felt incredibly eerie. The rustling sound of the wind through the trees sounded lonely. It seemed like there was hardly anyone in the entire area, just the few of them left. Unconsciously, they drew closer to Long Chen. Long bro, what exactly is going on? Long Chen took a deep breath. Since earlier, a bloody smell has permeated the air. The smell grew stronger, something must have happened in this testing area. A sudden tightness gripped everyone's hearts. But isn't there a patrol monitoring the exams? What could possibly go wrong? The patrol can't cover every single detail. It's the first time they're facing such a large exam, and they might get fooled. So what should we do now? I can't die. I'm the only heir of the Wang family. If I die, my dad has so much money, and no one will inherit it. Wang Kaixian really began to wail loudly. The lazy pig beside him joined in the lamenting. It sounded like 2 pigs were crying out together. Outside the exam hall, Wang Eugene, who lived a life of riches, rushed over urgently. He quickly asked his subordinate watching over here, what's the situation? I heard many students have died? Wang Eugene was the richest man in Zhangcheng. It said that if he exchanged all his money for gold, he could build a mountain of gold. But he only had one son, Wang Kaixian. So, Wang Eugene spoiled Wang Kaixian greatly. He had thought that nothing major would go wrong this time. His child was among the exam candidates, even if he wasn't the best, he was among the top tier. Plus, he didn't put too much pressure on Wang Kaixian. After all, they had lots of money, whether or not he got into a prestigious Beast Master Academy. Of course, getting in would be the best scenario. Based on his assessments from past years' admissions, it should be about the same this time. But this year, the exam rules changed drastically. And those immigrants might have found loopholes to exploit. So, he had reminded Wang Kaixian. Never push yourself, if things look bad, just admit defeat quickly. Don't risk your life just to get into the elite Beast Master Academy. But what was this kid doing? Why wasn't he admitting defeat quickly? Now, with less than a third of the names still lit up in the exam hall, most of the names darkened were basically eliminated. If he waited any longer, it would be his son's turn. What is going on? Who are Kaishuan's teammates? Have they all been eliminated? The subordinate immediately reported back to Wang Eugene. Before entering the exam hall, the young master teamed up with a few people, including a girl named Zhu Miss Su Cheng, and Long Chen. Their names are still shining. Su Cheng and Long Chen? Wang Eugene paused for a moment. Those two were both prominent figures in the top Beast Master School. Miss Su Cheng goes without saying. She was one of a kind in this new batch in Zhangcheng. Even compared to the exam immigrants, she surpassed them without question. So, this was definitely a powerful ally. Didn't expect his son to be so clever. He actually got Miss Su Cheng into his team. But what about Long Chen? Long Chen, although he was rare like Miss Su Qing, being an all-attribute beast master, was also a star at school, his fame comparable to Miss Su Qing.
But the problem is, Wang Eugene felt a severe headache.
I heard Long Chen's family is very poor and bought a discarded spirit beast. Bringing someone like that into a team only lowers the level.
In this situation, every candidate group wanted to stand out. Not every person could be as strong as Miss Su Qing. At the very least, there should be no weaknesses. A single shortcoming could ruin the entire group. His son really wasn't smart in this aspect.
The surrogate mother beside him heard Wang Eugene's words. Her already pale face now looked even worse. Meanwhile, Mrs. Long sat on a luxurious chair. Someone held a parasol for her, while another fanned her gently.
Laughing hysterically, praising Wang Eugene.
Wang Eugene, you are right, having Long Chen join any candidate team only lowers the quality of the team. No matter who is in the team, it is of no help, and will only drag the whole team down with him.
Wang Eugene looked to the side. He saw that the other person had an even bigger presence than him. He couldn't help but start to think deeply.
Recently, he had indeed heard some rumors. It was said that the demon lord of Linjiang Prefecture, General Long Jianbang's wife, had come to Jiangcheng. Such a big figure is truly a ceiling-level presence for this small Jiangcheng. And she was a top-tier figure among the ceilings.
So Wang Eugene immediately asked with a flattering face, why has Madame Long come to this examination site? Is it not because she is worried about a junior taking the big exam?
I wouldn't say it's concern for me, I just want to witness the end of that unworthy life of his.
Wang Eugene's mind was racing. He immediately thought of something. Long Chen's surname is Long. Could the rumors in the streets actually be true? Does Long Jianbang have an illegitimate child secretly raised in Jiangcheng?
So this Madame Long traveled thousands of miles, actually wanting to see Long Chen die before she could feel at ease and leave.
Thinking of this, Wang Eugene's heart instantly turned cold. Isn't this the end?
The person being watched by such a top-tier figure
was actually in the same team as his son. Chapter 28, Whoever is anxious first, loses. It was already a very disadvantageous situation, now it seemed even more hopeless. Wang Eugene even doubted.
At least one or two of the 3 examination immigrant teams that came here
were personally arranged by Madame Long.
And they owed such a big favor to Madame Long. They would certainly do something for the Long family.
Like killing Long Chen.
The more Wang Eugene thought, the more terrifying it became, and he felt dizzy and couldn't stand straight. A steward behind him hurriedly supported Wang Eugene.
In a low voice, he said to Wang Eugene,
"Sir, I think you can try to trust the young master's judgment. He let Long Chen join the team for a reason. In fact, before the big exam, grandfather asked me to investigate a matter. Miss Su Qing had posted a long-term task in the guild, recruiting spirit beast practical trainers, and only those who are of the same rank as their spirit beasts. That task attracted 12 beast masters in total. And they were all outstanding among the extraordinary tier 2, but they all failed, and it is said that even the spirit beasts bled in Miss Su Qing's house. However, after one beast master accepted the task, Miss Su Qing took back the task from the guild." Wang Eugene frowned slightly. He instantly understood what the steward meant.
Are you saying that there is actually an extraordinary tier 2 spirit beast in Jiangcheng that can compare with Miss Su Qing?
But Wang Eugene immediately dismissed, "This is impossible, Miss Su Qing's spirit beast is ranked 33 on the heaven list, who can match it at the same rank?" The old steward glanced meaningfully at a name on the big screen.
Wang Eugene followed his gaze to take a look. Immediately, his pupils constricted.
His entire body felt electrified, being crazily struck from top to bottom.
Then from bottom to top, piercing through. He became stiff like a wooden block. His breathing became rapid. Is it really him? But he bought a rejected spirit beast, didn't he? However,
although he didn't know what happened in between. But if there was a Miss Su Qing in his son's team, along with a Long Chen who was on par with Miss Su Qing,
plus his son. What the hell? Wang Eugene suddenly felt everything made sense. No wonder his son's small team lasted until now.
Also no wonder his son, such a timid fellow, hadn't surrendered yet. It turns out there were experts in the team. Wang Eugene immediately stood up, no longer acting so recklessly as before. There was now some expectation on his face.
What if his son really got into a high-level spirit beast academy? Then the old Wang family would really be thriving. Brother Long, can we hide here? In the jungle.
Long Chen and his team hid in the grass.
It was quiet ahead.
And the surroundings had already darkened. The night in the barren wild felt truly eerie and terrifying.
It should be fine.
Besides us, there might be at most 2 or 3 other teams that can possibly win. The rest of the teams are either eliminated or have not a single flag.
And those teams looking to collect flags will be frantically searching for people, so whoever panics loses when we see them. They are in the light while we are in the dark. The initiative is in our hands. Long Chen whispered, analyzing the situation. Wang Kaishuan's eyes were filled with stars. Brother Long, you truly deserve to be called a top student. You're amazing. On the side, Su Qing, who didn't want to lie flat on the ground, said lightly while leaning against a shadow. Of course, after all, he is teacher Long Chen. Long Chen instantly felt embarrassed. It seemed this matter would not easily pass. Women are indeed petty. He had only been her teacher for 3 weeks. Was it necessary to hold on to this so tightly? Wang Kaixian had a knowing expression. Though he didn't understand what was going on, he felt it was exciting. The roles of student and teacher. This seemed like a new flirtation? Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, there were some sounds coming from the jungle ahead. The few of them immediately held their breath and focused. Then a flower emerged from the opposite bushes. But flowers can't walk, so this was a shadow flower spirit. Similar to Yu Qiuying's tree spirit. The shadow flower spirit rooted itself in the ground. Its petals slightly opened, as if welcoming the little bit of moonlight. The cold light of the moon sprinkled down, forming drops of dew on the petals. Those droplets flowed into the center of the flower's core, instantly transforming into wisps of smoke. It looked like the flower was releasing a huge amount of spores. But the quantity was overwhelming. It was like a giant chimney. Long Chen furrowed his brow slightly. What was this shadow flower spirit? A wild spirit beast or someone's tamed beast? Suddenly, Yu Qiuying thought of something and quickly said. I remember the shadow flower spirit has a skill that lets it put surrounding enemies into a deep sleep by releasing spores. What? Long Chen and the others immediately realized something was wrong. But by the time they noticed, their bodies were already affected. A wave of drowsiness surged over them. Especially Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuying, who felt it most acutely. Not only did their muscles feel incredibly loose, even their eyelids could barely be lifted. In contrast, neither Su Cheng nor Long Chen showed any obvious reaction. This kind of mental toxin attack had a more pronounced effect on those with weaker mental strength. And his mental strength had reached 50. This was a legitimate level for a second-tier spirit beast master. While the students participating in the great exam should have 99% of them as first-tier spirit beast masters. Even those immigrant candidates were the same. Because it was too difficult to improve mental strength. If he hadn't had access to the ancient realm training ground, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach this level. So naturally, he wouldn't be greatly affected. But why did Su Qing have no reaction at all? Long Chen glanced back at Su Qing. Suddenly, he had a guess. Could it be that Su Qing's mental strength also reached 50? Or did Su Qing also have her second spirit beast? Rustle, rustle. The bushes on the opposite side rustled again. A few people walked out from within. They looked unfamiliar. They should be from one of the 3 immigrant candidate teams. Chi-ge, do we need to be so cautious? The leader of the team was a red-haired young man. And the one who asked him was a crew-cut guy beside him. Chi-ge replied calmly, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially based on what we just encountered with that small team. Jiangqing doesn't seem to be all trash. The girl with twin ponytails rode a unicorn, saying disdainfully. Speaking of that small team, they even sold us the location information of candidates from their own city. That's really sinister. Chi-ge chuckled, it's normal, the lower you are, the more you will devour each other. Everyone wants to pass the big exam. Once you reach that level, all your previous relationships and connections can be discarded. So they naturally won't talk about any student feelings at this time, because in the future, they might be from 2 different worlds. Chapter 29 Another team for the big exam immigration. Under the thicket. Long Chen frowned. Has someone exposed their location? Who? The first thought in Long Chen's mind was Lu Yenrui's small team. So far, they had only encountered 2 teams. One team had already been wiped out by them. The other team was Lu Yenrui's small team. So only Lu Yenrui and his team had this possibility. Sure enough, back then, they risked being discovered by the Invigilator and had to take them out. Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyo were already drowsy. Only Long Chen and Su Qing remained. Long Chen glanced at Su Qing but said nothing. However, nearly a month of practice had formed a tacit understanding between them. With just a look, Su Qing immediately understood. The 2 quickly drew closer to each other. Silently. Especially Long Chen. After more than 20,000 hours of practical training in the ancient world training ground, he had already gained mature experience. Silently sneaking through the jungle. and Su Qing followed behind Long Chen, watching his skilled movements. She was very surprised. Long Chen was like an experienced old hunter. He was on a completely different level from their kind of newbies. Su Qing only needed to mimic Long Chen's movements, stepping where he stepped. She could also make no sound at all. This was real skill. Without 3 to 5 years of specialized training, there was absolutely no way to have this technique. These big exam immigrants wouldn't have thought. At this moment, the hunter and the prey had already exchanged identities. The young man with the buzz cut looked around. Shigu, do you think that small team will have a flag? It could just be an ordinary team that has probably been wiped out by other teams already. Shigu coldly replied, we have to test it out. With only 8 flags, if we want to win, we can't let any team slip away. Understood. The buzzcut guy quickly sharpened his eyes, searching for traces. Oh, at. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the jungle. The few of them immediately became alert. The bushes began to shake faster and faster, feeling like a big creature. Be careful. Shigu warned. Then he froze. What crawled out from the bushes was an injury-laden turtle beast. The cracked shell and the red substance that looked like blood in the cracks. It looked so miserable. This turtle crawled very slowly. But turtles, as spiritual beasts, have always been known for their slow speed. The few of them sighed in relief, and Shigu said, it's okay, it's an injured turtle beast. But this turtle beast is so big. The girl with twin ponytails exclaimed. It's normal, in the wild, there are many mixed, eliminated, and mutated spiritual beasts, so it's not strange how they look. This spiritual beast won't pose a threat to us, just ignore it. Shigu didn't take this turtle seriously. Who would be afraid of a turtle? Besides, a turtle with a blood-cracked shell is even less noteworthy. Are you looking for us? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind several of them. It was very sudden. The few of them immediately turned around and saw a young man. Beside him stood a giant spirit beast that looked like a panda. It looked dirty, as if it had gone through a fierce battle. The few didn't act hastily. Instead, they first observed the surroundings. The other party definitely couldn't appear alone, there must be team members lying in ambush nearby. No need to look, you were taken down by your flower demon. Long Chen spoke up. Shigu was a bit confused. Then why haven't you been taken down? He questioned. Is your mental strength really that strong, even exceeding 50 points? Not really, Long Chen replied sincerely. You should know quite well that even for you big city exam takers, your mental strength can't reach 50 so quickly. I'm just a bit special. This made Shigu even more puzzled. He suddenly became very interested in this native exam taker from Jiangcheng. Why are you so open with me? What do you want? The nearby crew-cut youth immediately said, Shigu, why waste words on this guy? We just need to eliminate him. As long as he doesn't compete with us, that's enough, right? Shigu shook his head. He said directly in front of Long Chen, his spirit beast seems to be a mutated panda beast, its strength should be quite impressive. Among the native exam takers from Jiangcheng, he should be among the top. I'm very curious why someone like him doesn't choose to ambush us but instead exposes himself. Then Shigu looked at Long Chen, smirking a bit sinisterly. Now I've thrown my question out. You should answer me. I will decide how to deal with you based on your reply, so you better think carefully before speaking. Long Chen didn't hesitate and answered directly, it's simple. I realized the power of you big city exam takers and felt I had no hope of winning. But I also don't want my enemies to win, so I want to join you. Shigu frowned slightly. Your enemy refers to whom? Lu Yanrui, you probably don't know him. His spirit beast is a crimson flame fox. Shigu and his companions exchanged glances. Wasn't that the team they had just encountered, which had some conflict but neither side gained an advantage? Although they didn't take that pair of flags from the opposing side. But the other side did provide them a clue, saying there was a student team in this direction, holding a flag. He was still puzzled why they provided them this clue. So it turns out they had enmity. A lot of things could be explained now. At least there's no logical error. In fact, this cooperation could work. Lu Yanrui's team had decent strength. They should be in the first tier of Jiangcheng's student teams. Even for them, it would be difficult to gain an advantage. And the person in front of him also had considerable strength. If he joined, perhaps the odds would be a bit greater. But Shigu couldn't easily trust Long Chen. He retorted, how can I trust you? Well, you should have those iron shackles used for spirit beasts, right? You can put them on my mutated panda beast. Mutated panda beast, you really are honest, revealing everything. Shigu nodded at the nearby crew-cut youth. The crew-cut youth immediately took out 2 heavy iron shackles. They were made of specially crafted metal. Even two powerful armored vehicles pulling them in the opposite direction would not break the shackles. So there was no worry about being broken free by a 2-star extraordinary spirit beast. As the crew-cut youth put on the shackles, he felt a bit unnerved being close to the ferocious iron-eating beast. What on earth is this thing? It really is somewhat unusual. No wonder Chi-Go decided to cooperate with this person. How can there be such a character among the Jiangcheng natives? Once the shackles were secured, Chi-Go and the others completely relaxed. Alright, now tell me how many people are left in your team? Chi-Go continued to ask. There are. Longchen was about to speak. But the twin-tailed girl's white unicorn immediately sensed something. She turned around sharply and saw that the battle-scarred turtle had actually approached them. Chi-Go, could that turtle cause us trouble? Chi-Go simply glanced at it casually. Nothing to worry about. Chi-Go didn't even doubt that this turtle was a spirit beast belonging to other beast masters in Longchen's team. Even so, it doesn't matter. This turtle's fighting power is clearly far weaker than that of the locked-up mutant panda beast. He didn't believe the other side would willingly let a stronger spirit beast lose its fighting ability just to make them lower their guard. Chapter 30, The Exam Went Wrong. Furthermore, it is already surprising that there is someone who can remain awake under the hypnosis of the Shadow Flower Demon, and there can't be a second person. But just as the words fell, Longchen glanced at the blood-marked barbaric turtle. The blood-marked barbaric turtle immediately understood, aiming fiercely at the Shadow Flower Demon and biting up. With a terrifying biting force, there was a crack. The Shadow Flower Demon was snapped in half like fragile straw. From the broken part, black juice gushed out like blood, emitting a nauseating stench. Ah! My Shadow Flower Demon! A girl with long hair instantly turned pale. She wailed and fell to the ground. The others, including Chi-Go, were also greatly shocked. Because all of this happened too quickly. Counterattack! Chi-Go immediately gave the command. But the blood-marked barbaric turtle's action changed from a slow usual pace. In an instant, it became swift and decisive. The rage instantly surged. The blood-red patterns on the blood-marked barbaric turtle's shell shimmered with a blood-red light, flowing quickly like living creatures. Blood burning. Longchen hesitated not at all. He directly activated the blood-marked barbaric turtle's innate skill. These few people were not weak, so he had to unleash all his strength to seize the opportunity. The basic strength value of the blood-marked barbaric turtle was already close to 1,000. Looking at strength alone, it was almost against the extraordinary 3-star spirit beast. After the triple enhancement of the blood-dying skill, its strength surged to nearly 3,000. Its speed also skyrocketed to over 1,500. So at this moment, the blood-marked barbaric turtle no longer looked like a turtle. It was completely a killing machine with full power. The blood-marked barbaric turtle turned its head and bit towards a cyan blue and white elephant. Although the cyan blue and white elephant also had outstanding strength, it was still only an extraordinary 2-star. At most, its strength value should be around 700 or 800. So it was bitten to death by the blood-marked barbaric turtle in just a few moments. Blood splattered everywhere. It was incredibly bloody. The surrounding air became heavy with the killing intent of the blood-marked barbaric turtle. Chi-Go and the others were completely stunned. This turtle before them was completely beyond their imagination. It even used the tiger-like spirit beast's unique pounce to explosively kill an iron-tailed silver wolf. A turtle-type spirit beast using a tiger's pounce. Chi-Ge's eyes nearly split. His eyeballs were almost about to pop out. Just as the blood-marked barbaric turtle lunged towards another spirit beast, the girl with twin tails immediately had her unicorn charge toward the blood-marked barbaric turtle. The unicorn's large horn knocked the blood-marked barbaric turtle a few meters away. Longchen gave a deep look at the twin-tailed girl. This unicorn was no ordinary creature. Its strength was surprisingly strong. It was much stronger than an average unicorn. Could it be the Xianguan unicorn ranked 27th on the Xian list? On closer inspection, this unicorn had pure white, flawless fur. It gave off a pure and noble aura. The unicorn radiated a mysterious glow, as if it had a mesmerizing power. Its forehooves stepped upon a faint light, resembling a divine beast descending from the divine realm. It really might be the Xianguan unicorn. The identity of this twin-tailed girl was not simple. This kind of spirit beast might be worth tens of millions. She was the strongest among this group, aside from the red-haired one. Chi-Go was almost furious. He calculated for a long time and still fell into the trap. You damned guy, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Chi-Ge's spirit beast was a flame-winged fire lion. Its crimson fur resembled burning flames. A pair of small fiery wings grew on its back. Although it was still childish now, looking rather small, It could be anticipated that if evolved to a certain degree, it might have the ability to fly.
The flame-winged fire lion had strong and powerful limbs. The claws are sharp, able to easily tear through the enemy's defenses.
The tail is long and powerful, burning with an eternal flame at its tip. It is a fierce spirit beast species. Longchen slightly furrows his brow.
Now another spirit beast species ranked 15th on the yellow list has appeared. As expected from an examinee from a big city.
They are indeed more impressive than those from Jian City.
The flame-winged fire lion and the Xianguan unicorn close in on the blood-patterned barbarian turtle simultaneously.
Chigo and the twin-tailed girl are determined to win.
They believe they can surely win. But suddenly, a firelight quickly swept through the air. It accurately slashed at the Xianguan unicorn. The Xianguan unicorn reacted very quickly, raising its neck to dodge this tail strike.
But another tail strike followed.
This time the Xianguan unicorn could not evade and had to use its strongest and most solid horn to defend.
Clang!
The tail strike instantly severed the Xianguan unicorn's horn. The twin-tailed girl's pretty face turned pale.
How is this possible?
Chigo was also stunned, immediately looking towards the newcomer. When Su Qing's perfect face appeared before them, Chigo and the others stared in shock.
Oh my god!
What a beautiful girl! The twin-tailed girl was also very shocked.
Simply stunning beyond comprehension.
She certainly does not look like a local from a small place like Jiang City.
That innate noble aura is definitely not something one can possess just with an extremely outstanding appearance.
It's okay, don't panic, we still have the advantage on our side. The opponent only has 2 spirit beasts, and 1 spirit beast is currently out of combat.
Chigo looks toward the furious Iron Eater.
The scene he saw made his eyes widen. This mutant panda beast is actually eating the specially made steel shackles. The shackles that even a heavy high-torque armored vehicle cannot break. Yet this mutant panda beast is devouring it with pleasure.
Crunch, crunch.
It chews off piece by piece and swallows it down.
In an instant, the furious Iron Eater had broken free.
Now the situation has turned into 3 against 4.
But the opponent's spirit beasts are clearly stronger than theirs. Moreover, the opponent has a spirit beast ranked 33rd on the sky list. The 9-color fox. What kind of strange creatures are we encountering today? This is really baffling. Chigo truly regrets it now.
He shouldn't have listened to that Lu Yenrui's words. To provoke this student team. It turns out he has been used as a pawn by Lu Yenrui. This team is likely the first tier of Jiang City's local student teams. Lu Yenrui himself lacks the confidence to defeat them. So he let them come to drain this team's strength.
What a despicable guy.
Chigo pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Brothers, how about this? Actually, we don't have any grudge against you, we are all just fighting for flags. If you insist on battling us, you might not gain much advantage, we can directly give you the 2 flags we hold. Then we'll go find Lu Yenrui to take him out, he wants to use our hands to deal with you, and I don't like being used, so I want revenge, is that okay?" Longchen thought for a while, then nodded.
Okay.
The situation is somewhat unclear, and it is indeed not wise to fight desperately with this team. If they are caught by another team, they would regret it even in their dreams.
Good, refreshing. Chigu also provided some valuable information.
I am becoming more and more interested in you, but I must remind you, although your team is strong, there have been many problems in the big exam, many people have been eliminated, either defeated or half of the squad casualties. We haven't figured out the specifics yet, but there's definitely a problem with this big exam, so be careful. Chigo and his group gave their 2 flags to Longchen before leaving. Su Qing's pretty face showed a hint of seriousness. It seems the big exam really has issues.
Yeah, obviously, but since there are so many invigilators, how could there be any problems?
Longchen couldn't figure out which part had gone wrong.
Su Qing also shook her head. Then the 2 went to wake up Wang Kaixian and Yu Yue, adding the 2 flags from the red-haired team.
They now had 4 flags. If the entire exam venue had only 8 flags in total, then they had already obtained 4.
No matter what, they would be targeted by other teams.
So the urgent task was to continue lying in ambush, this might be better. But they couldn't take that risk. What if the total number was not 8 flags, but 12, or even 16, or more? While they waited here, others might have already gathered the 8 flags and obtained their admission quota.
So Longchen decided to take the initiative.
He was different from others, he had a reason to pass the college entrance exam. Seeing Longchen's attitude so positive, Wang Kaixian was naturally happy. Although his dad had no expectations for him. But why not take a shot, just in case? Now they were very close to passing the college entrance exam. They just needed the last 4 flags.
Maybe defeating the next team they encountered would mean they could gather them. Su Qing didn't say anything, her goal was to pass the college entrance exam. Yu Qiuyue wouldn't object either. She was a support-type beast master. To reach this point, she was completely carried by her teammates. If there was really a chance to pass the college entrance exam, she would naturally be very excited. So the four of them unanimously decided to take the initiative. Outside the exam hall, the sound of parents crying was becoming more and more dense. Hearing this made the other parents feel uneasy. Now 2/3 of the names on the big screen had gone black. Some students were eliminated because their team's numbers had decreased by more than half. So they had to give up the exam. They originally felt quite regretful, but upon hearing about many teams being completely wiped out, they immediately felt that they were pretty lucky. At the same time, their parents also felt fortunate. It's good to be alive. Many parents' children came out with nothing but a pile of bones. How tragic. The adoptive mother looked at the big screen. She had been anxiously waiting for a day and a night. She longed every moment for Chun'er to come out. Even if eliminated, it would be fine, as long as he came out. What she feared most was him not coming out. Madame Long had already waited impatiently. What's going on? How could Long Chen, that wild seed, survive for so long? She gritted her teeth and glared at the big screen. The longer Long Chen stubbornly lived like wild grass, the more uneasy she felt inside. Only when she saw Long Chen's corpse could she leave this godforsaken Jian city with ease. The chief examiner and several joint examiners were in a meeting. The chief examiner suddenly focused on the list of surviving students. His gaze quickly locked onto the immigrant team taking the exam. The changes happening in the Jiang City exam area made the immigrant team the first to suspect. The adjutant reported. Team leader Zhang, currently among the 3 immigrant exam teams, the one from Linjiang City has seen all its members die. And the deaths of students in the exam area are still occurring, so they can be ruled out, they are victims. The team from Huacheng just lost 3 spirit beasts and is on the verge of being eliminated. But the team from Yangcheng is still at full strength. The chief examiner pondered, still at full strength? How many teams are still full? Only the Yangcheng immigrant team. The chief examiner's eyes suddenly glowed with intensity. Immediately have the invigilators in the venue closely monitor the Yangcheng team, report any suspicious activities to me at once. Yes. Then the chief examiner continued, contact Yangcheng and inquire about the situation of these students, I want to know their details. Yes. Everyone, stay alert, we might encounter a major disaster, respond fully. Yes. The chief examiner stood up. A strong and bloody aura of killing immediately surged from him. Dare to commit such acts in his Dragonflame Shadow Special Forces examination zone. No matter who the opponent is or what their purpose may be, he would not spare them. Soon, specific news came back from Yang City. Indeed, several candidates had migrated to Jiang City to participate in the big exam. Originally, this answer basically eased the chief examiner's doubts. But the head of the academy in Yang City said that the candidates who arrived were not outstanding at all in Yang City's Beastmaster High School, and could barely be considered average. The chief examiner frowned slightly. Although Yang City is much more developed than Jiang City. But the weakest students in Yang City wouldn't be very strong either. Why have they stayed until now? And they are still the only full team. This is even more unusual. Next, the person in charge from Yang City said. Not long ago, there was a riot involving the ancient beast church in Yang City. Whoosh! The chief examiner instantly felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet, rushing straight to the brain cortex. The other members of the Dragonflame Shadow Special Forces also instantly changed their expressions. The other high-ranking officials from Jiang City present. When they heard the words ancient beast church, their faces paled instantly. A strong sense of fear left their minds blank. The ancient beast church. One of the biggest villain organizations among humans. Their organizational emblem is a totem formed by the outline of ancient fierce beasts, with an eye in the center, symbolizing a desire for ancient power. Their purpose is to revive ancient fierce beasts. Restore the natural order between humans and fierce beasts. But in reality, they want to use the powerful strength of fierce beasts to break the current world order and establish a new order under their rule. To achieve this goal, they spare no means to collect all kinds of methods to revive ancient fierce beasts, even digging up anything useful related to ancient fierce beast bones and fur from all over the world. Besides that, they have one more goal. To eliminate human beast masters. To stop spirit beasts from being tamed by humans, allowing the spirit beasts to slowly regain their wild nature. In short, they are a horrifying organization with unforgivable evil. This operation is too much like the style of the ancient beast church. The principal immediately said, time is of the essence, please stop the big exam. There are still over 50 students alive, otherwise, the foundation of Jiang City's Beast Masters will suffer severe damage.
The chief examiner instructed the staff to consult the parents' opinions. The big exam is very important, it is the top priority of the country every year. If they interrupt the big exam because of their thoughts, causing students who originally had a chance of passing to miss their opportunity. They also need to see if the parents agree.
Suddenly, a parent shouted frantically.
If the big exam is stopped, then let my son unconditionally enter a higher Beast Master Academy.
My daughter too. We have given everything for our children.
He has barely made it this far and has a great hope of passing the big exam.
Chapter 32, Has the exam supervisor fallen too?
Although some parents agreed, many also disagreed with halting the big exam.
Because every family was looking forward to this day.
They had sacrificed too much.
For parents, even failure is better than being stopped by external intervention. Stopping the big exam is acceptable.
Just let their children receive admissions.
Otherwise, it's out of the question.
They still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter.
The military also could not let news about the ancient beast church leak out. This was just speculation for the moment.
If it spread, it would inevitably cause panic.
If there turns out to be no ancient beast church involvement, then they would have to bear enormous responsibility.
So the big exam must continue. The principal sighed in despair,
looking at the vast examination area, hoping that the ancient beast church was just their guess. Long Chen and the others began to speed up their search for the flags after dawn.
They passed by a place. This place was filled with the corpses of spirit beasts.
There were even bodies of beast tamers left half-eaten.
The smell of blood was even stronger than the first time Long Chen went to Su Qing's training ground.
Yu Qiuliao saw a person's head, tied by their hair, hanging from the top of a tree.
The blood from their neck had already drained, and a string of blood scabs had fallen from a scar the size of a bowl. She immediately got scared and hid in Wang Kaishuan's arms.
Wang Kaishuan was also frightened.
His fat legs were shaking. But the most shocked were Long Chen and Su Qing. Because they had seen this team before.
It was Brother Qi's team.
The head that was cut off and tied to the tree belonged to the girl with twin ponytails.
The spirit beast was a 27th ranked Xin-like unicorn.
Just 3 hours ago, they had parted ways.
And now, all 4 members of the team were dead?
Brother Qi and the other two's corpses were incomplete. It felt like they had been tortured to death.
Long Chen, Lu Yanrui's team is that strong?
Su Qing asked. She didn't think Brother Qi's team was that weak. Not to mention, with Brother Qi's flame wing fire lion and the girl with twin ponytails Xianlight unicorn, their combat power was very strong. They were definitely among the best among the candidates. Logically, they shouldn't have been one-sidedly tortured.
Long Chen shook his head. It's not necessarily Lu Yanrui's team.
They might have encountered another team, and that team might be related to the disappearance of many candidates.
Wang Kaishuan asked in a trembling voice, Does that mean we could encounter them too?
Yes, so we need to be careful.
Long Chen and the others quickly left.
Then they saw a patrol passing by them.
The patrol stopped and walked towards them. Hey, have you seen a team of candidates from the big exam migration?
The patrol directly asked them.
No, we haven't seen anyone.
What's up?
Long Chen answered. The patrol gave Long Chen a deep look, then asked Su Qing and Wang Kaishuan, You really haven't seen anyone?
The 3 shook their heads.
They signaled that they hadn't seen anyone.
The patrol stared at the 3 of them for a while, and a shadow of darkness flashed in his eyes. It was very secretive.
Then he smiled and said, Okay, if you didn't see anything, then forget it. I wish you all the best in the big exam. You all look like you have a good chance of winning. Good luck. The patrol left. Long Chen and Su Qing exchanged a glance. Then they immediately took Wang Kaishuan and Yu Qiuliao and left.
The 2 of them still didn't understand what had just happened. Long Chen said, That patrol just now has a problem.
Do you remember before the big exam started, the chief examiner said patrols don't interact with candidates?
That's the rule for patrols. But that patrol just took the initiative to ask us questions. But what does this prove?
Maybe the patrols have also noticed something strange about the big exam and are trying to investigate what's going on.
Although it was only for a moment.
An ordinary person would definitely not notice. But Long Chen and Su Qing's mental strength had reached 50 points.
Their perception was unusually sharp, and they immediately caught the subtle anomaly.
That patrol had hostility towards them.
On the other side, the patrol slowly walked out from the jungle. He looked in the direction where Long Chen and the others had left. His eyes were extremely gloomy.
He took out 2 walkie-talkies.
One of them was for communication among the patrols.
In theory, each patrol only had one walkie-talkie. But he had two. He put away the one for the patrol communication. Then he turned on the other walkie-talkie.
Coordinates 1231, 3234, there's a 4-member team with 4 flags.
Come quickly.
A lazy voice came from the other side. Okay, thanks. The patrol hesitated for a moment. I've helped you so much, and now the patrol team has found out about you. I'm taking such a big risk.
Will you keep your promise? Of course, after the big exam ends, your family will be released and you'll get a large sum of money.
Alright, you must keep your word.
Long Chen and the others quickly navigated through the area.
Finally, they saw a student team. And it was from Jiangcheng Beast Tamer School. The other party was like a startled grasshopper, nearly ripping off their watch to forfeit upon seeing them.
Zhou Tong? Wang Kaixian immediately asked, how are you all doing? I heard there were many casualties?
Zhou Tong felt relieved when he saw it was Wang Kaixian.
In school, their relationship was quite good.
Yes, we were almost scared to death. There were nearly 200 students who came in, but now this jungle is completely silent.
Wang Kaixian continued to ask, did you encounter any incidents? Why are there only 4 of you left?
Zhou Tong hesitated for a moment. The few of them exchanged glances.
Zhou Tong shrank his body and lowered his voice. Actually, we didn't actively conflict with other teams, we even took detours the whole way.
But we accidentally saw 2 teams fighting, and the scene was terrifying. That big exam immigrant team was extremely ruthless, they directly tortured and killed Lu Chanxian's team.
It was horrifying.
When we planned to quietly retreat, we were spotted by them and chased for a long distance.
Zhao Wan, Lu Yi, Lin Hui, they were separated while running. I feel they are in great danger.
The other 3 members of Zhou Tong's team trembled just thinking about that scene.
Which immigrant team? Long Chen asked. Zhou Tong replied, I think it was from Yangcheng. Yangcheng?
Long Chen was surprised. Among the 3 big exam immigrant teams, Yangcheng seemed to have the weakest strength and the lowest presence.
They were not prominent figures from Yangcheng. Just a few stragglers, hoping to try their luck in Jiangcheng. But they were so strong? Are they violating evolution rules? Long Chen continued to ask. Violation of evolution.
I'm not sure, but their spirit beasts are very strange.
What's strange about them? It just feels. Zhou Tong suddenly pointed at Long Chen's ferocious iron-eating beast. Like this one, it feels a bit crude and very savage and bloodthirsty.
Their obedience to the Beastmaster is very low, and the Yangcheng team controls them very cautiously.
Chapter 33, Average Ancient Ferocious Beasts. Su Qing and the others didn't really catch any effective information. But Long Chen's body shook. Similar to his own spirit beast?
He knew what condition his spirit beast was in.
That means the Yangcheng team has average ancient ferocious beasts? That's somewhat terrifying. By the way,
a girl in Zhou Tong's team raised her hand.
I saw a symbol on their shoulder. The design is of a ferocious beast's outline with an eye in the middle. I don't know if it's what I think it is, but I think it's unlikely.
Wang Kaixian murmured, outline of a ferocious beast, with an eye in the middle.
Long Chen's eyes instantly widened. Somewhat horrified, the people of Yangcheng are so fierce? Students can actually get tattoos? The school doesn't care?
Everyone felt embarrassed.
Is this the main point of concern? Su Qing suddenly pressed on, are you sure the symbol you saw is an outline of a ferocious beast, with an eye in the middle?
Yes, I'm sure, because it looked quite scary, so I remember it clearly. Su Qing's pretty face suddenly turned serious.
Long Chen noticed something, what happened? Is there something wrong with this tattoo? This totem symbol represents an organization called the Ancient Beast Society. Everyone looked bewildered.
This was the first time they heard about this organization.
What do they do?
Long Chen asked, he had never heard of it before. A powerful organization that worships the power of ancient ferocious beasts and attempts to recreate those ancient and terrifying existences through forbidden means.
Everyone was instantly stunned. Recreating ancient ferocious beasts? Isn't that the first taboo in human society? Absolutely cannot let spirit beasts appear again. This organization goes against that. Is that even possible? Ancient ferocious beasts have disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Can they really reappear? Wang Kaixian asked.
Su Qing shook her head, I don't know either, but this is the purpose of the Ancient Beast Society. However, I've heard they possess a book of forbidden knowledge. Recording the secrets of ancient fierce beasts is the supreme scripture of the Ancient Beast Church.
Long Chen fell into deep thought. What the heck? Do they also have an ancestral fierce beast system? Su Qing reminded everyone, in theory, the ancient beast church should not appear in the Great Examination, but if they really came, then the Great Examination would become extremely dangerous. You all should withdraw as soon as possible. Su Qing warned Zhou Tong and the others. But the four of them clearly hesitated a bit. They had finally held on until now, although they didn't have a single flag. As long as they hadn't been eliminated, there was still hope. Who doesn't want to pass the Great Examination and rise to the top in one step? Su Qing stopped saying anything, respecting everyone's fate. These people didn't understand what the ancient beast church meant. They might have thought the ancient beast church was just a third-rate small organization. However, Long Chen began to take it seriously. Then everyone, be careful. Long Chen did not plan to take Zhou Tong and the others with him. It was clear that the other side had made sufficient preparations before launching this attack. Merely stacking numbers would be useless and might even expose themselves. Long Chen led Su Qing and the other three to continue searching for other flags. Along the way, they also encountered some inspectors. The inspectors were handling some very brutal murder scenes. It was no better than what Qi Gu and his group faced. The methods were extremely cruel. This is already the third brutal murder scene we've seen. I suspect there might not be many small teams left alive. Wang Kaishuan's voice trembled as he tightly clutched Long Chen's shirt. Long Chen suddenly asked, "Do any of you want to withdraw?" Wang Kaishuan was taken aback. "We only have 4 people left. If one of us withdraws, then everyone loses their qualification." "I mean, I definitely won't withdraw, but if any of you want to, I will respect your wishes." After all, the current situation seems to be about survival and death, not just passing or being eliminated. Long Chen's gaze was very firm. He had reasons he must pass the Great Examination. Even if the other side was the ancient beast church, they couldn't stop his footsteps. If Brother Long doesn't withdraw, then I won't either. There might still be a chance to pass the Great Examination. "We still have a good chance," Wang Kaishuan said while trembling. If he passed the Great Examination, he would be the most successful one in the Wang family for decades. Long Chen nodded, then looked at Yu Qiuyao. Yu Qiuyao hesitated for a moment. I also want to pass the Great Examination. If Brother Long doesn't mind me, I won't take the initiative to withdraw." Long Chen immediately felt relieved. Although Yu Qiuyao appeared to be a soft girl on the surface. In fact, she was very determined inside. "All right. Then we will pass the Great Examination together and enter the Higher Beast Control Academy." Su Cheng frowned slightly. "Why didn't you ask me?" "Teacher Long Chen." Long Chen replied, "Because I know you won't give up. I have seen how strong your willpower is." Su Cheng pouted slightly, then turned away. A faint blush crept up her fair cheek, but no one else could see it. Yu Qiuyao was a bit confused. Are Long Chen and Su Qing very familiar? Why do I feel like you two barely communicate in school? Long Chen didn't know how to answer. Wang Kaishuan laughed and explained, "Brother Long has been having practical combat training with Miss Su Qing for nearly a month, so of course they are familiar." "How do you know that?" Long Chen asked Wang Kaishuan. He just felt this guy must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to invite him to join the team. My cousin is a senior in the union, so I knew when Miss Su Qing first issued that recruitment task. The first 12 beast masters were pretty strong, but they all failed, so the task was kept hanging. Until Brother Long took on that task. The trainer settled down, and I just knew Brother Long would definitely be capable. Long Chen felt embarrassed. Your Wang family really has connections everywhere. Your second uncle is from the law enforcement department, so you leaked my information about buying spirit beasts, and your second cousin is from the guild, which is how you found out about my identity in the guild. Long Chen now understands how Wang Kaishuan got Su Qing to join the team. Wang Kaishuan must have used his own identity as a bargaining chip. As long as Su Qing was willing to join the team, Wang Kaishuan would tell her who the trainer in the mask, who practiced with her, was. I can't say we have connections everywhere, just that we can cover the sky with one hand. Wang Kaishuan was not polite. Since your Wang family covers the sky with one hand, did you set up any traps when others were laying traps? Wang Kaishuan paused for a moment, then looked around to see no other teams. In a low voice, he said, "We did actually set one trap, but it's a bit dangerous." Long Chen's eyes lit up immediately. "Where is it?" "In the depths of the jungle." Here, a strong smell of blood and dampness pervaded the air. The dense thicket made the light that shone through spotty and intermittent. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps broke the silence of the jungle. A few people emerged from the depths. Their bodies were covered in fresh blood, not yet dried. Chapter 34 Encounter with the Yongcheng team. "Captain, those 2 examiners just now actually tried to capture us, but fortunately, we fought back and killed them." "Does this mean our identities have been exposed?" a graceful woman said. She wore a long purple robe that highlighted her figure perfectly. Beside her was a giant poisonous spider. The spider's body was at least 5 to 6 meters long.
Its hairy legs were covered in sharp spines, glistening with deadly poison as it crawled, making a rustling sound. Just from a distance, it was enough to make one feel their scalp tingle. And among these people, the man walking at the front was tall and burly, with muscles full of explosive power. He wore a black metal half-mask on his face. His sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, were exposed. His gaze was cold and resolute, as if everyone in his eyes was nothing but sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In an instant, the sky darkened. It was a gigantic eagle-like beast, circling above his head. Its beak was sharp as a hook, with blood-red eyes that glowed. As it flapped its wings slightly, it stirred up a chilling wind. The captain said blandly, "It's normal, we've killed so many people. If the other side hasn't reacted, then it's not the Long Yin Shadow Special Task Force. Oh ho ho. It's a pity they underestimated us, really thinking we are at the same level as ordinary big exam students." Another young man in armor said with a smile. "Our spirit beasts are ancient fierce beasts, easily crushing those of the same tier. Even fourth-tier examiners can be caught off guard." Squeak, squeak, squeak. A series of oh-oh-added sounds. A flock of black bats flew over. They circled over the heads of the other beast masters in the team. The beast master looked up as if receiving a signal. Then immediately said to the captain, "My bats say they found a team to the west, should we go over?" The captain said, "Right now, let's first go to the coordinates given by the examiners. The fact that this team was able to collect 4 flags shows their strength, let's kill them first." Yes. The team quickened their pace. At this moment, the wails of parents outside filled the air. Clearly, there were still more than 50 people just a moment ago, and suddenly there were only 20 left, with the names of over 30 people turning black without explanation. At this moment, the chief examiner was already clad in battle armor. In front of him stood a row of well-equipped team members. Each one exuded a powerful aura, capable of facing 100 foes alone. This was the true Long Yin Shadow Special Task Force. They also had the military surround the entire exam area tightly. After applying dozens of times, the higher-ups finally agreed to let them break into the exam area. The remaining parents of more than 20 students looked incredibly hopeful. "Please. I beg you, you must save my son." At this moment, they felt immense regret for not agreeing to stop the exam earlier, hoping it wasn't too late now. The chief examiner said to the members of the Long Yin Shadow Special Task Force, "There are suspected members of the Ancient Beast Church disrupting the college entrance exam, and our target is the Yangqing team. Once found, try to capture them alive. If that's not possible, kill them without mercy." Yes. The Long Yin Shadow Special Task Force shouted thunderously. "Action." With the order given, figures rushed into the exam area quickly. The foster mother squeezed through the crowd, desperately pleading, "You must bring Chen Er out alive. I beg you." Meanwhile, Lady Long slowly withdrew from the crowd. Her complexion was not looking good either. A traitor from the Ancient Beast Church appeared in the immigrant team. Then everyone involved in handling the immigration procedures for the immigrant team would be subject to scrutiny. Originally, this sort of thing was a power transaction on a gray area. Usually, it would be overlooked. But if a special situation arose, if they truly needed to investigate, she would certainly be breaking the law. However, as the wife of Long Jinbong, she believed the investigators wouldn't dare to treat her harshly. Long Chen and his 3 companions headed towards the trap set up by Wang Kaixian in advance. On the way, they surprisingly saw the bodies of examiners. And there was more than one. Only remnants were left, bite marks showing they were nearly devoured, and they could only identify them by their clothes. The ominous premonition in Long Chen's heart grew heavier. It seemed they had underestimated the Ancient Beast Church. If even examiners could be killed, what kind of power did the enemy possess? "It's just ahead." Wang Kaixian led the way beside them. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. Long Chen grabbed Wang Kaixian's clothes and yanked him back. Wang Kaixian fell backward, tumbling over. He looked bewildered and said, "Brother Long, what are you doing?" He suddenly saw a huge pit appear ahead. It looked like it had been blasted out by a missile. If Long Chen hadn't pulled him, he would have been dead. Long Chen gazed at the people coming out from across the pit. There were a few unfamiliar faces. They must be the immigrant team from Yangcheng. Finally, they had encountered them. "You guys run pretty fast, but ultimately, you can't escape death." A woman in a purple robe said with a smile. Looking above their heads was a bat beast with wings spanning 10 meters. The pit had been made by this bat beast using ultrasonic waves. "Are you the ones indiscriminately killing students during the exam?" Long Chen asked. "Yes, it was us. What do you want?" The armored youth crossed his arms arrogantly. His disdainful gaze seemed to have already regarded Long Chen and the others as the dead. "Oh, nothing much, just wanted to ask."
Long Chen scrutinized the bat beast. Transcendent level 3. However, it was much larger than the average bat beast of the same level. And it looked rather rough and grotesque. At a glance, it somewhat resembled his own beast style. But in reality, it was very different. His contracted beast had undergone a return to ancestry, enhancing the ferocious beast's bloodline density, resulting in a grotesque transformation. Yet the opponent's spirit beast had a very low ferocious beast bloodline density, only a fraction of a percent. So, their transformation appeared more like a side effect of some kind of violent drug, clearly indicating a very strong side effect. It was worlds apart from his genuine return to ancestry. Improper evolution plus forbidden drugs? Su Qing spoke, revealing the essence of the other party's spirit beast. The armored youth immediately grew displeased. This is a ferocious beast. It is utterly different from your soft spirit beasts. Really? Su Qing suddenly made a move. The nine-colored fox acted instantly. On the fireblade tail knife, large amounts of silver-white lightning were mixed in. The sharpness surged several times. It was like a shooting star passing through. In an instant, it tore through the wing of the bat beast in the sky. This knife shocked everyone, including Long Chen. Why does the nine-colored fox feel like it has no limit to its power? What the hell? Could it be that when fighting his blood-marked barbarian turtle, the nine-colored fox was holding back its strength? The members of the young city team were also stunned immediately. But Long Chen didn't give them time to react. He commanded the violent Iron Eater to charge forward violently. The armored youth used his mammoth transformation to block. He thought he could easily knock the panda beast away. As a result, the panda beast actually knew martial arts. A hug throw sent the mammoth transformation crashing down. The tusks poked into the ground, and the huge body was inverted and suspended in the air. Su Qing! Long Chen roared loudly. The nine-colored fox slashed down. The mammoth transformation was sliced in half. The entire place fell into silence. Wang Kaixian was dumbfounded. Their cooperation was too wonderful. In the blink of an eye, they took down two spirit beasts from the other side? Chapter 35, The Slaughterer is Someone Else. The members of the young city team were also dumbfounded. How could they have casualties of two spirit beasts in just one encounter? The burly man at the front immediately growled, "Don't underestimate them, one of them is the strongest in Jiang City, focus fire and take down the nine-colored fox first. She really is a rich man's daughter." The purple-robed woman charmingly laughed, then her pupils turned dark purple. The spider beside her revealed sharp fangs. It spewed out a large amount of spider silk, which fell to the ground like white water, with strong corrosive properties. And the corrosion speed was very fast. Within seconds a hideous scar had formed on the ground. The nine-colored fox was faster, dodging the spider silk. The purple-robed woman kept urging the spider to spit silk, filling the jungle with white webs, and the trees emitted creaking sounds, like the branches being corroded and breaking. A white mist spread everywhere, extremely pungent. Just inhaling a little felt like fire was burning in the lungs. Even the eyes couldn't open. The moment they touched the smoke, it felt burning hot. The corrosion was probably more severe than concentrated acid. "I'll create shade for you." Yu Qiuying immediately made the green spirit tree demon take root. Above everyone's heads, it spread a canopy, with soft light falling, purifying the corrosive substances in the air. "Thank you." Wang Kaixian expressed his gratitude. Yu Qiuying's face turned red. "Not at all, the only thing I can do for everyone is this." With the shade covering, Long Chen and Su Qing felt more free to act. Although their spirit beasts weren't very resistant to corrosion, their fur wasn't for nothing. As long as they didn't get directly wrapped up in spider silk, they were fine. The violent Iron Eater pulled up a tree, striding boldly through the corrosive mist, directly thrusting the trunk into the spider's silk, eliciting a shrill wail from the spider. The nine-colored fox immediately followed up, slashing down with its tail knife, but it was blocked by the spider's fangs. The purple-robed woman sneered, "The knife of a fox's tail is not necessarily tougher than a spider's fangs." Whoosh! But then, another flash of lightning and fire appeared behind the nine-colored fox, crossing the spider's fangs, and struck down on the spider's head. Crack! The spider's head was smashed. Brain matter. Their spirit beasts underwent ancient evolution, stronger than spirit beasts of the same rank, but why couldn't they even defeat a supernatural 2-star spirit beast? This is not what that person said. That person clearly stated that their spirit beasts would be invincible. Quick! Retreat! The captain immediately panicked. This squad's strength is bizarre. But when they turned around, they saw a turtle blocking their path. Where did this damn turtle come from? Shatter it, rock fragment eagle! The captain shouted loudly. A giant eagle flew over their heads, blotting out the sun, diving towards the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. Wang Kaixian quickly said, Brother Long, eagle beasts naturally counter turtle beasts. The turtle beast has strong defense. Ordinary spirit beasts can't do anything to its shell. But the eagle beast can pierce its shell with its incredibly sharp claws. It can even lift the turtle beast hundreds of meters into the air and then drop it, directly crushing the turtle beast hiding in its shell. This is a natural counter-type opponent. The rock fragment eagle swooped down like a reaper. Its massive wings spread wide, resembling dark clouds that blocked the sun, each flap whipped up a howling wind that bent the trees below. The rock fragment eagle's dive grew faster, its claws emerging from below, like four gleaming sides, pouncing straight towards the fierce tiger. That momentum seemed like it would carve a hole in the earth, enveloping the entire world in its killing intent. So terrifying. What kind of spirit beast is this? So crude yet so fierce. Just as the massive rock fragment eagle was about to grasp the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle leaped into the air instantly. Yes. It jumped. Its powerful hind legs pushed off the ground, its entire body shooting up like a red lightning bolt. Boom! The ground trembled under its leap. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp and hefty fangs like daggers, twisting its body mid-air, with incredible force and agility, lunging towards the rock fragment eagle. This lunge, like Mount Tai crashing down. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle's power was fully displayed at that moment, its forelegs stretched forward, muscles tense, each claw capable of tearing steel, pinning the rock fragment eagle firmly to the ground. No matter how the rock fragment eagle struggled, it was useless. Its neck was bitten off in one swift motion by the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. Everyone was stunned. In a daze, they seemed to see a roaring tiger countering a flying bird. Is this an action a turtle can perform? Su Qing was also shocked by Long Chen's blood-patterned barbarian turtle. Clearly a turtle, but so agile that it was unbelievable. Earlier, when fighting against Chai's squad, this turtle also displayed skills similar to a tiger's pounce. And that astonishing speed. Could it be a mistyped tiger beast? While others were surprised. Long Chen furrowed his brows slightly. How should one put it? This Yangcheng squad isn't weak. But it seems they are not that strong. They shouldn't have the power to eliminate so many student squads. Especially Chai's squad. They shouldn't have been wiped out so easily. Outside the examination venue, the Longyan Shadow Marshal Special Task Force had been inside for a while now. Parents waited anxiously. Suddenly, they saw names turning black on the electronic screen again. A gasp swept through the parent group, again there had been casualties. The chief examiner looked at the names that turned black. These were from the Yangcheng squad. This was the first time the Yangcheng squad had casualties, and 3 at once. It seems the team members found them. The chief examiner let out a sigh of relief, the slaughter could finally stop. At that moment. Not yet, the examination area is too large, the opponent is constantly moving, we are still searching. The chief examiner's eyes widened. He immediately looked at the names that had gone dark on the big screen. If it's not you, then who eliminated the members of the Yangcheng team? Who killed the invigilator? The chief examiner immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The situation might be even more serious than he imagined. The invigilators were all 4th-tier powerhouses drawn from the military. Even if the candidates were strong, they couldn't defeat a 4th-tier powerhouse. So who could it be? Could it be that they were wrong all along? The Yangcheng team was not the actual mastermind behind the killings. Was the true killer someone else? Chapter 36? They won. But Jiangcheng is a sea of fire. The chief examiner immediately thought of a terrifying answer. Perhaps the Yangcheng team was just a diversion set up by the opponent. Used to draw attention. To put the blame for all these killings on them. Immediately find the Yangcheng team, and be careful of other suspicious individuals. After the chief examiner gave the order, he saw another batch of soldiers coming from afar. Hastily going over to inquire, he learned they were the garrison of Jiangcheng. Upon learning that the major exam seemed to have the ancient beast church's presence, they sent reinforcements to see if they could help. The chief examiner's pupils constricted, "Who sent you?" The leading captain replied, "It was someone anonymously provided intelligence to us, and our superiors attach great importance to the ancient beast church, so they sent us here." Then what about Jiangcheng? Now that you are here, who is guarding Jiangcheng? The chief examiner's voice trembled slightly. Jiangcheng, right now, is unguarded. The captain also immediately realized something. A terrified expression appeared on his face. Could it be? The tiger has left the mountain? The two quickly looked towards Jiangcheng's direction. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion came from the direction of Jiangcheng. The sound of the explosion shook this place slightly. The captain immediately turned and led his troops back. This is bad. They fell for the trap. The chief examiner quickly donned his fine iron combat armor. He shouted to the still bewildered parents, "A special situation has occurred, Jiangcheng has entered a state of emergency, you all find a place to hide." The parents finally realized. While everyone was focused on the major exam, someone had launched an attack on Jiangcheng. From that explosion, it was clear the attack was on a massive scale. Fear instantly spread across everyone's faces. Their families were still in Jiangcheng. The foster mother looked horrified at the cloud of explosion dust rising towards Jiangcheng. What happened in Jiangcheng? Her husband was still lying in the hospital in Jiangcheng. And Chenner was still in the major exam and hadn't come out yet. What on earth is happening? The foster mother's face turned even paler. Over there, Wang Yojin's eyes widened in anger. Damn it, someone attacked our stronghold. Come, follow me back. Someone quickly asked, what about the young master? Wang Yujin glanced at the electronic screen. Maybe, right now the exam area is actually safer. The opponent used the major exam to draw everyone's attention. The main goal is to attack Jiangcheng, and now that the goal has been achieved, the exam is no longer their main focus. Upon hearing this, the foster mother looked hesitantly at the exam area, then with a pained expression turned and ran towards the continuously exploding Jiangcheng. In the jungle, Long Chen and others looked towards the direction of Jiangcheng. It felt like there was a tremor coming from that direction. Long brother, what happened? Wang Kaixian asked, and Long Chen shook his head. Our priority right now is to deal with this team. Long Chen couldn't worry too much. This Yangcheng team definitely had problems. Their spirit beasts did not evolve from the ordinary. But neither were they regressively evolved. Perhaps they really were from the ancient beast church that Su Qing mentioned. Since it's the ancient beast church, then there is no mercy. Let the blood-patterned barbed turtle and the rampaging iron eater work with the 9-color fox. They unleashed a frenzied slaughter on them. The members of the Yangcheng team were infuriated. They brandished their weapons and charged at Long Chen and Su Qing. Since they couldn't eliminate the beast tamers, let's take down the beast master. The beast masters are fighting from a distance, and without their beasts, they are just fish on the chopping block. The woman in the purple robe rushed towards Su Qing with a dagger. Just as Su Qing was about to make a move, Long Chen stepped in front of her. He seized the purple-robed woman's wrist and twisted it sharply, her arm being forced into a spiral and sent flying 10 meters away by Long Chen's over 30 points of strength. The armored young man saw the purple-robed woman get kicked away. He also charged forward. This time, Long Chen did not hold back. A tremendous force gathered in his fist. A punch shot out like a cannon. It smashed fiercely into the armored young man's face. His facial bones broke directly, and his body flew backward like a missile. Everyone was once again frightened by Long Chen. This is a beast master? What kind of power is this? Even a first-level warrior might not have such strength. Quick, retreat. The captain of the Yangcheng team had already given up the fight. In the team, a more than 10-meter-long viper was escaping in madness, carrying several people with it. The viper's speed wasn't slow. But behind them, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's violent engine roared to life. Boom! 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 It chased up like a rampaging war chariot. The viper was nearly in tears. It was the first time it was being chased by a turtle in such a sorry state. But the even faster 9-colored fox had already reached their side. In the astonished expressions of several people, the 9-colored fox's tail blade flashed by. In an instant, they felt the whole world go silent. Then their vision rolled down. They watched the viper carry their headless bodies into the depths of the jungle, and then their world turned dark. The Yangcheng team was completely annihilated. On the large screen outside the exam hall, 4 names instantly went dark again. At this point, only 8 names remained on the entire screen. Long Chen's team and Lu Yanrui's team. Each had 4 members. According to the order of admission in the exam, they had already been accepted. But now, apart from a few staff recording their names, no one else cared about them. Outside, chaos had already erupted. Long Chen obtained the 4 flags from the Yangcheng team. They had gathered 8 flags. The eyes of the 4 were bursting with uncontrollable joy. They had finally won. They passed the exam. They could enter the Higher Beastmaster Academy. Their future achievements were immeasurable. Wang Kaixian excitedly lifted Long Chen and kissed him several times, while Long Chen kicked Wang Kaixian away, wiping the saliva off his face. So gross. Yu Qiuya was also red-faced with excitement. Thank you all. You brought me through the exam, thank you. No worries, it's what we should do. Wang Kaixian said smugly, as if the credit was his. But as soon as he finished speaking, several sounds of breaking air came from the jungle, followed by several dark figures surrounding them. Don't move. Long Chen hadn't reacted yet. The other party's knife was already pressed against his neck.
The opponent's move was decisive, swift as the wind. It carried a chilling momentum.
Completely different from students.
The other party wore black combat clothing. They were from the Longyan Shadow Martial Special Task Force.
Did you kill the Yongqing team? The task force member saw several severed heads rolling into the grass, looking horrified.
Yes, but we were acting in self-defense because they were going to kill us, and they were illegally evolved.
Long Chen didn't mention that their spirit beasts were rather strange.
After all, his own spirit beast was quite strange too. The Longyan Shadow Martial Special Task Force checked their identity information, then looked at the 8 flags. Okay, you have passed the exam. Now immediately withdraw from the exam area, but do not return to Jiang City.
Why?
Long Chen wondered. Our identities are very transparent, we are normal exam candidates, and we killed purely for self-defense. He thought the other side doubted them or suspected they were instigators of the slaughter.
Chapter 37, Foster Father Lin Chongfeng's firm resolve to die. Jiang City has been attacked.
The Dragon Flame Shadow Military Special Brigade's people spoke directly.
A few people did not react. What attack? Long Chen asked. The Ancient Beast Church.
The young member of the Dragon Flame Shadow Military Special Brigade was about to say. But he was stopped by another slightly older one.
Alright, your mission has ended, go to a safe place, wait for things to be over.
We, the Dragon Flame Shadow Military Special Brigade, have already started our operation, and we will ensure the safety of Jiang City, so you can rest assured. The middle-aged man had a cigarette in his mouth, looking cool and tough.
Long Chen's mind went blank. It felt like being struck by lightning. For a long time, he couldn't regain his senses. Jiang City was just an ordinary border town. Why did the Ancient Beast Church set its sights there? He immediately rode the ferocious iron-eating beast towards Jiang City. His adoptive parents were still in Jiang City. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He probably understood what was happening.
The Ancient Beast Church created chaos during the big examination, attracting the military's attention, and then took advantage of Jiang City's weak defenses to launch an attack. This was a premeditated operation. The scale was bound to be huge. The vibration just now. Long Chen didn't dare to think too much, he only wanted to get to his adoptive parents' side as quickly as possible to protect them.
Long Go, wait for me.
Wang Kaixian hurriedly rode the lazy pig. Yu Qiudiu also quickly rode out, her family was also in Jiang City. Su Qing watched the 3 leave from where she stood.
Brother Zhang, should we not stop them?
After all, they are still just students.
If the chaos in Jiang City is really caused by the Ancient Beast Church, then they.
The young team member hesitated a bit. The middle-aged team member sighed. In life, the most serious encounter is nothing more than a broken country and a ruined home. Let them go, this is also something they must experience.
Otherwise, even if they survive, they won't get over this hurdle in their lifetime.
The middle-aged captain seemed to have deep feelings.
When Long Chen rushed to the entrance of the big examination,
there were many parents gathered there, crying. Everyone was staring at him because he was the first person to come out of the big examination voluntarily.
A student recognized him, Long Chen? Did you win? Long Chen couldn't afford to respond, continuing on his way. The ferocious iron-eating beast was galloping with all its might, moving extremely fast.
That student hurriedly chased after him, shouting, Long Chen, I just saw your adoptive mother.
But after the explosion in Jiang City, she hurried back. Long Chen became even more anxious. His adoptive mother was just an ordinary person. She could do nothing.
After a while, Wang Kaixian also rushed out. Wang's family steward quickly came up, young master. It's so good that you are safe. The steward was in tears, nose running.
Wang Kaixian asked, where's my dad? Sir took someone back to Jiang City. Wang Kaishuan's head spun, where's Long Go? Long Go, is it Long Chen? Long Chen rushed towards Jiang City just now. Young master. Where are you going?
Sir wants you to wait here.
Wang Kaixian ignored the obstruction. Riding the lazy pig, he headed straight for Jiang City.
Long Chen kept calling his adoptive parents.
But his adoptive parents did not answer.
He called the hospital, but no one answered either. This indicated that at this time, Jiang City was already in chaos. Long Chen urged the ferocious iron-eating beast to speed up.
His bad premonition grew stronger and stronger.
If something happened to his adoptive parents, he would never spare the Ancient Beast Church.
When Long Chen arrived in the city, it was already in chaos.
The Spirit Beast base had been bombed.
A large number of spirit beasts scattered, frantically attacking passers-by.
Although these spirit beasts were not necessarily powerful, to ordinary people, they were beasts that humans could not resist.
Once encountered, certain death.
And these spirit beasts were somewhat strange. They were extremely aggressive.
Each one had red eyes, attacking and eating people. It was like they had rabies.
Similar to the state of those beast tamers from the Yangcheng team. Very violent, with a complete change in temperament.
Thousands of spirit beasts ran out.
So the Jiang City law enforcement and the military, just dealing with these crazed spirit beasts, were already overwhelmed and had no time to protect the ordinary people of Jiang City.
A few frenzied wolf beasts lunged at Long Chen.
Long Chen had the raging iron-eating beast smash their skulls with a few slaps. During this time, someone called for help, but Long Chen had to leave mercilessly. He couldn't afford to care for others now. When he arrived at the hospital, the iron gates had already been lowered, and the doors and windows were barricaded with iron sheets and such.
Spirit beasts surrounded the place, leaving no escape.
They crashed against the doors and windows, while the people inside struggled to block with their bodies.
But the strength of humans was like paper before the spirit beasts. Bang! The door held by a few people was thrust open by a single rhinoceros beast. The ones blocking the door died on the spot.
Immediately, terrified screams filled the hospital.
They're in. The spirit beasts are in. Run. The hospital isn't safe.
Staying here leads only to death. In the patient room, the adoptive mother supported the adoptive father and was about to open the door to leave.
Boom! A figure flew past them. Like a cannonball.
It was the nurse who had shouted just before. She was smashed against the far wall of the corridor, her neck snapped. The adoptive parents peeked out in terror. They saw a monkey beast climbing the stairs. Its head was nearly hitting the ceiling. With a strong body and long limbs. It had a lot of fur piled between its hands and feet, which spread out like wings.
Spirit Wind Flying Ape. A Class 2 extraordinary spirit beast. Known for its agility and strength.
Although slightly smaller than the same class of rock-armored ape guard.
It was much more agile.
It had the ability to glide short distances. So it could reach higher floors faster.
Meanwhile, other patient rooms in the corridor and patients and families who couldn't escape were utterly hopeless. Extraordinary Class 2, even guns cannot kill it. They were doomed. Come back. The adoptive father quickly pulled back the adoptive mother. He closed the door to the patient room. The two crawled under the bed,
praying that the spirit wind flying ape wouldn't enter their room. But obviously, they underestimated the bloodthirstiness of the spirit wind flying ape in its ferocious state. In the patient room, agonizing howls and the sound of bones crunching echoed one after another. The two saw blood flowing in through the crack of the door. Outside, it was already a river of blood. The adoptive mother's face turned even paler in an instant. The adoptive father quickly covered the adoptive mother's mouth. The painful howls grew closer, until the giant shadow reached their patient room door. Neither dared to breathe, their eyes wide open watching.
Bang! The door of the patient room was directly slammed open from the outside. It flew out the window. The blood-soaked spirit wind flying ape stood at the door. It held a human head with long hair in its hand. The spirit wind flying ape was about to pull the hair off and eat. The adoptive father suddenly made a decision: he would go out to sacrifice himself to save his wife. The adoptive mother, of course, understood the adoptive father's thoughts. Immediately, she reached out to hold him, but the adoptive father had already made up his mind, shaking off the adoptive mother's hand and roaring as he charged towards the large spirit wind flying ape. He drew a rusted broken sword. The adoptive father wiped blood on the broken sword. The broken sword erupted with an unparalleled fierce sword energy as if it was reborn through tempering. The adoptive mother's pupils shrank. Lin Changfeng. You can't, you will die. But Lin Changfeng had already made up his mind. The sword energy on the broken sword boiled up. The sword energy spread out like a raging storm, and the surrounding air warped and twisted due to this overwhelming power. At this moment, Lin Changfeng seemed to return to his peak. Chapter 38? Long Chen, a single man standing firm against thousands. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the spirit wind flying ape. It didn't take Lin Changfeng seriously at all. Just as it was about to reach out and snap Lin Changfeng's neck, suddenly, an even greater force blasted the spirit wind flying ape away. Lin Changfeng was stunned, and the adoptive mother who had just crawled out from under the bed was also stunned. Did someone come to save them? The joyful mood had not fully appeared. The expressions of the two people changed dramatically again. And this time, it was even more blank. Their eyes were wide open, as if they were being torn apart. Because, the one who knocked away the spirit wind flying ape was a beast that looked even larger, more terrifying, and filled with killing intent. This spirit beast was even more fearsome than the last one. But it was completely different from the cute black and white panda beast they knew. It looked like a mutant, filled with rage and ferocity. Its blood-red eyes were extremely fierce, and killing intent surged. It bared its huge mouth, revealing sharp and uneven fangs like daggers, each covered in strands of drool. It let out a series of low roars like a fierce beast. Its strong limbs were like 4 thick iron pillars, each covered in bulging muscles. The heavens were out to get them. Suddenly, at this moment, a head poked over. "Mom and Dad, are you okay?" The one who peeked in was Long Chen. Lin Chongfeng and his wife were completely dazed. They looked at Long Chen in shock. The two of them didn't dare move, because behind Chener stood that giant panda beast. It could crush their heads with a single swipe. "Chener," Lin Chongfeng whispered to Long Chen. Long Chen was puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Chongfeng's heart was trembling, afraid of startling the mutant panda beast. "Behind you." Only then did Long Chen understand that his adoptive parents were scared. He turned around and kicked the leg of the raging iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast jumped in pain. Tears almost came out. "I told you not to scare people, you didn't listen to me?" The iron-eating beast immediately squatted down in grievance. It started drawing circles on the ground. It had just been trying so hard to smile. How could it be scary? And Long Chen's kick, like scolding a grandson, made the terrifying mutant panda beast sit down on the ground, which left Lin Chongfeng and his wife wide-eyed in disbelief. "Chener, is this your summoned beast?" Lin Chongfeng quickly asked. "Yeah. Didn't you buy a second-rate spirit beast?" Lin Chongfeng knew about this. After learning about it from the school, he was anxious. He told his wife to stop Chener at the exam site, not to go in and seek death. "But, is this really that second-rate spirit beast? Why does it feel so powerful? It's way stronger than other spirit beasts of the same rank. Moreover, its loyalty and obedience were simply unbelievable. You have to know, even spirit beasts with relatively high control ability require the beastmaster to be careful with them. After all, they have animal instincts, and if oppressed too harshly, they might even bite back. But this mutant panda beast showed such high obedience to Chener. There was no resistance at all. Inconceivable. Yeah, so it might look a bit ugly, but it's actually pretty good, haha." Long Chen didn't say much more. Lin Chongfeng and his wife exchanged glances. This called pretty good? This was clearly picking up a treasure. Chener, this kind of spirit beast. Lin Chongfeng wanted to know more. But Long Chen didn't give him that chance. He immediately changed the subject. "Old Lin, what's happening now? What happened in Jiang City?" Lin Chongfeng shook his head. "We aren't sure either. It suddenly exploded, and then a lot of spirit beasts rushed out, leaving Jiang City in chaos, but I suspect it's..." Lin Chongfeng didn't continue, as if he knew something. Long Chen also didn't say, as he knew it was the work of the ancient beast church. But his adoptive parents were ordinary people, and letting them know about the ancient beast church's attack would only make them more anxious. The hospital was still filled with screams. Lin Chongfeng told Long Chen not to worry about them and to go clean up the spirit beasts in the hospital first. The law enforcement agencies and military couldn't take care of them, so the residents had to try their best to protect themselves. Seeing that Chener's spirit beast had extremely strong combat power, it should be more than enough to handle ordinary spirit beasts. But Long Chen was worried about his adoptive parents, so he decided to have the iron-eating beast guard this floor's corridor. He went to other floors. Lin Chongfeng immediately said, "If you leave the monster behind, what will you use to fight?" Long Chen smiled and then summoned the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. As soon as the blood-patterned barbarian turtle appeared, blood energy surged like a tidal wave. Its momentum instantly overshadowed the raging iron-eater beast. The once ferocious iron-eater beast, in front of this giant, battle-hardened turtle, suddenly seemed much less intimidating. Any furious and bloodthirsty beast before this turtle felt like a child's play. Lin Chongfeng was completely stunned. His eyes bulged out more than a meter. His jaw dropped and fell to the ground. T2 beasts? How is this possible? At this stage of the big exam, having one extraordinary 2-star spirit beast is already impressive. Chener actually has 2 extraordinary 2 stars? And one more terrifying than the other? Chener, you. Before Lin Chongfeng could ask, Long Chen already slipped away. Some things can't be explained right now. He can't reveal that this is his trump card. Moreover, if the ancient beast sect is also looking for ways to revive ancient ferocious beasts, he could be targeted by them. So what he needs to do now is to quietly develop himself, and when he becomes strong one day, he won't fear being exposed. By then, his family won't question him about what happened. Long Chen and the blood-patterned barbarian turtle systematically cleared the spirit beasts. Soon, the hospital was filled with lying spirit beasts. The medical staff, patients, and their families finally dared to step out of the wards after the crisis. Everyone looked at Long Chen with curiosity. Many people recognized Long Chen. Long Chen's adoptive father had spent quite some time in this hospital.
Long Chen often came to visit and take care of him. So everyone also knew that Long Chen was a student from Beast Tamer School and would participate in the big exam this year.
Not long ago, Long Chen's adoptive parents had a heated argument. It was about lending money to Long Chen to buy spirit beasts.
They were harshly rejected with very unpleasant words. They originally thought Long Chen wouldn't be able to become a beast tamer, or would only be a very mediocre one.
But today, Long Chen saved everyone in the entire hospital. Long Chen's turtle beast stood at the entrance of the hospital.
None of the spirit beasts outside could rush inside, whoever dared to charge would die. It had already killed a number of spirit beasts.
Like a war god. One man stood firm, none could pass.
The passing Long Yen Shadow Warrior Special Team was stunned. They knew Long Chen was this student. He had just passed the big exam.
No wonder he was capable among the many in the brutal big exam. Truly impressive.
One female special team member, dressed in fitted attire and exuding charm, smiled and said,
"Classmate, when you graduate from the Advanced Beast Tamer Academy, would you like to join our Yanlong Shadow Warrior Special Team?"
Everyone immediately widened their eyes, filled with envy. If passing the big exam is a dream goal for many,
then joining the Long Yen Shadow Warrior Special Team is an ultra-high-level goal that many wouldn't even dare to imagine. Being invited to join is a rare opportunity. But Long Chen's expression remained calm. What use is joining you? You can't even protect Jiang City. The female special team member suddenly froze. She didn't expect Long Chen to question them right away.
His words were so direct. But from Long Chen's resentful gaze, she seemed to understand why he felt this way. When Jiang City was attacked, his family was there, and the Long Yen Shadow Warrior Special Team, responsible for maintaining security, didn't play a role at this time. It's reasonable for him to be displeased. The female special team member solemnly said, "I'm sorry to have disappointed you, but we will do everything we can to protect Jiang City, protect the people, and not fail our responsibility." After saying that, the female special team member and several others left.
They did not focus on eliminating the rampaging spirit beasts.
Perhaps they carried other, more important responsibilities, such as finding the final culprit behind this riot.
It is the people of the Ancient Beast Church.
The Ancient Beast Church is the true source of the disaster.
If these villains are not punished, the root of the Zhengchang riots cannot be eradicated. Long Chen thought, maybe he had unfairly vented his anger on them?
In fact, they had tried their best.
Long Chen continued to guard the hospital.
His strength was limited, and he could only protect so many people. Protecting this hospital was already his great merit. Meanwhile, the people fleeing nearby saw that the hospital was being guarded. They crazily rushed towards the hospital.
More and more people kept coming, and the hospital gradually became overcrowded.
Long Chen suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. So many people flooding into the hospital, for spirit beasts, this place was like a big cafeteria, with the smell of humans drawing them from all directions.
Thump, 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 thump.
The ground trembled violently. It felt like a tidal wave was violently rushing down the street.
Long Chen tightly stared ahead.
At the end of the street, a mass of black began to appear. These black masses looked like the crest of a wave, carrying a large amount of foam, flowing down the street. The target of these spirit beasts was the hospital. The first thing that flashed through Long Chen's mind was that someone was commanding these spirit beasts.
Otherwise, how could they be so coordinated? Long Chen's body tensed up. A quick count revealed at least several hundred of them.
Various enraged spirit beasts came flying along the eaves and walls.
Can we hold them off? We can't hold them off.
Suddenly, a military combat squad armed with rifles rushed over.
They set up a gunfire defense line at the entrance of the hospital. Bang, 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 bang.
The intense gunfire immediately hit the spirit beasts, tearing their flesh apart, and fragments flew everywhere.
It worked.
These were low-level spirit beasts, and human guns were still effective against them.
The spirit beast frenzy was instantly suppressed by the dense gunfire. But in the next moment, the situation changed again.
The spirit beasts immediately scattered from the nearby streets, but the thumping footsteps kept getting closer.
They hadn't given up. They just spread out in multiple directions instead of one.
The military squad immediately reacted. Team 1 and Team 2, go to the west gate. Team 3 and Team 4, go to the east gate. Team 5 and Team 6, go to the south gate. The rest of you, follow me and provide support. We must hold this hospital. As soon as the team leader finished speaking, he was suddenly lifted up by something that fell from the sky. Everyone looked up, and on the rooftop of the hospital, a huge toad lay there. Even though the hospital was very tall, that gigantic toad was like a mass of thick black mud, hanging above their heads. Its tongue was long, like a spring. It stuck to the leader's head and then retracted back into its mouth.
Crunch! The sound of bones being crushed rang out. The leader's legs immediately stopped struggling. A large amount of blood mist poured out from the toad's mouth. It fell on the faces of the stunned team members on the ground. The leader died too quickly. They didn't even have time to react. Longchen immediately used the beast identification mirror to check the data of this beast. Mist Marsh Cold Toad, Elite Level 1 star. Longchen's pupils suddenly contracted. It was the first time he had seen a real elite level spirit beast. It was indeed terrifying. Its strength exceeded 5,000. Its speed exceeded 2,000. No wonder they hadn't noticed this Mist Marsh Cold Toad. Its speed was so fast that they didn't even know when it had landed on the roof of the hospital. Kill it! The team members fired angrily. Dense bullets hit the Mist Marsh Cold Toad's body, but it was like scratching an itch. Its body surface had a layer of scabs formed by marsh mud, harder than rock and steel, like wearing a stone armor. Ordinary guns couldn't break through it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistle sounded. Longchen looked over, and it was a person wearing black combat gear and a mask. The mask had a pattern on it. It looked like the silhouette of a fierce beast, with an eye in the middle. The Ancient Beast Church. These are the real people of the Ancient Beast Church. Boom! A loud noise. The Mist Marsh Cold Toad leaped down. Like a small mountain, it crashed to the ground. It directly crushed several members of the military squad. And Longchen was right in front of it. At the same time, Longchen felt something sticky on him. In that moment, he felt the whole world go silent. He seemed to see the mocking smile in the masked man's eyes. He recalled the scene of the military squad leader being swallowed whole, instantly crushed to bones. Dead for sure? Screw you! Longchen was furious. And beside him, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle leaped up. Blood ignition activated instantly. It unleashed over 3,000 points of power to strike the Mist Marsh Cold Toad madly. But the usually successful blood ignition. Now faced with the Mist Marsh Cold Toad, it actually didn't work. The Mist Marsh Cold Toad remained motionless, its small green eyes even showed some disdain. Hee hee, interesting, but too weak. The masked man said lightly from above. Longchen suddenly felt a huge force. It aimed to pull him into the Mist Marsh Cold Toad's mouth. It's over. Such great power, even with the blood-patterned barbarian turtle blocking, would snap his waist. Just as Longchen thought he was doomed. Clang! Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword unsheathing rose up. Overwhelming sword energy soared to the sky. Like a comet, it cut through the air. It emitted a sharp whistling sound. Where the sword energy passed, the air was ripped apart, leaving visible ripples. A figure burst out from the hospital, imposing like a mountain, and surging like a raging tide, arrogantly invincible. It crushed the tongue of the Mist Marsh Cold Toad, saving Longchen. Longchen looked at this person in surprise. Adoptive father? What's happening? This arrogant and invincible figure turned out to be his adoptive father? Lin Chongfeng? The Mist Marsh Cold Toad, in pain, slapped angrily. Lin Chongfeng gently raised his hand, and the arrogant sword energy surged like a tide. Every sword of Lin Chongfeng was free-spirited yet precise, like a fierce storm, impossible to block or withstand. With a sharp sound cutting through the air, it seemed to split the heavens and earth. Although the Mist Marsh Cold Toad was huge, it was clumsy against Lin Chongfeng's sword energy, continuously being pushed back. Lin Chongfeng's sword energy moved like a living thing, sometimes condensing into a stab, piercing the weaknesses of the Cold Toad, sometimes dispersing into a net, sealing the Cold Toad's escape route. His sword techniques were unpredictable, leaving the Cold Toad defenseless. Longchen was dumbfounded. He felt like he was struck by lightning, completely charred inside and out. An elite level 1-star spiritual beast. Comparable to a 100-man commander in the military. Yet before his adoptive father, it was utterly helpless. Chapter 40? Catastrophe of the Heavenly Radiance level spiritual beasts. The masked man was also shocked. He quickly ordered the Mist Marsh Cold Toad to fight back fiercely. The opponent is just a warrior. How can a mere warrior compare to a powerful spiritual beast? Longchen looked at the masked man with a cold gaze. The masked man suddenly had an ominous premonition. He noticed Longchen was staring at him, and scoffed, "Kid, do you think I only have one spiritual beast? Eradicating you would be a piece of cake." After saying that, he summoned another toad. At first glance, it looked like a smaller version of the Mist Marsh Cold Toad. But in fact, it was the extraordinary 3-star evolutionary stage of the Mist Marsh Cold Toad. The rock-armored toad. Its skin was as hard as rock, adorned with natural stone patterns, as if draped in rock armor. It was robust, with thick limbs. Staring with big eyes, it looked down on the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. It exuded an air of arrogance toward the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle was instantly enraged. What the heck? We are both water creatures. Who do you look down on? Having already been at a disadvantage against the mist marsh cold toad, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, full of frustration, now saw such an irritating rock-armored toad. It rushed over, fueled by blood ignition. Blood flowed like bubbling magma from the cracks in its shell. Blood armor impact. Furious claw strike. Raging bite. After a series of combos, the rock-armored toad was knocked over, belly up. Then, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle pounced like a fierce tiger. The belly of the rock-armored toad was ripped open, green blood splattering in all directions for dozens of meters, very brutal. The masked man was stunned. A rock-armored toad of extraordinary 3 stars. Killed by the opponent's extraordinary 2-star tortoise beast. How is this possible? In the next second, a blood-patterned fierce tortoise, full of murderous intent, was already in front of him. He hurriedly panicked and called for the misty swamp cold toad to save him. But when he looked, the misty swamp cold toad had already been dismembered by that warrior. The blood-patterned fierce tortoise slapped the masked man away. All his limbs were shattered, but he still had a breath left. Longchen deliberately left the masked man alive. This person belonged to the ancient beast church and must know the true reason behind the attack on Jiangcheng. Seeing Longchen walking over, the masked man revealed a wild laugh. Haha, do you think you won? Wrong, this is just the beginning, the real terror is yet to come. All the people of Jiangcheng will become sacrifices for the descent of ancient beasts. After saying this, a flash of white light appeared on the masked man's chest. Then a wave of destructive aura rippled out. Longchen's expression changed dramatically. Oh no! Immediately after, the white light burst forth, and a violent heat surged in like a storm. Chener, be careful, it's an explosive rune. A figure stood in front of Longchen. Sword energy shot into the sky, suppressing the rushing white light. Boom! After a huge explosion, the area for dozens of meters was flattened. Only Longchen and the buildings behind Lin Chongfeng survived. It actually self-exploded. What powerful execution! What kind of organization is the ancient beast church? How could they brainwash people to such an extent? Dad! Longchen saw a trace of blood seeping from the corner of Lin Chongfeng's mouth. Lin Chongfeng smiled. It's nothing, not because of the explosion. Longchen looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar adoptive father. In his impression, his adoptive father was just an ordinary laborer mining for the demon suppression army to support the family. How could he be such a powerful warrior? Even, it felt like he was stronger than anyone he had ever seen. Just how powerful was he? He couldn't tell. Anyway, a 1-star elite spirit beast was as easy to crush as paper before his adoptive father. What secrets were hidden within his adoptive father? Dad, you. Longchen was about to ask. Suddenly the ground shook violently. It was as if some monstrous being was rolling beneath. Connecting this to what the masked man just said, ancient beasts are reviving, and everyone in Jiangcheng would become sacrifices. Could it be that a super huge ferocious beast is about to awaken underground? Damn! Longchen was shocked. The smell of blood in the air became more intense. Amidst the tremors of the ground, the blood on the street gathered into streams, flowing into the sewers. Lin Chongfeng murmured, the direction of this blood flow is very special, someone is deliberately guiding it. There must be element masters controlling it, and not just one. What do they want to do? Longchen asked. Lin Chongfeng shook his head. He suddenly looked to the other side. There was nothing over there, but Lin Chongfeng's expression was incredibly shocked. He immediately warned Longchen, you stay in the hospital to protect your mom, I will go check that side, something big is about to happen. What big thing? Longchen pressed for an answer. But Lin Chongfeng's figure moved as fast as the wind, disappearing between the buildings. This speed left Longchen dumbfounded. Is this really his adoptive father? How could he feel so incredibly powerful? Longchen noticed that many spirit beasts were gathering near the hospital. He hurriedly rushed towards them, taking the blood-patterned fierce tortoise to protect them. A few minutes later, the earthquake stopped. Longchen thought the abnormal change had ended. But then an even more violent earthquake occurred. A huge black shadow rose from the center of Jiangcheng. It was taller than the skyscrapers. Immensely magnificent, like a gigantic beast awakening. When Longchen saw it clearly, his pupils shrank suddenly. It was actually a terrifyingly towering tree. Every inch of its trunk flowed with a deep red filled with evil and death. The surface of the trunk was covered with intricate blood vessel-like patterns. In the distance, there was a faint sight of dark red liquid flowing. The branches of the tree demon twisted like the tentacles of a devil, stretching out in all directions. Each branch was filled with people, drained of their blood, their bodies shriveled, skin tight against bones, showing a sickly pallor.
Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, mouths agape. It was as if they were silently screaming, but in this terrifying silence, not a sound escaped. Among these corpses were the elderly, children, and adults. Their identities, ages, and genders varied, but in the end, they all became the offerings to the tree demon. What is this? Someone stepped out from a building, looking at this towering tree demon. Their legs felt nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Their eyes were fixed on that tree, pupils rapidly constricting in fear. Every hair stood on end, cold sweat poured down, and their heart raced in their chest, as if trying to break free. Those shriveled humans hanging on the tree were living people just seconds ago. Alarm! Alarm! A celestial-level spirit beast disaster has occurred in Jiangchang. Everyone, take shelter at home and wait for the disaster to be resolved. The piercing sound of the broadcast echoed throughout Jiangchang. Longchen was jolted awake. Celestial level. The level of spirit beasts goes from extraordinary level 1 to 3, elite level 1 to 3, commander level 1 to 3, and then to shining level 1 to 3. And celestial level is a full grade higher than shining level. Not to mention in Jiangcheng, where even elite level becomes the ceiling. Even in all of Linjiangsu, celestial level has only a few people who can rival it. Jiangcheng is finished. Chapter 41, the foster father went mad, charging at the celestial level with a sword. Suddenly, some enforcers rushed over, urging them to hurry to the nearby forbidden underground shelter. The ground had already been taken over by the military, heavy weapons and equipment were being deployed, and all ordinary people had to take shelter. But Longchen turned back and saw a magnificent sword shadow soaring into the sky. It was his father's sword energy. His father was going to fight that celestial level tree demon? Is he out of his mind? That is celestial level. In all of Linjiangsu, there are only a handful. Each one is a towering figure at the peak. Fighting a celestial level spirit beast was akin to a moth flying into a flame. But before he could argue, the enforcers had already pulled him into the underground shelter. Longchen was extremely worried, wanting to rush out to save his foster father. Suddenly, his foster mother came from behind and gently said, "Your foster father has already made his decision, and no amount of force can bring him back. Let him go, and we will hide safely here." Longchen felt that his foster mother seemed to know his father's secret. It seemed he was the only one who knew nothing. There were dozens of large and small shelters underground in Jiangcheng. Only the enforcers and military knew the specific locations. Ordinary citizens generally did not know. This was to prevent anyone from exposing the shelter's entrance to those with ill intentions, causing even greater casualties. This shelter had about a few hundred people, and everyone was crying together. Most of them had lost family members to the spirit beasts. His foster mother said, "This time, the spirit beast uprising has killed at least tens of thousands in Jiangcheng." Tens of thousands? Longchen was shocked. Although he had seen many people being killed, he had never expected the number to be so huge. This definitely counted as a major disaster in Linjiangsu that happens once every 10 years. The consequences of the disaster were comparable to the one from 10 years ago. "Chenner, just leave the rest to your foster father and the combat personnel outside. They will surely be able to quell Jiangcheng's disaster." Longchen hesitated on the verge of speaking. His foster mother truly didn't understand. This attack was different. The celestial level tree demon. Even the calamity from 10 years ago didn't seem to have a celestial level spirit beast disaster. The ancient beast sect must have planned for this day for a long time. The tree demon. Longchen pondered. He looked at the tree demon and felt a hint of familiarity. Forget it. Longchen calmed down, his adoptive mother was right. He couldn't help much, at best, he possessed extraordinary 3-star combat power. Anyone from the Dragon Flame Shadow Special Team was stronger than him. His urgent task still was to improve his strength. Longchen closed his eyes. He entered the Ancient Realm training ground again. Yesterday, due to the big exam, he wasted 3 entry tickets for the Ancient Realm training ground, which pained him deeply. From now on, he aimed to use all 3 entry tickets every day. This time, he still faced 2 options. Option 1, enter the Ancient Realm, difficulty level 1 star, rewards halved. Option 2, enter the Ancient Realm, difficulty level 2 stars, rewards doubled. For the past month, he had chosen option 1 repeatedly to avoid wasting tickets, challenging the Lee Tiger Beast level. Today, he decisively chose option 2. He wanted to meet the Shadow Wolves again. The moment he entered the Ancient Realm training ground, everything around him changed. A task box popped up in front of him. Current Realm, Ancient Realm. Difficulty level, 2 stars. Task, kill 30 Shadow Wolves. Reward, extraordinary 1-star reversion liquid *0.2. Assimilation times *1.
Beastmaster, Strength plus 10, Spirit plus 5, Speed plus 3, Endurance plus 3. Beast, Strength 30, Spirit plus 6, Speed plus 6, Endurance plus 7. Last time, he failed the challenge. He was torn apart by the Shadow Wolves in the end. Long Chen took a deep breath. He summoned the blood-marked barbarian turtle and the frenzied iron-eating beast. The blood-marked barbarian turtle led the way, while the frenzied iron-eating beast protected him from behind. Oh, at. Sounds of swift movement came from the grass all around. Long Chen still remembered the habits of the Shadow Wolves. Shadow Wolves were known for their teamwork, they coordinated precisely while hunting. They had clear roles, some drove the prey, some ambushed, and some delivered the final kill. A pack of Shadow Wolves usually numbered between 30 to 50. When he heard the movements of the Shadow Wolves, it meant they had set their trap and were beginning their final group hunt. 7 or 8 huge shadows sprang up from the grass. The blood-marked barbarian turtle immediately took a defensive stance. But they did not attack, they just passed by. Then, the sky darkened. Long Chen looked up and found several Shadow Wolves pouncing from behind. It was a diversion. How treacherous. Indeed, they were cunning hunters. The frenzied iron-eating beast immediately charged with a heavy punch. The basic attributes of the frenzied iron-eating beast were much stronger than those of the individual Shadow Wolves. But still, there was that problem. The Shadow Wolves attacked in groups. 7 or 8 of them surrounded the frenzied iron-eating beast and bit down. The frenzied iron-eating beast began to rampage. It swatted a Shadow Wolf and splattered its brain matter everywhere. But the Shadow Wolves also tore at the frenzied iron-eating beast's fur, piece by piece. Long Chen did not immediately call for the blood-marked barbarian turtle to assist. For the frenzied iron-eating beast, this was a rare opportunity for real combat. Moreover, if it died, it could restart. In the real world, death only happened once, and there was no restart. The blood-marked barbarian turtle was killing effortlessly on the other side. Like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, it killed one with every bite. The bodies were. He originally thought that with 2 spiritual beasts breaking through the barrier, each killing half, the reward should be split between the 2 beasts. But the system was more generous than he imagined. Great! The power of the violent iron-eating beast suddenly increased from 210 points to 240 points, which was quite a big boost, equivalent to consuming 6 blood pills, saving him 300,000. Dragon Chen power plus 10, Spirit plus 5, Speed plus 3, Endurance plus 3. Dragon Chen clenched his fist. His power value had reached 160 points. It was stronger than the average extraordinary 2-star spiritual beast. Unfortunately, he had not learned warrior skills. Otherwise, he could have tried to fight directly with the spiritual beasts. After all, a powerful warrior is truly formidable. Dragon Chan's mind once again recalled the tall and broad back of his adoptive father. He looked at the remaining rewards. Extraordinary 1-star rebirth liquid asterisk 0.1. Assimilation times asterisk 1. He had already accumulated 17 times for assimilation. But he hadn't used it once. The stronger the target for assimilation, the shorter the time needed, but the cost was also greater. For example, if he were to assimilate the blood-pattern barbarian turtle. With his current foundation, he could assimilate for at most 1 minute. And if he assimilated the violent iron-eating beast, he could assimilate for 3 minutes. Of course, the attributes retained on him after assimilation would definitely be different. He hadn't had the opportunity to test it yet, as he hadn't needed to use the assimilation. But even if he wanted to use it, it would have to be when no one was watching, otherwise, his secret could be exposed. After coming out of the ancient realm training ground, less than 10 minutes had passed outside. The shelter was still restless. The sounds of crying had not stopped. He could hear the ground shaking, but it wasn't strong. Perhaps it was because the underground shelter was located quite deep. Even if the surface was attacked by a nuclear bomb, it wouldn't necessarily create much vibration down below. Dragon Chen continued to enter the ancient realm training ground. This time, 2 new options appeared in the ancient realm training ground. In addition to the previous 2 options, options 3 and 4 appeared. Option 3, enter the ancient realm, difficulty level 3 stars, rewards double. Option 4, enter the ancient realm, difficulty level, legendary. Rewards level 5 to 10 times, with a chance to drop legendary rebirth liquid, legendary talent skills, legendary equipment. There was also a note in parentheses after option 4. Note, this option has a higher difficulty, and requires a legendary entrance ticket to open. The number of openings per day is unlimited. Legendary difficulty? Dragon Chen instinctively thought that this was equivalent to a dungeon in a game, where different difficulty levels offered different amounts of rewards. The greater the difficulty, the more rewards obtained. Besides the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd star difficulties, there were also expanded difficulties, similar to abyss level difficulties.
The rewards at this level of difficulty should also have legendary value, such as rare equipment, special items, or a large number of precious game resources.
But where could one obtain a legendary entrance ticket? He had never received one. Dragon Chen tried clicking on option 4. A box popped up. No legendary entrance ticket, cannot open. Would you like to exchange for a legendary entrance ticket? Oh. You can exchange? Dragon Chen immediately became interested. Exchange. He was curious about what could be used for the exchange. Exchange successful. Funds -1 million. Obtained Ancient Realm Legendary Entrance Ticket *1. Would you like to use it now? Dragon Chen instantly froze. His gaze blankly counted the zeros above. Units of 10,000. 100,000. Million. 1 million. What the hell?
The legendary entrance ticket actually required money for exchange.
Why not just say it was a purchase? 1 million for one. Is this legendary entrance ticket made of gold? Not even gold is that expensive. Should he use it now?
Dragon Chen felt a pinch in his heart and thought for a moment. He decided to first use the remaining 2 free entrance tickets.
What if the legendary difficulty was very high and he got kicked out right after entering? That would be a huge loss.
He chose the 3-star difficulty. The scenery around him changed once again. This time, his surroundings transformed again.
There was no jungle ecosystem anymore.
Instead, it was an endless desert, the ground temperature incredibly scorching hot.
It was at least 50 or 60 degrees, feeling like he was about to melt away. Every breath felt like swallowing fire.
Longchen couldn't care about the discomfort. A frame popped up in front of him.
Ancient Realm, difficulty level 3 stars. Task 1.
Kill 50 extraordinary 2-star flame crystal scorpions.
Task 2. Kill 1 extraordinary 3-star flame crystal scorpion afterwards. Reward. Extraordinary 2-star ancestral liquid *0.05. Assimilation times *1. Randomly 1 piece of flame crystal armor equipment. For Beastmaster to wear. Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade *1. For Beastmaster equipment. Beastmaster, Strength +20, Spirit +5, Speed +5, Stamina +5.
Beast, Strength +60, Spirit +20, Speed +10, Stamina +10.
This task in the Ancient Realm actually had 2 parts. Simply completing one part was not enough. Moreover, the extraordinary 3-star Flame Crystal Scorpion was clearly fundamentally different from the Flame Crystal Scorpion. Longchen looked it up via the 10,000 Beasts mirror. Flame Crystal Scorpion. Level, Extraordinary 2 stars. Characteristics. Medium to large size, 3 to 4 meters long.
Its body is covered with burning red crystalline armor, and below it is a hard black breastplate providing extra protection.
Combat characteristics.
Renowned for its flames and strength, capable of easily unleashing high-temperature flame attacks that can melt rock with a single strike. Although it is an insect-type fierce beast, the Flame Crystal Scorpion's power is not inferior to that of agile spirit beasts, especially its scorpion tail, which can unleash tremendous power. The Flame Crystal Scorpion has extremely high stamina, able to maintain effective attack power during long battles without easily getting tired.
Skill, Scorpion Tail Strike. Habits.
Flame crystal scorpions usually inhabit volcanic craters or near lava in the desert, where these places provide them with abundant thermal energy resources and a hidden living environment. They prefer to be active at night, resting in caves or under rocks during the day. The flame crystal scorpion is a gregarious fierce beast with a strong sense of territory. If intruders enter their territory, they will emerge in full force to drive them away. Typically, a group of flame crystal scorpions is managed by one flame scorpion queen, with numbers around 50 to 100.
Flame Scorpion Queen. Level, Extraordinary 3 stars. Characteristics. Massive size, 7 to 8 meters long, 3 times the size of an ordinary flame crystal scorpion. Its armor has stronger defensive power and possesses extremely high temperatures, like burning flames. Its 6 claws are sharp as knives, used year-round for climbing and securing itself on hard iron rocks near magma. Combat characteristics.
Renowned for its unparalleled strength and fire poison, capable of easily crushing enemies' defenses. The speed and agility of the Flame Scorpion Queen are exceptionally high, able to unleash incredible speed over short distances. It charges quickly, using its hot and hard armor to block enemy attacks and collide with enemies, causing burning effects. Its 6 claws can easily pierce through the skulls of enemies or even decapitate them. The tip of its tail has a sharp poisonous blade that stores deadly fiery poison and adds cutting effects, able to be used like a sharp knife that can cut through iron like mud. Skills. Flame Crystal Ground Crack, striking the ground violently, causing a wide-ranging flame shockwave that severely damages enemies. Poison Stinger combo, using the poison stinger on its tail to continuously attack enemies, dealing deadly fire and toxin damage.
Habits. The flame scorpion queen usually inhabits deep within volcanoes or near lava. Long Chen gasped.
This 3-star difficulty instantly rose a big level. It was much harder to deal with than 30 shadow wolves. And it was a scorpion-type beast. He felt he should make good use of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's shell.
Suddenly, the desert ground started to tremble.
Long Chen knelt down and heard a drumming sound.
Very dense, like raindrops. And it was getting closer. A group of flame crystal scorpions was on the move.
Then, on the opposite sand dune, it seemed a fire had ignited, along with flying sand and rocks, like a fiery dust storm rising on the horizon. The momentum was so fierce that it seemed even the sky changed color. The enormous pincers and scorpion tail glimmered with a metallic chill, swaying and crashing into each other, creating the sound of metal clashing.
The creatures around sensed this terrifying aura and fled in fear. The inferno crystal scorpion swarm moved out, leaving no grass to grow. Long Chen patted the blood-pattern wild turtle. Crush them! The blood-pattern wild turtle revved its engines fully. It charged towards the inferno crystal scorpion swarm with a loud thud.
Such a scene, the rampaging Iron Eater surely couldn't handle.
No need to let the rampaging Iron Eater suffer.
Let the blood-pattern wild turtle lead them through, and just collect the rewards.
Chapter 43, Over 3,000 Hired Beasts in a Wheel Battle. The blood-pattern wild turtle was like a tiger entering a wolf pack. Its hard shell blocked all the scorpion tail attacks.
In contrast, with just one slap, the blood-pattern wild turtle could splatter the brain matter of an inferno crystal scorpion.
It's not that the inferno crystal scorpion was too weak.
It's that the blood-pattern wild turtle was too strong. In the ancient realm, at 1-star difficulty, it had been grinding for a month and a half.
Over 7,000 hours.
Even a novice, training in the beginner village for such a long time, would become the strongest novice.
So ordinary inferno crystal scorpions could barely stand up to the blood-pattern wild turtle. Long Chen and the rampaging Iron Eater lazily waited behind. At the same time, 5 attributes were revealed.
They were Strength +5, Strength +5, Speed +5, and 2 Fire Poison Resistance +3.
Long Chen let the blood-pattern wild turtle take the fire poison resistance attributes.
Then he gave the remaining basic attribute values to the rampaging Iron Eater.
The strength of the rampaging Iron Eater rose to 250. It was equivalent to consuming 2 blood essence pills. But that's just in theory. In reality, blood essence pills couldn't be eaten so frequently.
From ingestion to absorption of the effects, then passing the half-life, the usual cycle is 3 days, before another can be consumed. That means, normally, spiritual beasts can only increase 5 points of strength every 3 days through medicine. Yet his rampaging Iron Eater had already gained 40 points in one night, and in the real world, just over 10 minutes had passed.
Who would have thought?
He just closed his eyes for a moment, and his strength grew.
He felt a bit abnormal.
The blood-pattern wild turtle wiped out this Inferno Crystal Scorpion tribe, exceeding the kill mission. Mission 1, Kill Inferno Crystal Scorpion 61/50, completed.
Simply easy. Next, he needed to find the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen.
According to the Beast Encyclopedia's description of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen's habits, it likes to hide in volcanic craters or places close to lava.
This was a plain, with no volcano, so it could only be near lava.
Long Chen climbed over a sand dune and saw an incredibly bright magma zone, like a huge red scar ripped across a desert land. No wonder it was so hot here, the heat source is right here.
Suddenly, a black rock near the lava moved rapidly. It looked like a small mountain. The ground trembled as if experiencing a small earthquake, cracks rapidly spreading, and the magma began to erupt. It was an even larger Inferno Crystal Scorpion. This is the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. Long Chen and the blood-pattern wild turtle, rampaging Iron Eater widened their eyes. Is this what they called 7 or 8 meters?
Looking at that high-held scorpion tail made his scalp numb. The body was indeed 7 or 8 meters long, but the tail, like a curved blade, was at least 7 or 8 meters long too. The scorpion tail of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen towered high. Hot red light flowed on its shell, like moving magma. Wherever it went, the air distorted from the high temperature, as if even space began to burn.
Sharp, double blades walked smoothly on the smooth rock iron, clattering as they rushed over.
The massive scorpion tail swung around like the Grim Reaper's sickle, making a sound that tore through the air.
Long Chen's heart raced.
This was completely different from the extraordinary 3-star beasts he had seen.
Can an extraordinary 3-star beast be that fierce? The blood-pattern wild turtle immediately activated its blood-burning ability.
It collided with the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen with over 3,000 strength.
But in an instant, it was flipped over.
The Flame Crystal Scorpion charged towards Long Chen with a clatter.
Damn!
No wonder he felt that 50 Flame Crystal Scorpions were too weak. It turned out the real challenge was waiting here. The Rage Iron Beast had no choice but to rush out immediately. It unleashed a torrent of iron fists, frantically smashing down on the Flame Crystal Scorpion. On the other side, the blood-patterned Barbarian Turtle also woke up, letting out a furious roar, charging toward the Flame Crystal Scorpion once more. Although it wouldn't be swiftly defeated, judging by the current situation, winning was basically impossible. Detected elite level Fierce Beast, would you like to summon a hired beast? Hired beast? What is a hired beast? Longchen had little time to examine the system functions. So when the system prompted, he simply couldn't understand. But no matter what, the hired beast should be there to help him, right? Summon. Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of Longchen. Hired beasts. Currently available for summoning in the Ancient Realm Training Ground. A long list of spirit beasts was displayed. All labeled, to be unlocked. However, these spirit beasts looked familiar. 1 Iron Armor Violent Bear. 1 Shadow Flower Demon. 2 Rock Armor Ape Guards. 1 Kind-Hearted Bird. 10 Blast Tigers. 1 Rock Armor Toad. Aren't these all the spirit beasts he had defeated? Could they be hired beasts in the Ancient Realm Training Ground? Longchen continued scrolling down. What he found next were even more shocking numbers. 225 Fierce Tiger Beasts. 3,750 Split-Tooth Tigers. 45 Shadow Wolves. 65 Flame Crystal Scorpions. Damn! Aren't these fierce beasts he had defeated in the Ancient Realm Training Ground? The reason he killed so many split-tooth tigers was because when Longchen was crazy grinding the 1-star difficulty to avoid killing the fierce tiger beast too early and leaving the Ancient Realm Training Ground, he specifically sought out this kind of tiger beast which was similar to the fierce tiger, but a different kind, to kill. In over 7,000 hours, he actually killed 3,750 split-tooth tigers. Longchen felt a strange guilt. No wonder he later found it hard to find another split-tooth tiger. Could it be that this beast had been completely wiped out by him? However, Longchen realized that with so many hired beasts, it wasn't like he could summon them just whenever he wanted. Summoning requires money. Summoning a second-tier extraordinary beast costs 1 million each time. And they can only fight for 10 minutes. But if a hired beast dies within those 10 minutes, and the 10 minutes haven't passed, he can summon another same-level beast to fight. In other words, as long as you have enough spirit beasts, and they die fast enough, within 10 minutes, you might even send out all your hired beasts for a wheel battle. But a dead hired beast stays dead, its number will be permanently decreased, unless more fierce beasts or spirit beasts are defeated to accumulate again. There was nothing to hesitate over. Hired beast, charge for me. Longchen directly clicked the first hired beast to attack. It was a split-tooth tiger. The split-tooth tiger had 2 giant teeth. Like a mammoth, it charged forward. The Flame Crystal Scorpion, disdainfully glancing at the split-tooth tiger, lightly dodged, causing the split-tooth tiger to plunge into the magma with a splash, then it was burned to ash. Split-tooth tiger -1. Longchen was dumbfounded. The blood-patterned Barbarian Turtle and the Rage Iron Beast, beaten black and blue, were also dumbfounded. As if saying, "Master, is this the fool you found?" Longchen felt embarrassed. Mistake, this was a mistake. Longchen clicked on another hired beast to go out. Still a split-tooth tiger. This time he learned to be smart, slowly approaching the Flame Crystal Scorpion. But, the Flame Crystal Scorpion again glanced disdainfully at the split-tooth tiger, then with a sweep of its tail. To the split-tooth tiger, that was like a giant hammer. It was immediately sent flying hundreds of meters away. Splash! It fell into the magma and turned to ashes. Split-tooth tiger -1. Longchen's eyes widened. The scene fell into dead silence. The blood-patterned Barbarian Turtle and the Rage Iron Beast were laughing so hard they were almost in tears. But they dared not laugh, as Longchen's face had already turned completely dark. The Flame Crystal Scorpion arrogantly flicked its scorpion tail. In its shiny black eyes, there was nothing but contemptuous laughter. As if mocking Longchen, this weak human. Longchen's face was ashen. Emotionless, he spent another million. 1 million could summon 1 hired beast. So 2 million means 2 hired beasts? His anger was ignited. How could you ridicule such an awesome ability of mine? Longchen frantically clicked to summon hired beasts. He unleashed 2 split-toothed tigers at once. One was sent flying by the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. But the other bit onto the leg of the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. In pain, the scorpion's tail suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the split-toothed tiger's head, splattering brain matter everywhere. Before the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen could feel proud, 2 more split-toothed tigers charged out. The Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen was momentarily stunned. After killing 1, 2 more came out?
Continuously. Can it really be played like this? Cheat? Orphan?
Meanwhile, numbers flashed constantly on Long Chen's panel.
Split-Tooth Tiger -2. Split-Tooth Tiger -2. Split-Tooth Tiger -2. Split-Tooth Tiger -2. It didn't matter.
In theory, he could summon countless split-tooth tigers within 10 minutes.
Over 3,000, come and kill them.
Like a suicide squad, the split-tooth tigers swarmed the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. The Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen lashed out furiously with her tail.
However, the combat power of the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen was truly terrifying.
One person held the gate, no matter how many came, they would all be killed.
This left Long Chen shocked once again.
This was the brutality of an extraordinary 3-star beast, fundamentally different from a 2-star beast. During the big exam, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle had even counter-killed an extraordinary 3-star spirit beast. But facing an extraordinary 3-star ferocious beast, the gap was so enormous.
He wondered if the blood-patterned barbarian turtle had also been this monstrous after becoming 3-star?
Long Chen gritted his teeth and spent another million. He summoned 3 split-tooth tigers at the same time.
Having already spent 2 million, what was another million?
There was a mindset called the gambler's mindset.
The higher the investment, the more one would go all in.
Otherwise, if he couldn't get through this stage, then all his previous investments would be wasted. And as long as he passed, the rewards would far exceed 3 million.
Worth a gamble.
Continuous 3 split-tooth tigers circled and bit the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen, their massive teeth melting in the intense heat, finally causing injury to the queen.
Split-Tooth Tiger -3. Split-Tooth Tiger -3. Split-Tooth Tiger -3. After consuming over 1,500 split-tooth tigers,
the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen, who had been fighting intensely, finally collapsed in exhaustion. With a rumble, she fell to the ground. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle and the frenzied Iron Eater seized the opportunity. Blood-burning and Iron Fist frenzy were unleashed. After clanging and crashing for several minutes, they finally killed the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen.
Ding!
Congratulations on successfully killing Flame Crystal Scorpion *50, Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen *1.
Task completed, please claim your rewards. Blood-patterned barbarian turtle strength +60, spirit +20, speed +10, endurance +10. Frenzied Iron Eater strength +60, spirit +20, speed +10, endurance +10. Long Chen strength +20, spirit +5, speed +5, endurance +5.
Extraordinary 2-star gene fluid *0.05.
Assimilation times *1. A random piece of flame crystal armor equipment.
For beast masters to wear.
Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade *1. For beast master equipment.
Pick up fire poison resistance +15.
Pick up Beast Master Skill Book Blazing Flame Armor. Pick up Beast Master Obedience Potion *5.
A series of reward messages appeared.
Long Chen felt a surge of power once again. 180 points. He felt like he could punch through an armored vehicle now.
Even a second-tier warrior might not be his match purely in strength. It seemed he needed to learn warrior skills. The more tricks he had, the better his chances of survival. Long Chen noticed he had obtained a Beast Master Skill Book, Blazing Flame Armor, and opened the skill description.
Blazing Flame Armor Skill Book. Skill type, Defensive Skill. Applicable object, Beast Masters with shells on their outer body. Skill description.
A Beast Master can fuse the flame energy within its body with the shell on its surface, transforming it into a layer of blazing flame armor, greatly enhancing its defensive ability, and it carries a certain burning attack effect.
Long Chen understood.
This skill book originated from the flame shell of the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. The temperature was extremely high. After being struck a few times by the frenzied Iron Eater's iron palms, they turned red, as if they had been roasted. Just a moment ago, when using the split-tooth tigers in a wheel battle, many saber-toothed tigers were directly burned to death by the shell of the Flame Crystal Scorpion.
This skill can only be used for the blood-patterned barbarian turtle.
So, Long Chen directly had the skill book teach the blood-patterned barbarian turtle right on the spot.
At the moment the skill was activated,
the shell of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle began to emit a hot aura, as if a giant flame beast had awakened from the abyss. The red patterns on its shell became even more vivid. Blood-red lines flowed like burning lava, swirling with wild firelight and emitting a suffocating high temperature. Under the influence of this fiery armor, the blood patterns on the shell appeared even more ferocious and terrifying, like a hellish totem, making the blood-patterned barbarian turtle look even more savage and violent. Even the raging iron-eating beast could not get close due to the intense heat. Long Chen was overjoyed. This skill was simply tailor-made for the blood-patterned barbarian turtle.
An attack and defense integrated. Long Chen continued to look at other rewards. Beast control potions or something. They weren't of much use to him. But he had already accumulated over 100 bottles. He set them aside and continued to look at other rewards. The ancestral liquid rewarded only 0.05. But it was extraordinary 2 stars. This means he only needed to clear 20 times to obtain a complete extraordinary 2-star evolution liquid. It could help the blood-patterned barbarian turtle evolve to extraordinary 3 stars. Just thinking about the power of the flame crystal scorpion made Long Chen extremely excited. He also received 2 pieces of equipment as rewards. One was a chest armor for humans. Deep red and very exquisite. It looked like it was made from the shell of the flame crystal scorpion. This shell was even harder than the iron fists of the raging iron-eating beast, and much tougher than ordinary fine iron. The other piece of equipment was much larger. It was 6 to 7 meters long. It was a weapon transformed from the scorpion tail of the flame crystal scorpion. Flame spirit scorpion tail blade. This was equipment for beasts. Once equipped, it would have abilities equivalent to the scorpion tail of the flame crystal scorpion. The raging iron-eating beast looked at Long Chen with excitement. Now it was its turn. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, then tossed the equipment to the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. The raging iron-eating beast instantly turned gray. The world seemed colorless around it. It squatted down in a circle. Master is biased. Master doesn't love me anymore. Long Chen broke out in a sweat. This guy was so big but had such a fragile heart. Long Chen explained, this scorpion tail is more suitable for the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. After all, it and the flame crystal scorpion are both aquatic, which makes them match better. While you are a fierce beast, next time there will be something more suitable for you. Upon hearing the word fierce beast, the raging iron-eating beast's mood instantly brightened. Proudly, it looked at the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. Did you hear that? Master said I am a fierce beast and you are aquatic. But the raging iron-eating beast's breath suddenly halted. Behind the massive body of the raging iron-eating beast stood a huge metal scorpion tail. The sight was too shocking. Even Long Chen's eyes widened. So damn cool. Scorpion turtle. The sharpness of the scorpion tail blade complemented the sturdy shell of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle perfectly. Not at all awkward. When the blood-patterned barbarian turtle wielded the scorpion tail blade, the 6 to 7 meter long blade moved through the air like a giant flame dragon dancing in the sky. Cutting through the air, it emitted a sharp whistling sound. The flames on the blade became even more violent as it swung, as if this power could tear apart the sky itself. No wonder beast equipment was so expensive. It boosted the beasts too much. This equipment had an epic effect on the combat power of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. He could already imagine how stunned the flame crystal scorpion would be when the blood-patterned barbarian turtle encountered it again. No hesitation, let's go again. Enter the ancient realm training grounds once more. Chapter 45, by Lily, You're Looking for Death. This time, he entered the ancient realm at 3-star difficulty. Perhaps because he might be a second-tier beast master. The second challenge rewards were not halved like other levels. But although the rewards weren't reduced, the content of the rewards was adjusted. The skill book Blazing Flame Armor is gone. It seems that this reward is only available for the first completion. Below the equipment Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade, there is an additional line of text. If already equipped, equipment enhancement +1. This is quite considerate. Long Chen was a bit worried before. If he crazily farmed the 3-star difficulty for this level later on, gaining a bunch of Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blades wouldn't be of any use to him. He doesn't have so many beasts to equip them on. That would be a waste. Each enhancement +1 raises all the attributes of the equipped item by 10%. This time, the challenge was clearly easier. The blood-patterned barbarian tortoise and the violent iron-eating beast picked up a lot of fire resistance. Even in this scorching desert, they felt as comfortable as being at home. This time, Long Chen primarily let the violent iron-eating beast take action. In the last challenge, the violent iron-eating beast didn't have such high fire resistance. Facing a large group of flame crystal scorpions, it still couldn't fight back. But now it can stand on its own. Such progress is astonishing. It also dropped some basic attributes. Gaining +30 strength, +10 speed, +5 spirit, +5 stamina for the violent iron-eating beast. These attributes are like picking money off the ground. To gain such stats with potions would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Upon reaching the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen's lair, Long Chen wanted to try clearing the level without relying on summoned beasts. Yet, even though the blood-patterned barbarian tortoise had high fire resistance, and with the support of the Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade, when clashing with the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen, it still got knocked away in just a few moments. Though the Scorpion Tail seems similar, their power is worlds apart. In the end, the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen is simply too strong. Then, let's continue using summoned beasts.
This time he spent 1 million, sending out one summoned beast to fight alongside the blood-patterned barbarian tortoise and the violent iron-eating beast. After nearly an hour of battling, they finally succeeded in defeating the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen.
Ding!
Congratulations on defeating Flame Crystal Demon Scorpion *50, Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen *1.
Task completed, please claim your reward.
Blood-patterned barbarian tortoise strength plus 60, spirit plus 20, speed plus 10, stamina plus 10.
Violent iron-eating beast strength plus 60, spirit plus 20, speed plus 10, stamina plus 10. Longchen strength plus 20, spirit plus 5, speed plus 5, stamina plus 5.
Supreme 2-star reversion liquid *0.05.
Assimilation count *1. Flame crystal armor equip, randomly 1 piece, armor *1.
For beast tamers to wear.
Flame spirit scorpion tail blade *1.
Or flame spirit scorpion tail blade enhancement plus 1.
Choose 1.
Picked up fire poison resistance plus 15. Picked up beast taming skill book blazing flame armor.
Picked up beast obedience potion *5.
The rewards are similar to last time, except for the flame spirit scorpion tail blade.
In the choice between equipment and enhancement, Longchen didn't hesitate to pick equipment.
After all, enhancement only boosts by 10%, but equipping the violent iron-eating beast with a scorpion tail would greatly increase its combat power. Once the violent iron-eating beast received the equipment, it immediately erupted with joy. It pranced around, showing off to the blood-patterned barbarian tortoise.
Look! I have such a cool weapon equipped now. The blood-patterned barbarian tortoise looked aloof. Fool! The violent iron-eating beast suddenly froze. Wait, didn't Master say this weapon is specifically for aquatic creatures? Didn't Master say it's a fierce beast?
Facing the questioning gaze of the violent iron-eating beast,
Longchen chose to ignore it.
It's good to have it, so what's with all the fuss? When Longchen opened his eyes, only 10 minutes had passed in reality. Who would have thought that such a short 10 minutes could greatly enhance one's strength? Suddenly, he heard voices arguing. A crowd had gathered over there, not sure what they were receiving. His adoptive mother was also not around.
Why won't you give us any? Why do you treat us differently? In the crowd, his adoptive mother was angrily debating with them.
The other party was a staff member distributing supplies.
From the Jiangcheng Logistics Department. We just won't give it to you, what can you do? The one speaking was a girl. By Lily.
By Lily's face was grotesque. It was as if she had finally found an outlet for her anger. Gritting her teeth, she said to his adoptive mother,
"You can blame your son, Longchen. Isn't he supposed to be capable?
Then you shouldn't take any supplies.
No matter what you say, we won't give you anything.
The supplies in the shelter are reserved for more useful people, not for lowly wastes like you."
By Lily's words made the people around very dissatisfied. How could she say that? Everyone here seeking refuge is an ordinary person, aren't they?
Those with any ability wouldn't come here to take refuge, they would go to their own private luxurious shelters. They are being way too unreasonable to this woman. Everyone could only grit their teeth in anger, afraid to speak out. After all, no one knows what is happening outside right now. They might be stuck here in the shelter for a long time, under the roof of another, who would dare offend the logistics department at this time. In the shelter, the logistics department controls all supply distribution.
The foster mother was furious.
Then she watched helplessly as Bai Lily handed a large pile of supplies to a woman beside her, who looked somewhat similar to Bai Lily. The woman was incredibly delighted, casting a proud glance at the foster mother, and began telling everyone, "Raising an outstanding child is so easy, this is my daughter.
She is an excellent graduate from Jiangcheng Beast Master 1, you know."
She was already pre-selected by the logistics department before graduation.
Everyone looked at her with envy.
Someone flattered, "She must be a child of heaven, your latter half of life will surely be blissful. If my son had even half of your daughter's excellence, or even a tenth, I would be offering incense in gratitude." Bai Lily and her mother both showed proud expressions. The foster mother clenched her fists tightly. Looking at the supplies in front of her, she snatched up a few packages.
"You dare to snatch supplies from the logistics department? You are so bold."
The sturdy man who was distributing supplies and was backing Bai Lily grabbed the foster mother's arm. The grip was incredibly tight, causing great pain to the foster mother's expression. But for the sake of Longchen not going hungry, she was determined not to let go.
"You are pushing your luck."
Bai Lily swung her hand towards the foster mother. She intended to unleash all the pent-up frustration from Longchen onto his foster mother. Suddenly, a hand blocked in front of the foster mother.
"Who dares to stop me?" Bai Lily had just asked half this question when she suddenly froze. Longchen? You're not dead?"
Bai Lily's voice was sharp with shock. She had been eliminated early, returning to Jiangchang after being cut.
Thus, she didn't know Long Chen's final situation.
She had thought Long Chen was destined to die in that meat grinder-like exam.
But unexpectedly, this guy had actually come out alive. Long Chen's face was ashen. Smack! A heavy slap landed on Bai Lily's face.
Bai Lily's slender body spun several times in the air before crashing hard to the ground. She was completely dazed.
A bloody imprint was vividly clear on her face. Lily!
Bai Lily's mother rushed over.
Then she turned and gnashed her teeth in anger at Long Chen. You dare to hit my daughter?
Zhao Gu! The sturdy man was Zhao Gu. Zhao Ji's expression darkened, and his powerful aura suddenly erupted. The strong shockwave immediately pushed back the people nearby. His muscles bulged violently.
He looked like a monster.
Everyone was horrified, a Tier 3 warrior. In Jiangchang, Tier 4 is the ceiling.
And Tier 3 is the quasi-first line. Basically, these are senior personnel in various units.
This mother and son actually offended such a figure.
They were doomed.
In the shelter, the logistics department holds a high authority. They could even decide who has the right to stay in the shelter or not. Zhao Ji's voice was heavy like a bell. I'll give you a chance, leave the shelter, and I will spare your lives.
Otherwise, you will die.
In the distance, the enforcers also saw this scene. Some intended to come forward to stop it, but were held back by older law enforcement officers. Everyone were colleagues, often seeing each other. If they offended the logistics department today, tomorrow they would definitely fall into the hands of the logistics department, and the other party would definitely make things difficult for them.
Why bother? Long Chen was so angry that he laughed. What are you?
The shelter was built by the country for the residents. You logistics department are only responsible for distributing supplies. What right do you have to make us leave the shelter?
Is the shelter your home? Long Chen's words were very impolite.
His foster mother pulled on Long Chen from behind. When she protested against the logistics department, she had no worries. But when it was Chener starting to challenge the logistics commander, she began to worry about Chener's safety.
The logistics department held great power and had many people.
Offending them would definitely not end well. Bai Lily saw Long Chen being so tough. She couldn't help but gloat. The lower class is just the lower class, thinking they are fearless like a newborn calf, yet they don't know they are striking a rock with an egg. Thinking about Long Chen about to get into big trouble made her mood instantly brighten. Brother Zhao threw a punch at Long Chen. Long Chen took it seriously and tried to block Brother Zhao's punch.
Slap! A loud sound echoed. But Long Chen only took a half step back. The crowd was astonished. This young man was not simple at all. He could actually take a punch from a level 3 power-type warrior. His foster mother also widened her eyes. She knew very well what a level 3 power-type warrior meant. If an ordinary person took such a punch, they could easily be disabled, or worse, killed in one blow. Brother Zhao also expressed confusion. I wondered why you were so arrogant. Turns out you're just a level 2 warrior. Gasps arose from the crowd.
So he was also a young talent. At this age, he should be this year's college entrance exam candidate.
A level 2 warrior is among the best in the warrior's school. At the very least, he could rank in the top 100.
Bai Lily showed a questioning look.
Level 2 warrior?
No, he should be a level 2 beast master. As Bai Lily was about to tell this news to Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao's expression suddenly became more sinister as he said to Long Chen.
But do you know, in front of a level 3 warrior, a level 2 warrior is as weak as a newborn?
Brother Zhao threw another punch.
This punch came with golden light. Moreover, the fist wind was obviously much stronger. With a crackling sound in the golden light, it was clear that this punch had a skill attached.
At this point, the law enforcement officers could not sit still anymore.
Zhao Shangjiang, how can you use skills against a college entrance exam candidate?
The law enforcement officers rushed over. But it was already too late. A fierce glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes.
Who said I was a warrior? A beast master space appeared behind Long Chen.
A fierce giant beast walked out. The crowd was shocked, their eyes nearly popping out.
Was this a turtle?
A turtle with a huge scorpion tail?
What kind of variation was this?
They had never seen a turtle beast shaped like this.
It looked so rough, so savage. But it was so imposing.
It completely subverted their understanding of turtle beasts. That violent aura felt scarier than countless wild beasts that had killed.
Zhao Shangjiang could not hold back anymore.
His fist struck the blood-patterned barbaric turtle's shell. Immediately, intense heat radiated from the shell.
Sizzle! The blazing flame armor activated. Ah! Zhao Shangjiang let out a terrible scream. New. So Zhao Shangjiang quickly got up. But a sharp scorpion tail blade hung in front of him. The tip was as sharp as a needle. And red liquid dripped down. That liquid dropped on him, like a drop of scorching golden water, instantly burning through his clothes and drilling into his skin. Ah! Zhao Shangjiang hurriedly took off his clothes. Looking again, his chest had been burned to show a bullet hole, and he could vaguely see his ribs. Everyone gasped in shock. Just looking at it made heart-wrenching pain. The blood-patterned turtle scorpion tail again pointed at Zhao Shangjiang. If you move again, I'll inject the fire toxin directly into your body. Long Chen's cold voice rang out. Zhao Shangjiang shivered. Then even with the pain he dared not move an inch. Just the drops on his skin were already so painful. What if it were injected into his body? Wouldn't he be burned alive? So terrifying. The whole place fell silent. Everyone stared at Long Chen in disbelief. This top student actually completely crushed a level 3 warrior. Zhao Shangjiang's foster mother also stared in surprise. Why did it feel like? Chener seemed stronger than when he was in the hospital? It was still less than half an hour ago. Even a once-in-a-thousand-years talent could not have such rapid progress. And Bai Lily and her daughter were even more shocked. Especially Bai Lily. She felt that this turtle was stronger than during the big exam. Or maybe during the big exam, Long Chen hadn't even used all his strength? Bai Lily's eyes suddenly grew complicated. Looking at Long Chen, who was envied and admired in the crowd. It was as if she saw that proud son of heaven who shone wherever he went due to his infinite beast mastery talent. She thought Long Chen had fallen. But unexpectedly, Long Chen stood up again. Among all these surprised people, the most shocked was Long Chen himself. After being tempered by the flame crystal scorpion in the ancient training ground, he suddenly realized that level 3 warriors are so weak. A level 3 warrior like Zhao Shangjiang. 100 of them couldn't beat a single flame crystal scorpion. This indicates one thing. The value of the ancient training ground is still rising. Although he was badly beaten there. In the real world, he would also make others suffer greatly. Chapter 47, Every word is evidence in court. I was wrong. Under Long Chen's powerful pressure, Zhao Shangjiang hurriedly admitted his mistake. What was wrong? Long Chen pressed for details. There were some questions he had to clarify. After all, Zhao Shangjiang was a staff member of the logistics department. He had an official background. Especially since the logistics department was responsible for distributing supplies in the shelter. If a conflict arose over supply distribution, to some, this could be seen as forcibly robbing supplies from the logistics department. If it came down to it, this matter could become very serious. So he had to let Zhao Shangjiang himself clearly explain the reasons for his mistakes. Especially in front of those members of the enforcement department who were watching from afar, every word Zhao Shangjiang said was evidence in court. Zhao Shangjiang hesitated. If he revealed it, he might lose his job. Suddenly, the blood-patterned turtle scorpion tail swayed slightly. The metallic cold light flashed on Zhao Shangjiang's face, scaring his heart into a tremble. He hurriedly blurted out everything. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have used my authority in the logistics department to treat you and your mother differently, deliberately not allocating survival supplies to you. And what else? Long Chen continued to ask. What else? Zhao Shangjiang asked cautiously. Long Chen frowned slightly, a hint of killing intent flowing in his narrow eyes. Zhao Shangjiang quickly continued, I shouldn't have believed Bai Lily and her daughter, teaming up with them to bully you. I should have recognized my mistakes and realized it in time. I shouldn't have been stubborn, causing the conflict to escalate. This entire conflict started because of me. The responsibility is all mine. Zhao Shangjiang took all the responsibility upon himself. Only then did Long Chen feel satisfied, taking the supplies and bringing his adoptive mother back to his position. At this moment, everyone's gaze was tightly fixed on the two of them. In this instant, Long Chen was undoubtedly the god of this shelter. He had beaten the logistics officer, and he had no responsibility on himself, using his overwhelming strength to reclaim his dignity and rights. It was simply too cool. The law enforcement officers looked at each other in confusion. Is there such a character among the top students of the Beast Master Major? Previously, they only knew that Miss Su was alone at the T0 level. It seems that there is more than one person at the T0 level. Zhao Shangjiang is done for. It would have been one thing to use power for personal gain, but now he was forced to publicly admit his crime. The logistics department likely wouldn't have him anymore, and even if he stayed, he could only be a marginalized figure. Bai Lily and her mother were already stunned with fear. How could this guy become so strong? Clearly, they were all top students. Even if their strengths varied, it was impossible for them to differ too much. Because the national reinforcement for top students had a time limit.
It was 1 month before the exam. Whether it's Beast Master, Warrior, or Elemental Master professions, this was the requirement. So against a high-level warrior like Zhao Shangjiang, a powerful student should have been crushed, but instead, Zhao Shangjiang was crushed by Long Chen.
It's simply ridiculous. Long Chen glanced at Bai Lily.
Bai Lily immediately turned pale with fright, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry, I won't dare again, please spare me. At this moment, Bai Lily knelt on the ground, as embarrassed as could be.
But being embarrassed is better than losing your life.
She did not have a physique as powerful as Zhao Shangjiang's. Let alone being injected with fire poison. Even being hit by that giant pendulum, she'd be crushed to pieces. The adoptive mother enjoyed the canned food opened by Long Chen, her face beaming with a comforting smile. Her son had grown up in the blink of an eye.
And he was extraordinarily powerful. Every parent knows.
There's probably no moment more fulfilling than seeing your child having the ability to stand on their own. While eating from the can, Long Chen was lost in thought.
Dad,
Long Chen still decided to ask about the doubts in his heart.
Why was his adoptive father so strong? Why, despite being so strong, was he willing to be an unknown figure in Zheng City?
Even the strongest in Zheng City probably wasn't as strong as his adoptive father.
Many things he couldn't understand.
His adoptive mother froze momentarily, seemingly guessing what Long Chen wanted to ask. Just then, the door of the shelter opened again.
More ordinary people were brought in for refuge.
Among the crowd seeking refuge, Long Chen spotted Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao. The moment Wang Kaixian saw Long Chen, he immediately shouted, "Dragon brother!" while running over, as if he had finally met his big brother.
Long Chen asked if there was any news from the exam.
Wang Kaixian said that things were stable there now. The military found out that the insider in the exam was actually a proctor who had been bribed by the ancient beast church. They secretly killed many student teams, putting the blame on the Yangcheng team.
In fact, the Yangcheng team hadn't really killed that many people.
Long Chen suddenly realized, so the ancient beast church has been planning for a long time. Whether it's the Yangcheng team or the bribed proctor, they are only part of the plan, and their role is to attract everyone's attention and weaken defenses in Zheng City.
Wang Kaishuan's scalp tingled, and the hair on his body stood up. So, the ancient beast church was actually targeting Zheng City all along? But why? Do you think there could be people from the ancient beast church lurking around us? Just like this shelter now? Long Chen shook his head.
I don't know, maybe it's possible. Since they went to such great lengths and set up such a big scheme, they can't just arrange for a few people.
Perhaps they have already infiltrated some people into Jiangcheng long ago, but we just don't know. Speaking of which,
Long Chen suddenly looked at Yu Qiuyao. It seems like you suddenly transferred to Beast Taming High School a year ago, and you didn't live in Jiangcheng before.
Yu Qiuyao suddenly felt a bit nervous, quickly blushing and lowering her head, saying softly, "It's because of my father's job transfer, so we moved to Jiangcheng." Which city did you live in before coming to Jiangcheng? Long Chen continued to ask. Yu Qiuyao's face turned even redder. Wang Kaixian couldn't bear it any longer. "Long bro, why are you doubting Qiuyao?
We're all classmates who know each other well, there won't be any problems.
Besides, Qiuyao is so timid and shy, how could she possibly be one of those evil ancient beast church people?" Long Chen gave Yu Qiuyao a deep look, then suddenly smiled foolishly. "When did I say I suspected Yu Qiuyao? I just suddenly remembered this matter and asked. But you, why are you defending Yu Qiuyao so much? Could it be that you?" Wang Kaishuan's face instantly turned into a big red balloon.
He explained loudly, "I'm just concerned about a classmate, nothing else."
"The way you say it will make Qiuyao wary of me."
Long Chen dug at his ear.
"I was just casually asking, what are you so anxious about? Do my words poke your lungs like sharp truths?" "No way." Chapter 48, The Reward is a Divine Beast? The Great Sage Equal to Heaven. People around looked towards Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian quickly lowered his voice. "I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to get food with Qiuyao. I'm starving to death running all the way." Long Chen shrugged.
Then his expression gradually became serious. He stared at Yu Qiuyao's back, lost in thought.
If he only looked at Yu Qiuyao as a person. Weak, timid, gentle. He also didn't think she could be a member of the ancient beast church.
But that towering tree monster that erupted from the center of Jiangcheng. To be honest, it really resembled Yu Qiuyao's green spirit tree monster. Although the levels were worlds apart.
The evolution of spirit beasts sometimes follows certain clues.
For example, some special marks or patterns.
These could possibly be retained in one evolution after another.
For some reason, he had a strong premonition in his heart.
The giant tree monster that wreaked havoc in Jiangcheng, bloodthirsty for tens of thousands, seemed to have a common origin with Yu Qiuyao's green spirit tree monster. But without evidence, it's not easy to say now. Because this concerns Yu Choyao's entire life.
If any relevant department, because of his words, suspected that Yu Choyo had ties to the ancient beast church, then her life would be ruined.
He couldn't bear that responsibility. Long Chen continued to close his eyes. He still had a legendary level entry ticket that hadn't been used. He entered the ancient beast training ground again.
This time, there was still no new ancient realm entrance. It might take him reaching level 3 beast tamer before a higher level ancient realm would appear. At this moment, there were still 4 ancient realm entrances before him. 1-star difficulty, 2-star difficulty, 3-star difficulty. And the legendary level difficulty entrance. It was written above. Legendary, the Saint Fighting Monkey. Saint Monkey. Is it related to primates? Before entering, Long Chen hesitated a bit. After all, he almost didn't pass even the 3-star difficulty. Could he handle the legendary difficulty? Would it waste a million value entry ticket? If it were any other time, he certainly wouldn't be in a hurry. At least he would grind through the 3-star difficulty dozens of times, accumulating strength before challenging the legendary difficulty.
But now time waits for no one. The battle outside is still unknown in its extent.
It is even possible that Jiang City has already been captured by the ancient beast church. After all, that tree demon is at the celestial radiance level. The celestial radiance level corresponds to the strongest of humanity.
No one in Jiang City could possibly defeat the opponent.
Therefore, he has a very pessimistic thought: Jiang City might ultimately fall completely. If that time really comes and he lacks the strength to protect himself, he will undoubtedly die. He and his adoptive mother may not even be able to exit the sanctuary's door before being rushed in and killed by the ancient beast church's people.
So the most urgent task now is to seize every moment to increase strength.
Long Chen made up his mind and then used a legendary entry ticket to enter this ancient realm, where the surroundings instantly changed.
Current location, Ancient Realm, Legendary Difficulty. Task, kill the guardian of the ancient temple, the celestial battle sage monkey. Rewards. Transcendent 2-star ancestral liquid * 0.1.
Legendary, celestial battle sage monkey, cub, special beast taming. There is a chance to obtain the cub of the celestial battle sage monkey, which is a very rare beast king monster. Beast tamer, strength plus 50, speed plus 20, spirit plus 10, stamina plus 10. Beast, strength plus 200, speed plus 40, spirit plus 10, stamina plus 40. Although it is said to be of legendary difficulty, there aren't as many rewards as Long Chen imagined. There are only 2 kinds: ancestral liquid and a spirit beast cub? Long Chen's breathing became a bit rapid in an instant. This is the beast that the ancient realm training ground rewards him. It is definitely different from what he bought from the outside. He immediately excitedly flipped through the 10,000 Beasts manual. He found the description of the celestial battle sage monkey. Basic information. Celestial battle sage monkey. Level, unknown. Characteristics. The celestial battle sage monkey has a majestic figure, standing 100 feet tall, with an imposing aura. The muscle lines are defined like sculptures, and its entire body is covered with shining golden fur. Its face is handsome and dignified, with bright, piercing eyes. It wears a purple gold crown, with ancient runes carved onto the golden hoop. It is clad in a golden war robe, embroidered with cloud patterns and flame designs, showcasing its will to battle the heavens. Weapon, celestial battle stick. Forged from ancient divine iron, the stick body radiates golden brilliance, containing infinite power. The stick is 9 feet long, with cloud and flame patterns carved along its body. The celestial battle stick can change size according to the will of the celestial battle sage monkey. At its largest, it can become a towering pillar; at its smallest, it can shrink to a tiny needle hidden behind its ear. Long Chen was thrilled. Indeed, it is the legendary difficulty's ancient realm training ground. His excited blood surged instantly. Awesome, the celestial battle sage monkey. Just hearing about it sounds powerful, otherwise how could it battle the heavens? Moreover, this celestial battle sage monkey is very similar to a mythological figure he knows from his past life. Could it be the same one? If so, that would be impressive. The celestial battle sage monkey is so strong. The cub of the celestial battle sage monkey must also be very strong. In this era, it should easily make it onto some kind of heavenly ranking, right? Actually, although Long Chen didn't say it, he still envied Su Qing in his heart. Su Qing's 9-colored fox has a potential that can be called against the natural order. During the time they practiced against each other. If it weren't for him diligently training over 1,000 extra hours every night in the ancient realm training ground, by the next day, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle would have been completely outmatched by the 9-colored fox. The growth potential of the 9-colored fox is simply too strong. And judging by the performance of the 9-colored fox in the big exam, it seems Su Qing had still been holding back during their practice. So one has to admit, to be able to reach the heavenly ranking, the spirit beast species is indeed extraordinary. Longchen also really wanted to have such a cool and dazzling beast to tame. But he cannot afford it, and even if he could, it might not meet the system's requirements for ancestral return. If he bought it but couldn't return to ancestry, then that would be useless. But if it is given to him by the system, then it's different, it would 100% meet the system's ancestral return requirements. What attracts Longchen most is still the small line of text below. The spirit beast rewarded for legendary difficulty does not occupy the beast tamer's own beast quota. He could only have 2 beasts now. He could have a third one only after his mental power reached 500. And if he cleared the legendary difficulty, the system would reward him with a young Do-Tian sacred ape. This could directly become his third beast. A second-level beast master, yet having 3 beasts, who could expect that? So at the crucial moment, it would definitely be his backup. Longchen closed the task panel. Only then did he notice that the surroundings were somewhat different. In front of him was neither a lush primitive forest, nor an endless scorching desert. Instead, it was a winding ancient path paved with blue stones. The stones were engraved with some ancient type of symbols. On both sides of the road were towering cliffs. Longchen immediately got goosebumps. Don't tell him that ferocious beasts have this kind of brains to pave the road? Even if the ferocious beasts had such wisdom, did they have the need to do so? So this type of road with chiseled marks had been for humans since ancient times. Humans! What the heck? Could there really be people in the ancient realm training ground? Just thinking about this made Longchen's scalp feel strangely numb. No matter how many ferocious beasts there were, he never felt this way. But humans are his kind. Longchen didn't know how to explain his feelings. But undoubtedly, there were not just various types of ferocious beasts in the ancient realm training ground, there were even traces of humans. He was afraid that from now on, he would have to re-examine what the ancient realm training ground really was. Chapter 49, Surrounding Battle with the Do-Tian Sacred Ape. The task panel also had a background story. The Do-Tian Sacred Ape was trapped by humans at the entrance of an ancient site, serving as the guardian of the ancient site. This ancient site was said to be the resting place of a powerful being from ancient times, hiding countless treasures and powerful secrets inside. As the guardian, the Do-Tian Sacred Ape's task was to ensure that no unworthy person could enter this site. It is said that the Do-Tian Sacred Ape was once a demon king that harmed a region. It was that powerful being who suppressed it, eliminating the disaster. After the powerful one died, the Do-Tian Sacred Ape remained trapped for over 10,000 years, fulfilling its guardian duty at the entrance of the site. The power of the Do-Tian Sacred Ape is not to be underestimated, any intruder attempting to force their way in will face its wrath. There were once adventurers who broke into the site, and the roar of the Do-Tian Sacred Ape echoed throughout the site as a massive pillar fell. Longchen was stunned. Were the ancients this strong? Even a powerful ferocious beast like the Do-Tian Sacred Ape could be suppressed. Moreover, after death, the Do-Tian Sacred Ape had to guard the tomb for thousands of years? This was different from the history he understood. History books say that during the time of rampant ferocious beasts, humans went through a dark age. At that time, humans were incredibly weak, like ants before powerful beasts. Ants? Suppressing a demon king for 10,000 years? Is this a story fabricated by the ancient realm training ground or a misunderstanding of human history? Longchen took a deep breath. Since he was already in, he might as well see what was going on. At worst, he would just be burned to death. Longchen released the blood-patterned barbarian turtle and the raging iron-eating beast, climbed up the bluestone ancient path, and entered a dense forest. The trees were tall and peculiar, their trunks exhibiting colorful hues, as if stained by fuel, yet everything appeared very real. He had never visited a privately established spirit beast combat training ground, but he had experienced Su Qing's small combat training ground. That scene created by four-dimensional modeling was still vastly different from the real scene, it was obviously fake. But every blade of grass and every tree in the ancient realm training ground were so real that it was hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. After passing through the woods, there was a vast circular plaza ahead. In the center of the plaza, there is a sculpture several stories tall, holding a stick, resembling the fighting heavenly sacred ape described in the Beast's Guide. It stares angrily at the sky, as if it wants to break through it with its stick. However, below it, there are thick iron chains wrapped around it, preventing it from leaving this square. This sculpture is truly remarkable, so lifelike. Just as Longchen finished his exclamation, the sculpture's eyes suddenly turn brilliant gold. Its body starts to move, with chunks of stone skin falling away, revealing its true form. This is a living fighting heavenly sacred ape. Its dark yellow feathers appear a bit malnourished. Maybe it was originally bright golden, but after being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, its state has greatly weakened. The fighting heavenly sacred ape swung its stick at them. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle reacted very quickly, immediately protecting Longchen beneath its body, and braced itself against the blow.
Boom! A tremendous sound. The earth trembled.
The blood-patterned barbarian turtle spat out a mouthful of blood, but it managed to block the attack. The terrifying high temperature of its shell forced the fighting heavenly sacred ape back.
Fiery shield.
This is one of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's rewards from the 3-star difficulty ancient realm. In the past, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle would probably just endure the beatings.
The raging iron-eating beast charged forward. Its iron fist slammed heavily into the fighting heavenly sacred ape.
The fighting heavenly sacred ape angrily struck the raging iron-eating beast, sending it flying. The fighting heavenly sacred ape is indeed a fighting heavenly sacred ape. Even after tens of thousands of years without food or drink.
But a dead camel is still bigger than a horse.
The blood-patterned barbarian turtle also launched an engine charge at the fighting heavenly sacred ape. The blood shield's impact made the fighting heavenly sacred ape lose its balance and crash heavily onto the square. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle slammed down like Mount Tai. The fighting heavenly sacred ape tried to get up to avoid it. But the iron chains rattled. They completely restricted the fighting heavenly sacred ape's movement.
There's a chance. Longchen immediately stopped hesitating.
He entered meditation, establishing a connection with the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, starting his first assimilation. The first step is form assimilation. He lay on the ground as his form changed dramatically, gaining a fierce turtle shell, and his limbs became stocky, with a fierce expression. After more than 7,000 hours of training in the ancient realm, Longchen was extremely clear about the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's physical features, combat habits, and lifestyle, so the assimilation speed was quite fast. The only drawback is that the blood-patterned barbarian turtle is a turtle.
No strong man wants to be a turtle.
But right now, there's no other choice. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle's combat power is strong, and the cost-effectiveness of assimilation is higher. If he had a choice, he would prefer to assimilate into something like the fighting heavenly sacred ape.
Actually, thinking about it, assimilating into a fighting heavenly sacred ape should be really cool, right? Longchen cast aside distractions, continuing to focus on meditation.
At this moment, Longchen's skin color and shell began to take shape. Assimilation level reached beginner rating.
Gained 30% of blood-patterned barbarian turtle's basic attributes. Not enough, the details of meditation are still insufficient.
Longchen meditated on the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's posture and movements, nearly achieving a 1-to-1 replica. Assimilation level reached intermediate rating. Gained 50% of blood-patterned barbarian turtle's basic attributes.
Gained 30% of blood-patterned barbarian turtle's defense attributes. Can use blood-patterned barbarian turtle's basic skills? Still not enough. Longchen started to mimic the blood-patterned barbarian turtle's roar.
With each attempt, it became more and more similar.
Until finally, it was almost identical.
Assimilation level reached advanced rating. Gained 80% of blood-patterned barbarian turtle's basic attributes.
Gained 50% of blood-patterned barbarian turtle's defense. Can use blood-patterned barbarian turtle's talent skills?
Above advanced rating, there are perfect rating and master rating. Perfect rating can perfectly replicate 100% of all powers.
And master rating is even more impressive. It can even surpass the blood-patterned barbarian turtle.
But no matter how Longchen meditates, he cannot reach perfect and master levels, stopping at advanced.
However, all aspects of basic attributes surged explosively.
Power skyrocketed from 200 points to 800 points.
Though it couldn't compare to the blood-marked barbarian turtle, it far surpassed most extraordinary 2-star power-type spirit beasts. Moreover, he could also burn blood. The moment the blood burning activated,
his degree of assimilation with the blood-marked barbarian turtle reached the highest level. His power instantly soared to 2,400 points. Longchen, like the blood-marked barbarian turtle, launched a blood armor impact on the fighting heaven sacred ape. 2 blood-marked barbarian turtles fiercely battled the fighting heaven sacred ape.
Meanwhile, the berserk iron eater somehow found a pile of worn-out iron weapons.
Crunching them like lollipops.
The more it ate, the stronger its fierce aura became. The more it chewed, the more ferocious its expression became.
It seemed to treat the iron in its mouth as the fighting heaven sacred ape, wanting to chew it to bits.
After eating enough iron, the berserk iron eater also joined the battle.
In full form, it unleashed a torrent of iron fists, each punch sending out a huge amount of iron shavings, just like Kung Fu Panda, raining blows on the fighting heaven sacred ape. The fighting heaven sacred ape roared in anger. The iron chains rattled more intensely.
The entire square shook like an earthquake. Chapter 50, Initial Values Surpass Divinity.
But since the iron chains had been able to bind it for thousands of years,
it was certainly not something it could break free from.
So the fighting heaven sacred ape could only dodge within a certain range.
Longchen seized the opportunity, biting onto the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape's wrist.
The Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape felt pain and hammered on Longchen's body a few times. Longchen was dizzy from the blows, but with all his might, he snatched the stick away from the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape. And then was knocked away, just in time for the assimilation period to end, returning to his bruised human form.
That was close.
He almost got killed by a few punches from the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape. If he had died, the challenge would have failed directly. Congratulations, you have completed a high-level scoring assimilation, calculating retention ratio.
Calculation complete, this time retaining 10% of the blood-marked barbarian turtle's basic attributes.
Power plus 140, speed plus 16, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 30. What the heck? He knew that after assimilation was complete, some values would be retained. But he never expected to retain so much. It directly boosted his power to 430.
Humans are not comparable to spirit beasts.
A power of 430 was already close to a third-tier warrior.
Without the stick, the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape's combat ability weakened even more. The blood-marked barbarian turtle and the berserk iron eater flanked it from both sides. Two blazing scorpion-tailed blades whipped fiercely.
They beat the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape to a pulp. Seizing the chance, the blood-marked barbarian turtle injected a huge amount of fire poison. The fire poison entered its body, and at the shoulder of the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape, a large amount of heat energy gathered. When the heat energy accumulated to a certain level, it directly melted off the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape's arm.
The entire arm fell off, and at the severed end was a large amount of bright red magma and melted flesh.
Longchen inhaled sharply, he was somewhat scared. The power of the fire poison was too terrifying. It was like directly pouring high-temperature lava inside.
However, Longchen felt puzzled. Wasn't the legendary Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape very strong? Even if it had degenerated in power, it shouldn't be this weak, right?
Then Longchen examined this stick. Although heavy, it didn't seem to be made from the ancient fallen iron recorded in the All-Beast mirror. The density of ancient fallen iron surely had to be much higher. It should weigh over 10,000 pounds, while this stick was only about 100 pounds.
Could it be that this was not the real Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape? Boom!
In the fierce battle between the blood-marked barbarian turtle and the berserk iron eater, the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape suddenly fell down.
It dropped a multitude of various basic attributes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing 1/10,000th of the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape. Task completed, please claim your reward.
Rewards:
Extraordinary 2-star Ancestral Liquid *0.1. Legendary Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape Cub *1. Longchen, power plus 50, speed plus 20, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 10. Berserk Iron Eater, power plus 200, speed plus 40, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 40. Blood-marked Barbarian Turtle, power plus 200, speed plus 40, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 40. Berserk Iron Eater's collected attributes, power plus 15, endurance plus 10. Blood-marked Barbarian Turtle's collected attributes, power plus 20, speed plus 15. Extra rewards. Ancient Realm, Secret Realm Exploration Degree 1%, achieved achievement Law Manifesting Heaven and Earth.
Reward, Fighting Heaven Divine Staff Skill Book, applicable to Beast Tamers. Skill Book Level, Ancient Earth Tier.
The amount of information is overwhelming.
Besides the rewards and pickup rewards I knew beforehand, there's an added exploration reward for Secret Realms.
What does this mean? Does every legendary difficulty Ancient Realm have a secret realm? Or is the secret realm the main feature of this ancient realm? Longchen is excited. Wow!
The value of the Ancient Realm training ground is increasing. With just 1% of exploration, he received a warrior's skill book.
And it's Earth tier. The skill book is like a spirit beast seed.
It also has 4 rankings: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. To be able to enter the rankings means the skill book's quality is very high. And skill books on the Earth tier list are worth a fortune. They are as valuable as the spirit beast seeds on the Earth tier list. He even got an ancient Earth tier skill book, which is better than the current Earth tier. So happy. Longchen continues to check the Beast Mastery panel. He now has an extraordinary 1-star Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape.
Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape. Level, Extraordinary 1-star. Bloodline, 100% Ancient level. Characteristics. Humanoid shape, tall and strong. Height about 3 meters. Muscle lines are smooth, each edge is distinct.
Fur is dark brown, with a slight golden sheen. Face is resolute, eyes bright, showing an unyielding fighting spirit and a fierce air of rebellion. Wears a simple beastskin war skirt, with a belt made of beast bones and teeth around the waist.
Mastery of basic staff techniques. Weapon.
Refined iron staff. Though it hasn't shown the power of the Fighting Heaven Divine Staff, it's comparable to a profound tier treasure.
Strength, 200. Speed, 90. Stamina, 150. Spirit, 70. Longchen looks at these numbers and feels a bit dazed. Extraordinary 1-star strength over 200? That's a bit scary. Back then, the blood-patterned barbaric turtle at extraordinary 2-star was only 180. The violet iron-eating beast at extraordinary 2-star was only 210. This fighting heaven's sacred ape is just too monstrous. Longchen now understands why Su Qing's 9-colored fox is so strong. The 9-colored fox's extraordinary 1-star base values might be similar to the fighting heaven's sacred apes. Longchen holds back his excitement. It's not the time to be excited yet. Because he has several bottles of extraordinary 1-star reversion liquid. And he needs 5 bottles for the reversion of the fighting heaven's sacred ape. Enough. He has gathered over 10 bottles, more than he needs. He needs to add 1 more for rapid reversion. Add. How awesome. Mainly, he can't wait to see the extraordinary 2-star fighting heaven's sacred ape. Rapid reversion fighting heaven's sacred ape. Reverting fighting heaven's sacred ape. Reversion liquid -6. Reversion successful. Longchen quickly checks the results. Fighting heaven's sacred ape. Level, extraordinary 2-star. Bloodline, 100% ancient level. Characteristics. Humanoid shape, tall and strong. Height about 9 meters. Muscles are even more developed, lines are more robust, showcasing even greater strength. Fur has turned bright golden, like burning flames, symbolizing the further awakening of its reversion bloodline and enhancement of power. Face is even more fierce, eyes shining with golden light. Even when still, there's a strong oppressive feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. His whole body is starting to emanate a preliminary aura of a demon king. Mastery of staff techniques, unpredictable. Weapon, refined iron staff. Talent skill. Law manifestation, at regular size equivalent to an adult, when using law manifestation, can grow to 3 meters tall, all stats increase 5-fold. Strength, 1100. Speed, 350. Stamina, 400. Spirit, 210. My heavens! Longchen's eyes nearly popped out. His mouth is wide enough to fit a fighting heaven divine staff. Just entering extraordinary 2-star. Strength directly breaks 1,000? Now the blood-patterned barbaric turtle is just 1350. Remember, the blood-patterned barbaric turtle has been training hard for 7,000 hours in the ancient realm training ground. Incredible. Truly incredible. Such growth potential, even the 9-colored fox might not have it. The key is that the fighting heaven's sacred ape has a skill of staff mastery. Not only are the base attributes strong, but the technical skills are powerful too. A monkey that knows martial arts can't be stopped by anything. And the law manifestation talent skill. After the body enlarges, combat power increases 5-fold. Wow, invincible. He directly becomes his strongest beast companion. When Longchen opens his eyes again. A few minutes have passed in the outside world. His foster mother sees Longchen awake again. He thought he wouldn't sleep well. So he kindly said, "Shanur, you rest easy. No one will trouble us anymore." Longchen shook his head. "It's okay, I've rested enough." Then he hesitated and said, "I want to go out and take a look." Before Longchen could finish speaking, his adoptive mother firmly refused. "No, it's very dangerous outside. Only experienced warriors can fight, you are too young, lacking experience, and not strong enough." Wang Kaixian also said, "Brother Long, it's chaotic outside, even 4th-tier powerhouses are in danger of falling. We 2nd-tier beast masters can't stand against it." Yu Qiudiu also advised, "Classmate Long Chen, don't be impulsive." But Long Chen was determined. Because his adoptive father was still out there. Although he didn't know if he could help. But being here was less reassuring. Chapter 51, The Monkey King Appears. The rise and fall of a nation is everyone's responsibility. Moreover, we are all trying hard to get through the big test, just to gain more strength to fight for the survival of humanity, right? Now the opportunity is right in front of us, and what we need to protect is my hometown. How can I back down at this time? Longchen's words moved the law enforcement officers not far away. A few exchanged looks, feeling a bit ashamed. To be honest, when Jiangqing was attacked, they felt a bit fortunate when assigned to protect personnel against the danger. But they were taught a lesson by this exam candidate. They felt really ashamed. Little brother, you are right, the rise of the country is everyone's responsibility. My name is Lu Qijuan, what's yours? A member of the law enforcement agency walked over. I'm Long Chen. Long Chen, okay, I'll remember that. If you need anything in the future, just come find me, I recognize you as my little brother. Lu Qijuan said with a broad smile. Alright, thank you. Can I ask you to protect my mother?
The only thing Long Chen was worried about was his adoptive mother.
Although the shelter was theoretically absolutely safe. But with such a great disaster, who can guarantee this place will definitely be safe?
Lu Qijuan nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will do my utmost to protect your mother.
Long Chen saw seriousness in the other's eyes. He knew this was a trustworthy person.
Then Long Chen looked at his adoptive mother. His adoptive mother saw Chener's determined eyes. She knew at this moment that no matter how she persuaded, it would be useless.
Then you must be careful. I understand. Before leaving, Long Chen also left the blood-patterned barbarian turtle behind. The more layers of protection, the more safety there was.
Wang Kaixian hesitated for a moment, then followed Long Chen out. He was also quite worried about his father. The two left the shelter and came to the ground. Outside, everything was already drenched in crimson. The smell of blood was overwhelming, just smelling it made one want to vomit. And the tree monster in the center of Jiangcheng had turned completely blood-red, all stained with human blood. There were rivers of blood flowing on the ground, rushing towards the tree monster. A tree was completely engulfing the sky above Jiangcheng.
It blocked the sun. And those people in white immediately rolled and crawled away.
The branches slowly lifted up over 100 people. In just a few seconds, those hundreds of people were absorbed into dry corpses, their skin tightly pressed against their bones, devoid of any color. Meanwhile, the tree demon seemed to grow even more vibrant with blood.
Wang Kaishuan's eyes were filled with fury. Brother Lon, these people.
At this moment, Long Chen's face was also stained with blood. His voice trembled slightly. The ancient beast church. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they could never have imagined that humans could be so cruel to their own kind.
Feeding so many people to spirit beasts. These beasts. How could they be so cruel to their own kind? It's simply a crime deserving of death. Let's go, follow them. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian quietly followed behind. These people searched house by house for isolated residents. Not even children were spared. While searching, one of them said, "Brother Wang, do you really think this can succeed?" A yellow-haired young man asked the leader. The young man laughed. There's definitely no problem. The first step to reviving ancient beasts is to unleash the brutal bloodlust of ferocious beasts. As long as the man-eating habits of ferocious beasts are revived, the ancient beast bloodline in the ferocious beasts can potentially be activated. If we really revive an ancient beast, won't our ancient beast church be invincible? Ha ha ha. A few people laughed while dragging ordinary people who were screaming in terror out of their homes. Some resisted for the sake of their wives and children, only to be met with a cold and expressionless strike from the yellow-haired man, and their heads rolled to the ground. It was as if they were not killing people, but chickens, ducks, pigs, or dogs. Please, spare us, at least let my daughter go, I can do anything for you. A woman with lingering charm cried her heart out, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The men looked at the woman's voluptuous figure, exchanged glances, sharing a hint of lewd intent. The yellow-haired man licked his lips. Brother Wang, how about we enjoy ourselves before sending her to the tree demon? The young man chuckled. Sure, our team has already sent over 1,000 people, we deserve a break. Let's go. With that, a few men dragged the woman back into a room. The woman desperately cried for help, but at that moment, no one had the spare energy to care. The military and law enforcement were mostly focused on fighting the tree demon, and they couldn't attend to the safety of ordinary people until they received support from other cities. The woman was thrown onto the bed, and her little girl cried out, "Big brothers, please let go of my mommy, okay?" In the group, a 200-pound fat man fixed his gaze on the little girl. Beautiful women give birth to beautiful children, just look how stunning she is at such a young age. Saying this, he carried the little girl off to another room. The woman was completely hopeless. She cried out in anguish. Bang, bang. 2 loud crashes came from the next room. The yellow-haired man frowned. Fat pig, she's just a little girl, be gentle. But the fat man didn't respond, and the others didn't pay any mind, thinking the fat man was just in a hurry to get things done. After all, what danger could an 8 or 9-year-old girl pose? Rip. The woman's clothes were torn to shreds. One person, overly eager, climbed up, only to suddenly be struck by a huge scorpion tail coming at him. Quick and vicious, it exploded the man's head in an instant. Blood and gore splattered all over the woman. The woman screamed in terror. And the others immediately reacted. They saw a massive panda beast standing at the door. Damn it, a mere 2-star extraordinary panda beast dares to kill my brother. The young man exploded with rage. The fist gloves in his hand instantly lit up. A martial artist in warrior class. 4th stage. Only at the 4th stage can one change jobs once. His fist smashed toward the raging iron-eating beast. The raging iron-eating beast immediately shook its head, signaling that they were not its opponents, then pointed toward the window. Everyone looked to the window but saw nothing.
Turning back, they saw the raging iron-eating beast quietly attempting to sneak away.
Damn it!
Played by a spirit beast.
Chapter 52, Sacrifice of 300,000 People.
The young man was so furious that he turned into a shadow and chased after it. One of the universal skills of warriors, shadow step. He just caught up with the rampaging iron-eating beast.
Boom!
Suddenly, a big stick crashed out from the door next door.
Heavily struck his head. The young man's reaction speed was also very fast. He blocked it with his hands.
The iron rod trembled, letting out an exhilarating sound.
Who dares to ruin the good deeds of our ancient beast church?
The young man shouted harshly.
Then a figure walked out from the room.
With a furry face and a thunderous mouth, wearing armor with tiger stripes. On its fuzzy face, a pair of eyes burned like coal, flashing with rebellious light. The corners of its mouth tilted up, revealing sharp teeth, pulling back the god-fighting staff, resting it on its shoulder.
It looked down on the young man with disdain.
For a moment, the young man could not tell whether this was a spirit beast or a person in disguise. If it were a person, then the exquisitely crafted tiger-striped armor and the wild hair blended so perfectly. The wild aura unique to beasts rushed towards him.
If it were a spirit beast. What on earth is this?
He had never seen such a humanoid spirit beast.
The young man calmed down. It's just an extraordinary 2-star spirit beast, what is it pretending for?
His fist gloves lit up again, launching an attack on the god-fighting sacred ape. The iron fists were incredibly fierce, each punch filled with destructive power. But the god-fighting sacred ape, with its agile movements, threaded through the room like a ghost, dodging every punch from the young man. Its stick was also extremely exquisite, seizing every opening like a storm, relentlessly striking towards the young man. In just a few exchanges, the young man had been hit dozens of times, with multiple fractures and injuries all over his body.
The young man opened his eyes in shock. What is happening? How is this stick technique so amazing and skilled? Are you a person in disguise?
Other members immediately said, Brother Wang, don't be fooled, it's definitely a stick fighter dressed in monkey skin.
The young man roared in anger, you supernatural trickster.
He charged again at the god-fighting sacred ape, each punch containing the power to shatter stones, the air bursting with the sound of his punches. However, the god-fighting sacred ape just stood there quietly, a hint of disdain in its eyes. As the young man's iron fist was about to touch it, the god-fighting sacred ape moved. The stick in its hand seemed to come alive, with a trajectory that appeared simple yet contained infinite variations, gently flicking, dissolving the puncher's attack without a trace. The young man was stunned. This person's stick technique was as unobtrusive as flowing water, yet as elusive as a storm.
Incredible! It seemed born to be one with this stick. The god-fighting sacred ape was not in a hurry to determine the outcome. It made full use of its agility, leaping and dodging. Every swing of the stick made the young man's punch slow down, every point of the stick made the young man's body stop.
In the room, Long Chen and Wang Kaishan watched the god-fighting sacred ape stick techniques as if it were art. At this moment, Wang Kaishan was in a daze. Because he hadn't even realized how Long Gu had a third spirit beast, and then he was again shocked by the third spirit beast's fluid and ever-changing stick technique.
It is well known that spirit beasts' learning skills is completely different from humans' learning skills.
Spirit beasts cannot be as meticulous as humans, so the skills they learn are more rough, leaning towards using strength or elemental energy to pressure opponents.
But Long Ge's ape simply refreshed his understanding.
If someone said a warrior was hidden inside, he would even believe it.
Long Chen was also very excited.
The stick technique of the god-fighting sacred ape was even more powerful than he imagined. Long Chen carefully focused on every move of the god-fighting sacred ape, preparing for his future integration with it.
He had already made up his mind.
The fighting heavenly monkey will be the main object of his assimilation in the future.
So handsome, right?
And it feels completely natural. Even if he assimilates into the fighting heavenly monkey, others might think he is just intentionally dressed like this.
Simply perfect.
The young man's assault became increasingly urgent, his fists shadowing down like a storm, trying to overwhelm the fighting heavenly monkey with quantity and power.
But the fighting heavenly monkey switched between offense and defense quite smoothly.
A pair of golden eyes was always searching for the young man's flaws, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, after a fierce clash, the fighting heavenly monkey found an opportunity. Its stick drew a perfect arc in the air and accurately struck the martial artist's wrist. This strike seemed casual but contained the deep strength of the fighting heavenly monkey. The young man felt a tremendous force coming, and his fist involuntarily veered off course. The young man's arm was forced to spread wide open.
His pupils suddenly shrank. It's over. His defense was broken by this monkey. Sure enough, the next moment,
a whistling sound of breaking air came, as the refined iron stick came crashing down from above.
It was too late to defend again. Bang!
A huge sound. The stick solidly struck the young man's head. This blow was like a thunderbolt, carrying a force of 1,000 pounds.
The shockwave rippled outward. The earth exploded outwards, forming a large pit more than 2 meters in diameter. The young man's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes instantly blood-filled, turning bright red. Then, the young man fell straight to the ground, breath leaving him. He's dead. Others were shocked. Brother Wang was the strongest among them. He was also one of the main leaders of this teaching action. A 4th-tier warrior. He's a pillar of strength wherever he goes. He was extremely valuable in the ancient beast church as well. But he actually got killed. The yellow-haired ones were immediately terrified. They wanted to jump out of the window to escape, but the raging iron-eating beast had already blocked the way, with the flame spirit scorpion's tail blade piercing into Yellowhair's chest, injecting a large amount of lava, instantly burning his organs. A few others planned to escape through the door, but a pig blocked the entrance. They cursed, "Stupid pig, get out of the way. Roll away." The lazy pig grunted a couple of times. Then its expression became fierce. "Don't think you can bully me just because you can't mess with my big brother monkey." The lazy pig charged like a wild boar. It directly sent a few people flying. Longchen was somewhat surprised. These people, while not as strong as the young man, were basically 3rd-tier warriors. Is the lazy pig this powerful? Wang Kaixian smiled and said, "After all, it's the first-rank spirit beast species on the yellow list, and this lazy pig of mine is special, bought with a huge sum by my dad, he." Long Chen understood. When Wang Kaixian said a huge sum, it must have truly been a sky-high price. Long Chen pressed the others for information on the ancient beast church. They said the ancient beast church sent 7 external teams, which do not participate in the core battle, mainly responsible for capturing people to feed to the green spirit tree demon, using a large amount of human blood to activate the green spirit tree demon's ancient beast bloodline. Long Chen asked them how many people they intended to feed, receiving a shocking number. At least 300,000. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian sucked in a cold breath. This means they plan to sacrifice the entire Jiang city. Chapter 53, Fugitive. One-Eyed Beast Master. After extracting the wanted information, Long Chen showed no mercy, directly ending the lives of several people and dragging them out of the room. A disheveled woman knelt on the ground. "Thank you for saving me and my child, can you please stay to protect us?" "I can pay any price, you can do anything you want." This still charming woman, with a hint of emotion in her eyes, would have made a typical young man lose control. Long Chen sighed, "Sorry, we have other matters to attend to. You all should stay inside and not come out, the disaster should soon pass." Then he left, taking with him the desperate and Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian looked up at the increasingly lush blood-red tree monster above him. "Dragon brother, will the disaster really pass soon?" Long Chen hadn't even had the chance to speak. "Ha? Why are you two here?" The two turned around and saw several people running towards them. One of them was a teacher from the Beast Master Class 1, a 3rd-tier Beast Master. And beside him were several others, likely teachers from Warrior Class 1 and Element Class 1, all covered in blood and showing signs of battle. "Teacher, what is the situation now?" Long Chen immediately asked. Teacher Zhang Haochuan from Beast Master Class 1 shook his head. "It's not very optimistic, although the spirit beasts that ran out of the spirit beast base have been initially brought under control, there are still people from the ancient beast church active in Jiang City, which is very dangerous." The female teacher from Warrior Class 1, dressed in silver armor and holding a spear, looked like a valiant Valkyrie and immediately said, "But you two are still students, you can't do anything. Hurry and hide in the shelter." Teacher Zhang Haochuan also said, "Yes, judging by the current situation, it's not something students can participate in. Also, congratulations on passing the big exam." "Thank you, teacher." Long Chen and Wang Kaixian quickly bowed. Teacher Zhang Haochuan smiled and said, "Your team and Lu Yenrui's team are the pride of Beast Master Class 1. Hearing this, Long Chen immediately asked, "Did Lu Yenrui's team also pass the big exam?" "Yes, they collected the 8 flags a little earlier than you." Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were somewhat surprised. To them, Lu Yenrui's team should have encountered the Yang City team. If the Yang City team killed anyone they saw, how did they let Lu Yenrui's team go? Long Chen kept this question in his heart. He continued to ask, "Teacher, what can we do now? We also want to contribute our strength to protect Jiang City." You are still just students." Zhang Haochuan shook his head, firmly not allowing Long Chen and Wang Kaixian to participate in the fight. The female teacher from Warrior Class 1 also said, "I know you want to contribute, but you are still too young. This is not the time for you to show your strength. When you grow up and become stronger, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight for humanity." The teacher from Element Class 1, wearing a black hat and holding a staff, said, "The teams from the Ancient Beast Church active in Jiang City each have at least one 4th-tier powerhouse, you are not their opponents." At that moment, a chilling scream came from another direction. Zhang Haochuan stopped speaking. "All right, you two hurry and hide, be good. We are leaving now."
Several teachers immediately headed towards the source of the screams.
Long Chen and Wang Kaixian quickly followed.
Acting with the teachers was currently the safest option, otherwise, if the two of them encountered another team from the ancient beast church, it would still be very dangerous.
In the residential area, a group of people was herded into a corner. In front of them were 3 pitch-black demon wolves.
Controlling them was a beast master. Beside the beast master were several team members with fierce expressions.
I told you, just follow us quietly, and it would have been fine.
You insisted on resisting, and now so many have died for nothing. The beast master was a middle-aged man with a cropped haircut and a scar on his face, wearing a black eye patch over one eye.
Someone recognized him. It's the one-eyed wolf master. The wanted criminal who butchering several residential areas in Yang City.
The one-eyed wolf master grinned. Wow, I didn't expect my infamous reputation to be known even by the people of Jiang City, truly worthy of me. The other members of the squad behind him flattered, yes, indeed, Brother Wolf, to have such a notorious name, you are our model. It's a pity, this time the order was to leave survivors and then send them to the tree monsters. I really want to kill them all, just like Brother Wolf, known for his vicious reputation. The conversation of these people scared the residents in the area, their faces turning pale. Brother Wolf chuckled lightly, I'm just a legend, don't try to imitate me, you can't. After speaking, Brother Wolf ordered his 3 magic wolves to charge into the crowd, opening their bloody mouths and biting several people to death, further breaking down the psychological defenses of this group. Creak, creak. The sound of the magic wolves chewing on human corpses made the listener's scalp tingle.
I'll say it again, will you leave or not?
The crowd had already collapsed, knowing that even leaving was a dead end. The tree demon had so many mummified bodies hanging, they could all see them.
Xuanjiao elephant. Rock mountain giant elephant. A loud shout came. Boom, 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 boom. 2 massive giant elephants charged forward.
The ground trembled, as if a steel torrent was sweeping across the land.
The 3 magic wolves immediately retreated.
Elephant beasts, in the category of spirit beasts, are naturally known for their strength, generally stronger than wolves of the same rank. But the advantage of elephant beasts lies in their defense, while wolf beasts excel in attack, so it's hard to say which is superior. Brother Wolf frowned slightly. Looking at the clothes of these people, they seem to be teachers of practical classes from various middle schools.
You teachers dare to join in the fun?
Brother Wolf seemed to not take the teachers seriously.
Zhang Haochuan coldly said, protecting Jiang City is our duty.
Oh? That's quite a coincidence, destroying Jiang City is our duty, but you, a mere third-tier beast tamer, think you can stop me?
After speaking, the 3 wolves advanced step by step, approaching the 2 elephants. Zhang Haochuan was under immense pressure.
Although the elephant beasts had the advantage in size and strength. The 3 magic wolves on the enemy's side were all super 3-star beasts. He was at a disadvantage. Clang! The female teacher from Warrior Class 1 shook her long spear, and the sharp spear light shot into the sky, we are here too.
Brother Wolf glanced at the female warrior and the female elemental master.
Hat, do you think you're a match for me? He casually waved his hand, and 2 of the magic wolves charged toward the 2 women.
The female teacher immediately shook the spear. Spear combat technique, Thunder Piercer.
The female teacher shouted, and the magnificent spear immediately swept out, thrusting toward the magic wolf.
The magic wolf was incredibly agile, its movements swift like a shadow.
It dodged the sudden thrust of the spear by turning its head, then bit the spear's body and violently whipped its neck. The strength of the wild beast was far beyond that of humans of the same rank. The female teacher held on tightly, but was violently dragged down, pinned beneath the magic wolf. The sharp claws, like knives, were about to strike her face. The female teacher used the spear's hilt to block, her pale face just 5 centimeters away from the sharp claws.
Chapter 54, Battling the Heavenly God Conman.
Skill book. But the magic wolf's strength was immense, and with over 2,000 pounds of force, its claws were getting closer to her eyes.
There was less than a centimeter left. Yuling Fei. The female elemental master immediately shouted.
She was about to rush over to help. But the 2 magic wolves blocked her path, baring their fangs.
The female elemental master's 3rd-tier water element skill, the Flood Impact, struck the magic wolves but only pushed them back, not causing effective harm.
The other teachers also could not break through the 2 magic wolves' blockade.
Xuanjiao elephant.
Zhang Haochuan immediately ordered his elephant beasts to assist.
Brother Wolf sneered, did you think I'd let you go?
The beast tamer's space behind him opened again.
Zhang Haochuan was alarmed.
They already had 3 magic wolves. Was the 4th beast? The door to the beast tamer's space was enormous. It was at least 20 meters high. It was at least twice the size of a 3rd-tier beast tamer. A powerful, barbaric aura surged out. Immediately, everyone felt uneasy.
A low, mournful wolf howl came from within.
Zhang Haochuan's two elephants immediately froze, as if a spell had been cast on them, their bodies tense, eyes filled with fear as they stared at the door of the beast tamer space. Then, a massive claw stepped out.
The ground instantly cracked into countless fissures.
More bodies emerged, their gray fur interlaced with shadowy patterns as dark as the night. A massive wolf head appeared, its eyes flashing with cold ferocity, exuding an untouchable pride like that of a wolf king. The moment it appeared, it launched a swift attack, racing to the front of two elephant beasts, stomping the rock mountain giant elephant underfoot, and then tore the head off the radiant horn elephant, half of its body crashing down, soaked in blood. Zhang Haochuan was drenched in blood, and he was completely stunned.
Elite level 1 star, Phantom Shadow Werewolf. Its power crushed warriors and other professions of the same rank. Wolf Brother is truly powerful and magnificent. The crowd from the Ancient Beast Society cheered wildly.
Ha, a group of weak ants dares to dream of being enemies with the Ancient Beast Society.
If you don't die, who will? Wolf Brother looked towards Yu Lingfei.
Yu Lingfei was already close to collapsing. Cracks had begun to appear in the handle of her gun.
Once it broke, she would definitely die. Just then, a sudden roar echoed.
Wild boar charge.
Humph. Humph.
Thud 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 thud.
A lazy pig, entirely smooth and white.
With a fierce face, it charged towards the demon wolf.
The lazy pig's tusks were longer than usual.
It struck the demon wolf's abdomen with such force that the wolf, over 1,000 pounds, was actually sent flying several meters. Taking advantage of this, Yu Lingfei sprang to her feet. And then she saw Wang Kaixin and Long Chen.
You two actually followed. Yu Lingfei exclaimed. She instinctively wanted to tell them to leave.
But a fierce killing intent erupted from behind her. Teacher Lu caught sight of a massive shadow out of the corner of his eye.
The demon wolf was charging again. Yu Lingfei's pupils constricted.
This was bad, she had turned her back on the demon wolf.
Crack.
The sound of metal shattering.
Yu Lingfei's armor was ripped apart by the demon wolf's sharp claws, exposing her pale back.
Teacher, be careful.
Long Chen shouted a reminder. Before Yu Lingfei could react,
a crimson scorpion tail blade swung over. The sharp needle tip pierced directly into the demon wolf's eye. Then, a large amount of lava was instantaneously injected.
The demon wolf's eye instantly turned bright red. Its eyeball was burned to a crisp in an instant.
A drop of lava fell down, landing on Yu Lingfei's back, causing her to scream in pain, stumbling forward into Long Chen's embrace.
Long Chen firmly held Yu Lingfei.
Are you okay, teacher? Yu Lingfei looked up at Long Chen's chiseled profile. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of daze.
Upon hearing Long Chen's voice, she quickly blushed and turned away. I am fine. What was that just now? All eyes turned toward the raging Iron Eater.
What a strange spirit beast. It looked like a panda beast, but it had none of the gentleness and cuteness pandas were known for. Instead, it was ferocious and incredibly fierce.
A terrifying aura filled the air. In terms of sheer wildness and brutality, it was no weaker than the Phantom Shadow Werewolf. The oddest part was,
at the end of this panda beast's tail, there was a metallic giant scorpion tail.
The demon wolf had been attacked by this scorpion tail.
At this moment, it twitched uncontrollably on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Its brain had been burned by the intense heat. Even though it wasn't dead yet, it had lost its ability to fight.
Zhang Haochuan was dumbfounded. So strong. Extraordinary 2-star defeated Extraordinary 3-star in a single hit. And it was a one-hit kill. Were there such monsters in beast taming school?
Of course, he had heard of this student Long Chen.
After all, he was one of only two with full attribute talents along with Su Qing.
He was naturally a focus of attention. It's just too bad he had heard that Long Chen's family situation was poor, with a stepfather who had been bedridden for years, and all the family money was spent on his stepfather's medical care. So Long Chen bought a rejected spirit beast.
Damn. What a shame. Who said Long Chen was unfortunate? This spirit beast was absurdly strong, okay? Even his radiant horn elephant and rock mountain giant elephant couldn't necessarily insta-kill the same rank demon wolf. But Long Chen's mutant panda beast did it. Yu Lingfei and the other teachers were also dumbfounded. A monster has emerged from beast taming high school. It is hard to believe that this kid is actually this year's top exam candidate. No wonder he could pass the exam.
With this mutant panda beast, he definitely qualifies for victory.
Wolf Brother looked at his convulsing demon wolf on the ground.
His heart was bleeding. Although he was a level 4 beast master, his strongest trump card was the elite level 1-star Kanjiing Werewolf. But raising a 3-star extraordinary level demon wolf also required huge resources. These 3 demon wolves were all his reserve elite level 1-star beasts.
He actually lost one. Wolf Brother's face twisted in anger. Very good, very good. You have really angered me. I originally planned to leave you alive, but now it seems, it's time for you to die. With a command from Wolf Brother, the other members of the Ancient Beast Church rushed out immediately. Their targets were Long Chen and Wang Kaixian. You two back away. Yu Lingfei stood in front of them. Long Chen looked at Yu Lingfei's arm hanging down. He could only awkwardly raise the silver spear with his other hand. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately took over Yu Lingfei's spear. Teacher, let me borrow your weapon. Yu Lingfei was surprised. Wait. You're not a warrior. But Long Chen had already rushed out. System. Learn the skill Do Tian Shingun. When he cleared the legendary difficulty Ancient Realm, he was rewarded with a skill book suitable for beast masters. Do Tian Shingun. Originating from the staff skills of the Do Tian Sacred Ape. Learning Do Tian Shingun. Learning completed. Suddenly, a vast memory and experience descended from the sky, landing in his body, instantly drilling into his brain, even merging into his muscles and bones. Learning level, first layer perfect completion. That's enough. Chapter 55, when Long Chen picked up the staff. In an instant, Long Chen felt as if the Do Tian Sacred Ape had possessed him. His powerful energy surged into the sky. He used the spear in his hand as a staff, galloping among several members of the Ancient Beast Church as if a dragon was emerging from the sea. The staff swept through the air, causing the surrounding air to tremble and howl. Long Chen's body was as agile as a spring, and the iron staff seemed to have a spirit of its own, flying up and down in his hands, darting among the enemies. The staff shadows fell like rain on the enemies. The people of the Ancient Beast Church were mostly warrior classes, and they were still untransformed level 3 warriors, so their skills were rather rough and not specialized. Some used knives, some used swords, and others used fist gloves, which was paving the way for their future transformations. However, Long Chen was different from them. Thanks to the system's infusion, the staff technique had already merged into his very bones. First layer perfect completion. He had reached a mastery level that normally only understood after transformation. With such proficiency, dealing with these unskilled warriors was like playing with them. Bang! 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 Long Chen's swinging became faster and more intense. It was like drumming. Each swing was powerful. He smashed several people until they bled. Wang Kaixian was stunned. At that moment, Long Chen looked like a true warrior. This moment seemed to make everyone understand what it really means to be a warrior. The so-called fighting with strength and body. Those were just brutes. This is a real warrior. Using a more flexible fighting style, with superb combat skills, fighting among several enemies without losing ground. A strong man from the Ancient Beast Church rushed out. In his hands were 2 giant axes. Clearly, he had advanced further than other level 3 warriors. He had already fixed his transformation goal in advance. Axe Warrior. He was tall and muscular, almost twice the height of an average person, with broad shoulders that could easily carry several adults. Like a towering fortress of war. His bronze skin shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight, every muscle appearing as if forged from iron. With his movements, the muscles bulged and fluctuated, as if containing endless power. It was terrifying just to look at. Student, step back. Suddenly, a male teacher rushed out. He was also from Warrior High. His physique was also very strong. He stood between Long Chen and the Axe Warrior. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, about to say something, but was pulled behind by Yu Lingfei. Leave it to old Lu, there's no problem, he's a strength-based warrior in the knife category, he won't lose to that Axe Warrior. Yu Lingfei was very confident. The male teacher held a large knife in his hand. It was obviously one of those brute force types. The male teacher was not afraid of the Axe Warrior. Come on, big guy, I'll chop you to death. The large knife swished through the air, carrying a howling wind. In an instant, it exploded with hundreds of pounds of force, swinging towards the Axe Warrior. Clang! The Axe Warrior raised his dual axes and easily blocked the strike. The impact from the collision of the knife and axes caused the skin of both men to ripple like wheat waves in the wind. The Axe Warrior showed a cold, mocking smile, his 2 giant axes wide and sharp, gleaming with a chilling light. The axe handles were thick and long, and his big hands gripped them firmly, as if they were an extension of his arms. Is this it? You're just trash. The Axe Warrior suddenly let out a deafening roar. The sound wave spread out like a surging tide, and the ground underfoot seemed to tremble slightly from the roar. He used his waist as an axis, and his entire upper body turned like a powerful engine, rapidly rotating his arms. The dual axes drew huge and sharp arcs in the air, like 2 silver lightning bolts crossing and crisscrossing.
Where they passed, the air was compressed rapidly, emitting a sharp whistling sound, as if in painful lament. The male teacher's face immediately changed color. Such earth-shattering power. This person is among the upper ranks of third-tier warriors. The double axes attack like a heavy rain, the left axe swinging down from above, powerful enough to crush like Mount Tai, carrying the force to split the earth. The right axe swept out sideways, like a raging tornado, ready to suck everything into it. The male teacher's large knife was instantly sent flying. Old Lu. Yu Lingfei and the others cried out in shock. But it was too late. The male teacher was instantly engulfed in the tornado. His upper body was immediately reduced to a pile of meat mush. His lower body was left kneeling. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply. Yu Lingfei's face turned pale instantly. Among their team of teachers, Zhang Haochuan and Old Lu were the strongest. Now, Zhang Haochuan's two beasts were dead or severely injured. Old Lu's upper body had been turned into blood and meat. What should they do now? It seemed like there was no other way left. Yu Lingfei's delicate face was pale. She turned to Long Chen and Wang Kaixin and said, "You two turn around and run, don't look back, whatever you do, don't look back." "What about here?" "Leave it to us." Yu Lingfei's face showed determination. Zhang Haochuan also said, "We teachers are still here, you don't need to risk your lives." Other teachers also nodded firmly. They knew what they were facing. But to protect the students, even in the face of death, they would not hesitate. Long Chen felt his nose become sour. This was the gap between people. Some people treat their fellow humans like pigs to slaughter. But some are willing to risk their lives to protect the weak. But he did not choose to leave. Instead, he stood back in front of Yu Lingfei. "Teacher, thank you for protecting us. But we are not flowers in a greenhouse. The ancient beast church is so evil, of course, everyone must be punished." Long Chen's feet were firmly planted on the ground. Very solid, as if rooted to the earth. Just like his words, which were firm and resounding. "Today, I will kill these people." Long Chen's words stunned Yu Lingfei. "Student. Don't be impulsive. The other side is from the ancient beast church's special operations team, they are very strong, you are no match for them." Yu Lingfei was about to stop him. Wang Kaixin leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't worry, my brother Long is very strong, we just wiped out a small team." Yu Lingfei's pupils suddenly shrank. "What?" The axe warrior and wolf brother from the beast cult showed disdainful smiles. "Fool." Wolf brother glanced at the axe warrior. The axe warrior immediately understood, "I will torture him well." The axe warrior let out a roar, swinging his dual axes, charging toward Long Chen like two raging bull. Faced with the ferocious axe warrior, Long Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. At the moment the fighting heavenly gourd skill was activated, a powerful force surged from the soles of his feet, flowing up through his legs until it gathered at his waist. Just as the axe warrior was about to close in, Long Chen moved. He explosively powered his waist, twisting his upper body swiftly like a dragon swinging its tail. Simultaneously, his arms sprang out like springs, the iron rod in his hand struck like a bolt of black lightning, hitting the axe warrior's right axe handle with precision. Bang! A loud noise rang out, like a great bell tolling. The sound reverberated through the surrounding air, creating ripples. The force of this blow was so great that it knocked the axe warrior's right axe out of his grip. It flew through the air in an arc, deeply embedded in the ground several feet away, kicking up a cloud of dust. The axe warrior looked shocked, seemingly not expecting Long Chen's strength to be so fierce. Yes. The power was not massive, but the impact was intense. His control over his body had reached a remarkably high level. The axe warrior quickly stabilized himself, swinging his left axe, trying to attack Long Chen from the side. Long Chen, however, remained calm, lightly tapping the ground and sliding back several feet like a ghost, easily avoiding this fierce strike. Then, he leaped high and flipped in the air. The iron rod pointed downward like a sharp blade, stabbing toward the axe warrior. The axe warrior hurriedly raised his axe to block. But just as they were about to collide, Long Chen cleverly flicked his wrist, and the tip of the iron rod instantly changed direction, sliding against the axe blade toward the axe warrior's arm. The axe warrior felt a numbing sensation in his arm, a wave of intense pain shot through, almost causing him to drop his left axe. Too strong. Yu Lingfei instantly noticed that this student must have a very strong foundation in combat, far surpassing ordinary warriors. As nimble as a monkey. Incredible. Zhang Haochuan was also stunned. Long Chen was not only a beast master but also a warrior? Moreover, he was a warrior so skilled in his techniques. In front of Long Chen, even Yu Lingfei felt somewhat like an amateur. Who would dare to believe that Long Chen was this year's top examinee? Bastard! The axe warrior felt a tremendous humiliation. Being knocked down by a student. The axe warrior picked up his right axe, opened his arms, and his body transformed back into a powerful engine, spinning his arms rapidly.
Teacher Lu was killed in one blow. Be careful!
Several teachers exclaimed in unison. They had thought Long Chen would retreat. But to their surprise, Long Chen not only did not retreat but advanced instead. Although his 450 points of strength meant little before a third-tier warrior,
his skill proficiency was extremely high. It allowed his strength to be released in the most perfect way. And even exponentially released.
The fighting heavenly gourd skill unleashed to its full potential. He used his waist as an axis, suddenly powering and twisting.
His entire upper body snapped back like a tight bow.
Veins bulged on his arms, like winding pythons. In the moment the force was transmitted to the iron rod, he swung it out.
The tip of the iron rod shot out like a cannonball, cutting through the air, letting out a sharp whistle.
This strike carried an enormous force. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be sliced by a sharp blade. Making a hissing sound, the axe warrior felt an overwhelming wave of power surging towards him.
Bang! The iron rod slipped between two big blades, precisely hitting the axe warrior's wrist. Crack!
Under the powerful strike, the hand of the axe warrior was directly shattered. Then, Long Chen suddenly shifted the direction of his iron rod. In this moment, he revealed the spearhead that had been hidden behind him.
Like lightning, it struck the axe warrior's head. It pierced straight through.
The spearhead went through the axe warrior's head, spraying a mix of red and white filthy blood.
Thud! The axe warrior knelt on both knees, lifeless. Everyone fell silent.
Especially Zhang Haochuan and Wang Kaishan.
Damn! Long Chen is a student from Beast Tamer Academy.
He killed a third-tier warrior with his bare hands.
This is going against the heavens. Wolf Brother's eyes turned icy cold,
watching his team members die or get injured.
His face turned ashen. Kid, you've successfully angered me. Wolf Brother ordered his Kanjiing Battle Wolf to change direction.
The massive body charged like lightning towards Long Chen.
Zhang Haochuan quickly ordered his remaining Rock Mountain Giant Elephant to protect Long Chen.
But the Rock Mountain Giant Elephant was already severely injured, and its speed couldn't match the elite-level 1-star wolf beast. So, before it could even take a step, the Kanjiing Battle Wolf had already almost reached Long Chen. The female elementalist and other teachers immediately attacked the Kanjiing Battle Wolf, but these attacks couldn't cause any fatal damage. The Kanjiing Battle Wolf's target was only Long Chen. Wolf Brother sneered, "Kid, you're indeed outstanding. Whether as a beast tamer or a warrior, with your age, you can be among the best of your peers, but unfortunately, you're up against me."
Wolf Brother's voice sounded like a death notice for Long Chen. The Kanjiing Battle Wolf leaped into the air, its massive black shadow covering the sky as it pounced down.
Long Chen's body seemed so small.
Some people could no longer bear to watch.
It would surely be another bloody scene.
Is that so?
Long Chen chuckled lightly. Then the beast taming space behind Long Chen opened. Before the main body appeared, a huge stick came out first. It supported the ground and directly jabbed into the Kanjiing Battle Wolf's throat. It narrowly avoided stabbing the Kanjiing Battle Wolf's throat.
A golden, furry ape beast walked out.
Its figure wasn't that tall, but it was very solid.
It had a humanoid shape, though not majestic in appearance.
But it had a powerful aura. As if with every move, it could reach for the stars and grab the moon. Just standing there, it gave off an air of, "Who else but me, I am the one and only." This was a natural pressure. Its golden eyes gleamed with sharp, piercing light.
Everyone was shocked. What kind of spiritual beast is this?
Another one they had never seen before.
Could it also be a mutant? But this ape beast gave off a spine-chilling feeling.
Even the Kanjiing Battle Wolf stared blankly at the heavenly battle ape for a while, vaguely sensing a bloodline suppression. Wolf Brother slightly furrowed his brows. Just a mere 2-star extraordinary spiritual beast, eat it.
The Kanjiing Battle Wolf had no choice but to grit its teeth and bite down, facing that massive bloodthirsty mouth.
The heavenly battle ape's eyes were filled with disdain.
Instead, its eyes flickered with bloodlust.
It was as if its natural fighting instinct was boiling in its blood. The heavenly battle ape lightly tapped the ground with its toes.
It dodged the Kanjiing Battle Wolf's large mouth.
Leaping to the top of the Kanjiing Battle Wolf's head, it swung the iron rod down with all its might.
Boom!
The sound was incredibly deafening. The Kanjiing Battle Wolf was in so much pain that tears came out.
The Kanjiing Battle Wolf was enraged.
It spun its head lightning fast and tried to bite, but instead, the iron rod came crashing down from above.
Crack! 2 of its teeth were broken.
The Kanjiing Battle Wolf, in pain, nimbly dodged to the side, its long tail whipping like a steel whip towards the heavenly battle ape.
The heavenly battle ape turned, using the divine staff horizontally to block. Bang! A huge sound echoed as the tail of the rod and the wolf's tail collided, creating an ear-splitting noise. Everyone was stunned. So strong. They were shocked, not by the Kanjiing battle wolf, but by Long Chen's ape beast. Clearly only a 2-star extraordinary, yet it can fight evenly with the Kanjiing warwolf. Incredible. Zhang Haochuan was completely baffled. Wasn't Long Chen short on money? How did he buy such an obviously top-notch spirit beast? Could it be that this was a rejected product purchased by mistake? Was he just lucky enough to stumble upon a variant? What incredible luck! The battle between the fighting heavenly sacred ape and Kanjiing warwolf had reached a fever pitch. Long Chen frowned. The Kanjiing warwolf truly was a strong elite-level spirit beast. If it wasn't for the fighting heavenly sacred ape, a battle expert born into combat, any other beast of the same level would have been devoured long ago. However, even so, the fighting heavenly sacred ape seemed to be at a disadvantage. There was no other choice. Manifest the law of the universe. With a spark of thought, Long Chen commanded the fighting heavenly sacred ape. The fighting heavenly sacred ape suddenly roared towards the sky. Its body began to emit a dazzling golden light, which grew brighter and gradually enveloped its entire body. It could be seen that its body slowly rose higher. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. The fighting heavenly sacred ape's form became extremely colossal. It seemed like an immortal war god forged from ancient divine mountains. Its golden fur shone like a chain of gold, glimmering with a cold metallic luster. Beneath the golden fur, its muscles bulged like raging waves, containing the power to overturn the universe. That broad chest seemed able to hold 100 rivers. Every rise and fall accompanied the surging energy of the heavens and the earth. Under the manifestation of the law of the universe, its basic attributes instantly skyrocketed fivefold, and its overall momentum surged immensely. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Especially Zhang Haochuan, who had heard that some top-ranked beasts on the earth rank or heaven rank could exhibit a humanoid appearance, but such beasts were rare. Among the hundreds of known types of ape beasts, only a select few could achieve such a result. Wolf Brother also looked at the fighting heavenly sacred ape in disbelief. On the spirit beast ranking, he had never seen such an ape beast capable of changing size. This could only mean one thing: it was a variant ape beast. Spirit beasts with low control ability easily trigger variants, but most variants turn out negatively, such as being deformed, bloodthirsty, or replacing useful abilities with useless garbage abilities. Only in extremely rare situations could a positive variant occur, which was something to be encountered but not sought. No one could influence the direction of a variant. But this creature. Wolf Brother looked at Li Yi, the 2 spirit beasts he controlled. One was a panda beast, and the other was an ape beast. It seemed both had undergone some kind of positive variant. Could it be that he grasped some secret to variants? Wolf Brother immediately ordered the Kanjiing warwolf, catch it alive. I want to take it back for research. At this point, he still believed his Kanjiing warwolf would surely win. An elite level 1-star taking on a transcendent level 2-star, there was simply no way to lose. Long Chen thought and commanded the fighting heavenly sacred ape. Finish it! Roar! The fighting heavenly sacred ape let out a furious roar. It was the first to attack. Its speed suddenly increased fivefold compared to before. Coupled with its already swift pace, it now descended like a streak of golden lightning from the sky. The Kanjiing warwolf opened its blood-filled mouth, revealing sharp fangs like blades. In an instant, its massive claws whipped up a tremendous storm. Boom 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 boom. It sounded like drums echoing in an empty valley. This made Zhang Haochuan and the teachers feel their hearts race. This was the fierce clash of elite spirit beasts. So savage. But what shocked Zhang Haochuan even more was the ape beast. Although it was a lower level, its basic attributes were not far behind the Kanjiing warwolf. Yet the fighting heavenly sacred ape, relying on its combat expertise and resilience, executed a stick technique that changed in countless ways, not falling behind at all. It was as if it started playing with sticks from the moment it was born. Sometimes stabbing, sometimes hooking, sometimes sweeping. The iron staff came to life in its hand, dancing with impenetrable force. And it grew more powerful with every battle. Like a god of war descending to the earth. But also violent and bloody, comparable to a demon king. Brother Wolf watched as the ape beast couldn't be taken down after a long while. He immediately flew into a rage. Kanjiing warwolf, are you useless? Can't even defeat an extraordinary level 2 beast. I command you to kill it within 3 minutes. Kanjiing warwolf was in pain. Extraordinary level 2? When it transformed into a giant, its strength and speed were clearly not inferior to mine. And its combat skills far exceeded mine. It was impossible to find an opening. Just when Kanjiing warwolf was struggling, its feet suddenly slipped and it lost balance. The heavenly battle ape seized that moment. With a gentle flick of its staff, it knocked Kanjiing warwolf down. Then, it raised the staff high. A flash of 7-colored light gleamed across the staff's surface. Ancient runes began to crawl up the staff's body. The air around the staff began to tremble. Ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out like stones dropped on a calm lake. Then, the iron staff began to stretch, becoming thicker. With every foot it grew, the staff's aura surged with power. Flowing with an aura as if it could destroy heaven and earth. Emitting a terrifying and trembling majestic force. Kanjiing Warwolf was stunned. We are both spiritual beasts, why can you make the staff grow bigger? The heavenly battle ape suddenly surged with power, its muscles bulging like a roaring wave. Its veins protruded like twisting serpents. It used its waist as an axis, its entire body like a giant catapult. It poured all its strength into the iron rod, the rod carrying a massive force, crashing down onto Kanjiing Warwolf. When the staff struck, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The Kanjiing Warwolf's skin and fur were torn apart like fragile paper, exposing the blood and flesh beneath. Its body, as strong as steel, caved inward. Massive amounts of blood and shattered bones exploded outwards, causing the skin to bulge like a balloon, before it exploded. A torrent of blood and flesh splattered out, staining the ground for 100 meters. Everyone was silent. Zhang Haochuan felt his scalp tingle. That strike shattered the skies and was arrogantly unstoppable. With the strength of an extraordinary 2-star, it killed an elite 1-star beast. This was unprecedented. In the history of human beast masters, no one had ever heard of such a thing. His eyes seemed ready to pop out, his shocked expression was no less than witnessing the collapse and rebirth of the universe. Everyone was frozen, as if under a spell. No one could make a sound. Brother Wolf, in particular, had his face contorted in shock, the expression flooding his entire face like a surging tide. His face turned pale, his body gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. His Kanjiing Warwolf was just killed with one blow. Zhang Haochuan and a few teachers immediately reacted. They subdued Brother Wolf, knowing such a person must have an important secret to uncover. Student Long Chen, having someone like you in Beastmaster Academy is a great honor. As soon as Zhang Haochuan finished speaking. Before Long Chen could respond. A massive roar suddenly came from the sky. Everyone immediately looked up. They saw a gigantic sword energy sweeping across the sky. It descended from the rolling clouds. Like a nuclear weapon capable of destroying everything. Under everyone's stunned gaze, it crashed down onto the blood-red tree demon. Under that sword energy, Long Chen saw a figure. The figure stood tall like a pine tree, its hospital gown flapping in the wind. Its eyes were deep as a bottomless abyss, and its cold, eerie gaze seemed to pierce through the tree demon's body. Yu Lingfei exclaimed, "It's sword energy. Pure, vast, and magnificent sword energy. This sword energy flows like a river, unstoppable." The sound of the sword's hum reverberates through the entire Jiang city. Could it be a Sky Glory level swordsmanship master? Yu Lingfei was overwhelmed with excitement. This was a warrior standing at the peak of humanity. Zhang Haochuan was ecstatic, great. Jiang City is saved. One day, when a powerful master emerges, Jiang City will surely be able to escape disaster. Long Chen opened his mouth wide, stunned like a wooden chicken. What are they talking about? What divine-level swordsmanship grandmaster? That person is his adoptive father. He is an ordinary middle-aged man who has been fighting in a forbidden area and contracted blood poison, lying in the hospital for chemotherapy. Buzz. Suddenly, the tree demon trembled. It sounded like the low rumble of an ancient beast or a bell ringing from the heavens, causing the entire Jiang city to shake violently. Countless blood-red branches and leaves swept toward Dad, Lin Changfeng. They formed a red wind that blocked out the sun. Under the destruction of such extreme power, countless buildings were torn apart and collapsed. The strength of a divine-level spirit beast is earth-shattering with every move. Lin Changfeng took a step forward. This step seemed light, yet it felt as heavy as Mount Tai, crushing the whistling red wind beneath his foot. Those watching felt their hearts surge. Long Chen's blood was burning with excitement. Wow! Dad is so strong. Chapter 58? His adoptive mother is actually so strong too. At the same time, the long sword in Lin Changfeng's hand swung. A brilliant and dazzling sword aura shot up into the sky. The sword aura appeared pure white, with ripples spreading through the space, as if the air couldn't bear this immense power and was twisting and deformed. The tree demon sensed a fatal threat, its massive body shook violently, and countless thick branches danced like giant serpents, whipping up a bloody wind, while the leaves rustled, seemingly giving out an angry roar. Lin Changfeng's gaze grew ever colder, waving his long sword lightly, the sword aura surged toward the tree demon like a tumultuous tide. Wherever the sword aura passed, the air was sliced into fragments, producing a sharp whistling sound. The tree demon's branches tried to resist but were easily severed upon contact with the sword aura, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, severed branches fluttering down like a bloody rain.
Lin Changfeng shouted loudly, the sound shaking the heavens. Within that roar contained endless sword intent and power. The whole person seemed to merge with the sword, transforming into a dazzling stream of light, rushing with a mighty sword aura toward the tree demon. Crack! A huge sound. The sound was like the earth-shattering, deafening. The tree demon's trunk, like rotting dead wood, had no resistance under this unmatched sword, split in half from top to bottom in an instant. At the moment the tree demon was cleaved, a powerful shockwave spread outwards, the surrounding land lifted several feet high, forming a huge circular mound of soil that crushed a third of Jiang City's buildings. Unprecedented massive destruction. But the good news is, the tree demon was defeated. The people of Jiang City finally saw the sky again. Someone shouted angrily, Lin Changfeng. You betrayed the ancient beast church, the Grand Deacon won't let you go, wait for death. Then countless figures quickly withdrew from Jiang City. The ancient beast church finally retreated. Long Chen was stunned. Lin Changfeng is his adoptive father's name. Though most people only knew his adoptive father as Lin Dao. If he hadn't accidentally stumbled upon the document with his adoptive father's name, Lin Changfeng, he wouldn't have known this was his true name. Betrayal. Ancient Beast Church, what does that mean? Is his adoptive father a member of the Ancient Beast Church? Long Chen's brain was blank. Long Chen looked at Lin Changfeng, standing defiantly in the sky. Lin Changfeng seemed to sense his gaze. He looked down to meet his eyes and then revealed a complex smile, followed by a few large coughs of blood. His face turned pale, and his body swayed unsteadily. Before more people gathered, Lin Changfeng left. For some reason, Long Chen had a feeling that this time his adoptive father was leaving. He didn't know when he would see him again, perhaps. The ancient beast church retreated, and the disaster subsided. In the following days, the military and law enforcement began to organize disaster relief and rebuilding efforts. But this time, the attack from the ancient beast church left Jiang City with unprecedented damage. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 to 5 years to restore the scene before the disaster. Official statistics report. A total of 550,000 people were affected, with 120,000 dead, 430,000 injured to varying degrees, and many more injured people being rescued in hospitals. In addition, exam proctors were bribed by the ancient beast church to kill students during the exam, and the proctor has since committed suicide out of guilt. However, the team from Yang City, which should have been investigated the most, has not had any related investigation results released by the authorities. But from the official announcement to start a strict investigation on the phenomenon of exam immigrants across the country, the public objective is said to be to maintain fairness in the exam. However, whether there is a deeper purpose behind this remains unknown. For example, the beasts controlled by the Yang City team are obviously more violent and cruel than ordinary beasts, similar to the crazed spirit beasts from the Jiang City spirit beast cultivation base. What methods did the Fire Seed organization use to cause such a change in the spirit beasts? The authorities have not released any investigation content about this. Long Chen went to the shelter to find his adoptive mother, who seemed to have anticipated this moment. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning his adoptive father. Returning home, their house is in a relatively remote residential area of Jiang City. The severely affected area was the bustling Main Street district. As a result, their home barely suffered any damage. The old house had only developed cracks during the earthquake. The community said they would send a professional engineering team to repair it and ensure everyone's safety in living. During this time, someone came to investigate matters regarding Lin Changfeng, but both he and his mother blankly stated that they did not know anyone named Lin Changfeng, only knowing Lin Dao. The investigators checked and then left. The mother and son became quiet. The adoptive mother suddenly said, "Some things are not that we do not want to tell you, but rather, telling you would not be good for you." Long Chen's heart stirred. Is my adoptive father a member of the ancient beast church? The adoptive mother fell silent for a moment, then sighed. This kind of secret was originally supposed to be kept from you for your whole life, but the moment you resolutely left the shelter, I suddenly realized that you have grown up and have the right to decide your own life. This matter is actually related to your origin. Long Chen's origin had always been a subject that was not mentioned at home. The adoptive mother continued, your mother, I mean your biological mother, Ji Yan, might still be alive. She was captured by the ancient beast church at that time. Your father, I mean your adoptive father, joined the ancient beast church to save her. Later, I don't know what happened, he appeared at my door one rainy day, holding you. When talking about his biological mother, Long Chen's face was expressionless. Regardless of whether it was his biological mother or father, they had been erased from his dictionary. His adoptive father and mother were his real parents. The adoptive mother seemed to guess Long Chen's thoughts, so she gently said, actually, you don't have to resent your biological mother. She still loves you very much. She was once known as a great beauty, had some love-hate entanglements with Lin Changfeng and Long Jinbong, and ultimately married Long Jinbong, giving birth to you. Then one day, the ancient beast church captured her and you. Later, Lin Changfeng entered the ancient beast church and brought you out, but Lin Changfeng said that Ji Yan might still be alive. Long Chen's mood was very strange.
There was an indescribable feeling. He verbally claimed to have no feelings left for his biological mother.
But upon hearing that his mother was still alive, and confined in the ancient beast church, he felt a strange urge. The adoptive mother handed Long Chen a note. Once you arrive in Linjiang City, contact the person above. He is a friend of Lin Changfeng and can take care of your life at the Advanced Spirit Beast Academy.
Long Chen immediately asked, Mom, aren't you coming with me?
The adoptive mother shook her head. No, I will wait here for your father to return.
Otherwise, when he comes back and finds no one at home, then he should be anxious.
But I'm worried about you staying alone in Jiang City. Suddenly, the adoptive mother stood up, smiling mysteriously. A sharp blade glow gathered at her fingertips. She slid gently. Suddenly, a deep cut appeared across the wall of the house.
Boom! In an instant, the wall collapsed. What the hell? Long Chen was stunned, watching the house crash down.
The adoptive mother suddenly embraced him warmly, her finger drawing another line, immediately creating a vertical cut, like a giant knife splitting the sea, with the walls wildly retreating to both sides. By the time he realized what was happening, the adoptive mother had already taken him outside. The people in the community hurried over to ask about the situation. The adoptive mother smiled and said, "It seems the earthquake caused severe damage to the house. We'll need your help to rebuild." Long Chen stared at his adoptive mother in confusion.
What's going on? Not only is his adoptive father a monster, but so is his adoptive mother? In this family of three, he alone is the weak chicken? Chapter 59, Let's go to Linjiang City.
Actually, I'm not interested in knowing who my birth mother is. To me, you and Dad are my parents.
Long Chen didn't want to mention his birth mother in front of his adoptive mother. The kindness of raising me is greater than the heavens.
The adoptive mother shook her head. Chener, you are still young now, so there are many things you don't understand.
Ji Yan didn't intentionally abandon you, and even Long Jinbang might not be as bad as you think. Many things are beyond our control.
I originally wanted you to live as an ordinary person for your whole life, without getting caught up in those dangerous situations. But you have already begun to show your extraordinary talent, and many people have seen your potential, so you must walk this path firmly. You have entered this game, and you can only do your best to break it. Let's go to Linjiang City.
The adoptive mother's attitude was very firm. Long Chen had never seen this side of his adoptive mother.
In his mind, his adoptive mother was a gentle full-time housewife. But now, her gaze was firm, her tone resolute. Just by focusing her fingers to create a blade, she could cause an entire apartment building to collapse. Perhaps he really should listen to his adoptive mother. Moreover, he himself actually wanted to go to Linjiang City, to enter a higher-level Beast Master Academy. People naturally strive for higher places, that is instinct.
And what exactly is the game that the adoptive mother mentioned? Even his adoptive parents were unable to protect him? Such a dangerous game?
Currently known, adoptive father Lin Changfeng can slice through a Tianya level tree demon with one sword.
That is at least a level 13 warrior. To him, this already seems to be the top of the ceiling. Standing among the very best of humanity.
And the adoptive mother's current strength is unknown, but just from her finger's ability to cut down a building, it shows her destructive power is at least above elite level spirit beasts, perhaps comparable to a commander level.
Such strength cannot protect him? Long Chen took a deep breath and then looked at the distant sky.
No matter what, he had lived in this small Jiang city for 11 years and was starting to want to see the outside world. Okay, I'll go. The adoptive mother finally revealed a relieved smile. After all, if Long Chen could not firmly choose his own path,
she would also be uneasy letting him go to Linjiang City alone.
A few days later, the school held a graduation ceremony for the graduates.
Most of the graduates were still alive. Because after the attack in Jiang City, many of them stayed in the major exam area and did not return, thus saving their lives. Long Chen saw teacher Zhang Haochuan during the major exam.
Teacher Zhang was wrapped in bandages and had one arm in a sling, looking somewhat disheveled. Noticing Long Chen looking at him, he showed a kind smile. Long Chen respectfully bowed to him. After all, in times of crisis, the teacher did not hesitate to protect him and Wang Kaixian behind him. Even though they both knew there was no hope of defeating brother Wang. But he never thought of giving up on him and Wang Kaixian. Such a teacher, Long Chen didn't know if he would ever have the honor to meet again in the future. And teacher Zhang Haochuan only nodded from afar, not coming over, seemingly not wanting to draw too much attention. In fact, a few days ago, teacher Zhang Haochuan had come to thank him for saving his life and had warned him to never let others know that he had dealt with the 4th-level Beastmaster of the ancient Beast Church. Especially upon arriving in Linjiang City, he must not expose himself easily. Otherwise, it would be easy to attract unnecessary trouble for himself. Long Chen thought this made sense. If the spies of the ancient beast church knew he had killed many of their people, the nature of the ancient beast church would surely lead them to seek crazy revenge on him. So he indeed needed to be careful about this. At the same time, the principal announced. Due to the disaster in Jiangcheng, the higher-ups have decided to provide various compensations for Jiangcheng, which includes the college entrance examination. Originally, only 8 students from Beastmaster First High School were expected to pass the exam, but now the higher-ups have relaxed the admission quota to increase it to 30. The entire student body immediately erupted in discussion. 30 admissions. This was the highest number of admissions in the history of Beastmaster First High School. In previous years, even if you combined the 3 schools, it wouldn't be possible to have such a high admission number. Long Chen was also somewhat surprised. But he quickly thought of something, a glimmer of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. Next to him, Wang Kaixian excitedly said, "This is amazing. 30 admission spots, that's a record. Let me count, it seems like everyone who participated in the exam and survived." Suddenly, Wang Kaixian's face turned extremely ugly. He realized that the number of survivors from the exam added up to exactly 30. About 200 people entered, and only 30 survived. This was the deadliest examination in history. No wonder the higher-ups would relax the conditions so much. Jiangcheng was in a devastating situation this time. Long Gu. I discovered. Wang Kaixian was about to share his discovery. But he was immediately shushed by Long Chen. Everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere. They did not notice the painful reality behind the joy. But that was enough. This was also the purpose of the higher-ups arranging things this way. Wang Kaixian immediately understood and nodded. After the graduation ceremony ended, Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were called to the principal's office. There was also teacher Zhang Haochuan in the office. The principal immediately stood up and said, "Welcome our 2 brave students. Your fearless participation stopped the slaughter of the ancient beast church, saving thousands of residents and several teachers from 3 schools. I have already heard from teacher Zhang. You are all outstanding, and Beastmaster First High School takes pride in you. Hee, it's nothing. With me and Long Gu on the job, those ancient beast folks are just a piece of cake." Wang Kaixian immediately became smug. The principal did not show his usual disdain for Wang Kaixian's bragging but instead nodded indulgently and looked seriously at Long Chen. "However, you must take this as a lesson. Although you won this time, it was by luck, by the opponent's arrogance, and by their misunderstanding of you. But luck will not always be with you, perhaps next time, Lady Luck will not favor you. So remember, you must do less flashy things, and it is essential to become stronger. When you possess elite level or even leader level beasts, and even dazzling legendary beasts, you will be able to do much more, fight stronger enemies, and protect more people. Do you understand?" Facing the principal's serious advice, Long Chen also nodded solemnly, "I understand, principal." Then the principal led the 2 into a hidden passage behind his office. He entered the principal's fingerprint, and a downward passage opened. Wang Kaixian was astonished. "I can't believe our school actually has such a secret passage. Could it be that there are countless treasures hidden inside?" The principal shot a look at Wang Kaixian. "You think too much, the school is not as rich as your family. High school hasn't had the chance to fight, so it can't accumulate many treasures, but after all, it's a place for teaching and nurturing, and some beast masters who graduated from here will come back to give back to their alma mater, bringing some gifts. They may not be extraordinary, but they can be considered school rewards for you." They entered the underground treasury. There were indeed quite a few items inside. There were even skill books for spirit beasts and equipment for spirit beasts. And some things they had never seen before. Chapter 60, The Treasure of the Treasury is Just a Stick? Wang Kaixian's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing these. "Principal. Are these for us? How is that possible?" The principal nearly wanted to hit someone. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Kaixian didn't abandon Long Chen at the time, he might have some courage and responsibility. In fact, he didn't want to deal with Wang Kaixian at all. "You can pick one." The principal let the 2 of them browse freely. Wang Kaixian flipped through a few skill books and then inadvertently glanced to the side. Beside him was a small box, which contained a pill that looked quite ordinary, but the surface was an unusual dark green color. Wang Kaixian suddenly exclaimed, "Could this be a beast spirit pill?" Teacher Zhang Haochuan said, "As expected of the son of the richest man, your vision is still there, this is indeed a precious beast spirit pill. Wow, our school even has such things. They are priceless." Long Chen immediately leaned over. "What is a beast spirit pill?" The beast spirit pill is a kind of pill that can enhance the bond between a beast master and their spirit beast, meaning it can increase the loyalty and obedience of the spirit beast, greatly improving combat coordination. Wang Kaixian was exceptionally excited, saliva spraying everywhere. But Long Chen, however, had no expression, and was even very calm. So this thing was equivalent to the obedience potions he had obtained from the training ground in the ancient world?
He had plenty of those. The key was that they were of no use to him at all. He had a passive talent that ensured all of his contracted spirit beasts had a loyalty, obedience, and control level of 100%. So what was there to be surprised about? Just worthless things. Long Chen immediately lost interest and casually asked, "Then how much is this thing worth?" Wang Kaixian raised a finger. 10,000? Long Chen's eyes immediately brightened. If it's 10,000 each, does that mean he could sell his obedience potions too? With the number he had accumulated, selling for a few 100,000 should be easy, right? Wang Kaixian was directly dazed upon hearing Long Chen's price. "Brother Long, my dear brother Long, if it's 10,000 each, I will take as many as you have." Long Chen thought, listening to this meant the price of these items seemed much higher than that. 100,000? Long Chen continued to guess. If it were 100,000 each, that would be incredible. He could sell his obedience potions for millions. Wang Kaixian continued to shake his head vigorously. His head nearly became a wave drum. Long Chen immediately showed a shocked expression. Is it higher than 100,000? He couldn't remain calm anymore. It can't be a million each, right? Long Chen's breathing became rapid.
His eyes were instantly filled with a great deal of red bloodshot lines. He felt as if several million were waving at him. With these several million, he could just take his foster father too. Thinking of his foster father, Long Chen suddenly became somewhat worried. Although his foster father was strong, he still had blood poison, which was an objective reality. With several million, he could afford treatment for his foster father. Wang Kaixian continued to shake his head frantically.
Brother Long.
It's not a million, it's 10 million.
What?
Long Chen's voice was even louder than Wang Kaixian's, making him seem very naive.
But in reality, Long Chen was shocked by the wealth he was about to possess. It's not several tens of millions, but several hundreds of millions.
Wang Kaixian continued, the key is that it's valuable but hard to find. Many people want to buy the beast spirit pill for tens of millions, but they simply can't buy it because it has long been monopolized by certain people.
Zhang Haochuan also said, yeah, this is one of the best treasures in the school.
If you take it away, I think the principal will feel a lot of pain, but such a treasure of course should be given to outstanding students like you, right, principal? The principal had a painful expression, his large, meaty face even twisted a bit.
Why yes.
This Zhang Haochuan really knows how to build him a stage.
With him set so high, even if he is reluctant, how could he not give it?
Wang Kaixian saw the principal agree and immediately handed the order form to Long Chen.
Brother Long, you can take this beast spirit pill, it's yours. Wang Kaixian actually wanted it too, but he still gave it to Long Chen. This is brotherly loyalty.
Long Chen was silent for a moment, then placed the beast spirit pill on the shelf.
I don't want this. Ha? If you don't want it, then I'll.
Wang Kaixian was about to reach for it. But Long Chen stuffed a spirit beast skill book into his hand.
You don't want it either, let's both not take it.
Such a treasure should stay in the school.
The principal immediately became anxious. You have to think carefully, this thing is valuable but rare. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back.
It can increase the bonding degree of your beast by 1%, and the benefits are many. Teacher Zhang Haochuan also hurried to persuade, yes, you guys are still young, and your beasts still have a lot of potential for growth. In the later stages, if your beasts can evolve to elite level or even commander level, you will understand the importance of bonding and obedience.
We still want to see other things. Long Chen winked at Wang Kaixian. Although Wang Kaixian didn't understand, he knew Brother Long wouldn't trick him.
So he chose the local attribute Spirit Beast skill book that Long Chen placed in his hand. Meanwhile, Long Chen looked at a separate weapon rack deep within the protection area, on which lay a long black stick made of unknown material.
What's that weapon?
Oh, that weapon is for warriors. It's kept in the treasure house because our first principal was both a powerful beastmaster and a powerful warrior. This stick was his weapon. Although we don't know what material it is indestructible. I had someone check it, and they said it is at least an earth-level weapon.
Then the principal waved his hand, you don't need to look at that, it's suitable for warriors, not for you.
Long Chen suddenly said, I want that stick.
What? The principal and teacher Zhang Haochuan both opened their mouths wide. What on earth is happening?
Ignoring the expensive beast spirit pill, which is even valuable but hard to find, he actually chose a stick.
What use does a beastmaster have for a stick? They are not warriors.
Zhang Haochuan immediately recalled the scene where Long Chen used a gun as a stick to defeat a group of third-level warriors from the ancient beast society.
So he said, Principal, since Long Chen has set his sights on that stick, just give it to him? After all, we are a beastmaster school, and keeping a warrior's stick is of no use, right, Principal? The principal turned green. You big fool. What a muddled thing. To be honest, this is the real treasure. The kind that is unique. The material of this stick is definitely special. It might even be one of the top-tier Earth-level weapons. Chapter 61, Su Qing's Confession?
In the end, the principal still painfully let Longchen take the stick. This unexpected gain made Longchen very satisfied. This stick should allow his Fighting Heaven Divine Stick to unleash even greater power. The Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape has its own stick, which can only be used by it, and seems to have evolved alongside its return to ancestry. Weapons that grow stronger with the enhancement of one's own strength.
It seems only legendary heavenly weapons possess such a capability. I can't feel envy, this is someone else's exclusive weapon.
A few days later,
Jiang Chang personally funded the formation of a bus convoy to Linjiang City.
It was organized to uniformly take the students who passed the major exam to the advanced institutions in Linjiang City.
Moreover, there were specially assigned personnel to escort them along the way.
There were a total of 4 buses. The 30 people from Beast Master Class 1 sat in one bus. The people from Element Class 1 sat in another bus. The Warrior Class 1 had more people, so they used 2 buses. Of course, some people were a bit showy and didn't want to squeeze into the bus with everyone, so their families drove private cars, but they were still part of this convoy for safety.
For example, Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily.
Lu Yenrui had passed the entrance exam, and it just so happened that Bai Lily got a chance to ride alone. Although Bai Lily didn't have her own beast yet, as long as she reported to the Advanced Beast Academy, the academy would provide her with a pretty decent beast for free. So Bai Lily was really lucky this time.
Sitting on the bus, Wang Kaixian was very excited. Long Gu, do you know who is escorting our convoy?
Who?
Long Chen asked.
The Dragon Flame Shadow Special Task Force.
Long Chen showed a strange expression.
Earlier, when he was guarding the hospital, he had felt very irritable. He had snapped at a female team member of the Dragon Flame Shadow Special Task Force, calling them useless. At that time, his thoughts were straightforward. Why were these special forces so powerful, said to be Tier 4 strong, yet unable to resolve the disaster in Jiangchang? But later, upon gaining a broader understanding of the situation in Jiangchang's disaster, he realized things were more serious than they had imagined. The ancient Beast Church had sent dozens of small teams, each led by a Tier 4 expert. They were wreaking havoc, diverting the attention of Jiangchang's military and law enforcement while abducting a large number of ordinary people to feed to the tree demons. The Dragon Flame Shadow Special Task Force had likely killed most of those small teams, or else there would be even more corpses hanging on the bound branches. So, for so many people to still be alive in Jiangchang, the Dragon Flame Shadow Special Task Force had contributed greatly.
They were not useless. Long Chen felt a bit guilty.
He thought he shouldn't have said that. If there's a chance later, he planned to apologize to that female team member.
Taking a deep breath, Long Chen complained, why didn't Jiangchang find a few bigger buses? It's a bit crowded with 3 people sitting in a row.
As Long Chen spoke, he glanced over at Su Qing, who was sitting by the window. Indeed, there were 3 people in this row. Himself, Wang Kaixian, and Su Qing. When Su Qing got on the bus, everyone's eyes went wide.
No one expected the princess would need to squeeze into a bus with them.
And after Su Qing got on, she didn't look at anyone, directly walking to this row with him and Wang Kaixian. They both froze for a moment, then immediately got up to give her the seat by the window. So this row immediately became the focus of the entire bus.
By the way, Su Qing, why didn't you take a private car? Theoretically, you should have a more comfortable ride to Linjiang City. Long Chen joked, is it because you wanted to sit with me, so you deliberately gave up the more comfortable private car?
Ha ha ha. As Long Chen was laughing, he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Because Su Qing was looking at him with a fixed, piercing gaze. And in such a narrow space, the distance was so close. He felt like Su Qing could see every pore on his face very clearly.
Who could withstand such a stare? The distance between their faces was less than 20 centimeters.
He could even feel Su Qing's sweet breath.
Long Chen really wanted to lean in and kiss her, just to make her look at him like that.
Just keep staring, and I'll kiss your lips swollen. But Long Chen only dared to think fiercely about it in his heart. Some inexplicable sadness emerged.
When they arrived at Linjiang City, Su Qing's identity would immediately undergo a dramatic change. The daughter of Linjiang Province's governor. A precious daughter.
Who knows how many people are rushing to climb up to her? They say that in a big city like Linjiang City, the sky is unfathomably high. It's more than 100 times higher than the low ceilings of Jiang City. Even Wang Kaixian said that someone like the Wang family, the top rich in Jiang City, would be nothing but bottom tier in Linjiang City. By then, when Su Qing returns to Linjiang City, the number of rich second-generation boys chasing her would be countless. Someone like him would probably still only be able to secretly admire her from afar.
Long Chen's heart was filled with bitterness.
Suddenly, Su Qing leaned closer to his ear, closing the distance between them even more. Long Chen could feel the slightest touch of Su Qing's nose. To the students in the backseat, it looked like Su Qing suddenly kissed Long Chen on the cheek. This bold action sent an electric shock through Long Chen's entire body. His body became tense, and his breathing became a little difficult. What was Su Qing trying to do? Why so suddenly? Could it be that she really fell in love with him? I heard you killed a fourth-tier beast master from the ancient beast church? Su Qing suddenly asked in an extremely subtle voice. Long Chen's dreamy eyes suddenly became serious. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Now he was truly nervous. He slightly turned his head to look at Su Qing, but since they were too close together, their lips seemed to lightly brush against each other. Su Qing was startled, quickly withdrawing her head back to her seat. On her pale, icy face, a faint blush suddenly appeared. She looked out the window, but through the reflection in the glass, Su Qing was looking at Long Chen's reflection, and that gaze was somewhat like wanting to kill. But Long Chen couldn't care about apologizing and hurriedly leaned to Su Qing's ear. Su Qing, are you joking with me? How could I possibly kill a fourth-tier beast master? Someone like you should know how strong a one-star elite spirit beast is. It's not something students like us can defeat. Su Qing slightly moved her eyes. That gaze seemed to say, do you believe me? The classmates in the back row stared with wide eyes. What were these two doing? Su Qing kissed Long Chen first. Then Long Chen returned the kiss? When did these two get together? And someone like Su Qing, a pride of heaven. How could she possibly look at a poor guy like Long Chen? They couldn't figure out why no matter how hard they tried. Now everything could be explained. Su Qing liked Long Chen, so she was willing to join Long Chen's team in the big exam and help him pass. So, this guy Long Chen could pass the big exam just because he was close to Su Qing. So shameless. So, damn jealous. Chapter 62, targeted by the Special Operations Team? You too? The bus arrived at a transfer station for a break. The students got off the bus to eat. On the other side, the Long Yin Shadow Marshal Special Operations Team also got off to rest and eat. Their handsome black combat uniforms. Wearing them made them look heroic, attracting countless passers-by to stop and watch. Wherever they went, they were the focus of the crowd. Long Chen saw that female team member, who was animatedly talking about something with the other team members. He immediately walked over, only to hear the female team member say as he approached. It was just because you weren't there, you didn't see that student's resentful look, as if I had dumped him, with a serious face questioning. What use is it to join you guys? You can't even protect Jiang City. The female team member was making a serious face while mimicking Long Chen's voice roughly. Immediately, a male team member as strong as a bear asked coldly, which student? So audacious? If I see him, I must teach him a lesson, let him know what the Long Yin Shadow Marshal Special Operations Team is. Long Chen was stunned and immediately turned to leave. Someone noticed him. Classmate, why aren't you going to eat? What are you doing here? Our break time is short, and after eating we need to hurry on. The female team member turned and saw Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare turn around and said with his back facing her, it's nothing, I took the wrong way. The female team member, Yen Di, flashed a cunning smile. Then she immediately grabbed Long Chen's shirt and yanked him over. What strength! Good grief! He had nearly 500 points of strength. In this female team member's hands, he felt as weak as a chick. That's him, that's him, that's him. He's the one who asked us what we are good for. Long Chen felt extremely guilty. Hello everyone. A strong man directly walked up to Long Chen. He collided with him like a mountain, blocking out the sun. This strong man seemed to be many times stronger than the axe warrior he had defeated. You little brat, are you the one who said our Dragon Flame Shadow Special Forces are useless? Trash? Worthless? A waste of national resources? Just a display? What? Long Chen had a face full of question marks. Did he really say so much? Long Chen looked at the female team member, and she immediately showed a sneaky smile. This girl actually slandered him. She twisted and exaggerated his words. But he also knew that at this moment, explaining was useless. He hurriedly put on a smiling face and said, it's all a misunderstanding, it's my fault for not recognizing the great mountains, not understanding your powerful strength, and not knowing about the disaster situation in Jiang City, so I misunderstood you all. Long Chen's expression became serious. I came over just to apologize to you all, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. The members of the Dragon Flame Shadow Special Forces suddenly froze. The female team member also stood still. It seemed they didn't expect this guy to admit his mistake so honestly. Thinking about how they had spun a web of harsh words against him, she felt a bit guilty and pushed the strong man back. Actually we didn't mean anything else. Regarding the disaster in Jiang City, we are also very upset, but we really tried our best. If we didn't meet your expectations, that's our problem. We will definitely work hard to improve our strength to live up to your expectations.
The female team member sincerely bent down.
The two breasts above her waist gently shook as she did.
Tears dripped down to the ground. Her body trembled slightly.
Although the female team member was holding back, everyone knew she must be crying with deep regret at this moment.
The members of the Dragon Flame Shadow Special Forces fell silent.
Frustration, regret, annoyance. Perhaps this was their true feelings at this moment.
Who could really be happy after experiencing the great disaster in Jiang City? Especially for the local residents of Jiang City.
A middle-aged man, carrying twin swords and dressed in black combat gear, with a well-proportioned figure and clear muscle lines, stepped forward. I heard from Lin Yu that you single-handedly defended a hospital, protecting many survivors. You are indeed outstanding. If given the chance, you can try to join our Dragon Flame Shadow Special Forces. The other escort members immediately showed shocked expressions. This person was the captain of the Dragon Flame Shadow Special Forces.
The captain personally invited Long Chen.
Long Chen was still a student, and hadn't even stepped through the doors of a higher beast taming academy yet.
And he was already being offered an olive branch?
This was a huge leap. You have to know that many students from higher academies might never get to join the Dragon Flame Shadow Special Forces.
Lin Yu smiled and said, "This time, you won't refuse, right?" Long Chen immediately said, "Of course, I'm willing to join."
Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning once again.
"Then give it a try."
Lin Yu handed Long Chen an invitation letter. Long Chen immediately pocketed it and then returned to the table to continue eating.
Everyone looked at Long Chen with different eyes now. My gosh! This guy Long Chen has already secured a job?
And it's with the Dragon Flame Shadow Special Forces. That was a department with extremely high status, existing independently from the military and law enforcement. It had a very high degree of freedom, especially handling major disasters and significant events.
How many people longed to join such a department? Yet, Long Chen joined so easily? Brother Long, you are too amazing.
You directly received an offer from the Long Flame Shadow Special Operations team. You are faster than all of our classmates. Wang Kaixian said excitedly.
Sure enough, holding on tight to Brother Long's thigh was the right choice.
At the dining table, Su Qing glanced at Long Chen. She poured a bucket of cold water over him. The Long Flame Shadow Special Operations team throws out a bunch of olive branches to students every year. But very few can actually join. I heard the competition ratio is 1%, and the ones competing with you are all elite talents from various universities.
How do you think you stand a chance to enter the Special Operations team? Long Chen was stunned for a moment. There's still competition?
He suddenly understood. When he said he was willing to join, that female team member showed a sly smile. It turns out she was laughing at his overconfidence. His face turned dark immediately. So they just gave him an exam qualification. He thought he had received an invitation, swaggering back like he was on top of the world. In their eyes, he was probably just a fool.
Damn, this is so embarrassing.
Long Chen now wished he could find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Some people just have no insight. Even if they lucked through the big exam, they are still just frogs at the bottom of a well.
The one mocking Long Chen was Bai Lily.
At this moment, the few of them were sitting around a table. The table was filled with rare delicacies, clearly different from what the other students were eating.
Lu Yanrui looked at Long Chen with disdain. Long Chen, do you think the Long Flame Shadow Special Operations team only send invitations to you?
Then Lu Yanrui took out the invitation he held in his hand. And at his table, besides him, there were a few from Warrior Number 1 and Element Number 1, all of them pulled out invitations from the Long Flame Shadow Special Operations team.
Damn! Is this thing that worthless?
Long Chen was dumbfounded. Then beside him, Su Qing quietly put her invitation on the table as well.
Chapter 63, Lu Yanrui has reached level 3? Long Chen was shocked. These invitations are so common now? He thought this was something extraordinary.
Su Qing calmly said, when you get to Linjiang City, you will know that all major factions plan ahead for young talents. The main strategy is to cast a wide net to catch the fish they want.
Long Chen was unhappy.
He originally thought the Long Flame Shadow Special Operations team valued his unique potential and specially recruited him.
Turns out he was overthinking. A frog in the bottom of the well is just a frog in the bottom of the well. Bai Lily seemed not satisfied and continued to mock Long Chen.
A glint of anger suddenly appeared in Long Chen's eyes. His gaze carried a surge of killing intent. Instantly, it reminded Bai Lily of the terrifying experience in the underground shelter.
She quickly hid behind Lu Yanrui. Lu Xiao, protect me, he wants to hit me again.
Lu Yanrui snorted coldly and said to Long Chen, if you're capable, come for me.
Why always threaten a girl? Do you even count as a man? Let me strip you in public and show everyone how useless you are. Crack. A crack appeared on the table where Long Chen was sitting. Su Cheng and Wang Kaixian quietly left their seats. Many people present knew that Long Chen and Lu Yenrui were enemies. Especially after the big exam ended, Lu Yenrui learned that Long Chen had also passed and showed a sneer, saying everywhere that Long Chen had just gotten lucky while he almost eliminated this waste. Lu Yenrui immediately stood up and summoned his beast. A fox covered with flames emerged from the beast's base. Its fur was like burning flames, presenting a deep red color. Its eyes were like two dazzling rubies, sparkling with a hot and mysterious light. Its body was elegant and strong, with distinct muscle lines on its limbs, swift and agile movements, and a long and fluffy tail, the flame at the tip like a torch that would never extinguish. The crowd was astonished. Wang Kaixian exclaimed, "Crimson Flame Fox?" Su Qing calmly said, "No, this is a supernatural 3-star flame-tailed demon fox." What? Flame-tailed demon fox? Wang Kaixian was shocked. That Lu Yenrui actually evolved the Crimson Flame Fox to supernatural 3-star so quickly. His strength was definitely far ahead of others. No wonder he suddenly dared to provoke Brother Long. It turned out his strength had increased again, making him more confident. Students from the Warrior Class 1 and Element Class 1 nearby also cast envious glances. This is the Beast Master. Controlling spirit beasts in battle is indeed very prestigious. And it's a supernatural 3-star. What does a supernatural 3-star spirit beast mean? A supernatural 3-star spirit beast could annihilate all 60 students from Warrior Class 1 who passed the major exam, or wipe out all 45 students from Element Class 1 who passed the major exam. It should be no problem. It's only been a short time since the major exam ended, and the gap has already begun to emerge. It's hard to imagine how big the gap will be in a year when they get to the higher education institution in Linjian City. In the distance, members of the Long Yen Shadow Warrior Task Force also cast interested looks. A middle-aged man was slightly surprised. It seems our intelligence was not wrong. This Lu Yenrui is at least in the top 3 at Jiangcheng Beastmaster Class 1. There's a Wang Hao who, for some reason, withdrew before the major exam, so Lu Yenrui might be ranked second only to that. A young man with a cold expression in the team also said, a Tier 3 Beastmaster should at least be in the top half among all the freshmen at higher Beastmaster institutions. Is that so? It seems Lu Yenrui is worth our attention, along with that girl. The girl they mentioned was naturally Su Qing. About Su Qing, they actually knew a bit more. The daughter of the governor of Linjiang province. This time they came to Jiangcheng for support, and they also received a commission from the Linjiang provincial government to protect Su Qing. But they also knew there was a powerful Tier 4 female warrior beside Su Qing, plus Su Qing herself was very strong, so they didn't need to worry too much about her safety. If Su Qing can join our Long Yen Shadow Warrior Task Force, then our task force's ranking this year could at least be in the top 30, right? That needs to be asked from the governor's side. Do you think your words can have any effect? Don't forget, under the governor, there's a task force ranked in the top 3. I think Su Qing will most likely join them. That's a bit of a pity. Then, settling for the second best, we can focus on this Lu Yenrui. Hearing that everyone had great interest in Su Qing and Lu Yenrui, Lin Yu suddenly said, I actually think that Long Chen kid is the one we should pay more attention to. The captain asked, why do you think that? Think about it, Miss Su Qing's strength and talent are undoubtedly impressive, but the probability of successfully pulling her to our side is very low. Next, it's Lu Yenrui and Long Chen, and I think Long Chen's potential is much higher than Lu Yenrui. Lin Yu said seriously. But the captain did not agree. But he's still a Tier 2 Beastmaster now, right? This means he's already left behind Lu Yenrui. Once they enter the higher Beastmaster institution, this gap will only get bigger. We all know that being a Beastmaster requires a lot of resources. Lu Yenrui's family is quite wealthy in Jiangcheng, while Long Chen's family is just an ordinary worker's family, raised by adoptive parents, and his adoptive father is seriously ill. Therefore, whether in terms of prerequisites or the path afterward, Lu Yenrui will definitely go faster than Long Chen, and their gap will only continue to grow. Lin Yu knew that the captain was actually right. Although the Beastmaster profession is powerful, it does indeed rely heavily on resources. They had seen many exceptionally talented Beastmasters who, due to a lack of resources for training, ultimately became ordinary Beastmasters. But Lin Yu seemed somewhat unwilling to accept this and murmured, is that so? But I don't think so. I still believe Long Chen has greater potential. What is your basis for judgment? The captain was genuinely curious. In Lin Yu's mind, a scene flashed by. It was Long Chen standing alone at the hospital entrance, a single man blocking thousands, preventing the mad spirit beasts from rushing into the hospital to kill the innocent. Anyway, that's what I believe. Lin Yu said stubbornly. Suddenly, a young team member became interested. Goddess, how about this? You bet with me to see who is better, Long Chen or Lu Yanrui? If I win, you become my girlfriend, and if you win, don't you have your eyes on the treasured spear in my home? I'll give it to you. How about that? Are you crazy? Why would I bet with you? Lin Yu clearly was not buying this. So you have no confidence in Long Chen? The young man continued to press. Lin Yu was faced with only two options. Either bet with the young man or admit that she was wrong. With Lin Yu's personality, how could she ever admit she was wrong? Fine. Let's bet. But don't cry later. Lin Yu agreed. The young man immediately perked up. Damn. The goddess Lin Yu, who had countless admirers, was actually going to become his girlfriend? The young man quickly shouted, "Hey! Lu Yanrui, if you win against Long Chen, I'll give you a bottle of extraordinary 3-star evolution potion." Lu Yanrui froze. An extraordinary 3-star evolution potion. Worth millions a bottle. Lin Yu immediately exploded with anger. Feng Sikong. You're playing dirty. Chapter 64, Extraordinary 2-star Instant Kill Extraordinary 3-star. Even Wang Kaixian was somewhat shocked. Millions for a bottle of evolution liquid, just like that? No wonder it's the Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior team. They're so generous. But this also indicated a phenomenon. The Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior team seemed to value Lu Yanrui very much. Otherwise, they wouldn't give Lu Yanrui such a huge benefit for no reason. What seemed like a bet could actually be for nurturing Lu Yanrui, intentionally incurring costs. Lu Yanrui was also overjoyed. He didn't expect the Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior team to think so highly of him. Okay, I won't let you down. I'll teach Long Chen a good lesson. Long Chen frowned. Was he being treated like a joke? Lin Yu immediately said, "Long Chen, as long as you win against Lu Yanrui, I'll also give you a bottle of extraordinary 3-star evolution liquid." Everyone was astonished. What was going on? Long Chen was also highly regarded by the Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior team? Lu Yanrui glared at Long Chen resentfully. That pesky guy. He took the spotlight from him at school, and now after graduation, he was still stealing it. Long Chen pondered for a moment. Can I opt out of the extraordinary 3-star evolution liquid? I want 2 mental nurturing pills. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. This guy was actually bargaining? And asking for something so outrageous. For beast masters, the strength of mental power determines the duration and coordination of controlling beasts in battle. In fact, to reach a higher level, one of the conditions is that mental power must meet a certain threshold. However, improving mental power is very difficult, and many beast masters have gone bankrupt trying to enhance their mental strength. 1 mental nurturing pill is worth as much as a bottle of extraordinary 3-star evolution liquid. This guy is asking for 2. Over 10 million. Lin Yu thought, okay, I agree, but only if you must win. Su Qing gave Lin Yu a deep look. This girl? Why was she willing to pay such a high price for Long Chen? Over 10 million wasn't a small sum. Even for the members of the Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior team. To take out tens of millions at once, that is a huge amount of money. Feng Sikong, beside Lin Yu, laughed and said, "Goddess, it seems you have lost your mind a bit. Long Chen is just a second-tier beast master, how could he defeat Lu Yanrui?" Humph. Lin Yu didn't speak but just looked at Long Chen, her eyes seeming to say, "If you dare to lose, you're dead." Long Chen shrank his neck. Lu Yanrui smiled contemptuously and said, "Long Chen, do you know what it means when humans die for wealth and birds die for food? I will make you pay for your greed today." Everyone noticed that Lu Yanrui's killing intent was no longer hidden. It was very likely that he was going to eliminate Long Chen's beast. Long Chen was finished. Bai Lily immediately flattered, "Lu Xiao, if you take down that guy's beast tonight, I can cooperate with you in all kinds of positions." A trace of lewdness flickered in Lu Yanrui's eyes. But he didn't show it too obviously in front of Su Qing and Lin Yu. Long Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, a space for beasts opened behind him. 2 huge beasts appeared. Blood-patterned barbaric turtle and raging iron-eating beast. Everyone gasped. No wonder Long Chen was so confident. He actually had 2 exceptional second-tier beasts. This strength was outstanding among students of the same period. Strange, didn't everyone say Long Chen's family was poor? How could he afford to evolve 2 exceptional second-tier beasts? The members of the Longyan Shadow Special Task Force also began to take it seriously. I originally thought this was a battle with a significant power disparity. The captain continued to comment. But unexpectedly, one developed vertically, and the other horizontally, both have decent results. Feng Sikong, however, was not convinced, but to be honest, it really comes down to experience. Long Chen is overestimating himself. Does he really think that 2 beasts can defeat one? Goddess, what do you think? Lin Yu didn't speak. But to be honest, she was a bit regretful about the bet now. 2 spirit force nurturing pills were no big deal. The key was to be Feng Xizong's girlfriend. It would be better to kill her. If she were to assess it, Long Chen's chances of winning were probably less than 10%. Sure enough, Lu Yenrui mocked. Trash, you really are a frog in a well. Do you think quantity matters in front of absolute strength? Flame-tailed fox, burn them to death. The flame-tailed fox rushed over in an instant. Like a surge of burning flames. Waving its torch-like tail, with a strong sweep, it immediately unleashed a large area of fire damage. The surrounding ground was instantly scorched black. A hot temperature permeated the air. Even some female students' long hair got singed, causing various gasps. Oh my god, with such a high temperature, it won't roast the turtle and panda beasts directly, will it? Of course it will. This is an exceptional third-tier fire spirit beast. It's easy to kill 2 exceptional second-tier spirit beasts. Long Chen is so overconfident, thinking that having 2 exceptional second-tier beasts can challenge an exceptional third-tier beast. How ignorant. Everyone thought Long Chen would make the 2 beasts retreat in panic. But unexpectedly, Long Chen planned for the turtle to endure the heat. Feng Xikong poked Lin Yu. Goddess, are you sure you won't persuade this kid? Evolving an exceptional second-tier beast is not easy. It would be too much of a pity to burn it to death. Humph. Lin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to Feng Xikong. Feng Xikong shrugged. Anyway, I prefer Lu Yenrui, so as long as Lu Yenrui's beast is fine, that's good. Lin Yu's eyes fixed tightly on Long Chen. Is this guy really planning to have the turtle endure this high-temperature flame? What if it gets roasted? Just when everyone's hearts tightened, Long Chen suddenly shouted, burn it to death. Everyone was stunned. Who is burning whom? Is he wishing for his turtle beast to be burned to death by the flame-tailed fox? What is he thinking? But soon, everyone was left dumbfounded. Because just now it was the dark red shell, but at this moment, the cracks of the shell were flowing with a liquid as hot as lava. A surge of even higher temperature suddenly erupted. Crash! At the same time, the scorpion tail blade shot out like an arrow. The flame-tailed demon fox was startled. With all its strength, it managed to dodge the scorpion tail blade. But the next second, a huge dark shadow suddenly appeared above the flame-tailed demon fox. The flame-tailed demon fox looked up. It saw the blood-patterned ferocious turtle spinning downwards with its shell facing down. Like a mountain pressing down, it crushed the flame-tailed demon fox tightly. Immediately after, the lava-like high temperature instantly burned the flame-tailed demon fox, leaving it in tatters. Moreover, the strength of the blood-patterned ferocious turtle was beyond imagination. This power was completely something the flame-tailed demon fox could not resist. Pressed down and burned by the scorching heat, Lu Yenrui's face instantly turned very ugly. The scene in front of him was beyond his expectations. His flame-tailed demon fox is a transcendent 3-star spirit beast. Why was it being suppressed instead? But what happened next terrified Lu Yenrui immensely. The scorpion tail blade actually pierced into the brain of the flame-tailed demon fox. Gulps. Gulps. It was injecting scorching lava. The flame-tailed demon fox let out a painful cry. But it only lasted less than a minute before going silent. Its brain was burned to a crisp. It died. The whole scene fell silent instantly. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The flame-tailed demon fox just died? A transcendent 3-star was killed by a transcendent 2-star? No. It was a massacre. Chapter 65, A Bustling Super City. The blood-patterned ferocious turtle continued to inject lava. Until the head of the flame-tailed demon fox was burned through with several holes. Its red face, mixed with various bloodstains, flowed out. Many students with weak stomachs couldn't help but throw up. Lu Yenrui's face went pale, and he directly knelt on the ground. Tears flowed out wildly. The flame-tailed demon fox was supposed to be his trump card in the entrance exam. Now it just died like this. He was completely devastated. Ruined, everything was ruined. His grand plan was just thrown away. The scene remained quiet for at least a minute. Then everyone began to gasp in shock one after another. Never seen. Really never seen something like this. The power gap between Transcendent 2-star and Transcendent 3-star is huge. How did the reversal happen? So unbelievable. The key was that Lu Yenrui's flame-tailed demon fox was not a useless spirit beast. It was almost on the yellow list. So among the same tier of spirit beasts, it was at least above average. And it was killed by Long Chen's discarded spirit beast? Everyone looked at Long Chen as if he were a monster. Su Qing also cast a deep look. But the most surprised were the members of the Long Yin Shadow Special Task Force. Feng Sikong asked in a daze, Captain, how many times has a Transcendent 2-star reversed a Transcendent 3-star in the high-level Beast Control Academy? 33 times. A younger, cold-looking man in the team said indifferently, I've done it 3 times, Lin Yu has done it twice. This number, while not insignificant. But that is a high-level Beast Control Academy filled with geniuses. The gap between geniuses is already very large. For example, the members of their special task force are basically champions in various high-level academies. So having such a record is not surprising. But Long Chen hasn't even registered at the academy yet. And he already has such strength, it's truly remarkable. Lin Yu immediately came to her senses. She raised her little nose proudly and said, see, what did I tell you? I said this kid would be fine. Lin Yu looked at Feng Sikong triumphantly. Feng Sikong was extremely dejected. The cooked duck had flown away. In his view, Long Chen was supposed to lose. But this extremely unlikely event actually happened. Feng Sikong snorted coldly. Then Lin Yu rushed over to give Long Chen a big hug. That abundance made Long Chen immediately feel a sense of distraction. The female warrior's figure is indeed impressive. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a burning sensation at the back of his head. When he turned around, Su Qing was staring at him coldly. Lin Yu also noticed Su Qing's gaze. The two women locked eyes directly. For some reason, Long Chen, caught in the middle, felt an electric shock running through his body. You promised to give me the spiritual energy nurturing pills. Long Chen immediately remembered the important matter. Lin Yu shot him an angry glare. I even hugged you, and you still think about those spiritual energy nurturing pills? Long Chen immediately distanced himself from Lin Yu. I didn't ask you to hug me, and just because you hugged me, you think you can clear your debt? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Are you really that fragrant? This made Lin Yu instantly unhappy. Fine, Long Chen, I thought highly of you, but I'm not talking to you anymore. Smack. Lin Yu slapped 2 spiritual energy nurturing pills into Long Chen's hand. Long Chen was a bit surprised. Such precious drugs are actually carried around? This is like carrying around millions in cash. Lin Yu is not simple. At this moment, another member of the Dragonflame Shadow Special Task Force, with a hint of mockery, said, Kid, you're a bit too foolish. If you get close to Lin Yu, this little rich girl, 2 spiritual energy nurturing pills would be nothing. She'd treat them like candies. Long Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. What does that mean? Calling him foolish? Long Chen snorted coldly. How can anyone be richer than Su Qing? Everyone immediately turned to look at Long Chen. What does this mean? It was as if they were asking with their eyes, what does Su Qing's wealth have to do with you? What is your relationship? You've already gotten close to Su Qing, this super rich girl, so you look down on Lin Yu, this little rich girl? What does this mean? The governor's daughter already has a boyfriend? Speak clearly, hey. This is big news. The entire Linjiang city would feel the tremors. Lin Yu was also stunned. Although the Lin family is rich, they might not really compare to the governor's family. This guy with Su Qing. The students from Jiang City looked at Su Qing and Long Chen with shocked eyes, back and forth. The male students were gnashing their teeth out of envy. Long Chen has soared to the sky. But Long Chen no longer explained. Leaving it to your imagination. Humph. As for Su Qing, her brows slightly furrowed, this guy. Saying these self-satisfied words, yet unaware that he was already in great trouble. After eating, the convoy continued on its way. Su Qing still sat next to Long Chen. At first, everyone didn't understand why Su Qing was so close to Long Chen. But after Long Chen's self-explosion, everyone understood. The convoy traveled for 7 days and 7 nights. They passed through 7 or 8 cities, big and small. Only then did they arrive at the central city of Linjiang Province, Linjiang City. Long Chen and the others got off the car and stepped onto the land of Linjiang City. In an instant, the city's noise surged like a tide. What caught the eye was an endless sea of prosperity. Tall buildings stood in rows, like a steel forest reaching up to the clouds. The exterior walls of the buildings shimmered with various lights, and various vehicles flowed endlessly on the wide roads, like rivers. Amid the bustling traffic, the sounds of horns and engines intertwined, forming the main components of the city's clamor. Crowds surged on both sides of the street, with fashionable men and women wearing styles of clothing, emanating the aura of big city residents. The shops by the street were filled with dazzling displays, huge signs flashed with enticing lights, ranging from high-end fashion brand stores to food stalls bursting with life, everything was available. Long Chen and the others widened their eyes. Their mouths slightly open, with faces full of shock and amazement. His gaze moved from this tall building to that dazzling neon. In the bustling crowd, one simply cannot get enough of it. The classmates beside him were equally stunned, with one friend tightly gripping the hem of his shirt,
palms sweaty, mumbling to himself.
This is Linjiang City, it's even bigger and more prosperous than we imagined.
Compared to Jiang City, this place is simply a small village.
The gap is too huge, I can't even imagine how people live here, it's simply a paradise.
The students' faces were flushed with excitement.
Most of them were visiting Linjiang City for the first time.
So, they were all more shocked than the last.
Longchen suddenly remembered what his adoptive parents had said, that Linjiang City is a city full of temptation.
Even the teacher Zhang Haochuan and the principal at school had mentioned that every year, many students from remote towns come to Linjiang City, lose their minds in the lavish life, and then directly fall from grace.
Chapter 66, Jiang City is attacked.
Lucky. Therefore, maintaining a calm mindset is crucial.
Longchen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down.
His action was noticed by a few members of the Long Yen Shadow Warrior special team behind him. The captain nodded slightly. He really is a talent worth nurturing, maybe we can invest in him. Lin Yu nodded, showing a beautiful smile. Of course, I have never misjudged anyone. As she was watching, she suddenly noticed Su Qing was also staring at Long Chen, then Su Qing felt her gaze, and the two girls continued to stare at each other.
Upon arriving in Linjiang City, the Long Yen Shadow Warrior special team's mission was deemed complete.
The remaining tasks were for the students to handle themselves, including checking in at their respective schools, settling into dormitories, and purchasing daily necessities. If they couldn't even handle such simple tasks, they wouldn't be able to adapt to the intense, high-pressure study environment of the academy. A luxury nanny car was parked by the roadside. It was the kind that hovered above the road. There wasn't another one like it in all of Jiang City, and it was clearly worth a fortune.
Wang Kaixian immediately exclaimed in excitement, "Wow! Spiritual energy hovering vehicle. It runs on spiritual energy. Only the richest can afford it." Then, under the envious gazes of everyone, Su Qing got into that nanny car.
It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but Su Qing turned back to glance at Longchen before closing the car door.
"Brother Long, did you really win over Princess Su? I can see she treats you differently." Wang Kaishuan's curiosity couldn't be restrained any longer. Longchen shrugged, "Do you think it's possible? I just said it casually, and you really believe me?" Wang Kaixian thought for a moment, "But why didn't Princess Su immediately glare at you with that kind of look after you spoke?"
Saying this, Wang Kaixian mimicked Su Qing's gaze, looking coldly at Longchen.
"How would I know? Let's not talk about this, let's go check in."
Upon arriving in Linjiang City, the students dispersed in small groups.
Longchen, Wang Kaixian, Yu Qiuyue, and He Yu acted together.
He Yu was Longchen's teammate during the major exam. Facing a group of Liuli tigers, He Yu didn't back down but took the initiative to let her Swift Hawk Leopard fight, trying to give the team a chance to survive. This resulted in the Swift Hawk Leopard being torn apart by several Liuli tigers working together. He Yu was eliminated during the major exam. According to previous year's rules, she certainly had no qualification to proceed to school. However, this year the requirements were relaxed. Even those eliminated in the major exam could gain admission if their team completed the exam's tasks. Thus, it was the same for Fang Anha and those two shameless losers, who also advanced to school together. At that moment, Fang Anha and Zhao Jigang were standing among Lu Yenrui's group, whose members were glaring at Long Chen's back with quite unfriendly looks. Lu Yenrui gritted his teeth, his eyes red with rage. "I will make him pay."
Fang Anha immediately said, "Rest assured, Lu Xiao, I know a senior who.
He is a sophomore at the Advanced Beast Master Academy. If necessary, he can help us teach Long Chen a lesson."
Lu Yenrui snorted coldly, "Who doesn't know a few upperclassmen? I want Long Chen to know that in Linjiang City, no matter how talented he is, if he has no connections and resources, he's just an ant, ready to be crushed by us at any time. He must kill Long Chen. If he doesn't kill Long Chen, he can't swallow the anger of the flame-tailed demon fox." Long Chen and his friends went through some twists and turns before arriving at the Advanced Beast Master Academy located in Area C.
A magnificent and grand architectural complex beyond imagination.
It towers majestically in front. Everyone's footsteps involuntarily stopped, their breaths caught in their throats. This is the legendary Advanced Academy.
The Academy's gate looms like a giant beast, standing dozens of meters tall, with thick pillars that require several people to embrace. Carved on it are exquisite patterns of rare and strange beasts, shimmering with ancient and dignified light under the sun.
At the top of the gate, a huge plaque stretches across.
The words Longyuanjiang Beast Master Academy dance like dragons and phoenixes, radiating rich spiritual energy, as if inscribed by a peerless master with spiritual power, the magnificent momentum within the words instilling awe.
This academy is so big. Yu Qiuyue sighed. Stepping through the school gate, there is a vast and boundless square. Some students in exquisite and handsome uniforms are welcoming new students in the square.
In the center of the square stands a giant beast master statue. It is tall and straight, with deep and resolute eyes, surrounded by ghostly figures of various divine beasts. Some spread their wings soaring, some roar to the sky. The lifelike statue seems to tell the glorious legend of this beast master's past. This is a legendary principal of Longdi Wanjiang Beast Master Academy, a Tianya-level beast master, who died in battle deep within the Long Yuan. This statue is to commemorate him. A voice came from the side. Long Chen looked over in response to the voice. A senior walked towards Long Chen and the others with light steps. She wore a red and white uniform that perfectly outlined her slender waist. Her full chest stood proudly, as if to burst the buttons of her uniform. The enticing curves made one's blood surge. Beneath her short skirt, her long, straight legs, wrapped in black stockings, appeared even more alluring. With each step, the lines of her leg muscles seemed to flicker, exuding a charming allure. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying with her movement, a few strands playfully brushing against her delicate face, adding more charm. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian couldn't help but stare in a daze. Their throats unconsciously swallowed, gulping down saliva. Their eyes closely followed the senior, and their hearts instantly became tense. So beautiful. My name is Tu Yaki, a sophomore from the Wind Attribute Division. Hello, which city are you from? Wang Kaixian immediately jumped in, we're from Jiangcheng. Senior, you are so beautiful. Thank you, I see, Jiang. Jiangcheng? Tu Yaki seemed a bit surprised. Others gathered around upon hearing the name Jiangcheng. Classmates, are you from Jiangcheng? I heard that Jiangcheng was attacked by the ancient beast church, with tens of thousands of people dead? It must have been terrifying at that time, right? Everyone chatted eagerly. It turned out that Jiangcheng's attack by the ancient beast church was already infamous throughout Lingjiang continent. Many people's first hearing of Jiangcheng was because of this incident. Long Chen and his friends felt a sense of gratitude. It turned out that people from other places also cared about Jiangcheng. Just as Long Chen was about to speak, suddenly an unpleasant voice came through. Jiangcheng is really fortunate. To take care of Jiangcheng, the higher-ups specially relaxed the admission quotas, letting many who originally had no qualifications to pass the major exam sneak into the advanced academy. This is a rare opportunity in 100 years. Long Chen and the others immediately frowned. This statement is too excessive. Dozens of thousands of people died in Jiang City, and yet they say it's really lucky? What a vicious heart. Chapter 67, The people of Yang City really deserve to die. The speaker was also a few freshmen. Dressed in fine clothes, their aura was exceptional. The young man at the forefront continued, we in Yang City were also attacked by the ancient beast church. Why doesn't Yang City get this kind of good fortune? Just because Jiang City is a backward border town, it gets special privileges? It seems living in a poor rural place is really beneficial. Wang Kaixian instantly felt displeased. What kind of talk is that? If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. What do you mean by good luck? Being attacked by the ancient beast church, with tens of thousands dead and injured, is good luck? Then I hope such luck visits your family daily. The young man at the front instantly showed a furious expression. A mere country bumpkin from Jiang City dares to speak so boldly in front of me? I heard that our Yang City has an immigrant team that went to your place and wiped you out. But that team doesn't even qualify as a middle tier in Yang City, they're just below average. You can imagine how weak Jiang City is, how can it deserve so many enrollment spots? The surrounding onlookers listened to the young man from Yang City. They revealed somewhat surprised expressions. They began to whisper and discuss. Is the strength gap really that big? If Jiang City's strength is that weak, it's no wonder the students from Yang City feel it's unfair. If it were me, I would also feel upset. Yang City's Beast Master Academy seems to have only 15 enrollment spots, while the weak Jiang City Beast Master Academy has 30 spots. If what the Yang City people say is true, mere lower-tier teams can dominate in Jiang City's exam area, then Jiang City's strength truly is unremarkable. Such discussions made Long Chen and the others very unhappy. Everyone has their own attachment to their hometown. Even if it is poor and remote, it is still the place where they grew up. Hearing others belittle it, they were already burning with anger. Wang Kaixian cursed loudly, stop spewing this nonsense. Do you have the face to talk? That Yang City team is a spy for the ancient beast church. Is Yang City a place that specializes in producing spies? What's there to be proud of? If I were you, I would have been too ashamed to show my face, wishing I could find a hole to hide in. Mentioning the ancient beast church made the onlookers change their expressions instantly. So there's this matter. That is truly despicable. To act as pawns for the ancient beast church, and some even take pride in it? We should investigate these people, they might also be spies for the ancient beast church. The faces of the Yang City group instantly became very ugly. For Yang City, being infiltrated by the ancient beast church is indeed a dark history. It greatly affects the image of Yang City. Because of this, the Yang City Beast Master Academy originally had 30 enrollment spots, but now it has been directly halved.
Yet this fat man still dares to mention it publicly. Isn't that intentionally provoking their students in Longyuan Jiang Beast Master Academy? You're asking for death, the young man angrily said.
The few people behind the young man immediately stepped forward, planning to use their numbers to teach Long Chen and the others a lesson.
Who is asking for death? If you have the guts, let's have a fight. Wang Kaixian rolled up his sleeves. Although he usually avoids conflict. But since someone was directly insulting his hometown, he couldn't tolerate it. Fine, I'll let you start from zero.
The young man prepared to open the Beast Master space.
Wang Kaixian also opened it simultaneously.
The fluctuations of the Beast Master space made everyone feel a chill.
Suddenly,
a more powerful spatial fluctuation came.
It came from the senior sister.
Behind her, the door of the Beast Master space was at least a dozen meters high.
A terrifying aura seeped out. The overwhelming pressure made everyone feel an intense heartache. Long Chen's pupils slightly moved.
This is the space of an elite-level Beast Master.
This senior looks like a vase, but unexpectedly, she's so strong.
Her strength is no less than that of the Wolf Brother I encountered in Jiang City. But she's much younger than Wolf Brother, looks almost the same as them, at most just a year or two older.
To be a 4th-level Beast Master at such a young age? The high-level Beast Master Academy indeed hides dragons and crouching tigers. The senior was displeased and coldly said, "This is the Longyuanjiang Beast Master Academy, not your young city. Follow the rules." The young man frowned, sizing up the senior's figure. "Senior, this doesn't seem to concern you, does it?"
"If I see it, it concerns me." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through. It blew off the senior's hat, revealing her long red hair, flowing like flames, vibrant and bright. When the young man saw this iconic red hair, his expression immediately changed slightly, as if he recognized who the senior was. He snorted coldly and looked at Long Chen and Wang Kaixian with an icy gaze.
Sure enough, weaklings always get sympathy from others. You guys are lucky this time, having the red-haired witch backing you. But next time I run into you, you're dead, especially you, fat pig.
Fat pig. Wang Kaixian hated being called that.
You too. We're here to register today, no time to deal with you guys. If we meet again, I'll definitely take care of you. The people from Yang City left.
The senior reminded Long Chen and the others, fighting privately is generally prohibited in the academy, and there's no point in doing it.
If you lose, you might die. If you win, you'll probably be expelled.
However, the academy allows students to set up a ring, where you need to put up a stake. It doesn't matter whether you live or die, just the stakes matter. I think those people from Yang City will definitely come for you later, so be mentally prepared.
Wang Kaixian was unconcerned. "Senior, you don't need to worry about it. We're not afraid of them at all. In front of my brother Long, they're all trash." The senior smiled and said nothing.
But that smile made Long Chen and the others feel like children who just wanted to compete.
Then, the senior helped Long Chen and the others complete their registration.
When it came to choosing dormitories, the senior explained there were two types, free housing and paid housing. Free housing means 10 students share a room, about 10 square meters, with upper and lower bunk beds. The conditions are rather simple. As for paid housing, you can choose a 4-person room, a 2-person room, or a single room. You can also customize the luxury level.
But the cheapest option costs $1 million in accommodation fees. However, students can exchange their academic credits for it.
The school designed it this way to encourage students to work hard, improve their strength, complete the tasks assigned by the school, and gain a lot of credits. This way, they can stay in the paid dormitory without spending money.
Long Chen was surprised. To be honest, he didn't want to choose.
The conditions of the free dormitory were too harsh. It was almost as cramped as a prison.
The senior suddenly said, "Actually, there's another way. Many students can't afford the paid dormitory but don't want to suffer in the free dormitory.
So they look for a homestay near the academy.
It costs about 100 to 200,000 a year. Although it's not as good as the paid dormitory, it's definitely much better than the free dormitory." Long Chen started thinking. Wang Kaixian said, "Brother Long, you decide. Wherever you go, I'll go. If it doesn't work, I'll rent a paid dormitory, just for the two of us. We can live together."
The senior smiled, "You two are quite close."
Brother Long is my big leg." Wang Kaixian wasn't afraid of being looked down upon by the senior.
In fact, Brother Long had given him even more. Earlier, in the Beastmaster First High's warehouse, he had planned to take the Beast Spirit pills, but Brother Long hinted to him not to take them, so he chose a skill book instead. Afterward, Brother Long gave him several mysterious potions he had never seen before in the market. He fed them to his lazy pig. The lazy pig and his compatibility astonishingly improved by 10%. A beast spirit pill costs 10 million, and can at most increase compatibility by 5%.
Brother Long essentially gave him beast spirit pills worth 20 million. What's the big deal about dormitory fees? Isn't it very normal?
Longchen thought it over and decided to go out and find a host family. Although Wang Kaixian was wealthy, money wasn't just spent like that. Beast masters would need money in many places in the future. If you decide to find a host family, I can introduce a good one to you. It's reasonable, how about that? The red-haired senior sister was very enthusiastic. Her enthusiasm even made Longchen a bit suspicious. Having lived 2 lives, he knew there was no one who would be nice to you for no reason.
Sure. Thank you, senior sister. Wang Kaixian immediately agreed.
He was the type who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful girl.
Longchen said nothing.
After all, they were unfamiliar with the area, and it wasn't easy to find a reliable host family. Besides, this senior sister might not have any ill intentions towards them.
Because he saw sympathy? Even pity?
That gaze really looked like looking at a refugee.
Forget it, let's settle in the host family first. In the end, Yu Qiuyue decided to stay in a paid dormitory, while He would stay in the free dormitory.
Wang Kaixian whispered to Longchen that Hiyu's family was actually doing quite well. Although they weren't rich, they were well off. But Hiyu's quick shadow leopard was killed in battle, and then Hiyu's family bought him a spirit beast, selling everything to evolve it to extraordinary 2-star. This suddenly turned them from a well-off family into a poor one, so they probably couldn't even afford a host family, only the free dormitory provided by the academy. Longchen sighed. He could do nothing about it. Although he admired girls like Hiyu who were straightforward, brave, and loyal. But one's path must be walked by oneself. Even if he could help for a moment, he couldn't help for a lifetime. If Hiyu needed him later, he would definitely help without hesitation. After leaving the school, the senior sister led him and Wang Kaixian through several blocks. They were close to the intersection of 3 higher education institutions. Thus, the students there were not only from the Higher Beast Master Academy but also from the Higher Warrior Academy or the Higher Elemental Master Academy. There was a large area of individual villas, which looked very impressive from the outside.
Longchen showed a look of doubt.
It was clearly the kind of house that was very expensive. Especially built at the intersection of 3 academies, how could it not be worth its weight in gold? How could families that could buy large villas here possibly be interested in becoming host families?
Is that a matter of money?
The senior sister sensed Longchen's doubts. She smiled and explained, although most homeowners here aren't short of money, they also have children to raise. Nurturing children requires huge funds, so by becoming host families, they can gain extra income while also meeting some outstanding students from the academies.
Longchen suddenly understood.
His doubts in his heart were resolved. They wound their way to one of the individual villas. The senior sister seemed to be very familiar with this place, pushing the door in with ease.
Aunt Jiang, I brought 2 new students over. Yaki, you're here? Come in. The voice came from the kitchen. In the kitchen, that figure resembled a moving painting.
She wore a fitted floral cheongsam, the tailoring perfectly accentuating her still graceful figure, her slender waist swaying gently like a willow in the wind, exuding endless charm. She stood before the stove, her long black hair loosely tied up, with a few strands falling at her fair neck, adding a hint of lazy sensuality.
The dishes in the pot were sizzling, giving off an enticing aroma.
She moved lightly and gracefully. Occasionally, she would slightly lean down to check the cooking in the pot, causing the collar of her chipa to slide down a bit, revealing a patch of skin as white as snow, shimmering with an enchanting glow under the warm kitchen light.
Longchen and Wang Kaixian were left dumbfounded.
The 2 boys, who were in the prime of their youth, instantly felt a heat like fire.
Their eyes opened wide, as if magnetically drawn, staring unblinkingly at the woman whose figure swayed slightly with her movements.
Their throats involuntarily swallowed, as if something was stuck there, and their originally naturally placed hands became somewhat awkward and restless. When Longchen saw the woman's charming curves as she bent down, his heart suddenly raced as if it wanted to burst from his chest. Their feet felt as if nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch, standing there in a daze, with their minds blank.
Yaki noticed Longchen and Wang Kaixian's expressions. A hint of amusement appeared on her face. You boys shouldn't fall under Aunt Jiang's charm, okay?
Longchen and Wang Kaixian immediately lowered their heads. This senior sister was being unfair. She said that in front of the beautiful woman.
Didn't they care about their faces?
The beautiful woman raised her head upon hearing this. Her face appeared even more radiant in the steam, as if time had been particularly kind to her, leaving no trace of age but instead adding a touch of mature charm. Her eyes held a soft smile, very gentle.
What are your names, you 2?
The beautiful woman busily stirred at the stove, yet spoke to Longchen and Wang Kaixian calmly.
Longchen. Wang Kaixian.
The 2 practically said it in unison.
After exchanging a glance, they quickly averted their eyes, feeling truly awkward.
The beautiful woman seemed to have gotten used to this.
She just smiled. There happen to be 2 empty rooms available, the rent is 200,000 a year, can you accept that?
Before Longchen could respond, Tuyaki immediately said, Aunt Jiang, please give them a discount.
They came from Jiang City. Upon mentioning Jiang City, the woman's hands immediately halted.
In her gentle gaze, there was suddenly a hint of sympathy and compassion.
So you come from Jiang City?
I heard the disaster there was very serious, with tens of thousands of lives lost.
It's truly not easy for you to come out of that calamity.
The beautiful woman made an immediate decision. How about this, stay for free at first, and whenever you earn money, you can pay me the rent.
Ah. No need. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were a bit taken aback. These people were too kind to them. Are people in big cities all this nice?
Tuyaki provided the answer, just accept Auntie's kindness. After all, Jiang City suffered a disaster. The whole Xinjiang state should extend a hand to the people of Jiang City. We can only help you in this way.
Chapter 69, The Sacred Beast Pharmacy.
Long Chen and Wang Kaixian went upstairs to tidy up their things. Their room was at the very end of the hallway.
1 room for each of them.
This villa had 3 floors.
The first floor had 2 rooms.
The second floor had 5 rooms. The third floor had 4 rooms.
Earlier, Aunt Jiang mentioned the last 2 rooms were left. That means all 11 rooms were occupied. Aunt Jiang must be occupying 1 room herself. So, there were 10 rooms, housing 10 students? After a simple tidying up, they went downstairs. At the staircase, they overheard Tuyaki and Aunt Jiang talking.
How pitiful, I wonder if their families are still alive.
Surviving a disaster is not easy, I imagine they are quite traumatized.
Exactly, just now I saw some students from Yang City complaining that the higher-ups favored Jiang City, giving it more enrollment spots.
Yang City. Aunt Jiang sighed. Many people confuse the issues of Jiang City and Yang City, but in reality, the two are fundamentally different. Jiang City was attacked by the Ancient Beast Church, and in Yang City, a group of traitors from the Ancient Beast Church emerged, so the higher-ups naturally had to limit Yang City's enrollment quotas while expanding enrollment for Jiang City.
The students from Yang City had nothing to complain about.
No matter what, Yaki, you should help them in school.
Since they were allowed in with relaxed conditions, their foundation is weaker than that of regular students. The freshman competition is coming soon, which will decide how many resources they can obtain. The strength of the freshmen will also start to show differences for the first time. Those who can rank in the freshman storm list will become the top tier among the freshmen.
Aunt Jiang, I understand.
If I can help, I will, but their lives still depend on themselves.
You're right. Long Chen pondered.
It seemed he had truly misunderstood these 2 people. They really only felt sorry for themselves and Wang Kaixian.
But what did they mean by the freshman competition? What was the freshman storm list?
It felt like there was a lot to explore in the higher learning institution.
Long Chen's anticipation was instantly heightened.
Then he and Wang Kaixian said goodbye to Aunt Jiang and the senior sister, and left the host family, planning to go out and take a look around. Arriving in Jiang City for the first time, everything was new and fresh.
Aunt Jiang suddenly remembered, Xiaofei went to teach a while ago, right? Where did she go?
Tuyaki thought for a moment, and her expression suddenly changed. It seems she really is in Jiang City.
Quickly contact her and ask about her situation. Tuyaki immediately contacted the one named Xiaofei. After a while, Xiaofei answered the phone. Xiaofei, are you okay? Did you come back safely from Jiang City?
On the other end was a female warrior dressed in silver armor, holding a long spear, looking valiant and heroic.
I returned. Jiang City was severely affected, so we ended our teaching time early. I'm fine, but when we were fighting against the Ancient Beast Church in Jiang City, I almost didn't make it back.
Reflecting on it now, she still felt a chill run down her spine. At that time, when they encountered the Wolf Brothers Ancient Beast Church action team, if it weren't for 2 students from Animal Control Class 1 coming to their rescue, she really might not have returned.
Tuyaki and Aunt Jiang's pupils dilated. Jiang City was that dangerous? Aunt Jiang immediately said, it's good that you're okay. You should hurry home, I'll make some delicious food for you.
By the way, 2 freshmen from Jiang City just moved into our house. They might be a bit weaker in foundation, so I let Tuyaki take care of them at school.
2 animal control freshmen from Jiang City?
In Yu Lingfei's mind, the first to flash was Long Chen and that fatty. But it shouldn't be such a coincidence.
Yu Lingfei said, that's quite a fate. But don't assume they have a weak foundation just because they're from Jiang City.
Jiang City actually has some very strong animal control freshmen, very strong.
Okay, understood. Come back quickly. Tuyaki didn't take it seriously.
She also knew there was a very strong animal control freshman from Jiang City.
The governor's daughter, a unique presence among the freshmen. At first, not many people were paying attention to this matter. But ever since Jiang City was affected, the discussions increased. People started mentioning that the governor's daughter was also in Jiang City. The governor's daughter, with top-tier resources and talent. It was normal for her to be very strong. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were not wandering aimlessly. They were headed to the largest spirit control exchange center in Linjiang City. Its scale was hundreds of times that of Jiang City's spirit control exchange hall. It was built very luxuriously, and it was very crowded. The two looked around until their eyes were dazzled. In Jiang City, a spirit beast cub with a control rate of over 85% was already very rare and could fetch a high price at auction. As for those with a control rate over 90%, they were mostly acquired by parents of students using their extraordinary connections from other places. However, as they just scanned around, he saw 3 beasts that had a 90% controllability level, the best of the best in Jiang City, but here they seemed not so treasured. Wang Kaixian sighed, no wonder this is a provincial capital city, it's so developed. It's no surprise that in more developed cities, young people's strength is so powerful, the breadth of resources is like heaven and earth. Long Chen took a deep breath. He had seen very little of the world. He had grown up in Jiang City all his life. The Spirit Beast Trading Hall in Jiang City was already the pinnacle for him. Every time he passed by, he could only look longingly through the windows. Let alone what he was seeing now. His worldview had been completely overturned. Was there really such a stark difference between the rich and the poor, the resources, and the fates of people? Long bro. That shop specializes in spirit beast potions, and it seems to be a chain store. I saw the same sign when my dad took me to Tianqing City before. Holy Beast Potion Pavilion, a branch of the Spirit Beast Trading Center in Linjiang City. Long Chen had heard of this Holy Beast Potion Pavilion. It was said to be backed by several great families and military forces. It was considered a semi-official Spirit Beast Potion enterprise. Its reputation had always been very good. This was the main purpose of their trip. Long Chen had a large amount of potions that increased Spirit Beast compatibility and obedience, but he didn't intend to use them himself, so he planned to sell them. But Wang Kaixian said that once such potions entered the market, they would inevitably attract illegal elements, so it was safer to sell them through a reliable institution instead of selling them alone. Wang Kaixian's family was indeed engaged in big business, and he understood a lot. Otherwise, Long Chen would have thought about selling them at a street stall. At that time, if someone found out that the potions he sold were very effective and abundant, it would inevitably lead to thoughts of killing and robbing. Entering the Holy Beast Potion Pavilion, it was quite spacious inside. Potions are considered one of the more expensive spirit beast materials, so those who sell spirit beast potions are generally quite wealthy. They were greeted by a woman in a qipao. She looked like an unrivaled beauty who had walked out of an Eastern painting. She strolled over, languid and noble. The qipao was made of top-quality silk, its color resembling the deep night sky infused with starlight, a mysterious purple tone shining through the dark blue. The finely embroidered spirit bird on it seemed alive, as if the feathers were fluttering in the wind, with delicate pearls embedded on the edges, shimmering as she walked, an artistry beyond a mere street seamstress. The qipao clung tightly to her body, and its body-hugging design perfectly outlined her curves. Her slender waist resembled a delicate willow in the wind, almost fragile. The slit of the qipao reached the top of her thighs, and as she moved, her fair skin peeked out like a flash of lightning, striking the heart and making breaths quicken and blood run hot. The hem of the dress slightly spread, revealing her long, fair legs. Her skin was exquisite and smooth, warm as mutton fat jade. She leaned lightly against the table, slightly bending forward, and the neckline of her qipao slid down, revealing a snow-white bosom, the deep valley like an endless abyss, inviting people to drown in it. "What can I get for you two handsome guys?" The beauty greeted them with a smile. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian exchanged a glance, seeing the embarrassment in each other's eyes. No wonder this is a big city, there are so many beautiful women. The aunt they were staying with at the homestay was also a stunning beauty. Even the shop assistant was of national beauty, a level that could ruin a country. With a beautiful shop assistant like this, if they were customers, they would go crazy buying things just to gain her smile, emptying their wallets in the process. But Long Chen, having lived 2 lives, still had a solid capacity for handling beauty and quickly regained his original expression. This small change was noticed by the qipao beauty. "Hello, do you buy potions?" The qipao beauty looked Long Chen and Wang Kaixian up and down. "Are you students from the Element Academy?" The pharmacist is a category within the Elemental Masters. Generally speaking, those selling potions are either teachers from the Elemental Academy or students, but most of the time, they are student practice works. If it were a mature teacher, the Holy Beast Potion Pavilion would have long since secured the supply chain cooperation. If it were a student's work, the beauty in the qipao lost interest. Student works are of poor quality, and the output is unstable. For such a large institution, a stable supply is crucial. Gradually, a series of products will form, and many buyers will flock to the Holy Beast Potion Pavilion for the series. Yes. Unexpectedly, the other party directly gave him an identity. It seems that quite a few students from the Elemental Academy come to sell their potions.
So the staff were no longer surprised.
This saved some trouble. What kind of potion is it?
The beauty in the cheapao chatted casually. But in her heart, she was figuring out how to send these two students away.
It's a potion that increases the compatibility and obedience of spirit beasts.
The beauty in the cheapao looked at Long Chen with some surprise.
Are you serious?
The beauty in the cheapao seemed to not believe Long Chen. After all, the most famous potion for increasing spirit beast compatibility and obedience is the Beast Spirit Pill. However, the Beast Spirit Pill has already been monopolized by the competitor of the Holy Beast Potion Pavilion, the Holy Mark Potion Pavilion.
There are very few pharmacists who can refine such potions.
Currently, in the entire Holy Beast Potion Pavilion, there are no more than a handful of pharmacists capable of stable supply of such potions.
What kind is it? Who refined it? Don't tell me it was you two who refined it.
The beauty in the cheapao looked at Long Chen and Wang Kaixian suspiciously. Long Chen's mind raced. Our teacher refined this potion, but our teacher isn't convenient to appear, so he entrusted us to talk to you about cooperation.
If you don't want it, I will go ask the Holy Mark Potion Pavilion across the street.
Just as Long Chen was about to leave, the beauty in the cheapao immediately called out to him. Wait, we need to understand clearly first. Right now it's all your one-sided story.
Can your potions really enhance the compatibility and obedience of spirit beasts?
The beauty in the cheapao was also thinking hard.
Are there still a few pharmacists in Lingjiang City that they haven't inquired about?
Those few pharmacists have high status. They are unyielding to both soft and hard approaches, and wealth cannot sway them. It's said that the Holy Mark Potion Pavilion hasn't been able to conquer them either.
Could it be that one of them has come around? Agreeing to cooperate with their Holy Beast Potion Pavilion? But to save face, they let students take the stage instead?
The beauty in the cheapao thought a lot. But overall, the beauty in the cheapao had more distrust. In the past, among those who came to sell such potions, 8 out of 10 were frauds, one was blindly confident, and the remaining one could only produce unstable half-finished products.
How about this? You show me the effects of your potion. If it really works, our Holy Beast Potion Pavilion will take as many as we can get. How about that? Long Chen frowned slightly. How do we show?
Simple, you leave behind 7 or 8 samples, and after we test them, we will know the actual effects.
Upon hearing 7 or 8 samples, Long Chen immediately turned to leave. No sincerity. They were looking down on them.
Since that's the case, then there's no need to talk anymore.
The beauty in the cheapao scoffed. What? Afraid we'll find out it's a fake? If you come here to cheat again, I will have someone throw you out. Young and not learning anything good.
In her view, this was the other party showing their cards.
Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain.
Suddenly, a few people rushed in eagerly. They hurriedly tied up a huge tiger beast and brought it in.
The leading middle-aged man was sweating profusely. Miss, is there no stock of the potion that increases spirit beast compatibility?
My son is going to participate in the newcomer competition soon. With such low compatibility of his spirit beast, how will he compete? Hurriedly went up, full of apologies. I'm so sorry, Mr. Liu, we had originally talked with that pharmacist. He said he would quickly supply us with a batch of beast control pills, but he hasn't delivered them to us yet.
How can you not keep your word? I paid the deposit, and this is how you treat me? I should have gone to the St. Mark Pharmacy instead. How can you be so unreliable? Unreliable. For such a large chain pharmacy, this is the most terrifying evaluation.
Once tagged with an unreliable impression, it has a huge impact on the entire business. She was completely overwhelmed. That pharmacist has ruined her. Just then, a young man in a green robe walked in. The moment he appeared, a fragrant aroma filled the air, instantly refreshing everyone's mind and body. A pharmacist. Everyone's gaze turned fiery. A figure as elusive as a dragon. Today he actually showed up. Seeing this person, her expression instantly turned cold. The young pharmacist smiled and said, since the client has already paid the deposit, you cannot provide the product. This is damaging the reputation of your St. Beast Pharmacy.
Her smile vanished in an instant. Isn't it you who breached the contract first?
You promised to supply us with beast control pills, but you didn't deliver on time. The young pharmacist was unfazed. I said, as long as you agree to be my woman, all my potions will be sold through you. Since you disagreed, I had no choice but to partner with the St. Mark Pharmacy.
She was furious, ready to explode. The whole area around her trembled with rage.
Especially those 2 treasures of hers, rising and falling with her breaths, making everyone's eyes dazzle.
You're so shameless. Chapter 71, Come, perform the thief stealing a dog. Hearing this, the anxious middle-aged man asked, does the St. Mark Pharmacy have your beast control pills?
The young pharmacist nodded. They should have just received a batch today.
Great. I'll head over to buy some right away.
The middle-aged man glared at her fiercely. I will never come to the St. Beast Pharmacy again. I'll make sure my friends and family avoid this unreliable institution. Better for it to shut down.
Her face turned ugly. It's over.
This breach of contract at the St. Beast Pharmacy, once exposed, will surely lead many customers to turn to the St. Mark Pharmacy.
The impact is too severe. What to do?
She was burning with anxiety, but now there was no way out.
Wait, I have.
Suddenly, a voice interrupted.
Everyone turned to the speaker. It was Longchen. Her eyes flickered. Could this guy be?
The middle-aged man looked at Longchen suspiciously.
You have? Who are you? Longchen smiled and said, who I am isn't important.
I was just discussing business with the St. Beast Pharmacy when you all arrived. Since you're in a hurry, I can sell you a bottle of Spirit Beast Compatibility Potion. The middle-aged man murmured, why would I buy from you when I could go to the St. Mark Pharmacy instead?
Longchen suddenly added, indeed, the St. Beast Pharmacy made a mistake.
As a partner, I need to help them regain some reputation, so I'll decide to give you a bottle free of charge. Upon hearing free of charge, several people immediately halted their steps.
After all, who could resist the temptation of something free? A Spirit Beast Compatibility Potion is so expensive. Getting it for free would save at least several million.
The young pharmacist frowned slightly, scrutinizing Longchen. He felt like he had never seen this person before. Crossing his arms, he sarcastically said, Mr. Liu, I advise you not to entertain this idea. After all, if it poisons someone, it would be a loss.
The middle-aged man began to hesitate right away. That makes sense. Who would dare to eat something from an unknown source?
Besides, he just mentioned he was discussing a partnership.
That means they haven't partnered yet. Without the endorsement of the St. Beast Pharmacy, if something happened to someone's spirit beast, would these two young people be able to handle it?
Wang Kaixian was unhappy. Our compatibility potion is better than the beast spirit pills. How could it possibly kill a spirit beast? The young pharmacist sneered, ha ha ha. We've heard this kind of talk countless times.
Those clueless pharmacists love to boast, who believes them?
Looking at Longchen, she also wanted to see where this kid's confidence came from.
Longchen hesitated for a moment, then opened the beast space. He summoned the Rage Iron Eater beast.
Its aura was fierce, and it was filled with a menacing hostility. It felt just like a wild spirit beast attacking. The bystanders screamed in panic.
For a moment, they couldn't understand what was happening. A mutated panda beast?
Mutated beasts are generally easier to control, but due to some evolutionary triggers, they become uncontrollable mutations. Thus, mutated beasts usually have very violent personalities and are hard to tame.
The moment the Rage Iron Eater beast appeared,
the tiger beast that had been held down by several people and struggled wildly instantly became obedient, like a small thug meeting a big boss, bowing its head in submission. This demonstrated the fierce and violent nature of the Rage Iron Eater beast.
A middle-aged man hid to the side and cautiously asked, what do you want to do? Fight? We're not afraid of you. Longchen quickly explained, it's a misunderstanding.
I just want to show how high the compatibility and obedience of a spirit beast is after taking our potion. After saying that, in front of everyone's eyes,
Longchen gave the Rage Iron Eater beast a command. Dance the chicken cha-cha.
As soon as the words came out,
the entire place fell silent. Make the spirit beast dance?
Especially such a fierce beast.
Dance the chicken cha-cha? She widened her eyes, staring at Longchen. What on earth is this guy thinking?
Every beast master knows that this kind of nonsensical command would make the spirit beast feel humiliated, leading it to develop a rebellious mindset towards its master, and slowly turn into an uncontrollable spirit beast. This knowledge should have been learned back in middle school. The young pharmacist sneered, what a ridiculous guy. I think your chance of dancing the chicken cha-cha is even greater than its. Others also laughed. It seemed everyone thought Longchen had gone crazy.
To prove himself with such a difficult method? Wasn't he just waiting to be slapped in the face? Everyone's gaze immediately locked onto the Rage Iron Eater beast.
It looked like a muscular man filled with explosive muscles.
How could it dance the chicken cha-cha?
Let's hope it doesn't just gobble this young man up. The Rage Iron Eater beast's muscles were bulging, its rough fur as hard as steel, and its giant claws left deep marks on the ground, its bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth.
It was terrifying to look at.
Suddenly, that bloody mouth forced out a smile. Its clumsy body began to move, trying hard to lift its heavy front paw, attempting to imitate the light head-nodding movement of a chick.
With each nod, its entire head seemed to try to smash a hole in the air.
Its body shook violently, its massive figure swaying like a small mountain on the verge of collapse. It strained to twist its thick waist, its bottom swaying back and forth, looking like a heavy truck trying to navigate a zigzag route. The whole body exuded a silly charm, contrasting starkly with its original fierce image. Her pretty face was filled with shock. She rarely lost control of her expression. Meanwhile, the young pharmacist was utterly dumbfounded. His jaw dropped to the ground. The middle-aged men nearly fell to their knees, their eyes popping out over a meter. Wow! It really started dancing. Though not very coordinated, the seriousness was no joke. But that wasn't the end. Long Chen gave another command. Now dance the seaweed dance. The Rage Iron Eater beast instantly switched its dance move. It tried to make its barrel-like waist sway softly like seaweed. But the movement was more like a tall building shaken by an earthquake, swaying left and right with no rhythm at all. Forget it, the jump was too ugly, let's perform a trick of stealing a dog. The furious Iron Eater complied very well. Suddenly changed posture again. Its huge body curled up as much as possible, its back slightly arched. Its pea-sized eyes spun wildly, cautiously moving with a strange gait. It tiptoed next to the tiger beast and then, right in front of everyone, picked up the huge tiger beast in one swoop. With a whoosh, it dashed out of the potion house. While running, it mumbled something. Drool hung from the corner of its mouth, looking very lewd. The middle-aged men suddenly reacted. Ah! It really stole our red mist tiger, won't it eat it? Long Chen just snapped his fingers. The furious Iron Eater calmly returned the red mist tiger. The red mist tiger was scared silly, curling into a ball. The furious Iron Eater gently patted the tiger beast's head, its movement was as humanized as it could be. Then it returned to Long Chen's side, looking at everyone with a silly grin. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. Is its obedience this high? So rare. This obedience level must have reached at least 90%, right? Someone asked. Another person replied directly, 90% isn't that high of obedience. I think it's at least 95%. My goodness, a mutant spiritual beast has such a high obedience, it seems their compatibility potion really works. Its eyes became bright. It stared deeply at Long Chen. In its beautiful eyes, calculations had already begun. The young pharmacist sensed something was wrong. He immediately scoffed, everyone, do not be fooled by his tricks, I see this is not a mutant spiritual beast at all, but a very easy to control and very docile panda beast, it just looks fierce and terrifying. The young pharmacist walked over and kicked the furious Iron Eater. See, even if I kick it, it doesn't react. Suddenly, the silly smile on the furious Iron Eater's face vanished. Its muscles tightened instantly, like cast iron. Its eyes burned like two balls of blazing red fire, revealing an incredibly terrifying fierceness. Its huge fangs protruded from the corner of its mouth, gleaming with a cold and lethal glare in the sunlight. People around felt oppressed by its powerful aura and dared not breathe. The young pharmacist sensed that something was off. He looked up and saw the burning fury in the furious Iron Eater's eyes, revealing endless brutality and bloodlust. The young pharmacist was about to explain. Roar! A furious roar, mixed with foul-smelling saliva and breath, blew the young pharmacist several meters away. Boom 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 boom. The furious Iron Eater revealed its sharp claws. With earth-shattering steps, it wildly chased after him. The young pharmacist was scared to pee himself. Help! Help! The young pharmacist was not good at fighting, so at this moment he could only cry for help. Did not want a life to be lost, it immediately looked at Long Chen. Long Chen understood. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the furious Iron Eater froze in front of the young pharmacist. That fierce and menacing face and claws sharp as knives. Only a few centimeters away from the young man's face. The furious Iron Eater immediately ran back to Long Chen's side. Boom! Long Chen was not polite. He kicked it hard. The strength was so intense that the furious Iron Eater's body shook. Did I tell you to rush out? Facing Long Chen's kick, the furious Iron Eater showed no sign of anger. It lowered its head, like a child who had made a mistake. This scene shocked everyone again. Not only was its obedience level extremely high, its loyalty was also incredibly high. Simply perfect. The middle-aged man suddenly woke up, immediately ran to Long Chen, rubbing his hands. Young brother, you just said you would give it to me for free. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly walked over. It pulled Long Chen's arm, dragging him to the side. Then smiled at the middle-aged man and said, Mr. Liu. He is the supply chain of our sacred beast apothecary, you cannot break the rules, okay? The middle-aged man was nearly regretting his decision. If he had known, he wouldn't have hesitated earlier. Now, millions are gone. Long Chen's arm was tightly clamped by the woman. It was as if she was afraid he would escape. Plus, the woman's figure was very ample, causing his arm to almost sink in. Long Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Suddenly, Longchen felt a fiery gaze behind him. He turned around and was instantly stunned. Su Qing? At this moment, Su Qing also seemed surprised to encounter Longchen here.
But Su Qing looked at the woman hugging Longchen. How does this guy manage to flirt wherever he goes? When we were in the same school before, how come I didn't realize he was this kind of person? Longchen wanted to explain to Su Qing. He now felt like he was being caught in an affair. His old face was burning with shame. He wanted to pull his arm out, but the woman thought he was trying to escape, so she tightened her grip even more. Handsome guy, don't go, come in and chat, everything can be discussed. The woman intentionally said some flirtatious words to embarrass Longchen. The key was, the woman's strength was much greater than he imagined. He was completely being dragged along. Longchen watched helplessly as Su Qing pouted and then turned to leave. He was misunderstood again. Longchen wanted to cry. In the VIP room behind the Sacred Beast Apothecary, the woman became serious and asked Longchen several questions. Mainly about who refined these potions. And how often they could be supplied. Of course, Longchen wouldn't say it was obtained from the ancient world training ground. He randomly mentioned a mysterious teacher that didn't really exist. As for the supply frequency, he couldn't say for sure. The ancient world training ground didn't always yield such potions. After completing a level, there's a chance to get 1 to 2 bottles, sometimes, there wouldn't be any at all. So it was decided, he would deliver them whenever he had them. The woman agreed. Although it wasn't a stable supply chain. But these spiritual beast compatibility potions were already in high demand. Whatever he could supply would sell. They finally settled on a price of 2 million for one compatibility potion. It was lower than Longchen had imagined. He thought he could sell it for at least 3 million. But then he realized it was normal, 3 million was the market price. He needed to use the Sacred Beast Apothecary's platform to sell. He definitely had to share the profits with them. After all, it saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble, which was worth it. He first gave them 10 bottles. He didn't give them all, in case the Sacred Beast Apothecary thought he had too many potions and wanted to pull a black-eat-black trick. He had to guard against that. Before leaving, the woman gave Longchen a Sacred Beast Apothecary Diamond VIP card, which allowed him to get a 30% discount when using it at the apothecary. Only heavyweight clients who had spent over 100 million could get such a card. This also showed the woman's sincerity. It was clear she wanted to keep him in the supply chain. When Longchen and Wang Kaixian left the Sacred Beast Apothecary, the woman yelled out, "Handsome guy, you're welcome to come and play again next time." Longchen froze. Everyone in the transaction center looked at him. Their gazes were strange. Some were angry, some were jealous, and some were envious. The woman's beauty was well known. And her identity was not ordinary. There were simply too many people pursuing her. So the woman definitely wouldn't look at an ordinary pharmacist. Wang Kaixian was shocked. He looked like he wanted to eat someone out of jealousy. "Long bro, what just happened between you and her?" "It's nothing. She just said that on purpose, do you really believe it?" Longchen hurriedly pulled Wang Kaixian away. In a corner, a dirty-faced young pharmacist glared at the two men. Behind him stood a few people. "That's the guy, find a chance to deal with him." The people behind him showed relaxed smiles. No problem, he actually dared to offend a pharmacist. Doesn't he know that although pharmacists may not have strong combat power? But will there be a group of powerful people willing to stand up for the pharmacist? Chapter 73, The Head is Worth 5 Million. On the other side, Tuyaki was chatting with Aunt Jiang and her host family. Suddenly, a hidden workgroup message popped up on her phone. Hunter Guild Area 3 chat group. Li Hongyuan the Great Handsome, ha ha ha. Lifelong beloved at Li Hongyuan the Great Handsome, what good news do you have? Why are you laughing so happily? Li Hongyuan the Great Handsome, today, a few of US brothers took a big order, to kill a Tier 2 beast master, 5 million. Wang Pa selling melons, huh? Which rich master gave you the task? What kind of Tier 2 beast master? Why is it so valuable? Li Hongyuan the Great Handsome, just an ordinary Tier 2 beast master, the main thing is that the master has money, a pharmacist. Everyone immediately understood when they heard it was a pharmacist. Those people were unimaginably rich. Pharmacists are the prize choice for elemental masters' jobs. Although not good at fighting, their lives are definitely very wealthy. And as long as they have grievances, a group of people rushes to help, it's simply one of the perfect professions. Tuyaki felt very bored. Just as she was about to close the chat group. Li Hongyuan the Great Handsome, image. Li Hongyuan the Great Handsome, look, these two are clearly newcomers just arrived from the countryside, exuding a rustic vibe. The picture he sent was the backs of two people. These two definitely looked very student-like. In higher education, such newcomers can be recognized at a glance. From their attire to their demeanor, they looked like children. Even students 1 year above them appeared much more mature. This is the change when students go from having parents handle everything in middle school to needing to solve everything themselves in higher education. Even just a year or two of experience can greatly change one's demeanor. So at this moment, anyone could tell that these two were fresh newcomers. Wangpa selling melons, wow. Your luck is too good. Killing a newbie for 5 million? Isn't that just picking up money? Lifelong beloved, Hong Yuan brother, can you take me along next time there's such good news? I'm short on cash recently, oh. Li Hong Yuan the great handsome, next time. Let's first pocket this reward. Wangpa selling melons, remember to send a big red envelope. Tu Yaki stared at the two figures in the photo. The more she looked, the more she felt. What's wrong, Yaki? Aunt Jiang asked. Tu Yaki immediately showed the photo to Aunt Jiang. Tu Yaki asked, are these two people the children I brought over? It seems so. What happened to them? Aunt Jiang became a little anxious. Why would they appear as targets in your Hunter Guild's tasks? Once you've been targeted by your Hunter Guild, isn't it a fight to the death? They just went out for a while, who did they offend? Yaki, you have to help them. It's not easy for them to come from Jiang City to this Linjiang City. Actually, before Aunt Jiang could finish speaking, Tu Yaki had already gotten up. Aunt Jiang, don't worry, I'll go find them and figure out how to help them out of this crisis. Tu Yaki immediately sent the photo to her hunter group. Help me find these two people. Jiang Tutu, huh? Aren't these two Li Hong Yuan's targets? Sister Tu, what do you want to do? Steal the target from Li Hong Yuan? Yu Lingfei, is it worth it for 5 million? The Hunter Guild prohibits groups from competing for tasks. If we get caught, we'll be in big trouble. Tu Yaki got into her red floating sports car. While speeding through the traffic, she quickly typed, no matter what, please find out, these kids just came from Jiang City today. Mentioning Jiang City, the chat group instantly fell silent for a few seconds. Yu Lingfei, Jiang City? Is that where those two new students who just moved into the Beast Master Academy are from? I will start looking for them. This is too much, the students of Jiang City are already pitiful enough, and they have to be treated like this. Shu Xinyue, alright, I'll go find them too, but these two new students should both be second-tier beast tamers. They are probably already captured by Li Hong Yuan and the others. Jiang Tutu, yes, Li Hong Yuan is a third-tier elementalist, killing 1 or 2 second-tier beast tamers is too easy. Tu Yaki searched for the location of the photo based on its background. It should be at the Spirit East Center. Tu Yaki immediately sent the coordinates to the group. On the other side, Long Chen and Wang Kaixian wandered around the Spirit East Center. Long Chen took Wang Kaixian into a small alley. Wang Kaixian looked confused. Long bro, why are we coming in here? There's nothing here. Long Chen made a silencing gesture. Wang Kaixian's eyes slightly shifted, and he understood. After a while, a few people followed them from the secluded alley. These people intentionally kept their distance from them. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian turned around. Who are you? Why are you following us? The leader was a young man with buzzcut hair. He looked at Long Chen and Wang Kaixian with disdain. Someone paid for your lives, so we hunters came. Someone paid for our lives? How much? Wang Kaixian asked. 5 million. 5 million? Wang Kaixian immediately expressed his discontent. 5 million for one person, and the two of us are only worth 10 million? Who lacks such foresight? Li Hong Yuan sneered, he is worth 5 million, but you are worthless, not worth a penny. Wang Kaixian was stunned. I am worthless? He couldn't accept it. He was the son of the richest man in Zhangtian City. If he was kidnapped, getting a few tens of millions would be no problem. But now in Linjiang City, he was worthless? Damn. Who hired you? I'll pay double. You go take that blind boss down. Wang Kaixian said very arrogantly. Li Hong Yuan showed an even more contemptuous expression. Little brother, you just arrived in Linjiang City, right? So you don't understand our hunters' rules. Once we hunters take a job, it's a fight to the death. Wang Kaixian's face changed suddenly when he heard hunter, and he whispered to Long Chen, Long bro, we seem to have gotten into big trouble. I have heard about this hunter guild, it does all kinds of jobs, but seems to mainly take on killing jobs. Anyone targeted by the hunters basically doesn't survive. Hunters? Long Chen murmured. He assessed these people. The young leader seemed to be a third-tier elementalist. Some were third-tier and some were second-tier. Their strength was not as strong as he imagined. Long Chen remained calm. Was it that apothecary who hired you to kill me? He had just arrived in Linjiang City. He had offended two groups of people. The new students from Yang City and that apothecary. The new students from Yang City were all also first-time arrivals to Linjiang City. They were still in the exploratory stage of Linjiang City. It was unlikely they could get to the Hunter Guild so quickly. So it could only be the apothecary. Li Hongyuan sneered, "You have a bit of brains, but it's a pity. When you should be smart, you acted foolishly. How dare you offend the apothecary? You have some nerve." Chapter 74, You've caused a huge mess. A few people immediately surrounded them. Long Chen's gaze darkened slightly. As long as he knew who was behind it, that was enough. Saint Beast Apothecary Pavilion. He has some nerve. His pretty face was pale with anger. How dare he touch our money tree at the Saint Beast Apothecary Pavilion? He is seeking death. A figure in a black robe appeared behind her. Young Pavilion Master, those two young men are only second-tier beast tamers, they are probably no match for the Hunter Guild. Immediately said, "Notify the nearby dark guards, mobilize everyone. At all costs, we need to find those two students. Protect them. Don't let anything happen to them. Even if the other party is the Hunter Guild, we absolutely cannot let them harm the interests of the Saint Beast Apothecary Pavilion." She had just signed a supply chain contract with Long Chen. But now she immediately learned that a shadowy figure was secretly following Long Chen. Upon investigation, the other party was from the Hunter Guild. Unbelievable. Long Chen was their cash cow. The potions that increased spiritual beast affinity and obedience were far too few. And the market demand was limitless. So every pharmacy would pay a huge price to attract more pharmacists in this regard to join them. Just now, she had the testing department analyze and found that Long Chen's potions were surprisingly more effective than beast spirit pills. What does this mean? This could be the best potion circulating in the market, without exception. Clearly, this potion could not have been made by Long Chen himself. Moreover, Long Chen was also a beast master. It took a skilled element master to craft potions. So she deduced that a top-tier pharmacist must be behind Long Chen and handing such an important potion to Long Chen for sale. This meant that the other party trusted Long Chen immensely. They could only obtain the potion through Long Chen. She had a premonition that this could very well be the best opportunity for the Sacred Beast Apothecary to surpass the Sacred Mark Apothecary. So Long Chen must not be allowed to come to harm. Anyone daring to ruin the good fortune of the Sacred Beast Apothecary must die. A fierce killing intent surfaced on her pretty face. In the center of Linjiang City, there stood some top luxury mansions. Here lived almost all of the most influential figures in Linjiang State. They were either powerful nobles or warlords. For most people, this place was like a heavenly realm. A place one could never step into in their lifetime. In one of the mansions, Su Qing had just returned when suddenly, the female guard behind her whispered, "We just received intelligence that someone seems to have their eyes on young Master Long Chen." Su Qing's body stiffened for a moment, then immediately turned around. Her lovely face bore a hint of coldness. "Who is it?" The female guard quickly replied, "According to the Long Guard's report, it should be a pharmacist who hired a D-level group of hunters for 5 million. D-level group. Su Qing's expression eased slightly. If it's a D-level group, then it may not be that dangerous. The ground-level groups of the Hunter Guild typically do not have 4th-tier experts. If there were 4th-tier experts, they would be upgraded to a C-level group. When Long Chen was in Jiang City, he wiped out a team from the Ancient Beast Association. That team had a 4th-tier beast master stationed, so naturally, they were much stronger than the D-level group of the Hunter Guild. In theory, Long Chen should not face much danger. Let the Long Guard keep an eye on them at all times. If things go wrong, kill the Hunter Guild group directly. Su Qing commanded. The female guard immediately conveyed the order to the Long Guard. The Long Guard was a private guard under Long Zhenbang, the great general of the demon banishment in Linjiang State. Although it was a guard, there was a saying that the Long Guard was the first army of Linjiang City. Their combat capability was extraordinarily strong. Each person alone could stand against thousands like a god of war. Anyone protected by the Long Guard had to be a big shot on the cloud. But at this moment, several individuals dressed in unique dark armor stood silently atop the towering buildings. Their postures stood tall like pines, their arms muscular as if forged from steel. Holding specially made long spears, their deep-set eyes resembled cold stars, coldly gazing at the few people below. As if they could charge down at any moment, crushing the few individuals. Li Hongyuan was dressed in a black robe. At the collar and cuffs, there was exquisite silver embroidery. At this moment, he slightly raised his chin, and a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, don't blame us, we're just taking money to do a job." It seemed to Li Hongyuan that Long Chen was already a dead man. With elegant hands, he gracefully danced in the air, preparing to unleash his splendid yet lethal elemental skill. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, quickly becoming chaotic. It was the wind element. The wind element responded to his call, howling as it rushed through the alley. It picked up the dust and debris from the ground, forming small whirlwinds. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Long Chen and Wang Kaishuan's clothes rustled in the wind. But that was not the end. Immediately after, Li Hongyuan formed another seal. Whoosh! Fire elements surged out from his palm. Like a lively tongue, it swiftly darted through the wind. When the fire snake met the wind, it was like being injected with fuel. In an instant, it formed a huge fire tornado, lighting up the entire alley in red. The blazing flames seemed to want to engulf the whole alley. Wang Kaishian was alarmed. A third-tier mastering of both wind and fire elements. He could be a respected teacher at element school in Jiang City. Yet, in Lingjiang City, he was just a killer? Such a disparity in identity and status was too much, right? Long Chen let Wang Kaishian hide behind him. Then he opened the beast control space door at the same time. As soon as the door opened, a dark red, violet aura burst out. Then a gigantic turtle beast with a scorpion tail emerged. Li Hongyuan and his group were a bit puzzled. Why was it different from what they had learned? The pharmacist clearly said that the opponent's beast was a panda beast. But how come a turtle beast was coming out? And it was clearly an extraordinary 2-star, but why did they feel so creepy? Li Hongyuan sensed something was off. But the next moment, he shook his head and forced himself to focus. It was just a freshman. How could he be his opponent? Bluffing. Watch me burn you to death. Li Hongyuan suddenly pushed with both hands. That giant fire tornado rushed towards Long Chen. The scorching heat aimed to devour everything. Above, among the Dragon Guard, one person hesitated for a moment, wanting to jump down and help Long Chen resist. But he was stopped by the burly leader. Captain, this kid is a task secretly entrusted to us by Our Lady. We must ensure his safety. He is a 2-tier beast master, he cannot be the opponent of a 3-tier element master. Are we really not going to intervene? The captain looked solemnly at the turtle beast in front of Long Chen. Wait. He said only one word. Then they saw the fire tornado rapidly engulfing the turtle beast. Just as everyone thought the turtle beast would be charred to a crisp. The fire tornado was completely absorbed by the scarlet grooves on the turtle beast's shell. Li Hongyuan was instantly stunned. What the heck? He used such great effort to combine 2 elements into a large-scale skill. And it was just absorbed like that? What was this turtle beast? Extraordinary 2-star? Absorbing his skill? Bang! 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 The next second, the ground shook violently. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle's engine roared to life, charging forward. Li Hongyuan was terrified. The people beside him madly threw skills at the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. But the turtle's shell was as hard as iron. It blocked all their wind, fire, and lightning attacks. Even the soldiers' weapons couldn't hurt the blood-patterned barbarian turtle in the slightest. That fierce face, massive hulking body, and frantically swinging scorpion tail blade. It charged in a wild and barbaric manner. The blood shell slammed into someone, crushing them into a meat pie. Then its gigantic jaw struck mercilessly, snapping one person's neck clean off. In the next second, it appeared right in front of Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan was utterly dazed. Facing the towering blood-patterned barbarian turtle. He felt immensely small, like dust in the wind. Then the cracks in the turtle's shell glowed with red fire. It grew brighter. Like embers igniting in the wind. The temperature. Isn't it? Li Hongyuan was in despair. He watched helplessly as the blood-patterned brute turtle's scorpion tail blade fell from the sky, slicing through his neck like lightning. His head rolled down and hit the ground. It rolled to the feet of the remaining 3 people. The 3 of them screamed and ran, crying as they fled. But how could they outrun the blood-patterned brute turtle with its engine roaring at full speed? Boom 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 boom. The blood-patterned brute turtle caught up with the 3 and began a violent slaughter. From the end of the alley to the other end, it massacred them. Blood splattered all over the alley, looking shocking and horrific. The alley fell silent in an instant. Long Chen and Wang Kaishian exchanged glances, and Long Chen ordered the blood-patterned brute turtle to return to the beast master space. Then, the 2 of them immediately left the alley, disappearing into the flowing crowd. Above them, the members of Long Wei exchanged glances, seeing the horror in each other's eyes. An extraordinary 2-star spirit beast massacred a D-class hunter team? This was a rare miracle. If it was just a one-on-one fight where someone killed a 3rd-level strongman, they wouldn't be so shocked. The key point was that the entire team was wiped out. And that team had no ability to defend themselves. This mutated turtle beast's fighting strength was off the charts. The team leader, calm and steady, said, still young. To mess up the alley like this, with the corpse just lying on the street, not afraid the law enforcement will investigate. Let's clean it up. Yes. Several members of Long Wei personally went down to clean the alley, restoring it to the state as if nothing had happened. The team leader informed the bodyguard next to the young lady about the results. The female bodyguard immediately informed Su Chung. Miss, young Master Long Chen wiped out that D-class team. The female bodyguard was a little shocked. She still remembered when she first met Long Chen. Long Chen looked like an ordinary middle school student. But only 2 months had passed, and he had already grown to this extent. Incredible. And Long Chen was not even her young lady's person. How could he have such terrifying potential? Su Qing, upon hearing this, first showed a flash of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Then she revealed a stunning smile. As expected. Su Qing said calmly. The female bodyguard couldn't help teasing, oh, then who was it who immediately used Long Wei when hearing that Long Chen was targeted by the Hunter Guild? The mobilization of Long Wei in Lijing City could be considered a big deal. Su Qing's pupils shifted slightly, her cheeks instantly blushing, with some hint of anger in her eyes. The female bodyguard immediately closed her mouth. At the same time, Tu Yaki and her group had already gathered. They were 4 girls. They swiftly moved through the Spirit Easy Center area. They searched alley after alley. Suddenly, they noticed a group of people gathered at the entrance of an alley ahead. Did you see that? They actually killed someone in broad daylight. Could it be the hunters? The Hunter Guild is becoming more and more rampant. Is there no one who can limit the Hunter Guild? It's so bloody. The strikes were so vicious, basically leaving no bones behind. The 4 girls froze instantly. They still came too late? Yu Lingfei was instantly so angry that tears welled up. This is too much. The kids from Jiangcheng have it so hard already, just arrived and they're killed by them. Are they even human? Yu Lingfei was the angriest. Because she was a direct witness of the Jiangcheng disaster. She knew how brutal it was. So many people couldn't handle the blow of losing loved ones, and even though the disaster had ended, many still chose to take their own lives. Dozens of thousands of dead and injured. Li Hongyuan, that bastard, I'm going to kill him. Yu Lingfei was about to go find Li Hongyuan to settle the score. She was stopped by Tu Yaki. Tu Yaki was also full of grief and anger, with flames of rage burning in her beautiful eyes. I know you're very angry, I'm angry too, but if we kill Li Hongyuan now, it will cause an internal conflict in the Hunter Guild, and we'll be eliminated. But Tu Yaki's tone shifted, filled with killing intent. However, we can wait until Li Hongyuan and his team leave Lijing City on a mission. Go kill them. People must be killed. But not now. Tu Yaki gritted her teeth. Although she was not close with the 2 children. But from the moment she decided to help them, they had already become her little brothers. Her little brothers were killed by someone without reason. This matter definitely would not just end like this. Yu Lingfei cried with heartache. The other 2 girls, Zhang Tutu and Xu Xinyue, also had red eyes. Inside the Hunter Guild, a few senior managers held an emergency meeting. Just 2 hours ago, the entire D-level team led by Li Hongyuan lost their life signals, suspected to have been wiped out. The last location they appeared was in an alley. It seemed like a battle occurred there, but by the time we arrived, the alley had already been cleaned up by someone else. Wiped out? Who dares to wipe out our team in Linzhang City? What was the last mission they executed? It was issued by an apothecary to take out 2 second-level beast tamers. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Wasn't this task very simple for them? That's why this matter is quite strange. We do not know if someone ambushed them? Simply outrageous, daring to attack our Hunter Guild. No matter who the opposing side is, we must make them pay the price. The leading middle-aged man had deep-set eyes. In his hand, he held a cigar, with a wisp of blue smoke rising straight up. Others turned to look at this middle-aged man. Director Li, what do you think we should do? Should we take the initiative to strike? This person was a mid-senior level of the Hunter Guild. Li Hongyuan was his nephew. It was precisely because of this relationship that they held this emergency meeting. Otherwise, if it were a regular D-level team wiped out, it wouldn't warrant such attention from them. Director Li lightly tapped his fingers on the table. The sound echoed in the quiet meeting room, sending shivers through everyone. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Who cleaned that alley last?" Everyone was stunned, only then realizing this was a very important clue. Whoever cleaned the alley meant they were the ones who acted. I will immediately utilize the Hunter Guild's intelligence network to investigate who cleaned that alley. After a while, someone walked in with a heavy expression.
Through visiting nearby shops and customers, someone saw that it was a person in unique black battle armor who cleaned the alley. Upon hearing the description of the black battle armor,
instantly, everyone fell silent.
They were all stunned as if they had heard something terrifying. Even Director Lee, who had just managed to keep his composure, widened his eyes in disbelief at the person bringing the information.
Are you sure it was black battle armor? Yes, among the people we interviewed, 7 answered consistently.
Hiss.
Director Lee couldn't help but take a deep breath. And the previously indignant supervisors were now silent as tombs. Black battle armor. In the entire Linjiang city, the only ones who could wear black battle armor were the Dragon Guard.
The Dragon Guard usually does not act.
When they do, it is a significant matter.
And the one who cleaned up the battlefield was actually the Dragon Guard.
The Dragon Guard, how could they bother with such trivial matters? Someone cautiously asked. But no one answered him. Indeed. Why would the Dragon Guard clean that alley? If it needed to be cleaned, it should be the duty of the law enforcement or sanitation department.
The Dragon Guard is the personal guard of General Long Zhenbang. Only a handful can mobilize the Dragon Guards, even within the Long family.
So, why did the Dragon Guard clean the alley?
They could hardly dare to think.
What kind of big shot had Li Hongyuan offended?
Director Lee suddenly stood up, fear written all over his face, saying, "This matter ends here.
Don't investigate anymore."
Others nodded in agreement.
Yes, yes. Let's put an end to this. They truly feared an even more shocking revelation from the investigation.
Under the shadow of the Dragon Guard, a fierce emergency meeting came to a close. At the Sacred Beast Potion Pavilion's branch of the Spirit Medicine Center, the black-robed figure returned to the side of.
Pondered for a moment. Did you see clearly? Are you sure the other party is the Dragon Guard?
The black robe replied, that kind of mysterious battle armor can only be worn by them, and I saw the Dragon family's totem on the armor, that purple dragon.
Was slightly surprised but seemed to understand something. So that's it. Does that mean those 2 youths actually come from the Dragon family? And the mysterious pharmacist behind them is very likely from the Dragon family?
No wonder they possess such superb alchemy skills.
But if they are pharmacists from the Dragon family, why are they deliberately hiding themselves? This was something couldn't comprehend. Ordinary people might want to keep their wealth hidden.
But the Dragon family, as the #1 family in the city of Linjiang. No, they are among the top families in the entire Linjiang province. They have no need to act so cautiously.
Even if others know they can concoct top-tier matching potions, so what? Who would dare to take advantage of them? In fact, if the Dragon family were willing to collaborate with the Sacred Beast Potion Pavilion, the Sacred Beast Potion Pavilion would welcome them warmly. And they would definitely return even more benefits to the Dragon family.
After pondering for a long time, felt lost for answers. In the end, she gave up on thinking. But since she now knew those 2 youths were from the Dragon family, she would have to be more cautious in future dealings.
Aunt Jiang paced around the villa. Tuyaki had been out for quite a while.
There was still no news coming back. She was about to put on her clothes and go look for her.
Just as she was about to head out, someone opened the door.
The ones who entered were none other than Long Chen and Wang Kaixian.
Long Chen asked in confusion, "Aunt Jiang, are you going out?"
Aunt Jiang was stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality, quickly hugging the 2 into her warm embrace, tears streaming down her face.
"Where have you 2 been? We were so worried." "Worried about us? Did something happen?" Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were puzzled.
Aunt Jiang checked them both carefully, seeing they had returned safe and sound, she let out a long sigh of relief.
"Thank goodness it's not you. Have you eaten?" Aunt Jiang didn't say anything more.
She felt that she and Tuyaki had misunderstood. Perhaps the 2 figures in that photo weren't these 2 children at all. It was just a coincidence that they wore the same clothes, leading to this misunderstanding. To avoid scaring the kids, Aunt Jiang chose not to mention what had happened.
"No, we haven't eaten." "Then how about you come in for dinner, food is ready." Aunt Jiang pulled the 2 inside. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian didn't understand what was happening. But they could feel Aunt Jiang's kindness.
And the genuine tears from earlier truly felt like warm family love. Maybe she was worried about them in Linjiang City, a place so unfamiliar to them, thinking that their long absence was because they got lost.
On the other side, Tuyaki received a message from Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang said those 2 kids have already returned."
"Huh?"
Then,
Zhang Tutu found it strange, her and Yu Lingfei's eyes were still red.
Yu Lingfei also looked a bit dazed.
Tuyaki awkwardly said, I must have recognized the wrong people, maybe the figures in the photo weren't them at all. Yu Lingfei let out a breath of relief. Whatever the case, it's good that nothing happened. I said they just arrived in Linjiang City, how could they have offended anyone?
Yeah, it's good that nothing happened.
The four girls all breathed a sigh of relief.
The next day, the opening ceremony of the Longyuan Jiang Beast Academy began. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian put on the school uniforms provided by the school and arrived early.
The uniform of the Higher Beastmaster Academy is just handsome. The blue and white suit, the fabric and workmanship are all top-notch.
Moreover, it is customized according to each student's body shape and height.
Even a chubby guy like Wang Kaixian looked somewhat handsome after wearing the uniform.
And Long Chen was even more so.
He realized that people really do look better in fine clothes. Since he put on this uniform, he felt his temperament improved instantly. Both of them were placed in class 3 of the first grade.
They stood in formation in the square,
waiting for the school leaders to host the meeting.
Long Chen looked around and noticed quite a number of people.
This year's new students nearly totaled 2,000 to 3,000.
To be honest, it was a bit beyond his expectations.
Because according to his estimation, every year, there are only less than 10 Beastmasters graduating from Jiangcheng.
And Linjiang province has hundreds of cities.
At most, there should only be about 1,000 new students. But it was clear that his idea was wrong.
Some cities have much more enrollment slots than Jiangcheng.
Ha, you two useless waste are in the same class as us, looks like you're going to be at the bottom of class 3.
An unpleasant voice came over. Long Chen turned around.
He found those students from Yangcheng whom he met on the first day at school were also there. Long Chen's expression immediately changed. He looked at them with disdain as if he had seen something disgusting.
Damn! The good mood vanished instantly. Put! What bad luck! Wang Kaixian frowned. Like Long Chen, he felt nauseated too.
The young man saw the two showing such expressions.
He immediately gritted his teeth.
He would not allow the trash from Jiangcheng to look down on him like this.
You are doomed.
On the outskirts of the new students, some senior students were watching.
Among them was Tu Yaki. Next to Tu Yaki stood several of her classmates. There are so many new students this year. I heard the academy increased enrollment. As soon as our new principal took office, there have been major measures and reforms. I wonder what he plans to do?
Tu Yaki nodded. This year's new students are at least twice as many as in previous years, which means the level of new students will be even more uneven. That might not necessarily be a good thing. Those with lower levels going to the wasteland may face death. That's the problem. Many oppose the expansion, but no one can stand up to the new principal. A handsome young man with long hair said lightly, I'm not interested in how the new students are, as long as it doesn't reduce our second-year students' resources, otherwise, we second years will definitely protest.
Tu Yaki didn't say anything. It depends on how the academy operates later on.
Increasing the number of first-year students will inevitably increase the burden on the academy.
And the total resources the academy can obtain each year are fixed.
With more first-year students, there might be a possibility of robbing resources from second-year students.
This will inevitably increase the conflict between first and second years.
At that time, it would be a troublesome matter for the academy as well. Tu Yaki looked at Long Chen and Wang Kaixian in the first-year formation.
She fell into deep thought.
There was an incident within the Hunter Guild.
Li Hongyuan's group was disqualified.
And there was an order issued in the guild prohibiting everyone from discussing it privately. This was quite strange.
The last mission executed by Li Hongyuan's group was to kill those two who looked like new students.
At that time, he even flaunted the photos in the group chat. Everyone thought such a task was too easy for Li Hongyuan's group, as simple as bending down to pick up money. A brutal murder had also occurred in an alley.
Even she thought it was Li Hongyuan's group that had cruelly tortured those two.
Later, when Long Chen and Wang Kaixian returned unharmed, she realized she had mistaken them for someone else.
After that, it was never taken seriously again.
But the final result of this matter was that all members of Li Hongyuan's team were expelled.
Moreover, even their names became a taboo within the guild. It was obvious. Li Hongyuan's team got eliminated.
Now, looking back at the figure in the photo, it was clearly Long Chen and Wang Kaixian.
So what happened in the alley back then? Li Hongyuan's team couldn't possibly have been taken down by them. No way, absolutely not. New students can't have that kind of strength.
Li Hongyuan is not an incompetent person.
Neither are his team members. Incompetent people can't enter the Hunter Guild. Tu Yaki stared blankly at Long Chen's face.
A girl beside her chuckled, Tu Yaki, are you interested in some handsome junior?
Tu Yaki suddenly woke up and glared at the girl in anger. What are you talking about? What am I talking about?
Just look at how you're staring at that person like you're infatuated.
No way. I just saw 2 new students moving into our homestay. I was just looking at them a bit more, what's the big deal? At this moment, a young man suddenly said, "Hey? Last time when I said I wanted to stay at your homestay, didn't you say there were no available rooms?" Everyone immediately fell silent. Their expressions were a bit strange. Tuyaki didn't bother to respond to this young man. The girl next to her said, "Wang Linkai, you don't need to keep asking this, right? Tuyaki doesn't want you to stay over, of course, the empty room is reserved for handsome juniors." Everyone chuckled. Wang Linkai froze, and instantly followed Tuyaki's gaze. He saw that handsome and clean face. The jealousy in his heart immediately flared up. This damn pretty boy actually dared to compete with him for Tuyaki. He would let this guy know the terror that comes from a senior. Long Chen frowned slightly. He felt a murderous intent enveloping him. Is it those guys from Yongchang? It seems these people must die, otherwise, his life at the Higher Beast Control Academy wouldn't be peaceful. At this moment, the vice principal finished the opening speech for the new students and announced an important event. Everyone just arrived at the academy, and the academy doesn't know much about you, so there will be a great competition for new students. The purpose is to understand each student's strength and situation, then try to teach students according to their abilities. So everyone must take this competition seriously. Those who perform well in the competition can receive very generous rewards, such as the Golden Sand Dragon Cub. At the vice principal's hint, someone pushed a cage up. Inside the cage, there was a dragon beast approximately 1.5 meters long, its body exhibiting a dazzling golden color. It was a real dragon beast. Many students were desperately standing on their tiptoes to take a look. Even second-year students outside were staring in awe. Wang Kaixian was immediately thrilled. Because he was a soil attribute beast master. And this golden sand dragon cub was of the soil attribute. Moreover, it was also aligned with the gold element. One couldn't even buy it for tens of millions. The scales of the golden sand dragon were finely crafted, appearing as if they were made of meticulously carved golden sand. In the light, each scale's edge glowed with a faint metallic luster. Its eyes, like 2 brilliant yellow diamonds, were clear and bright, emanating a lively glow, as if holding endless curiosity. Although it was just a cub, it showed no fear in front of so many people. It had quite a bit of dominance. It even bared its fangs at so many people. Long Chen was also a bit surprised. This is the Higher Beast Control Academy. What a grand gesture. This is a dragon beast. Extremely rare. Its traces can only be found in the Longyuan River. The Longyuan River contains unique spiritual power, providing the special environment necessary for dragon beasts to grow. And golden sand dragons usually nest deep within the Longyuan River. Their breeding rate is extremely low. The waters of the Longyuan River are deep and turbulent, with the riverbed filled with intricate reefs and mysterious caves, hiding countless dangers. So to find a golden sand dragon cub, the difficulty is beyond imagination. This spirit beast simply would not flow to a small border town like Zhangcheng. Even at an ordinary auction, it would probably not be seen. Even if it was seen, it would probably cost a sky-high price. And the academy actually took it out as a reward for students. That's so awesome. Longchen suddenly seemed to intuitively understand why everyone was pushing their way into the Higher Animal Taming Academy. This kind of resource is not something that intermediate academies or even ordinary wealthy families can compare to. Just with a casual move, it has already exceeded the ceiling of Jiangcheng. Long Chen's eyes moved, he began to look forward to his life in the Higher Animal Taming Academy more and more. The vice principal then announced some other rewards. Precious potions, advanced skill books, powerful spirit beast gear. Each item was enough to drive everyone crazy. Of course, the number of rewarded people was also very limited. Overall, only the top 10 teams could receive rewards. I forgot to mention, this time the freshman competition will take the form of team battles, so everyone can team up now. Each team is limited to 5 students, and you have half an hour to complete your teams. The vice principal's expression suddenly became less friendly. Those who fail to complete it will lose their qualification for the competition. This is your first test. You can break up your classes and choose whoever you want to team up with. The student crowd immediately became noisy. Long Chen was also a bit surprised. So soon everyone had to team up? But everyone had just arrived at the academy, and they didn't know each other at all. Forget about breaking class limits, they hadn't even gotten to know a few classmates. How could they possibly know who was strong and who was weak? Of course, teaming up has to be with the strong, this is a consensus. Long Chen thought so too. He never thought about leading a team of his own. After all, this high-level academy is full of hidden talents, who knows what kind of monsters are hidden here? Long brother, who should we team up with? Wang Kaixian asked as he looked around. Let's actively learn about other students first.
Longchen said, try to filter out the weak and cooperate with the strong.
Got it.
The two immediately approached a few students who looked stronger.
Wang Kaixian greeted, hello, are you interested in teaming up with us?
When those people saw them, their expressions changed immediately.
Without saying a word, they just left. What the hell? Wang Kaixian was not discouraged and directly asked others. But everyone else's reaction was the same.
As soon as they heard that the two came from Jiangcheng, they avoided them like a plague.
Long brother, there's a problem. Wang Kaixian no longer remained optimistic.
Longchen nodded. Nearly half an hour had passed.
Most people had already formed teams.
Instead, only a small number of people had not finished teaming up. To avoid being directly eliminated due to failing to team up, they exchanged glances to simply understand the situation and hastily formed teams. But even in this situation, Longchen and Wang Kaixian still faced constant setbacks.
I understand now, they are unwilling to team up with students from Jiangcheng.
Longchen then realized.
Among the few remaining solo students, nearly all were from Jiangcheng.
Chen Yu from Yangcheng sneered. He had already formed a team and was watching the show with schadenfreude.
No one is willing to team up with you bunch of useless trash. Because everyone knows that Jiangcheng's enrollment this year is outrageous.
A mere education level backward border town actually accepted 30 students.
Everyone even heard that first-tier beast tamers also got enrollment spots. That's too absurd.
Chen Yu's voice was very loud. Almost all students heard it, and even the second-year students outside could hear.
Tu Yaki looked at the rejected Longchen.
Her eyes were somewhat moved. But she also understood, this hurdle can only be crossed by Longchen himself.
No one can help him.
At this moment, Longchen was extremely sad and angry. Looking at his former classmates, at this moment isolated in this unfamiliar place, their lonely expressions showed as if they were students who had made mistakes, lowering their heads.
He felt a surge of anger building up in his chest. There was a strong feeling wanting to burst out. And Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily somehow managed it.
They successfully joined another team, crossing their arms and looking down on these lonely fellows from Jiangcheng with disdain. It was as if Jiangcheng was a name card they desperately wanted to hide, unable to show it off. Straining to pretend that they were not from Jiangcheng. Chen Yu from Yangcheng's voice rang out again. They say you wasted recruits should just roll back, staying here will only lower the academy's level.
Who would team up with trash like you all? Teaming up with you is like giving up on victory, we are not great philanthropists. Chen Yu's words made some people laugh. In fact, many people were quite displeased with Jiangcheng. You are looking for death.
Wang Kaixian was furious and was about to rush over to fight. He immediately summoned his lazy pig. Bang bang bang, it charged at Chen Yu.
Chen Yu sneered, isn't it just a lazy pig? How strong can it be? Chen Yu summoned his beast, a giant eagle. Wind Blade Eagle. A spirit beast ranked 77th on the mystic list. Extraordinary triple star. Its feathers sharp as knives.
Able to cut through the air at high speed, unleashing powerful wind blade attacks on enemies.
Its flying speed is extremely fast, with high maneuverability in the air. It transformed into a dark shadow charging towards Lazy Pig. In an instant, it sent Lazy Pig flying dozens of meters away, with numerous knife-like cuts appearing on its body.
Wang Kaixian did not expect to lose his first battle.
Although he couldn't claim to be invincible.
He believed his Lazy Pig's combat power was definitely not bad. When in Jiangcheng, he just didn't push for things.
Otherwise, Lu Yenrui wouldn't have had a chance. Either Long Gu would be first, Su Qing second, he would be third.
Or Su Qing first, Long Gu second, he third. And at this moment, he lost in one face-off to Chen Yu's Wind Blade Eagle.
This was the pressure from a prestigious beast-taming academy. Ha ha ha. Everyone, see this?
This is the trash from Jiangcheng. The laughter of the crowd gathered, crashing down on the students from Jiangcheng like a mountain flood.
Wang Kaishuan's face flushed red with anger.
But he was not a match for this Chen Yu.
Though this guy seemed very arrogant and shameless, his strength was indeed very powerful. He seemed to be one of the top students in Yangcheng.
He had fallen for his tricks, being provoked by him. The vice principal and other school leaders on the platform exchanged glances. They communicated with their eyes.
Should we intervene to resolve this?
Jiangcheng just suffered such a disaster, now facing exclusion after coming to the academy. It may not be good for these students' growth. A few looked at the principal. The principal shook his head. If they can never step out of the shadows of disaster, it's better to be hit earlier and then sneak back to Jiangcheng. It seemed the principal tacitly approved that the students from Yangcheng could bully the students from Jiangcheng.
But the principal also had a point.
The prestigious academy advocates survival of the fittest. This is not a junior academy, there are no caring teachers like mothers worried about them. Here, most have to rely on themselves.
The school leaders were serious in the square. Suddenly, a student came out, pointing at Chen Yu's nose and said, "Since it's like this, how about we make a bet? If you lose to us, then you roll out of the academy. Conversely, if we lose to you, then you roll out." Everyone stared in shock at Long Chen. This guy must be crazy, daring to make such a bet with Chen Yu. Chen Yu, being Yangcheng #1. He is an influential figure. Isn't it a joke for those expansion students from Jiangcheng to compare? Chen Yu scoffed, "You haven't even gathered your team yet. As long as you can assemble a team, I will agree to your bet." Good. Long Chen turned around. Wang Kaixian was the first to stand up. "Brother Long, count me in." Long Chen nodded, then looked at the other compatriots from Jiangcheng. He thought someone would fight to join his team. But the reality was, everyone was avoiding his gaze. They seemed unwilling to be expelled from the academy because of this. Not participating in the new student competition meant no rewards at most. But being expelled from the academy meant they would lose their chance to ascend forever. Long Chen suddenly felt a bit disappointed. "Count me in too." Someone raised their hand. It was He Yu. "Hey, I'll try my best not to hold you back," He Yu said with a smile. "Count me in as well." Yu Qiuying shyly raised her hand. Long Chen suddenly felt a little touched. Aren't these the same team from the Jiangcheng big exam? There was still one missing. Long Chen suddenly looked towards Su Qing in the crowd. He paused for a moment. At this moment, there were already other students around Su Qing. And they looked quite extraordinary. They were clearly the elite among the elite. They must have already formed their own team. In the crowd, Bai Lili mocked, "Wang Kaixian, come to terms with reality. It's human nature to avoid the strong and flock to the weak. Now you know how everyone sees you, don't you? They all think you're useless." Wang Kaixian was almost furious. Back in the first high school, he didn't realize how annoying Bai Lili was. "Bai Lili, it's one thing for others to say that, but you too? Are they underestimating us? They are underestimating everyone in Jiangcheng. Aren't you from Jiangcheng? Have you forgotten your roots so quickly?" Bai Lili's face turned pale, and she tightly hugged the nearby Lu Yenrui. "Don't mix us with you. You can't even gather a team, you are the biggest joke in the academy." Lu Yenrui didn't speak. But the mockery in his eyes was stronger than anyone else's. He wished for Long Chen to leave the academy. Seeing that even people from Jiangcheng were starting to quarrel, the eyes of others showed even more amusement and scorn. The academy leaders on the platform frowned slightly. To be honest, they would prefer the students of Jiangcheng to unite a bit more. At least it would prove that the academy expanded their enrollment. Although their abilities and fundamentals were weak, their courage and bravery were not inferior to anyone's. But now, it really was as others said, how could such a small border town produce outstanding young beast masters? Wang Kaishuan's chubby face turned red with anger. Just as he was about to retort with insults, he was held back by Long Chen. "Forget it, it's useless to talk to people without ambition. Brother Long, but we only have 4 people." Seeing no one willing to join them, Wang Kaixian was anxious and said to those Jiangcheng classmates, "They underestimate us so much. Why don't we give them a lesson? Are you willing to let them look down on you?" The crowd did not dare to respond to Wang Kaixian, lowering their heads in shame. Someone muttered with guilt, "My family isn't even the richest in Jiangcheng. Being able to enter a high-level Beast Master Academy is probably the greatest opportunity in our lives. If we just leave like this, we'll have to serve in the Demon Suppression Army." Another girl couldn't help but cry. "My dad died in a disaster, and my mom and brother are left. They all rely on me to come back from the academy to lead them to a better life. So we can't take this gamble. If we lose our whole lives." Wang Kaixian suddenly froze. He didn't expect that his classmates from Jiangcheng bore such a heavy burden. Long Chen was silent for a moment. He understood these former classmates and did not blame them. Every family has its difficulties. Long Chen looked towards Su Qing. Su Qing also met Long Chen's gaze. Long Chen smiled and said, "Su Qing, shall we team up again? Just like during the big exam?" Others around Su Qing were somewhat surprised. Some laughed. They laughed at Long Chen for being unaware of his own insignificance. How dare this kid invite Lady Su Qing? Who is Lady Su Qing? She is the daughter of the governor. Upon returning to Lingjiang City, there was a huge buzz among the local elite. Countless noble sons and daughters were eager to join teams with Su Qing, bringing their spirit beasts ranked on the heavenly list. Therefore, the small team with Su Qing was among the strongest of all the new students. How could she possibly join an expanded team squad? Chen Yu from Yang City laughed until he doubled over. "Kid, have you lost your mind? You actually dare to invite Lady Su Qing?
Lady Su Qing's team is filled with strong fighters, almost guaranteed to win the top spots in the competition. Why would she give up such honor to join your weak little team?
Everyone laughed.
The more powerful the nobles were, the more they valued the honor of their family's younger generation. Because at a certain high status,
there are few things left to compare with each other. Among them, the excellence of their children is one of the rare things to compare. Thus, the noble children are more and more outstanding. Since childhood, they receive the best resources, the best education, and the best growth paths. They exist in a completely different world than the ordinary youth of small frontier towns. A well-dressed young man, looking rich and handsome, scoffed, "Kid, don't dream in broad daylight. We have our eyes on that golden sand dragon cub, and we won't let it slip away. What can joining your small team do? Come in last? Be forced to leave the academy?" Everyone thought Long Chen was living in a dream. A series of mocking laughter erupted.
But suddenly, Su Qing stepped out of the crowd.
In an instant, the overwhelming laughter stopped. Everyone looked with astonishment as Su Qing walked toward Long Chen and his group.
The young man in fine clothes was left dumbfounded.
He never expected that Su Qing would actually agree. "Lady Su Qing, are you serious?"
The young man in fine clothes hurriedly ran in front of Su Qing to block her.
Su Qing replied indifferently, "Get out of my way." "But didn't you promise us to team up with us?"
Su Qing frowned. "When did I promise you?
I hadn't chosen any team before this."
Then Su Qing looked coldly at the young man in fine clothes. Under the pressure of her gaze, the young man couldn't endure it and stepped aside.
He watched helplessly as Su Qing walked into Long Chen's team.
"Lady Su Qing, if the Su family knows about your choice, they will surely be very disappointed in you."
Su Qing didn't bother to respond to the man in fine clothes. Wang Kaixian looked at Long Chen in amazement.
"Lady Su Qing seems to have a strong interest in Long Chen."
Back during the big exam,
he mustered his courage to invite Lady Su Qing. It seemed that Su Qing agreed to his invitation.
But in reality, it was only because he used Long Chen's identity as a condition that made Su Qing agree.
He had an uncle in the Jiangcheng Guild. So he knew that it was Long Chen who took on the task for Lady Su Qing, and he said that as long as Su Qing was willing to join their big exam team, he would tell her the name of her training subject. Unexpectedly, Su Qing really agreed. Later, during the big exam, Long Chen summoned his spirit beast. He showed Su Qing that her training subject was Long Chen. And now, Long Chen once again invited Su Qing.
Su Qing actually agreed again. Twice teaming up was all for Long Chen's face. My God! Could Long Chen really soar to great heights? He knows how many in Lingjiang province want to marry into the Su family.
Thinking of this, Wang Kaixian couldn't help but look at Long Chen and Su Qing with a strange expression.
"Oh, you too." Long Chen cursed, "Don't make any mistakes."
Wang Kaixian immediately shut his mouth. But no one noticed that Su Qing's cheeks instantly turned a shade of red.
Long Chen sincerely thanked Su Qing. "Thank you for being willing to help me."
Su Qing simply said, "No need to thank me, I just feel that the chances of winning are greater if I team up with you." Long Chen nodded, then told Chen Yu, "Now that our team has successfully formed, the bet is on. Get ready to wash your neck and wait to roll out of the academy."
Chapter 80 Declaring War on the Whole School. Such arrogant words made Chen Yu's side unable to bear it. "Do you really think with Miss Su Qing joining you, you have a great chance of winning? This is a team battle, not an individual one. No matter how strong one person is, they can't carry you losers."
Even the young man in a fine robe angrily said, "Long Chen, you used Miss Su Qing's sympathy to invite her to join your team, ultimately forcing her to leave the academy.
The Su family will not let you go." Long Chen glanced at Su Qing.
Suddenly, he turned to the young man in the fine robe and said, "Since you all think we will be eliminated, how about we play a bigger game? During the freshman competition, we accept any team's challenge. If the opponent defeats us, we will leave the academy. If we defeat them, they will have to roll away.
Who dares to accept this gamble? Feel free to issue a challenge at any time."
The crowd fell silent.
Everyone looked at Long Chen in disbelief.
Their eyes were filled with shock. They weren't frightened by Long Chen's aura. They were stunned by Long Chen's audacity, leaving them speechless.
This kid must be crazy, right? Just betting with the Yangqing team isn't enough, he actually dares to challenge all the freshmen? Who gave him such courage? Was it Liang Jingru?
I see this kid is getting carried away, thinking that with Miss Su Qing on his team, they're invincible.
No one is their opponent now. Let's just say he's a bumpkin from a remote small city, with a narrow perspective.
Maybe in Jiangcheng, Miss Su Qing is truly unbeatable, so he thinks she can do the same in the academy. I can already imagine the Su family is probably going crazy right now, huh?"
In the crowd, some people were watching coldly.
Talented youths from the Su family.
They stared coldly at Long Chen.
If looks could kill, Longchen didn't know how many times he would have died already. Why did my sister make such a foolish choice? A girl who looked similar to Su Qing glared at Longchen with particularly fierce eyes. It felt like she could swallow Longchen alive at any moment. Su-won, I heard some rumors that your sister seems to have some. The person had just spoken halfway when he was abruptly interrupted by Su-won. Where did this hearsay come from? My sister has long been betrothed to brother Long Jinshua, but because brother Long Jinshua is at the front lines, and my sister hasn't taken the big exam yet, they haven't married yet. Now that my sister is back, brother Long Jinshua will soon return from the front lines too. By then, all the rumors will cease. After Su-won finished speaking, she shot Longchen another fierce glare with her beautiful eyes. She absolutely did not accept having such a lowly brother-in-law. Brother Long Jinshua is coming back soon? It seems he is about to challenge the Dragon Tiger list. As long as he enters the Dragon list, he can represent our younger students and tear apart the upperclassmen's domination over the Dragon list. Everyone immediately became lively. After all, Long Jinshua was their shining star of the second year. And he was a perfect match with Miss Su Qing, a pairing of talent and beauty, well matched in status. In a manor in the center of Linjiang City, the Su family also learned of this matter immediately. The whole family was shocked. They originally thought that with the big exam, they had finally invited Su Qing back. Next, they just needed to wait for Su Qing's team to win first place in the freshman competition, and then immediately invite the dignitaries of Linjiang City to the banquet. At the banquet, they would simultaneously announce the engagement between Su Qing and Long Jinshua. Everything was planned perfectly. The members of the team arranged for Su Qing were all outstanding individuals. But no one expected that such an incident would happen. Usually, the Su family had already gotten used to Su Qing's independent ways. Even if Su Qing had joined a low-ranking expansion team from Jiangchang, they wouldn't have had much reaction. After all, these matters were just minor side notes to them. Such a huge plan from the Su family could not be disrupted by one or two expansion students. However, just a few days ago, the Long family suddenly sent back news. They said the Dragon Guard assigned to Su Qing had been mobilized. The Dragon Guard is the private guard of the Long family, while the Su family also has its own private guards. The Su family didn't need to use the Long family's private guards. But to show their attention to Su Qing, the Long family had dispatched a precious Dragon Guard to protect Su Qing's safety and accept any orders from her. Su Qing had never requested a deployment before. But just 2 days ago, she suddenly gave the order. The task assigned to the Dragon Guard was to protect 2 freshmen. The Su family investigated, and those 2 freshmen were from Jiangchang. Originally, this wasn't anything significant. They thought it could be friends of Su Qing in Jiangchang. If a friend was in trouble, it was reasonable for Su Qing to want to help. But when combined with what happened today, Su Qing had joined a team of expansion students from Jiangchang. And a key person in that team was named Longchen. Wasn't that the same person Su Qing had deployed the Dragon Guard to protect? And now rumors had started circulating in the academy that Su Qing and Longchen had some relationship. The Su family certainly couldn't sit still. They immediately sent someone to Longyuan Jiang Academy to find the principal. They demanded the principal remove Su Qing from Longchen's team. But this principal was famous for being unyielding and doing things his own way. He flatly refused the Su family's request. He said that once students enter higher education, they are already adults and can be responsible for their own actions. The decision to join Longchen's team was made by Su Qing herself, and others had no right to interfere, not even the principal. The Su family was almost driven to fury. They certainly didn't want the Long family to think that Su Qing had fallen in love with a small-town youth. The tale of a princess falling in love with a frog prince could only happen in fairy tales. They would never allow the Su family to become a laughingstock. Nor would they let the marriage alliance between the Su and Long families suffer any setbacks. So they made an immediate decision. They called on all students to do whatever it takes to defeat Longchen's team. Whoever defeated Longchen's team would be rewarded with a huge amount of resources. They would rather let Su Qing drop out than allow her to have any relation with Longchen. After the Su family issued this call, some student teams that had originally been wary of the Su family suddenly became energized. They weren't afraid of Su Qing. They were afraid that if Su Qing dropped out, their own teams would be targeted for revenge by the Su family. Knowing the Su family's attitude, they no longer had to be cautious. Let's go. Give those country bumpkins from Jiangcheng a little shock. Let's go. Give those guys who look down on us a little bit of a shock. In a cafe at the academy, Long Chen, Wang Kaixian, and the other 3 members of the team were sitting around a table. Wang Kaixian shouted loudly. Seeing the others looking over, the few quickly lowered their voices. He who had some worries, I heard that the Su family has issued a bounty.
Whichever team defeats us will receive a huge reward. The crowd looked at Su Ching. Su Ching was expressionless, and it even seemed like she was not surprised at all. If an average person encountered such a situation, being put on a reward list by their family, they would have probably already fallen apart emotionally. But from Su Ching's performance, there was almost no difference at all. Long Chen felt a bit guilty. He didn't know if Su Chang was pretending to not care or really didn't care. Of course, if he switched places, anyone would probably not be able to remain calm inside at this moment. I'm sorry, Su Ching, it's my fault that you are being targeted by your family. Long Chen actually didn't expect the Su family to play such a dirty trick. Isn't this too abnormal? Which parent would treat their own child like this? Just because Su Ching went against their wishes and didn't team up with those powerful kids, they would punish her even at the risk of her being expelled? Even enemies, reaching this level is quite cruel, right? Su Ching shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with you, it was just a one-sided affair of theirs. It was bound to happen, just a matter of it being early or late. Long Chen felt ashamed. Su Ching's heart was too strong, too stable. Of course, he didn't know that Su Ching's situation had a relation to him. He still thought that families like the Su family had always been so harsh on their young members. Wang Kaixian immediately said angrily. No matter what, the whole world wants us to lose, so we must win. Yu Qiuyao shyly expressed her agreement. Yes, I think so too. Long Chen smiled and said, exactly, Fatty, you hit the nail on the head. No matter who wants us to lose, as long as we win, that's what matters. But he still had doubts. I think everyone should not let their guard down. This time our opponents are no longer the top students of Jiangchang, but elites who have already passed the exams from all over the places. This means they are at least at the same level as us. Considering the gap in educational resources, most of these students might be stronger than us. Long Chen nodded. Yes, what you said is right. We can't underestimate others, and we need to strengthen our training. Long Chen asked Yu, did you receive the spirit beast given by the academy? I received it, it's a dream beast. Everyone was surprised. Dream beast? They gave it to you for free? Yes. No wonder they were surprised. The dream beast was an extremely rare spiritual type spirit beast. It could create illusions. He said, maybe the academy is giving us Jiangcheng students special treatment, prioritizing the quality spirit beast cubs to us. I didn't expect to actually receive a dream beast. Long Chen pondered, the dream beast is our big weapon, but this type of spiritual beast has a common drawback, it's quite hard to control. How controllable is this dream beast? The control level is not low, it's 85%. He sighed, but for this type of spiritual beast to have good obedience, the control level must be raised to over 90%. Long Chen directly took out 5 bottles of beast spirit liquid. Yu was a bit puzzled. Long Chen said, take 1 bottle each day for 5 days, after that, the control level of the dream beast might reach over 90%. Yu was astonished. Oh my! Isn't that an effect only beast spirit pills have? Is it appropriate for such a precious potion to be given to me? Long Chen was about to speak when suddenly Su Ching also took out a bottle. The spiritual type spirit beast is generally difficult to control and does not obey commands, so if you can improve the control level of the dream beast as much as possible, you can take a different approach. Perhaps it can outdo a large part of the spiritual type spirit beasts. Long Chen glanced at the potion bottle Su Ching took out. He was slightly taken aback. Isn't this the potion he was selling at the Sacred Beast Potion Pavilion? So, Su Ching bought a bottle? Long Chen felt strange. After all, he was the seller right there. If he told Su Ching that he was the seller of the beast spirit liquid, he wondered how she would feel. At this moment, Long Chen still didn't know that the 10 bottles of potion he left in there. The top officials have already snatched it all away. Yu's eyes were moist with emotion. After all, it's good to have fellow townspeople. Only these fellow townspeople are willing to help her. Thank you all, I will definitely not let you down. As the captain, Long Chen summarized, well, there's 1 month until the freshman competition, so during this time, we need to improve our strength as much as possible. If we can evolve, we should evolve. After all, without the constraints of the big exam, everyone will surely find ways to become third-tier beast masters, and we can't fall too far behind. Yes. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Even Su Ching's rare beautiful eyes were filled with fierce fighting spirit. Although she said it didn't matter, she must still care about the actions of the Su family deep down, and she would think about making the Su family look at her differently in this competition. Long Chen took a deep breath. Pressure came. This pressure was greater than when he participated in the big exam in Jiang City. He also had to train hard in the ancient world training ground to improve his strength. After leaving the cafe, they all went their separate ways. Wang Kaixian planned to go to the practical training ground to practice well.
He invited Long Chen to go along and said he would pay for the practical training ground fees.
But Long Chen politely declined. Instead, he hurried back to the homestay. Aunt Jian was cleaning the house. Wearing a simple home outfit, the fitted design showcased her curvaceous figure perfectly. Sunlight quietly fell on her through the gaps in the curtains. It painted a peaceful and alluring picture. Aunt Jiang was slightly bending down, holding a broom, carefully sweeping the dust from the corners. The graceful curve of her back rose and fell with her movements. Like a series of rolling mountains, it invoked imagination. Her body tilted slightly, forming a full curve. As if noticing someone returning, she hurriedly turned her head. Aunt Jiang's unintentional glance met the fiery gaze that was fixed on her back. In an instant, a blush, like the evening glow, quickly spread across her cheeks. Her hands also involuntarily paused for a moment. "Shen'er, you're back." Aunt Jiang called out Long Chen's nickname. Out of responsibility, Aunt Jiang would call each child's parents. She would inform them that their child was staying at her home, putting the parents at ease, and ask about the child's daily living habits and preferences. Shen'er was a name his mother often called him. So it made Long Chen freeze for a moment. Yes, after the opening ceremony, there's nothing going on. The school said that for the next month, the main focus is to prepare for the freshman competition, and only after a month will the real school life begin. Longyuan Jiang Academy has always been like this. Aunt Jiang seemed very familiar with the academy's process. After all, she must have hosted several batches of students. Don't be nervous, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Aunt Jiang noticed Long Chen's expression was not so good. She thought it was because Long Chen was under too much pressure. So she continued to reassure him, having ambition is good, and you should work hard, but you should also accept the fact that there are always people stronger than you. After all, there are people outside of people, and heavens outside of heavens. You need to have an open mind. Don't push yourself too hard. I've seen some outstanding students who, due to too much pressure, ended up unable to complete their studies normally, which is too regrettable. Aunt Jiang was very worried that someone like Long Chen, from a small border town, with his hometown having suffered disasters, would only think about succeeding and getting a good ranking. This might instead narrow his life path even more. I understand, thank you, Aunt. I'll go upstairs now. Also, I may not come out for a while. You don't need to call me, I can skip meals. After saying this, Long Chen quickly went upstairs. Aunt Jiang hurriedly shouted, then I won't call you. I'll leave the food in the kitchen, you must come down to eat later. Seeing Long Chen like this, Aunt Jiang wondered if he had been bullied at school. After all, she heard from Xiao Tu that someone bullied them on the very first day of registration. Aunt Jiang sighed, some hurdles they must overcome themselves, otherwise, whether someone pulls or drags them, it won't help. Long Chen immediately opened the system and clicked on the Ancient World Training Ground. He chose the Ancient World 3-star difficulty. This was the level of the Flame Crystal Demon Scorpion and the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. There were 2 tasks. Task 1, kill 50 extraordinary 2-star Flame Crystal Demon Scorpions. Task 2, kill 1 extraordinary 3-star Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. Rewards: Extraordinary 2-star Returning Essence * 0.05. Assimilation times * 1. Flame Crystal Armor Equipment Random Item. For Beast Tamers to wear. Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade * 1. For Beast Equipment. Beast Tamer, Strength +20, Spirit +5, Speed +5, Stamina +5. Beast, Strength +60, Spirit +20, Speed +10, Stamina +10. The first time he completed this task, he, along with the blood-patterned boar turtle and the frenzied iron-eating beast, suffered quite a bit. It was fine when they were fighting the Flame Crystal Demon Scorpions at the front. But once they reached the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen, they couldn't win no matter what, forcing him to spend money to summon a beast. It took a long time just to pass the level. However, ever since he got the Battle Heaven Sacred Ape, it became much easier to clear the level. The Battle Heaven Sacred Ape, a reward from the legendary difficulty, could single-handedly take on the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. Thus, clearing a level now took less than 3 hours. Meanwhile, only 2 or 3 minutes passed in the real world. Using 3 entrance tickets took less than 10 minutes. His strength increased by 60, Spirit by 15, Speed by 15, and Stamina by 15. The 3 beasts respectively gained Strength +180, Spirit +60, Speed +30, and Stamina +30. Now, these values weren't a huge boost to his beasts anymore. But every day he could improve like this, so it was still quite good. From now until the new student competition in 30 days. The values he could enhance were still terrifying. As for the Flame Crystal Armor, he had already gathered 5 pieces, with a total of 10. It would only take another day or 2.
As for the beast equipment, the Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade, he ultimately didn't equip it on the Battle Heaven Sacred Ape, mainly because putting a scorpion tail on a monkey's backside felt too mismatched. Instead, the Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade enhanced on the Blood Pattern Boar Turtle and the Frenzied Iron-Eating Beast by 5 levels, boosting their power to 150% compared to before. The system rewarded him with 3 bottles of Beast Spirit Liquid. He didn't think much of it before, but now he knew this 3 bottles of Beast Spirit Liquid was worth 6 million. Wow. The system probably didn't expect. Some useless junk it randomly rewarded him could sell for a sky-high price in the real world. Coming out of the 3-star difficulty, he originally wanted to exploit some bugs in the 3-star level like before a big exam, to gain more practical experience. But he gave up. Because more important levels were waiting for him. Ancient World, Legendary Battle Heaven Sacred Ape, 2. He had previously cleared the first level of Legendary difficulty. He received a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting a Battle Heaven Sacred Ape Cub. What would he get for clearing, 2? Would it give him another Battle Heaven Sacred Ape? Long Chen became excited instantly. After all, this Battle Heaven Sacred Ape didn't take up his own beast quota. As many as he could get, he could have as many. Long Chen couldn't wait to click in. Requires legendary entrance ticket *1. Do you want to buy? Buy. No problem. He currently had around 40 million on him. Now he spoke with confidence. One legendary entrance ticket was only 1 million. He could exchange for 40 tickets. But the rewards he received far surpassed what this 40 million could compare to. Funds -1 million. Obtain legendary entrance ticket *1, would you like to use it? Use. Suddenly, the surrounding spatial environment began to change. Current, Ancient World, Legendary difficulty, 2. Task, kill the Guardian of the Ancient Battlefield to get the Battle Heaven Sacred Ape. Reward. Extraordinary 2-star Ancestral Liquid *0.2. Legendary class, Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape, 1 in 10,000. This is an enhancement, using 1 in 10,000 of the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape as a reward, to enhance the existing Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape. Ancient Realm, Secret Realm Exploration level 1%, achieve 3 heads and 6 arms. Beast Tamer, Strength plus 100, Speed plus 40, Mental plus 20, Stamina plus 20. Beast, Strength plus 400, Speed plus 80, Mental plus 20, Stamina plus 80. Ha? Again with the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape? Long Chen was slightly stunned. He seemed to understand what was going on. It's like collecting fragments. If all the fragments are gathered, can he exchange for a complete Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape? The overall reward seems to be similar to last time, but the values have clearly doubled, which means the difficulty might have doubled too. But he noticed one more difference. Ancient Realm, Secret Realm Exploration level 1%, achieved 3 heads and 6 arms. Last time he clearly remembered, the achievement he gained was the Law Manifesting the Earth. At first, he didn't care about the name of this achievement. But when the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape used the Law Manifesting the Earth, he felt like he understood a little something. The achievement he gained was related to the type of Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape he defeated. The Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape at the ancient temple altar was very huge, looking just like a giant monkey. So the skill that Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape mastered was the Law Manifesting the Earth. After defeating his own Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape, he gained this achievement and also acquired the Law Manifesting the Earth skill. So for this second stage, the achievement is 3 heads and 6 arms. Doesn't that mean as long as he passes this level, the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape can gain the ability of 3 heads and 6 arms? This is a significant discovery. Suddenly igniting his intense excitement. The value of the ancient training ground is still rising. And the legendary level difficulty training ground is even more precious than imagined. Awesome. Chapter 83, Assimilate the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape, the Great Sage Monkey is here. Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape, trial of 3 heads and 6 arms. Task description. This is the place where the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape displays its magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms, alone holding the gate against thousands, fighting with astonishing force, killing all enemies. And the magic god of 3 heads and 6 arms remains on this ancient battlefield. Your task is to kill this magic god. Long Chen put away the system panel. He observed the environment here. It is a vast and desolate plain. Old war flags and broken weapons are scattered everywhere. The sky is blood red. The wind carries the wails of ghosts and wolves. It seems like countless souls of the dead from battle are trapped in this space. Long Chen couldn't help but gasp. Although he hadn't seen what kind of army fought here. But just from these broken weapons and armor, not knowing how many years have passed, still exuding a chilling intent to kill and malice, this must have been a powerful army that was invincible in battle. And the numbers must have been huge. This ancient battlefield is boundless. The traces of war's destruction are everywhere.
What scale of war was this? Between nations? It feels like this number of troops could easily wipe out a country, right? Long Chen walked towards the center of the ancient battlefield. He noticed that the flags and the patterns on the armor of these soldiers were all the same. Is it the same faction? A massive civil war? Suddenly, Long Chen saw something. His expression instantly became stunned.
The corpses of these ancient battlefield soldiers were all facing the same direction.
The direction is the enormous altar in the center of the ancient battlefield.
And on the altar, a three-headed and six-armed fighting heaven sacred ape is shackled with iron chains.
Long Chen's expression gradually turned horrified. Could it be that this incredible army, this invincible army, had only one target to kill, and that was the fighting heaven sacred ape? And so many corpses were all caused by the fighting heaven sacred ape? Holy crap! A force that could destroy a nation was wiped out by the fighting heaven sacred ape? How powerful is the complete form of the fighting heaven sacred ape? In the face of such an army, wouldn't a heavenly beast be crushed in an instant? Long Chen became increasingly excited. He was more and more looking forward to gathering all the fragments of the fighting heaven sacred ape and exchanging them for the true body of the fighting heaven sacred ape. How powerful it would be. Long Chen walked up to the altar.
This fighting heaven sacred ape indeed had 3 heads and 6 arms.
Its eyelids drooped, and its fur was dry.
But the fierce glint in its eyes was incomparably frightening.
Long Chen immediately summoned his 3 beasts.
They stood in a triangular position. It just so happened to correspond to the positions of the 3 heads and 6 arms of the law body. With a thought, Long Chen commanded the 3 beasts to attack simultaneously.
The fighting heaven sacred ape charged forward. Like a bolt of lightning,
it rushed straight toward the 3-headed, 6-armed law body. The iron rod scraped against the ground, sparking a large number of sparks. From bottom to top, it drew a golden crescent moon. The other end of the rod instantly reached the top of the 3-headed, 6-armed law body. The 3-headed, 6-armed law body gave a disdainful smile and then used the iron rod in its hand to block.
Bang!
The sound of metal clashing was exceedingly harsh. Both sides were experts with their rods. Every strike carried a piercing sound of air being cut, directly targeting each other's vital points.
Uncle Tang watched in shock. This difficulty had truly escalated. Although the 3-headed, 6-armed law body looked smaller than the law symbol's earthly law body,
it was clearly superior in fighting skills and was not weaker in strength compared to the law symbol's earthly saint. Moreover, the rod techniques used by both sides were identical. So, for a while, neither could gain the upper hand. At that moment, the blood-patterned barbarian turtle joined the battle. The blood patterns on its back flowed, facing the attacks of the 3-headed, 6-armed law body. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle braced itself with its hard shell, each collision making a loud metallic sound with sparks flying. It stubbornly endured several strikes. Apart from the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, hardly any other spirit beasts could achieve this. The tail blade of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle swept fiercely, accompanied by the sound of air being torn, colliding violently with the rod of the 3-headed, 6-armed law body, but the tremendous impact forced the blood-patterned barbarian turtle to stagger back several steps.
Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This 3-headed, 6-armed law body was terrifying. Each head and each arm equaled 1 fighting heaven sacred ape. Now it was like facing 3 fighting heaven sacred apes fighting against his 3 spirit beasts.
The shell of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle sank slightly, with red cracks becoming more pronounced on it.
The blood-burning talent skill activated.
The basic combat power of the blood-patterned barbarian turtle was already comparable to that of the fighting heaven sacred ape. After unleashing the blood-burning talent skill, its combat power surged 3-fold.
Its forelimbs sank deeply, the ground firm as a mountain.
It launched 1 blood shell impact after another against the 3-headed, 6-armed law body.
The 3-headed, 6-armed law body was knocked back repeatedly. Meanwhile, the fighting heaven sacred ape also activated the law symbol of the earth. Its body reached 10 feet high. The law symbol of the earth could increase the combat power of the fighting heaven sacred ape by 5 times. So under such a fierce joint attack, the 3-headed, 6-armed law body finally began to show signs of wear, with wounds appearing on its body. But the 3-headed, 6-armed law body was not to be underestimated. It actually began to spin.
Every head and each arm attacked and defended with ease. In an instant, it began pressing against the fighting heaven sacred ape and the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. Looking to the other side, the rampaging iron-eating beast squatted by the altar, its back turned to them. Its broad shoulders heaved rhythmically, not knowing what it was doing.
Long Chen couldn't care less at that moment. Clearly, he had to join the battle. Long Chen immediately activated the assimilation skill. The target of the assimilation was the fighting heaven sacred ape.
This was his first opportunity to assimilate the fighting heaven sacred ape. In fact, he had wanted to do this for a long time. Previously, the one he assimilated was the blood-patterned barbarian turtle. To be honest, it looked a bit ugly with its limbs on the ground. I doubt any man would like to play the role of a turtle. But the Monkey King was different. Longchen began to meditate, the image of the fighting heaven's sacred ape vividly appearing in his mind. Suddenly, his momentum began to surge violently. A raging force seems to be awakening within. His clothes flutter and rustle without wind. His hair begins to stand up like the fur of a heavenly battle ape, wild and unrestrained. Golden shadows appear at the corners of his eyes. His entire face looks as if it has been painted for a show. His features are as majestic as a heavenly battle ape, with a fierce golden battle intent flashing in his eyes. Assimilation level reached initial rating. Gained 30% of the heavenly battle ape's basic attributes. The details of meditation are still lacking. Longchen tries hard to recall every inch and detail of the heavenly battle ape. Gradually, his body begins to change. His muscles become firmer, his physique grows more robust, and some golden fur begins to surface on his skin. Although it's short, each one is very stiff. Assimilation level reached intermediate rating. Gained 50% of the heavenly battle ape's basic attributes. Gained 30% of the heavenly battle ape's combat skills. At this moment, Longchen is already quite strong. Just the intermediate rating of assimilation has already surpassed the strength he had when he assimilated the bloodline giant tortoise at high rating. But Longchen does not stop meditating. He wants to reach high rating. Yet, he does not know if it is because he spent a short time with the heavenly battle ape, making him not very familiar with its various habits. Or if the heavenly battle ape is a special existence, making it difficult to reach a high rating. No matter how hard he meditates, he cannot advance the assimilation level. Just when Longchen wants to give up, he suddenly remembers the skill of the heavenly battle staff. This skill comes from the combat skills of the heavenly battle ape, so it can certainly be counted as part of the heavenly battle ape. And he has already cultivated the heavenly battle staff to early perfection. Meditating on the heavenly battle staff technique should help. Longchen forcefully evolves the heavenly battle staff in his mind. Every move, every stance is very clear. At that moment, he feels the power continuously expanding again. Every breath is like a storm, every heartbeat is like thunder. The earth-great iron rod he obtained from a treasure vault, held in his hand, instantly gives a feeling of oneness between man and rod. It feels more controllable than his own limbs. As he wishes, with countless changes. Assimilation level reached high rating. Gained 80% of the heavenly battle ape's basic attributes. Gained 50% of the heavenly battle ape's combat skills. Gained the heavenly battle ape's laws of heaven and earth. Congratulations, completed a high rating assimilation, calculating retention ratio. Calculation completed, retained 5% of the heavenly battle ape's basic attributes this time. Strength plus 210, speed plus 30, spirit plus 20, endurance plus 30. The moment Longchen opens his eyes, 2 beams of golden light burst forth from his eyes. At this moment, it seems the world loses its color. Longchen's entire temperament suddenly becomes completely different. At this moment, he seems not to be human but to have a hint of divinity. A sneer of contempt flows in his gaze, seeming to look down upon the universe. Hey! You 3-headed 6-armed monster, let's see if I don't beat you to your true form. Longchen feels that even his voice carries a dramatic tone. He doesn't even know why he is speaking like this. But that feeling of being unruly, standing at the same level as the heavens is truly exhilarating. He strikes violently with his rod. And collides fiercely with the other side of the 3-headed 6-armed body. 3 heads and 3 faces, now there are people fighting it. And as Longchen's momentum grows stronger, he becomes more and more excited. He directly activates the laws of heaven and earth like the heavenly battle ape. Though his body does not grow to 10 feet tall, it reaches nearly 3 meters. The iron rod in his hand also grows longer and thicker. Originally, the attacks from the 3-headed 6-armed form were as fast as phantoms, but in Longchen's eyes, their trajectories begin to slow and become clear. So strong. Longchen himself feels incredibly strong. Just imagine, if the opponent he is fighting now were not the heavenly battle ape, but rather a warrior of humanity. Could it really be that even a 4-tier warrior can have a fight with it? The 3 of them were engaged in a fierce battle with the avatar. Yet they still couldn't determine a victor. At this moment, Longchen felt his body was extremely heavy. He knew this was a sign that the assimilation effect was about to end. On the other side, the fighting heaven sacred ape and the blood-patterned barbarian tortoise were also becoming increasingly strained. The 3-headed, 6-armed avatar was proving to them with facts. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. If you can't win, you just can't win, no matter how angry you are. The mocking smile in the eyes of the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar became more and more obvious. Mocking him? Damn you. It's just a game, boss.
How dare it laugh at him? Long Chen roared, frenzied Iron Eater. Return to the team. Suddenly called out. The frenzied Iron Eater trembled violently. Then slowly turned around. It then realized that its body had become much larger at this moment. Its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was still chewing on the remnants of the battlefield that had not been swallowed. The frenzied Iron Eater directly unleashed its Iron Fist frenzy. Its broad iron palms slammed fiercely onto the three-headed, six-armed avatar. Just now, while everyone was in fierce battle, the frenzied Iron Eater had taken the chance to eat a lot of iron. And what it ate were the weapons from the ancient battlefield. Though rusted, these were all made of good iron. So the boost to the frenzied Iron Eater was enormous. Under the siege of the three-headed, six-armed avatar finally began to show signs of defeat. But based on the current trend, the three-headed, six-armed avatar might still hold on for a few minutes. But he couldn't wait any longer. Once the fighting heaven sacred ape's law of nature disappeared, or the blood-patterned barbarian tortoise's blood-burning talent skill cooled down, or his assimilation time ended, he would have no hope of victory at all. So he steeled himself and said, Contract Beast. The system's Contract Beast panel immediately appeared in front of him. At the very top row of Contract Beasts, there was the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. It was currently the strongest in his contracted beasts. A true extraordinary 3-star ferocious beast. If he wanted to pass this level, even getting to the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen would require some pain. In terms of combat power, it was slightly stronger than the fighting heaven sacred ape. But the cost of summoning was very high. 5 million. The time was only 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, he could summon the extraordinary 3-star beast an unlimited number of times. He had 5 Flame Crystal Scorpion Queens. That should be enough. With a thought. Funds, 5 million. The first Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen rushed out. Clop, 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 clop. The sharp footblades stepped on the altar, making a crisp sound. And the ground it stepped on had traces of being burned by the earth. Especially that scorpion tail blade, which slashed through the air, attacking the three-headed, six-armed avatar at an awkward angle. After all, this was the original version of the scorpion tail blade, incomparable to the equipment of the blood-patterned barbarian tortoise and the frenzied Iron Eater. It easily tore through the skin of the three-headed, six-armed avatar and injected lava. Long Chen and the other beast masters felt a chill in their hearts. As expected, the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen was terrifying. A large amount of fur was burned, turning into chunks of charred bald flesh. The three-headed, six-armed avatar howled in pain, letting out an angry roar. It immediately abandoned the other opponents and focused on beating the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. At this moment, the brutality of the three-headed, six-armed avatar was highlighted. With just a few hits, it directly shattered the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. Then something that left the three-headed, six-armed avatar dumbfounded happened. Just after blasting one Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen, another one rushed out the next second. It was as if it would never run out. Long Chen and the other beast masters quickly piled up. New. Power plus 400, speed plus 60, spirit plus 50, stamina plus 90. Furious Iron Beast, power plus 400, speed plus 60, spirit plus 50, stamina plus 90. Blood Patterned Barbarian Turtle, power plus 400, speed plus 60, spirit plus 50, stamina plus 90. Extra gain. Ancient Realm, Secret Exploration Progress 2%, Achievement 3 heads and 6 arms. Beast Spirit Liquid * 10 bottles. Long Chen came out of the Ancient Realm training ground. He let out a long sigh of relief. Although the time taken for this challenge was not long. Only 2 to 3 minutes had passed outside. But the entire process was high-intensity combat. Not only did he participate himself, but he also controlled 3 beast companions and 1 hired beast to fight. So the consumption on him was very great. He didn't even move to his nest, turned around, and fell asleep. He slept until midnight and was awakened by hunger. He went downstairs to the kitchen looking for food. He found someone sneaking around the fridge, a person he had never seen before. A thief? Chapter 85, Teacher, you are also a student? It was dark. The thief was dressed in black. Every move was very light and stealthy. If it weren't for the sound they made, he might not have noticed them. A look at them showed they were an expert. Long Chen tiptoed behind them. He suddenly grabbed them, shouting, "Caught you, habitual thief! Just watch!" The other party was obviously startled, then spun around, slipping away from Long Chen's hand like an eel. "Where are you running?" Long Chen yelled angrily. "Who wants to run?" The response was a delicate shout. "It's a woman? Not Aunt Jiang. And not Tu Yaki. It's a female thief. Arrogant." Long Chen hurled a punch. His fist actually whistled through the air. His base power had reached nearly 1,000. A single punch could smash an armored vehicle. The other party clearly didn't expect his strength to be so formidable, barely blocking with both hands, being pushed back several meters, crashing into the cabinet, causing a lot of pots and pans to fall, producing a huge noise that instantly tore apart the silence of the night. At first, Longchen thought this punch would be enough to incapacitate them. But they saw they didn't hold the advantage in strength, and suddenly their speed increased dramatically, delivering a sharp whip kick. With the spin of their body, that kick was like an executioner's blade, powerful, heavy, and sharp. Longchen used one arm to block, but nearly broke his bones, his body sank, almost kneeling down. But Longchen's response was also quick. He grabbed the other person's foot, fiercely pressing them down, like wrestling, lying on their back. He was jabbed several times by elbows. His ribs felt like they were about to break. The other party's control and development of their body were far above his. A warrior. A real warrior. Since that's the case, he had to take it seriously. Aunt Zhang's kitchen would be protected by him. Monkey, heaven, great, saint, activate. Clap. The lights turned on. Aunt Jiang and Tuyaki, in their pajamas, came downstairs, staring blankly at the two. Aunt Jiang puzzled, what are you two doing? This position was truly inappropriate. One person was lying on another's back. Tuyaki, with a gossiping look, said, you two are so hasty, you should at least return to your room. There's a thief in the house. There's a thief in the house. Both responded almost in unison. Aunt Jiang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, you two haven't met yet, now it's a case of no fight no acquaintance. Tuyaki teased, Yu Lingfei, as a warrior, being ridden by a Beastmaster Jr., how embarrassing. Yu Lingfei turned her head, looking at the handsome young man riding on her. Their eyes met. The air suddenly froze. Teacher. Is it you? Both were a little dazed. Neither expected it would actually be each other. Tuyaki blinked, noticing something was off. Do you both know each other? Longchen hadn't spoken yet. Yu Lingfei hurriedly said, of course, he is the incredibly talented student I told you about. At that time he defeated. Before Yu Lingfei could finish, Longchen covered her mouth. Thankfully, teacher, you overpraise me. Yu Lingfei glanced back at Longchen. And immediately understood. This kid's safety awareness is quite. Knowing the fear of revenge from the ancient Beast Academy, she deliberately did not let her speak of that terrifying battle record. With a remarkable 2-star extraordinary spirit beast, defeating a 1-star elite. An epic level turnaround. Even in a prestigious academy filled with masters. Creating such a huge victory despite the level difference, probably only a handful of people can do it. So when Tuyaki kept saying that students from Jiangcheng were not strong enough, she immediately rebutted that Jiangcheng also has very strong students. It was because Longchen left a deep impression on her. Let's not talk about this anymore, teacher, why are you in Linjiang City? Longchen asked again, did teacher Zhang Haochuan come? He always wanted to find a chance to thank teacher Zhang Haochuan. Teacher Zhang Haochuan did not come, because I was not originally a teacher from Jiangcheng Warrior No. 1, but while responding to the call for teaching support from Longyuan Jiang Warrior Academy, I taught in Jiangcheng for a period, and then I came back. Yu Lingfei explained. Ah? Teacher, you are a student? This astonished Longchen. He originally thought teachers are teachers and students are students. He never expected that one day, the identities of teachers and students could overlap, being both a student and a teacher. No wonder when he first saw Yu Lingfei, he thought this female teacher from Warrior No. 1 looked so young. He even had the illusion that they were of the same age, but she had a mature aura that the exam candidates lacked. So, Yu Lingfei really is about the same age as them. Tuyaki saw Longchen's bewildered expression and smiled, explaining. Actually, this kind of thing is quite common. After all, some teachers in small border towns are just at the 3rd or 4th rank. And second-year students in prestigious academies can generally reach that level, so there is no problem going to support teaching. On the contrary, because of their similar ages, they can teach students more about the experience in the big exam, so the call for teaching support is actually a benefit for local cities, alleviating the inequality of educational resources. Longchen understood. I see, then teacher Aham, senior sister, are you also boarding here? Yes, I have been boarding at Aunt Zhang's house since the first year. Tuyaki said 2 new students from Jiangcheng came. I didn't expect it would be you, what a coincidence. Yu Lingfei seemed very happy. After all, Longchen was a guy full of secrets to her. The humanoid ape beast master who held a stick and defeated an elite 1-star, he had checked the spirit beast manual and could not find anything similar in the public catalog. That means it could be a very rare variant spirit beast. And this guy, clearly a beast master, was unusually strong. He was already quite powerful in Jiangcheng. And just now, he had even suppressed her. Now, he was still lying on her. Aunt Jiang coughed softly.
Alright, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, get up, your position is too indecent. How could a boy lie on a girl like that?
Long Chen realized he was still sitting on Yu Lingfei's lap. He quickly got up. I'm sorry.
Yu Lingfei waved her hand nonchalantly, stretching her joints that were about to be broken by Long Chen.
Have you considered a question? If you were not a beast master but a warrior, would you be even stronger? Long Chen just smiled.
He knew very well about his warrior skills. It was just a pleasant surprise as a beast master.
Aunt Jiang smiled and said, I don't know if you can get used to it.
Long Chen was eating heartily. I can get used to it, it's so delicious.
Although the taste is a bit bland, the aroma is rich. Tuyaki and Aunt Jiang looked at each other in surprise. Where is that little fatty? Why didn't he come back with you? Aunt Jiang asked. Chapter 86, Monkey Hair Clone, the checkpoint is so hard. While eating, Long Chen said, isn't the freshman competition about to start? He went out for special training. I guess he won't be back for a while.
As soon as the freshman competition was mentioned, Yu Lingfei immediately looked up. I heard that there are a few freshmen at your Beast Control Academy who are very arrogant, wanting to challenge everyone in the school.
Whoever loses will drop out. That's so exciting.
Yu Lingfei sounded a bit disappointed. We at the Warrior Academy don't have anything so interesting, sigh.
Long Chen immediately stopped eating. His expression became a bit strange.
Tuyaki felt the same. After all, she had seen Long Chen gather a team and declare that he would accept any challenge with the bet being expulsion upon losing.
Aunt Jiang sighed, such freshmen are too impulsive.
They may be outstanding in their local areas, but they overlook one point: everyone who can come to Linjiang City is an elite who excelled in the major exams.
Who dares to say they are definitely the strongest?
Moreover, there are several super big cities like Linjiang City and Longyuan City that have extremely rich educational resources.
What are they thinking? Long Chen suddenly lost his appetite. I'm full.
I'll head upstairs first.
No, he was starting to feel anxious. He still had to work hard. Practice madly. At the very least, he needed to become a level 3 beast master. Otherwise, as Aunt Jiang said, facing those elites he didn't know much about, he might really end up being chased away. Is that all you can eat? A young man like you only eats this much. Aunt Jiang mumbled. Tuyaki smiled teasingly, it's fine, just leave him alone. He probably doesn't feel like eating it all right now. Why? The one challenging the whole school isn't him.
Yu Lingfei casually mumbled. Then she froze. She looked at Tuyaki in shock.
It wouldn't be.
Tuyaki finally stopped smiling, a thread of worry appearing in her eyes. I guess in about a month, they'll have to move away from here.
Who knows? Aunt Jiang and Yu Lingfei immediately exchanged glances. Long Chen is the one challenging the whole school? This guy has gone crazy? But then Yu Lingfei suddenly thought of Long Chen's former humanoid spirit beast, the one that beat the elite level 1-star Kanjiing wolf. She immediately said, Tuyaki, can you help me get a ticket for an outside school visit? I want to go see. Alright, let's talk about it then. I want to go sleep. In the room. Long Chen was tossing and turning. Could it be that he was really underestimating his opponents?
Generally, he didn't take ordinary students seriously, but the greatest variables came from those monsters.
It is well known that monsters and ordinary students are not the same kind of existence.
Long Chen immediately sat up and entered the ancient world training ground again.
The 3 free entry tickets had not refreshed yet.
But a new level of legendary difficulty had appeared.
Ancient World, Legendary Fighting Heaven Sacred Monkey, 3.
Trial of Monkey Hair Clones.
Mission Description. After completing the task at the ancient battlefield altar, you will reach an abandoned palace.
The Fighting Heaven Sacred Monkey once performed the hair clone technique here, where each hair can become a clone. The palace was once filled with countless clones of the sacred monkey, but time has left only a few monkey hair clones sealed by the palace altar.
Your mission is to kill a few monkey hair clones. After reading the mission description, Long Chen's first impression was that it was easy. How strong could a clone be?
It is well known that clones are far inferior compared to the main body.
They might not even possess 1% of the power. So he bought the legendary entry ticket without hesitation. Funds, 1 million. Long Chen thought this was great.
No matter how many levels there were, the ticket price never rose with the tide. In other words, if he could clear all the levels in one go. For 100 levels, he would only need to spend 100 million to completely clear it.
100 million is indeed a huge amount.
But if he could obtain a complete body of the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape,
that would be such a great deal.
You have to know that for those truly top-tier wealthy families, 100 million is just a small goal, yet the beasts they can create are limited in quality.
Long Chen entered the ancient realm with a beaming face. Current ancient realm, legend level difficulty, 3. Task: kill the guardian god of the palace, the fighting heaven's sacred ape avatar. Reward: extraordinary 2-star rebirth liquid asterisk 0.3. Legend level fighting heaven's sacred ape 1/10,000th.
This is an enhancement, taking 1/10,000th of the fighting heaven's sacred ape as a reward, enhancing an existing fighting heaven's sacred ape. Ancient Realm, Secret Realm Exploration Degree 10%, Achievement Monkey Hair Avatar gained. Beast Tamer, Strength plus 100, Speed plus 40, Spirit plus 20, Endurance plus 20. Beast, Strength plus 400, Speed plus 80, Spirit plus 20, Endurance plus 80. The surrounding scene changed instantly. In front of him stood a huge palace. However, this palace's architectural style didn't look human-made. Overall, it resembled a mountain. It was full of wild ferocity. It seemed like there was supposed to be a waterfall design, but after countless years, the waterfall had long since dried up. Inside was pitch dark. Long Chen immediately summoned his 3 beasts. Mainly to give him some courage. Although dying in the ancient realm training ground didn't matter, it was still better to be cautious. As he stepped into the palace, the flames on the walls instantly lit up. Hiss 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 hiss. They shone directly from the entrance to the depths. This palace was quite large. But the various types of furniture were mainly made of stone, rather rough. This can't possibly be the fighting heaven's sacred apes palace, right? As Long Chen was speaking, he turned a corner and he and the 3 beasts were all stunned. Turning the corner and meeting love. There were 3 fighting heaven's sacred apes standing in the middle of the altar. They looked exactly the same. Their auras were also identical. The 3 fighting heaven's sacred apes saw them too. Without a word, they charged over with their sticks. What the hell? Chained? Weren't they usually chained to the altar? These 3 fighting heaven's sacred apes were not chained. They were completely free. Beast, beast. Hearing Long Chen's command, the 3 beasts charged out together. He originally thought at least 3 against 3 could hold out for a while. Just like when he fought the 3-headed 6-arms god before. But what happened next shocked Long Chen. Each of the 3 avatars was incredibly strong. In an instant, they blasted his 3 beasts. Within seconds, they appeared right in front of him. Long Chen wanted to assimilate the fighting heaven's sacred ape. But the opponent didn't give him time to do so. 3 sticks fell, and he was instantly annihilated. When he opened his eyes again, his thoughts had returned to his room, drenched in sweat, with pain making his body convulse. Damn! This level is so hard. The key is, he discovered that the price of the legend level ticket had gone up. From 1 million to 5 million. This was the cost of the second challenge. Long Chen's face darkened. It seemed he needed to go out and make some money. Since he couldn't clear it with his own strength, he had to spend money to use hired beasts to charge in. Chapter 87 Mixing with the Big Sister. Before, he was a bit fortunate. The legend level ticket was always 1 million each time. But he didn't expect that after failing the first challenge. The second time he challenged, it jumped straight to 5 million. This price increase was truly terrifying. Though he could afford it. He couldn't help but think about a question: if the second challenge was already 5 million, then what about the third? 10 million? 50 million? Based on the system's speed of increasing prices, it would definitely be tough. So during the second challenge, he must be fully prepared. This is not a simple failure. Every failure will greatly increase the cost of his challenges ahead. Just as Long Chen was about to leave, someone knocked on his door. The one knocking was the red-haired Tuyaki. She leaned lazily against the door. Her long red hair looked like a burning flame, making her skin appear even whiter. The fitted short skirt uniform clung to her body curves. It outlined her slim waist and perky hips. Her wild red hair cascaded over her fair shoulders, radiating an enchanting charm. Her waist could be held in one hand, and her legs under the skirt were elegantly shaped. This top-grade beauty with a mature vibe was quite rare in Long Chen's experience. Senior? Long Chen was a bit confused. Are you looking for me? Looking for you? Tuyaki retorted back to Long Chen. And the next second, Tuyaki grabbed Long Chen's ear. You are really something. With the freshman competition coming, you can still sleep in your room. Do you know right now, all the new students like you are working hard to improve their strength? In Linjiang City, there are plenty of real combat training grounds, and they are usually fully booked at this time of year. Many people will go crazy trying to improve during this month. There could be earth-shattering changes. Long Chen wanted to explain that he wasn't slacking off. But Tuyaki didn't give him a chance to explain at all. She dragged him downstairs. Aunt Jiang and Yu Lingfei were in the living room. Also in the living room were 2 girls he hadn't seen before.
Sitting next to Yu Lingfei was a girl with shoulder-length big waves. She wore a loose pink nightgown, very relaxed. The neckline of the nightgown was slightly open, revealing a large area of skin as white as snow. Her full upper body pushed the nightgown up in a high curve. It made Long Chen unable to avert his gaze. A girl with such a baby face and such a stunning figure. For many boys, she was definitely a killer for the homebody type. Hi there. I heard you rode Yu Lingfei yesterday? The girl greeted Long Chen sweetly. But the content of her greeting instantly froze the smile on Yu Lingfei's face. Jiang Tutu, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Yu Lingfei growled through gritted teeth. Long Chen awkwardly smiled. It was mainly because Senior you let me win, otherwise, I would definitely not be her opponent. Jiang Tutu nodded knowingly. You're quite good with words, it seems you will quickly find a girlfriend at school. Long Chen knew how to respond. He looked at another long-haired girl. This long-haired girl was not as scheming as Jiang Tutu, just smiling gently at him. This girl was also very beautiful. And she looked goddess-like. The most impressive thing about her was her gentle smile. Her eyes were soft like the lake waters under the warm spring sun. Long hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, gently swaying with her movements. When talking to people, her voice was soft and melodious, like a gentle breeze brushing over the strings of a piano. Who could resist such a tender senior? But, for some reason, Long Chen's mental strength was quite strong, so his perception was sharper. He felt that this gentle senior's gentleness seemed intentionally feigned. Behind the gentle smile, there seemed to be a hint of subtle distance. It felt like every enthusiastic response was just the right amount of distance, as if it was carefully calculated. While feeling her gentleness, one could faintly sense that icy barrier, as if she was just wandering softly at the edge of this world, yet had never truly let anyone enter her inner world. Tu Yaki introduced. Her name is Xu Xinyue, and she also lives here. Jiang Tutu and Xu Xinyue are both second-year students at the Element Academy. Alright, don't just freeze when you see beautiful girls, you all live under the same roof, you'll have plenty of chances to meet. Tu Yaki saw Long Chen staring intently at the two girls. She pouted a bit and pulled Long Chen's ear, leading him outside. Are you heading out now? Aunt Jiang asked. Long Chen wanted to say something. But Tu Yaki didn't give him a chance to speak at all. I see he's too slack, so I'm taking him to a training ground to toughen him up. Tu Yaki was very domineering. She clearly was used to being the boss. But from Long Chen's experience, people like her are usually very loyal. She was a bit like Wang Kaixian. So he didn't actually dislike someone like Tu Yaki. As soon as he heard Tu Yaki was going to give Long Chen special training, Jiang Tutu and Yu Lingfei's eyes lit up immediately. Tu Yaki, are you taking him to your exclusive combat training ground? Yu Lingfei asked eagerly. Yeah, at this time, it's definitely too late to book a better training place. Exactly, my instructor's training ground is available for me right now, and I'll take him there, otherwise, this kid will definitely be bullied in the freshman competition. We want to go too. Jiang Tutu and Yu Lingfei love to join in the fun. Xu Xinyue, are you going? Jiang Tutu invited the other long-haired girl. Xu Xinyue shook her head, I won't go, but I have a gift for Long Chen. Then Xu Xinyue walked over and handed Long Chen a delicate box. What is this? Long Chen curiously opened the box. Inside was a beautifully crafted bottle. The words on the bottle made Long Chen's pupils shrink instantly. Extraordinary 3-star evolution liquid. This means it is an evolution liquid that can evolve a 2-star extraordinary spirit beast to a 3-star extraordinary. It is incredibly expensive. One bottle costs several million. Jiang Tutu gasped slightly, Xu Xinyue, you really are generous. Long Chen was also shocked. After all, this was only their first meeting, and they hadn't interacted much. To give him such an expensive gift right after they met? Senior, this gift is a bit too precious, I can't accept it. Long Chen tried to return it to Xu Xinyue. But Xu Xinyue shook her head, it's nothing, just take it. This. Long Chen didn't want to owe a favor to someone like her. The key was that the evolution liquid wouldn't be useful for him, he needed the regression liquid. Now he had finally gathered 0.8 of the regression liquid. But with the speed of clearing the flame crystal scorpion 3 times daily, he could acquire 0.15 of regression liquid each day. In 10 days, he would have 1.5. In 30 days, he could get 4.5. That would be enough to regress his 3 beasts to extraordinary 3-star. So if he accepted this bottle of evolution liquid, not only would he get no benefit, but he would also bear unnecessary consequences. Nothing comes for free in this world, he clearly understood this from living 2 lifetimes. Tu Yaki said, just accept it, she isn't short of this money. Nearby, Jiang Tutu also smiled and said, yeah, plus Shu Shu is a romantic at heart, if you win her over, she can provide all your resources in the future. Long Chen was sweating from embarrassment. What's up with this Jiang Tutu senior? Too calculating. Xu Xinyue clearly understood Jiang Tutu's nature. So she didn't show any anger on her face. Of course, it could also be that she thought Long Chen would soon drop out of the Beast Taming Academy. So the two might not have much to do with each other in the future. She didn't take Jiang Tutu's jokes seriously at all. Seeing this, Jiang Tutu also found it hard to refuse further. So she accepted the evolution liquid, even though she didn't need it, she could give it to the fat guy. But she estimated the fat guy wouldn't need her to worry, he came from a wealthy family. The four of them got into Tu Yaki's red sports car. Originally, Long Chen planned to go to the Sacred Beast Potion Pavilion. But since Tu Yaki invited him to the real combat training ground, he had no reason to refuse. Because the Ancient Realm training ground was the most time efficient. He only needed to take a few minutes out of the 24 hours to complete all the tasks at the Ancient Realm training ground. Having free time left over wasn't a problem at all. It was better to make good use of that time. Additionally, he needed to become more familiar with the real combat training ground. He heard that the venue for the college's freshman competition was the real combat training ground. Tu Yaki parked her supercar at the entrance of a real combat training ground near the academy. Dragon Gate Pavilion. Long Chen had heard of this real combat training ground before. It was said to be the largest real combat training ground chain in Linjiang State. The meaning of the name Dragon Gate Pavilion was to allow students to achieve their wish of leaping over the Dragon Gate through their real combat training ground. And the real combat training ground of Dragon Gate Pavilion was very prestigious. There was only one in Zhangcheng. Basically, that place was always fully booked. It was well known as the best place for real combat training results. The prices were also stunningly high. A common family saving for a year without food or drink might run out after just 1 hour of training at Dragon Gate Pavilion. This place should be very expensive, right? Long Chen asked. Of course it's expensive, 1 hour costs 500,000, and that's just for the basic training ground. Seeing Long Chen's expression change slightly, Tu Yaki smiled and continued. But you don't need to feel burdened, you're not spending my money. My mentor is a senior VIP member here, so he can enjoy a 30% discount. He often reserves a training ground just for himself. The money spent on training will be charged to my mentor's card. When he's not here, we students can use it for free. So don't worry about it, just go in and train well. Tu Yaki reminded Long Chen of some important things to note in the real combat training ground. Long Chen nodded nervously. To be honest, this was really his first time experiencing a real combat training ground. Everyone had praised the functions of the real combat training ground to the skies. He was eager to give it a try. As soon as he entered, Long Chen frowned. He saw someone familiar. And the familiar faces inside also recognized Long Chen, both sides were a bit surprised. It was Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily. However, at this moment, Bai Lily's expression was not very good. And Lu Yenrui was accompanied by another girl. She was heavily made up, dressed lightly. She seemed to have a pair of alluring eyes. Isn't this the Long Chen who claimed to challenge all the students? Lu Yenrui mocked, how did you get in here? Do you know how expensive it is here? It's 500,000 for 1 hour, a place you, a poor Panjun, could never afford in your lifetime, understand? And several other people followed Lu Yenrui. They seemed to be the group members he usually teamed up with. They all looked like rich young masters. The alluring girl nestled directly in Lu Yenrui's arms. Yeah, 1 hour at 500,000 is just the basic price. What we'll be using is a training ground at over 1 million per hour, the very top tier. Saying this, the girl looked as if she'd melt into Lu Yenrui's embrace. Bai Lily saw this scene, and her expression was very ugly, but she didn't dare to say anything. Oh, really? 1 hour at 1 million, so what? A waste is still a waste. Long Chen retorted, with cowards like you, don't say 1 million an hour, even 100 million an hour would be wasted on you. All you would raise is a group of good-for-nothings who put on a brave front. If war broke out, you'd be the first to betray. Lu Yenrui's face instantly stiffened. Long Chen's words hit his sore spot. In the face of everyone mocking Jiangqing's expanding student base, he did indeed back down and didn't dare to step up to declare war on the entire school. If someone were to really investigate, this might indeed be considered a stain on his life. But as long as the people who know his stain are dealt with, then the stain won't exist. Lu Yenrui squinted his eyes, a dangerous glimmer flowing through the narrow slit. Long Chen, you better hope you get eliminated before we meet in the competition, or I will make your life a living hell. As he spoke, Lu Yenrui even made a gesture of cutting his throat. What you should prepare for is yourself. Long Chen replied. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a delicate laughter echoed. Everyone turned their eyes to look. It was a girl with a finely crafted doll-like face and an incredibly hot figure. Jiang Tutu pulled Long Chen into her arms. Long Chen felt like he was almost suffocating. So soft. The others watched the scene. They were instantly stunned. At this moment, which man would dare to say he didn't want to be Long Chen? Unless he was abnormal. Lu Yanrui suddenly felt that the attractive girl in his arms was no longer appealing. He stared blankly at Jiang Tutu. Jiang Tutu shot Lu Yanrui a disdainful glance. What are you looking at? I hate spineless cowards like you, soft men, and useless fools. You. Lu Yanrui's face instantly turned ashen. Before he could start to retort, Tu Yaqi and Yu Lingfei also walked over. 3 top beauties surrounded Long Chen. Although their number was much fewer than Lu Yanrui's side, the momentum was undoubtedly the strongest in the room. Everyone's eyes were now focused on the 4 of them. Tu Yaqi immediately said to the staff, "Get us a training field with no limit." Upon hearing no limit, even the staff from Longmen Pavilion were astonished. Lu Yanrui and his group were even more dumbfounded. What the hell? Long Chen's kid has hooked up with a rich woman? No limit? That's worth way more than hundreds of thousands an hour. Little did they know. Even Yu Lingfei and Jiang Tutu looked surprised at Tu Yaqi. Tu Yaqi, you're being so extravagant. Does your mentor know? Chapter 89 First Experience in the Combat Training Field. Longmen Pavilion's combat training fields are generally divided into several levels. The 100,000 per hour level. This is usually provided for local candidates from Linjiang City. The difficulty is around extraordinary 1 star. The 300,000 per hour level. Also for top candidates, but with higher difficulty. The monster spawning rate in this training ground is much higher than the 100,000 level. The intensity of training is also very high, only those unique prodigies would choose this level of difficulty. As for the 500,000 per hour level, it's the lowest tier of extraordinary 2 stars. The spawning speed is moderate, and rewards are slightly higher. The 1 million per hour level has a very high spawning frequency. Ordinary extraordinary 2-star beast masters find it hard to cope. Only those with above average strength, who are confident in themselves, or want to challenge their limits would choose this level. Each level mentioned above ultimately reflects the different reward levels after training. As for the level that Tu Yaqi mentioned with no limits, it means the intensity can be adjusted freely. As long as you can handle it, even if you set the spawning speed to be incredibly fast, no one will stop you. Of course, the higher the intensity you set, the quicker the money is spent. Each monster spawned represents corresponding money. The difficulty of the no-limit level, at the very least, is billed at 5 million per hour. I heard the no-limit level is very expensive. Long Chen hesitated a bit. Tu Yaqi forced out a smile. It's fine, just go for it boldly. It's just right to see where your limits are first. If it's too much, we can adjust the level next time. It's not that higher levels are always better, it's about choosing a level that suits you. Long Chen nodded, and then was taken to the training field by the staff. The 3 girls watched Long Chen leave. Yu Lingfei suddenly said, Tu Yaqi, I think your mentor might go bankrupt. Tu Yaqi, however, was not worried at all. You're overthinking it. He was just a freshman. Even if his monster hunting speed was fast, how fast could it really be? Yu Lingfei didn't speak. But her gaze towards Tu Yaqi clearly showed some sympathy. Next to them, Jiang Tutu asked, Tu Yaqi, back when you just started your first year, how fast did you hunt monsters per hour? Tu Yaqi thought for a moment, about 1,000 points. I ranked 17th on the hourly leaderboard at that time. 1,000 points, that's about 1 million, right? But you didn't even break even back then? Tu Yaqi sighed. Jiang Tutu shrugged. Tu Yaqi ranked 35th in that year's freshman competition, that's still top 1%. I feel like Long Chen would be doing well to get 500 points or maybe 300 an hour, that's a huge loss. Sigh. Tu Yaqi sighed again. Clearly, she felt a bit regretful. She saw Long Chen being bullied by someone from his hometown, called a poor loser. Unable to bear it, she impulsively gave Long Chen a no limit. In simple terms, she gave Long Chen some face. It doesn't matter, my mentor is very wealthy, he won't care about this. However, Tu Yaqi decided to adjust Long Chen to 500,000 or 1 million points per hour next time. Long Chen entered the training ground. The staff had already taught him how to adjust the monster hunting speed. And it was essential to choose an intensity suitable for himself. Otherwise, if the training ground detected a loss of combat ability, the training would immediately end, and no refund would be given. Long Chen found that the training ground was very large. It was at least several thousand square meters. Much larger than the training ground at Su Qing's home. No wonder it was the Dragon Gate Pavilion's training ground.
Next to him was an operation platform, where he could choose different beasts, as well as the frequency of their appearance.
The options were all extraordinary 2-star spirit beasts, such as Liuli Tiger, Thorn's Fury Bear, and Qingmu Spirit.
Behind each spirit beast displayed a value.
Liuli Tiger, 15 points. Thorn's Fury Bear, 20 points. Rock Earth Giant Bear, 15 points.
Swift Wind Wolf, 10 points.
All of them were common low-tier wild spirit beasts found in the wasteland and forbidden areas.
However, in the training ground, they were all virtual spirit beasts formed from energy. Moments ago, the staff had told him how many points would be gained for killing spirit beasts. These points could be directly exchanged for pure attribute values, increasing the corresponding attributes of the beasts. 100:1 to exchange for strength attributes.
200:1 to exchange for stamina attributes. 400:1 to exchange for speed attributes. 600:1 to exchange for mental attributes.
From this perspective, it seemed quite similar to his Ancient Realm training ground. It's just that he completed the levels in the Ancient Realm training ground to obtain the rewards for the tasks. Usually, the direct rewards were dozens or hundreds of points in attribute values. And in this combat training ground, he actually had to exchange. Which means, if he chose spirit beasts with higher points to kill,
wouldn't he be able to gain more points?
Longchen flipped through a few pages and found that the Split Sky Gold Tiger had a higher point value. Split Sky Gold Tiger, 30 points.
Then let's go with this one. Longchen confirmed the training target.
Suddenly, the environment in front of him changed.
What was originally an empty all-white room now transformed into a dense jungle.
The restoration level was also very high. However, it was still different from his Ancient Realm training ground. The details made it feel slightly off. I can't help but say again, the Ancient Realm training ground is the best.
Roar! A ground-shaking roar erupted.
A golden giant tiger suddenly darted out from the jungle ahead.
Its fur shone like gold, and the cat's fur flowed as if electrified. Its figure was incredibly agile, its speed very fast.
Every leap and pounce could tear through the air, producing sharp sonic booms.
Longchen learned from the myriad beasts mirror. The Split Sky Gold Tiger was quite a fierce creature among the extraordinary 2-star tiger beasts.
It ranked 53rd on the Huang list. Those who could enter the Huang list were no ordinary creatures. Its claws were as sharp as the finest golden blades, easily slicing through tough defenses. It had a skill called Rip Skyclaw Strike. It was a very fast tiger pounce. It gives opponents a feeling as if they are tearing through space, making short-distance teleportation seem possible, catching them off guard. Furthermore, it can let out a roar like the golden tiger roars at the sky, a sound filled with powerful mental intimidation that causes enemies around to fall into a brief state of fear and rigidity. If one encounters the tornado golden tiger in the wild,
the danger level is very high.
It's best to prepare to escape at the first moment.
Longchen's expression was very calm. Not sure if it was because he was always training in the Ancient Realm.
He felt that this tornado golden tiger was not as terrifying as described. If he had to compare, it was actually quite similar to the fierce tiger beast. And the level of the fierce tiger beast's gate is the lowest difficulty in the Ancient Realm.
1-star difficulty in the original Ancient Realm. Roar! The tornado golden tiger seemed to sense Longchen's disdain. It immediately let out an angry tiger roar.
Then it swiftly pounced toward Longchen.
Bang! Longchen snapped his fingers.
The beast spirit space behind him opened. The rampaging iron-eating beast stepped out from inside.
This little weakling should be dealt with by the rampaging iron-eating beast.
No need to let the blood-patterned turtle and the fighting heaven's sacred ape take action. The rampaging iron-eating beast, with its face full of ferocity and bulging muscles, and that overwhelming aura of hostility, immediately shocked the tornado golden tiger. It was about to hurriedly stop, but it was too late. The rampaging iron-eating beast raised its big and thick iron claws and slammed down violently.
Not even a scream could be heard. The tornado golden tiger's skull was smashed to pieces. Its 4 claws lay limply on the ground. Blood and brain matter splattered out for dozens of meters.
30. On the big screen above, a number appeared.
Chapter 90, only 7,000 points, I'm still very weak. Did I just gain 30 points?
Longchen turned his head to look at the control panel. There were knobs to adjust the beast frequency.
Now it was set to the first gear. 1 beast every 10 minutes.
Too slow. Click, 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 click. He directly turned it up 5 gears.
1 beast every minute.
The speed of summoning beasts immediately increased significantly.
The second tornado golden tiger suddenly leaped out like lightning.
I have to say, being ranked 53 on the yellow list shows the spirit beast's strength.
This tornado claw strike is indeed very fast. It nearly scratched the fur of the rampaging iron-eating beast. After a while of entanglement, just as it was about to be struck dead, the third tornado golden tiger appeared. The rampaging iron-eating beast cried out in distress. This isn't fair, why can the opponent keep coming out? Long Chen ignored the rampaging iron-eating beast's complaints. He began to understand the true meaning of the combat training field. Although killing a tornado golden tiger alone wasn't hard. But if he had to continue a wheel battle for a long time, would be like summoning hired beasts in the training ground in the ancient realm. Even strong beings like the three-headed six-armed avatar would struggle after a while. So that's how it is, not only do you gain points by killing spirit beasts to exchange for attributes, but it also truly enhances practical combat skills. Click, 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 click. Long Chen raised the gears a few more levels. Now it was one beast every 5 seconds. Simultaneously, 5 tornado golden tigers charged out from the forest, which was quite a magnificent sight. The rampaging iron-eating beast was stunned. What's going on? Are you trying to kill me? Long Chen didn't bother to explain. With a thought, he opened the beast spirit space again. The blood-patterned turtle and fighting heaven sacred ape appeared. Out of the 5 tornado golden tigers, 2 went to the blood-patterned turtle, 2 went to the fighting heaven sacred ape, and 1 went to the rampaging iron-eating beast. This distribution of combat power was still quite reasonable. With 8 beasts fighting every minute, the training field immediately became lively. The fighting heaven sacred ape effortlessly fought against 2. The blood-patterned turtle faced a bit more pressure with 2. The rampaging iron-eating beast was just right with one-on-one. Still, this is a wheel battle. If it were in a real combat scenario, his 3 beasts' combat power would be much stronger than this. Plus 30. Plus 60. Plus 90. Plus 60. Plus 150. Plus 90. Plus 30. The numbers on the big screen above kept changing. In less than half an hour, it had already reached an astonishing 3,500 points. Long Chen still didn't have any obvious senses. After all, an average of 150 points per minute is a fine working speed. If he worked for a full hour, he could at least earn 9,000 points. But he started to waste some time, so he definitely wouldn't reach that number. Actually, he could promote to a higher gear. But he vaguely heard the staff mention something before. They said, in the training ground, every time a virtual spirit beast is killed, a fee would be deducted. As for how much was deducted, he really didn't know. After all, it was something someone else lent him for free. He didn't want to be too greedy. It's better to leave some room for others. So he would just take a simple 7,000 points. In a spirit beast breeding base, a middle-aged man was selecting a spirit beast from a list of top-ranked beasts. Beside him, a merchant smiled and said, "Teacherly, are you going to buy this as a gift for a student?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes, she just became a 4th-tier beastmaster and can contract one more beast, so I plan to choose a good one for her. I really envy that student for having a teacher like you." The merchant sincerely praised. "Nowadays, there aren't many generous teachers like you." The middle-aged man just smiled and didn't say anything. Just as he finished selecting the spirit beast cub and was about to make the payment, suddenly, a fee deduction notification came in. The deduction was for Longmen Pavilion. Did someone use my card to swipe the training ground? The middle-aged man wasn't too concerned. He casually opened it, but when he saw the number on it, he lost his calm. 7. The merchant was puzzled. "Do you want the 7th one?" 7. The 7th one on the left? 7. The 7th one on the right? The merchant was confused. What does Teacher Lee mean? What is this 7? 7, 70 million. Teacher Lee finally said it. He held his phone in disbelief. If it weren't because he had a good relationship with Longmen Pavilion and knew their fee deductions never made mistakes, he would have suspected if Longmen Pavilion deducted the wrong fee. The key was the deduction details showed it was for 1 hour. Which means someone swiped over 70 million points in just 1 hour. Who could it be? Is it Xiao Tu? But after becoming a 4th-tier beastmaster, Xiao Tu should not go to Longmen Pavilion much anymore. The practical training ground is only suitable for beginner-level beastmasters. Once they reach 4th tier, beastmasters have elite spirit beasts. In reality, the practical training ground becomes less significant. What truly benefits them for training are the vast wilderness and forbidden lands. So who could it be? So bored? Pretending to be a newbie to swipe the leaderboard? Is that fun? They spent my money. Don't let me catch who it is. Bastard. The middle-aged man turned pale with anger. The merchant noticed something was wrong. Teacher Lee, what happened? The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. I just spent 70 million, so I'll need to save some money before I can come by the spirit beast cub. That's fine, no rush. Long Men Pavilion. Long Chen walked out of the training ground. His face was a bit pale. This high-intensity training was a great opportunity for him and his spirit beasts. Tu Yachi and the other girls quickly approached. How did it go? How many did you swipe? Tu Yachi was curious. I swiped about 60 or 70. Long Chen thought for a moment. He used over 7,000 points to exchange for some basic attributes in proportion. In total, a few dozen points. Not too bad. His evaluation didn't match the ancient realm training ground. Upon hearing that it was so little, Tu Yachi was stunned. Only 60 or 70? Jiang Tutu was also a bit surprised. Wait, how did you manage that? You passed the big exam, how could you be so weak? After all, having passed the big exam, the ones who could come here must at least be the best second-tier beast masters in the area. No need to mention comparing to a genius like Tu Yachi. Even at the very least, swiping 200 or 300 points shouldn't be a problem, right? 60 or 70 is way too weak. Is that weak? Long Chen was a bit surprised. Although he had left some room, he thought it should not be too bad. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of Tu Yachi and others, he was actually this weak? If he had known, he would have just directly set it to the maximum level and charged forward. If his performance could only be considered very weak, then wouldn't it mean that most of the freshmen in the Beastmaster Academy were stronger than him? Long Chen gave a wry smile. I feel my performance wasn't too bad. Of course, in Linjiang City, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I seem to start recognizing the gap in strength. He secretly clenched his fist. It seems that after going back tonight, he would have to practice like crazy in the ancient realm training ground. If weak, then practice more. Seeing Long Chen a bit dejected, Tu Yachi comforted him. Just try harder next time, no need to be anxious. Tu Yachi had a rough estimate of Long Chen's strength in her heart. So, it seems that the person who disappeared from Li Han Yuan's group should indeed not be him. That's right, Long Chen, don't get discouraged. Yu Lingfei patted Long Chen's shoulder firmly. She seemed afraid that Long Chen's pride would be hurt from now on. Patiently comforting Long Chen. I know your strength is more than this. If you need to blame someone, blame Tu Yachi. She insisted on giving you an unrestricted challenge. You might have inadvertently set the level too high, so you failed the challenge, but it's okay. Tu Yachi immediately blew up. What do you mean blame me? Also, Yu Lingfei, you are no longer a teacher in Jiangcheng. Stop acting like a mother hen, coddling Long Chen, as if you want to wash his underwear too. He's not as fragile as you think. Yu Lingfei also exploded. Of course I know Long Chen is not fragile, I've known him longer than you have. Plus, when did I ever wash his underwear? You are the real mother hen. Jiang Tutu seemed to have gotten used to their arguing long ago. So, with one hand in his pocket and the other eating ice cream, he acted as if he hadn't heard, already blocking out the noise of their argument. Long Chen awkwardly stood between the two girls, feeling soft flesh pressing against him from front and back. In the resting area next to the Longmen Pavilion lobby, a girl wearing the Longyuan Jiang Beastmaster Academy uniform, with a press station ID around her neck, adjusted her glasses. Slowly, she took out her laptop and immediately began to type furiously. Before long, in the Longyuan Jiang Beastmaster Academy forum, a very eye-catching news headline appeared. Hashtag shocking, hashtag Jiangcheng's expanded enrollment student challenges the entire new student body in a no-limit level challenge at Longmen Pavilion, yet only scores in the range of 60 to 70 points, hashtag. This news immediately caused a huge stir in the forum. In previous years, everyone was only interested in a few prodigies among the freshmen, as they might ascend to the Dragon Tiger rankings and spark a new wave of dragon and tiger fights. But this year is an exception. The most discussed person among the freshmen is actually an expanded enrollment student. It's common knowledge that the average strength of expanded enrollment students is weaker than regular students. Moreover, before this, there had already been leaks. Among Jiangcheng's expanded enrollment students, some were even first-level beastmasters. The spirit beasts they had were also very ordinary extraordinary one-star spirit beasts. Such strength in a high-level beastmaster academy is simply a joke. To put it harshly, they aren't even worthy of being the bottom. Some students even deliberately provoked Jiangcheng's expanded enrollment students to anger them into taking out their spirit beasts to fight. As a result, Jiangcheng's expanded enrollment student's extraordinary one-star spirit beast, after a lot of snarling, was directly stomped into the ground by the opponent's spirit beast, and the video was posted on the forum. This gave everyone a real understanding of the true strength of Jiangcheng's expanded enrollment students. So weak they were hardly a challenge.
That uproar still hadn't passed, and now, Long Chen's news of scoring 60 to 70 points at Longmen Pavilion was dominating the screens again. Once again, the expansion of Jiang City's enrollment has pushed it to the forefront. The students from Yang City spoke up as a group. The expansion of enrollment in Jiang City is unfair to other cities. Any one of our students who got eliminated would be stronger than those admitted from Jiang City. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Immediately, many student teams participated in the betting. Although the Su family offered a huge reward, whoever defeated Jiang City's team would win a yearly scholarship and even good items like evolution liquid. However, since the bet involved expulsion, many students were hesitant. Now seeing Long Chen's pitiful results at Longmen Pavilion, they were not afraid anymore, and swarmed to sign up to challenge Long Chen's team. In less than a day, the number of signed-up teams exceeded 150. Nearly 1,000 people challenged Long Chen's team. This forced the school to end the registration early. Finally, the number of registered teams was stuck at 161. 161:1. The largest challenge bet ever recorded. A historic high. It even shocked other colleges in Linjiang City. Many students begged their senior students or teachers with connections to help them gain qualifications to observe the freshman competition. However, for most people, this was just a fun event. As for how this matter would end, there was no doubt that on the day of the freshman competition, Jiang City's enrolled teams would likely face expulsion. At this moment, Long Chen was still unaware that the forum was bustling with excitement. After parting ways with Tuyaki and the others, he went to the Sacred Beast Pharmacy Pavilion. As soon as he arrived, the staff warmly welcomed him. Long Chen brought out 10 more bottles. The staff was overjoyed and transferred 20 million directly into his account without checking the goods this time. Before leaving, the staff suddenly said, "Well, our Sacred Beast Pharmacy Pavilion has a cooperative relationship with the Longmen Pavilion training grounds. Longmen will always reserve a few training grounds for us. If you need it, feel free to use them." Long Chen was taken aback. He didn't know why the staff suddenly mentioned the Longmen Pavilion. But thinking about it, the staff knew he was a beast tamer, and beast tamers can improve quickly in practical training grounds, so that's probably why they asked him. Initially, he wanted to refuse. But after considering it, he realized that the training ground would indeed be very useful. Although it was not as rewarding as the ancient training ground missions, the ancient training ground allowed only 3 challenges per day, and the rewards were halved. If he couldn't quickly reach the 3rd-tier beast tamer and unlock new levels in the ancient training ground, the rewards would decrease more and more, perhaps less than what he could gain in the practical training ground. So Long Chen didn't refuse and asked, "Can I open an unlimited training ground?" He wanted to challenge his limits and see if he really was that bad. The staff hesitated for a moment. "Yes, but you need to provide a beast spirit liquid potion each time to open an unlimited training ground." "How does that sound?" "No problem." Long Chen readily agreed. After all, he still had a lot of beast spirit liquid in stock. He could just sell some later. After Long Chen left, the elder beside the staff asked, "Miss, are we being too generous to him? His identity is still unknown." The staff replied lightly, "It's okay. If he is from the Long family, and they send him to secretly cooperate with us at the Sacred Beast Pharmacy Pavilion, and he brought out beast spirit liquid that's unavailable on the market, it may be good news for us. If the Sacred Beast Pharmacy Pavilion can get such a hidden card from the Long family, we could surpass the Sacred Mark Pharmacy Pavilion in one fell swoop, so it's only fair to give him some benefits." She added, "Besides, he is just a 2nd-tier beast tamer. Even if he opens an unlimited training ground, it won't create too much cost for us." "What you said is right, Mississippi." Long Chen held the card given to him by the staff of the Longmen Pavilion. He returned again to the Dragon Gate Pavilion. He wanted to test his full power challenge and see how many attributes he could gain. As soon as he returned to the Dragon Gate Pavilion, he was alone, with no one else beside him, but soon several staff members approached him actively. "Sir, how can we assist you?" Long Chen felt a bit puzzled. It seemed these people were much more attentive than the first time he came. That feeling was like a rich man entering a sales center, and the salespeople's eyes immediately light up, flocking over. But wasn't he just a useless guy with only 60 or 70 attributes? Why were they treating him so high and mighty? Or maybe this was just the service attitude of the Dragon Gate Pavilion? Chapter 92, Crazy Attribute Slashing. Help me open another unlimited challenge. Long Chen handed the card given to him to the staff. This was a transparent card, seemingly made from precious clear gemstones. Its craftsmanship was much better than the card from Tutor Tuyaki. When the staff saw the card, their pupils instantly shrank. In the entire Linjiang city, there were only a handful of people with this level of card. This young man was extraordinary. No wonder he had slashed over 7,000 points on his first visit. More than 7,000 points per hour. This could rank in the top 10 of the Dragon Gate Pavilion's hourly leaderboard.
Those who could enter the top 10 were all exceptional talents. Alright, please wait a moment.
In the end, it was the store manager of the Dragon Gate Pavilion who personally handled it for Long Chen. The store manager appeared to be a woman in her early 30s.
She had a very professional demeanor.
Respectfully, she said to Long Chen, although you have the Dragon Gate Pavilion Diamond membership card, we will offer a further 50% discount on top of the Diamond members' 50% discount. We hope you will often visit our training ground.
Okay. Long Chen was even more confused. He was just a useless guy after all. Why did it feel like the Dragon Gate Pavilion was about to invest in him? Generally, such organizations wouldn't offer discounts for no reason.
The reason for the discount was simply that they saw your value.
But what value did he have? Just a noob.
At this moment, Long Chen did not know that within the Dragon Gate Pavilion, he had already been listed as a key observation target. The Dragon Gate Pavilion was very skilled at discovering strong individuals who had not yet fully grown.
Long Chen slashing 7,000 points in an hour.
This achievement, if placed among the new students of this year's Beast Master Academy, would also rank among the top few. Now, giving Long Chen some benefits, if he became a powerful figure in the future, the Dragon Gate Pavilion would naturally establish a good relationship with him. The favor of a strong person had been established, and this business would surely be a win for the cash-rich Dragon Gate Pavilion.
Entering the training ground.
Long Chen this time smoothly adjusted the difficulty level.
Click 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 click.
He adjusted it to release 9 split Sky Golden Tigers every minute.
The Fighting Heaven Holy Ape battling 4. The Blood Pattern Barbarian Tortoise battling 3. The Rampaging Iron-Eating Beast battling 2. In a wheel battle scenario, the intensity was already maximized.
They had to eliminate one wave every minute, otherwise, another 9 would automatically appear in the next minute, and at that point, they would be directly overwhelmed.
3 beast tamers fought fiercely. Long Chen watched the numbers on the big screen above. 270. 540. 810. At this moment,
in the internal back end of the Dragon Gate Pavilion, there were also people watching the jumping numbers. It was the store manager from earlier. The store manager's expression was excited as she was keeping in constant phone contact with someone, reporting the point situation.
Young Pavilion Master, it's only been a few minutes, and it's already over 1,000. This is incredible.
The speed of this challenge has surpassed the majority of second-tier beast tamers. In her years as a store manager, she had seen some exceptional talents. Someone like Long Chen was no less than those top geniuses called prodigies.
Simply too strong.
The numbers were still jumping wildly.
It had only been half an hour. Already reached 5,000 points.
The store manager was almost going crazy. At this speed, they might really break their record. The person on the other end of the phone, who was a bit indifferent earlier, began to lose their composure.
A pleasant voice came through. What is the highest hourly score on the Longmen Pavilion's hourly leaderboard?
The store manager immediately replied, more than 35,000 points. But the store manager added, however, that was a 4th grade beast master challenging a 2-star extraordinary difficulty, so it doesn't explain much. The last record holder among the 2nd grade beast masters was Long Jinhua from the Long family, who scored 9,100 points in just 1 hour during his freshman year last year.
9,100 points.
The woman on the other end pondered for a moment. It seems Long Jinhua is still impressive, but even though this person broke 5,000 points in half an hour, their speed will surely slow down afterward.
The store manager nodded. Yes, the terrifying will battle will only begin from now. In the training ground,
Long Chen clearly noticed that the 3 beast masters were a bit overwhelmed. After a long time of high-intensity combat, they had exhausted too much stamina. It was clear that while the previous wave of beasts hadn't been dealt with, the next wave had already appeared. This forced the iron-eating beast to start eating iron while using its iron fist fury. On the other side, the blood-pattern giant tortoise was also struggling, surrounded by 7 or 8 split-space golden tigers. If it weren't for its hard shell, it probably would have been bitten through long ago. The fighting sky sacred ape was still powerful, handling 4 split-space golden tigers without much pressure, and even had some spare strength to help the blood-pattern giant tortoise deal with a few. But continuing like this wasn't a solution. It would eventually lead to a complete collapse. Looking up at the big screen, it was only a little over 6,000. Last time when it reached more than 7,000, it didn't crash like this. Given the current situation, it was estimated that by the time it completely collapsed, it would only gain a little more score than last time. It seemed that using the training ground really required skill. Too low or too high intensity would not work. No wonder Tuyaki and the staff all said that choosing what suits you best is the most important.
Long Chen thought for a moment, since it was already like this, he might as well accumulate and then have a big outburst. Long Chen let the 3 beast masters start to maneuver.
During this time, the training ground kept summoning beasts.
9 beasts in 1 minute, 18 in 2 minutes. That's 90 beasts in 10 minutes. Longchen saw that it was almost time, so he ordered the blood pattern giant tortoise to activate its blood-burning talent skill. The fighting sky sacred ape activated its law form of heaven and earth, rushing into the nearly 100 split-space golden tigers group and fighting like crazy. Plus 540. Plus 810. Plus 1080. The points began to soar. The store manager outside jumped up immediately. Oh my god. The points had been stagnant for quite a while, and I thought it was over, but now they are skyrocketing again. In just 2 or 3 minutes, it shot up over 4,000 points. The total points now exceed 9,600, and it's about to break 10,000. The store manager, feeling excited, also sensed the breathing of the young pavilion master on the other end of the phone becoming rapid. They have already surpassed Long Jinhua's record. And it was only over 40 minutes. This means that if this person continues to challenge like this, they might reach a score beyond what all second-grade beast masters can imagine. Suddenly, the challenge ended. The store manager was stunned. It ended without any warning. It was that person who autonomously shut down the training in the training ground. The score stopped at 9,900 points. Only 100 points left to break 10,000. It seems he has reached his limit. The young pavilion master thought for a moment. You just said that the diamond card he used is from the Sacred Beast Potion Pavilions? Yes. Get me a second card for my card and give it to him. Welcome him to the Longmen Pavilion anytime. After speaking, the young pavilion master hung up the phone. The store manager was stunned for a long time, unable to respond. Heavens! The young master actually wants to give that person a subcard. What is a subcard? The young master's card at Longmen Pavilion has an unlimited limit. The subcard, just like the main card, can also enjoy the unlimited limit. It is one of the highest level cards at Longmen Pavilion. It seems the young master plans to win over that person. Chapter 93, Breaking the Hourly Ranking Record. Longchen left the actual combat training ground with a pale face. This is another downside of the actual combat training ground. Every time after training, he and his beast feel like they've been skinned alive. Because the energy and stamina consumed are all from reality. Unlike in the ancient world training ground, even if he has overdrawn countless times, as long as he returns to the real world, he is always in full condition. Unless he takes recovery potions immediately after training. But that would be too costly. I heard that some people do that, spending hundreds of thousands or even millions in the actual combat training ground in a day. The shop manager immediately came to welcome him. And presented him a purple-black card made of very high-end materials. It was even more exquisite than the diamond card given to him by. This is a gift from Longmen Pavilion for you. From now on, you are welcome to come to Longmen Pavilion for practical training. Wow, you guys at Longmen Pavilion are really generous. Is every customer treated so lavishly? Longchen was pleasantly surprised. After all, this was a free gift. Who wouldn't be happy picking up money? The shop manager was about to explain but remembered the young master's instruction to not say too much to Longchen, so he smiled and nodded, acknowledging Longchen's statement. Longchen asked again, let me ask one more thing, how many points can a typical second-level beast master get for a challenge? Longchen was asking about attributes. Otherwise, what else could he ask? Is it about the points earned from slashing those virtual spirit beasts? Points are meaningless. Only the attributes exchanged for points have valid attribute values. The shop manager smiled and said, a typical second-level beast master can earn 300 to 500 points, and that's already considered good. The shop manager was referring to points. Longmen Pavilion's hourly ranking and ladder ranking are calculated through points. Points represent the challenger's combat ability, stamina, and pressure resistance. At the same time, having enough points allows you to enter various rankings at Longmen Pavilion. For challengers, it is also a kind of honor. By the way, can we write your results on the leaderboard? The shop manager quickly asked. Longchen's face turned green instantly. 300 to 500 points? And he had just barely exchanged for less than 100 points. Is the gap really that big? Is he really that bad? Then what leaderboard can he enter? Isn't that just embarrassing? No. I'll practice more first. Longchen had already lost all face and ran away covering his face. Hey! The shop manager watched Longchen's retreating figure, feeling somewhat disappointed. According to customer confidentiality requirements, whether the customer's challenge value can be displayed on the leaderboard, it needs the customer's consent. If they disagree, they cannot write it on the leaderboard. What a pity, after a year, someone finally broke Long Jinshua's record at the second level, but in the end, we can't put it on the leaderboard.
If it were included on the leaderboard, many outstanding second-level beast masters would come to their branch to challenge, which would bring them a lot of income. But they had no choice if he didn't allow it to be included. After all, talents of this level always have some secrets.
Long Chen ran wildly all the way. Damn it! What a huge loss of face. Others have 300 to 500 points.
He just barely managed to get nearly 100 points with the three-headed, six-armed special abilities of the fighting heaven sacred ape.
What on earth is going on? What kind of monsters are the challengers? This won't do, he must practice. He needs to practice madly at the ancient arena training ground. Trial of the fighting heaven sacred ape, 3.
Today he must get through the monkey hair clone challenge. Long Chen returned to his lodging house.
Tu Yaki and the others have not yet returned.
Only Aunt Jiang and Shu Xinyue were at home. Aunt Jiang had just finished cooking the meals.
Long Chen gobbled it down and quickly went upstairs. Aunt Jiang was confused and softly asked Shu Xinyue, "What happened? Why does Chun'er look so upset?"
Shu Xinyue sipped her coffee and said calmly, "I heard that during training at Longmen Pavilion, he only earned 60 to 70 points. Though Aunt Jiang was not a student, she had students boarding at her home. So she roughly understood that the average score at Longmen Pavilion was around 300 to 500 points.
60 to 70 points, that was indeed a bit low.
It seemed that the newly admitted students were a bit weaker.
So, what can we do to help him? Aunt Jiang asked. Shu Xinyue shook her head. Aunt Jiang didn't say much more. She knew that Shu Xinyue's personality was completely different from Tu Yaki's.
Tu Yaki appeared to be a fiery and hard-to-approach girl, but she was actually quite warm-hearted. On the other hand, Shu Xinyue seemed gentle, always smiling, but she actually wasn't very eager to help others. Deep down she carried a kind of indifference, not because she was a bad person, but simply didn't like to meddle.
Xinyue, aren't you a dual-career player?
Your second profession is Beast Master, so please try to help Chun'er. It's not easy for him to come out from Jiangcheng. Faced with Aunt Jiang's persuasion, Shu Xinyue sighed, "I'll go up and try, but it still mostly depends on him."
Shu Xinyue went upstairs and arrived at Long Chen's room door.
She knocked a few times, but no one answered from inside.
Thinking about it, could it be that this kid couldn't handle the setback and chose the path of despair?
In previous years, there had been such cases. After finally making it out from the countryside, thinking it would start a glorious journey, only to find that in Linjiang City, all the classmates were geniuses, and he felt like just another face in the crowd. Unable to accept such a gap, some had sought the path to oblivion.
Thinking of this, Shu Xinyue quickly pushed the door open.
As soon as she opened the door, she saw Long Chen lying on the bed with his eyes closed, completely motionless.
"Hey, are you okay?" Shu Xinyue tried to ask. But Long Chen did not respond at all.
As she moved closer, she found that Long Chen's body was burning with a high fever. Moreover, the expression on his face seemed somewhat uncomfortable. She hurriedly called Aunt Jiang upstairs. The two looked at each other, realizing that Long Chen was in a feverish coma. They quickly stripped off Long Chen's clothes and began to wipe his body with warm water. Although both women felt a bit shy, they couldn't care about that now.
Long Chen was left with only his underwear. And at that moment, it was propped up quite high. Shu Xinyue's pretty face flushed as she turned her gaze away. What kind of beautiful dream was this guy having?
Although Aunt Jiang had experience, she also felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. At his age, it's normal to be full of youthful vigor. No sooner had she finished speaking than Long Chen opened his eyes. He looked blankly at the ceiling, breathing heavily.
"Chun'er, how do you feel now?" Aunt Jiang quickly asked. Long Chen finally noticed that there were others in the room.
He looked dazed. Just now, he had stepped into the ancient training ground as soon as he entered the room. He spent 5 million to buy a legendary entry ticket, planning to break through the monkey hair clone level. Even if he summoned 2 contracted beasts, the result was still the same, being defeated ruthlessly by 3 monkey hair clones. One of the monkey hair clones had smashed his body to pieces with a club. That kind of pain of being crushed, even after returning to reality, took him a while to react.
Long Chen quickly sat up, puzzled. "Aunt Jiang, senior sister Xinyue, how did you come in? Did the body function be transformed, raising the body temperature?"
"I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me."
"It's good if you're fine." Aunt Jiang intended to leave.
Shu Xinyue suddenly said, "Although I know some boys imagine things when living under the same roof as girls, I advise you, it's best not to have any thoughts."
"What do you mean?" Long Chen did not understand. The smile in Shu Xinyue's eyes gradually disappeared. "Damn. It hurts."
Only then did Long Chen realize he was currently in a state of excitement. He quickly pulled the quilt over to cover himself, and his face instantly turned bright red. Aunt Jiang shot a teasing glance at Shu Xinyue. "It's normal for a young boy to feel this way."
Shu Xinyue didn't say anything.
She left Long Chen's room.
Aunt Jung hurriedly left as well.
This was her first time hosting a boy in this homestay. Previously, it had always been girls. So she also faced this kind of situation for the first time.
The room was left with only Long Chen.
Long Chen pondered. It seems that when he entered the ancient realm training ground, gaining rewards or increasing stats, it led to some reactions in his body, such as high temperature and excitement. But this was a normal phenomenon. After all, suddenly gaining some extra power can easily trigger uncontrollable reactions. When he left the Longmen Pavilion's practical training ground before, it was the same. However, at that time, his consciousness was clear, and he could control his body to digest that sudden influx of energy, without embarrassing himself.
So embarrassing. He couldn't even imagine what the two girls thought of him. Would they think he had a dirty mind? He quickly locked the door.
His expression was very serious.
The challenge still failed.
The 3 monkey clones were just too powerful. It seems that without a 3-star extraordinary beast, it would be nearly impossible to pass that level.
And because of his second failure, the legendary entry ticket's price became 25 million. A 5-fold increase. If he fails again next time, wouldn't it become 75 million per ticket? He really needs to be cautious about challenges.
In the following time, Long Chen still ensured to use up all 3 tries at the ancient realm training ground daily.
Of course, it was not mainly about completing tasks, but about exploiting glitches instead.
He would kill a lot of infernal crystal scorpions until he couldn't anymore, then switch to killing the infernal scorpion leaders.
Or he would primarily focus on killing the infernal scorpion leaders first. After killing a dozen infernal scorpion leaders, he would then go back to kill ordinary infernal crystal scorpions to complete the task. This led to the feeling that all the infernal crystal scorpions were about to be wiped out by him. He began to doubt whether the ancient realm training ground was actually a real world in another time and space. Otherwise, why wouldn't the killed infernal crystal scorpions refresh in time? Moreover, the battle scars he left behind still remained after he left. But if it is a real world in another time and space, would he one day encounter humans from that world? The good news was that he had gathered enough extraordinary 2-star regression liquid. Of course, he immediately used it on the Fighting Heaven Holy Ape. Regressing Fighting Heaven Holy Ape. Regression Liquid 1. Regression time is 24 hours. With 10 additional bottles of regression liquid, rapid regression can be achieved. He also wanted rapid regression. But unfortunately, there wasn't enough regression liquid. Right now, there was only 1.5 portions of extraordinary 2-star regression liquid. He still needs to save some for the blood pattern savage turtle and rage iron-eating beast. So he could only wait patiently. During this time, Wang Kaixian had not returned. Long Chen asked a question, and Wang Kaixian said he was staying at his second uncle's house, almost every day immersed in the practical training ground. He is also from Longmen Pavilion, but he wasn't in the same shop as Long Chen. Long Chen inquired about the values Wang Kaixian could achieve. Wang Kaixian, a bit pleased, said he had over 700 points. Long Chen was shocked. Damn. There must be something wrong. Even the chubby guy could slash over 700 points? Upon hearing the rumors in the school forum, the chubby guy was very puzzled, asking Long Chen how he only got 60 to 70 points. Even with eyes closed, those numbers wouldn't count. Long Chen didn't want to talk anymore. His young heart was once again hurt. He jumped straight up from the bed and rushed to the Dragon Gate training ground. When he got to the front desk to open the training ground, he suddenly saw Su Qing there too. The staff was trying to repeatedly swipe Su Qing's card. Sorry, miss, it's still not working. This subcard has been suspended for some unknown reason. Su Qing's expression was indifferent. But deep in her eyes, there was still some anger hidden. She knew who had suspended this card. The Su family. To force her to leave Long Chen's team. The Su family had almost cut off all her resource supplies. It was to tell her, without the Su family, she could do nothing. Okay. Su Qing took the card and turned to leave, bumping right into Long Chen. Su Qing looked up and saw the concerned look in Long Chen's eyes. Clearly, Su Qing had been calm until just now. But in that moment of eye contact with Long Chen, she suddenly felt an emotional wave. Long Chen saw the grievance in Su Qing's eyes. The two stood face to face like this. If it were usual, Su Qing would definitely have pushed Long Chen, or any boy who touched her, away instantly. But today, she didn't do that. They were very close. Looking at Su Qing's flawless face, her eyes were like a clear autumn lake, bright and lively. In that gaze, time seemed to freeze. The surrounding noise gradually faded away. The whole world was left with just her bright and profound eyes. Her body was soft and smelled sweet. Long Chen didn't know what had taken control of him. He unconsciously reached out his arms and hugged Su Qing. Su Qing seemed a bit surprised, her body slightly resisted, but she didn't struggle excessively.
She gently leaned her face on Long Chen's shoulder. Everyone around them was stunned.
What a scene of dog food. Is this filming an idol drama? The female bodyguard behind Su Qing was also shocked.
She slightly opened her mouth, but seeing Su Qing not struggling, then looking deeply at Long Chen, she said nothing.
Minutes later, Su Qing gently said, "All right."
Long Chen suddenly woke up from his dream, realizing he had hugged Su Qing for several minutes. He quickly released Su Qing, his face burning hot. He hurriedly changed the subject. "If you need the training ground, you can use my." Long Chen took out the diamond card he had given her. Su Qing also had a diamond card, she just had it suspended.
"No need, you need training too."
Su Qing refused.
"I still have another one." Long Chen smiled and took out the purple card given by Dragon Gate.
When Su Qing saw this card, her pupils slightly shrank.
The purple gold card? Having a Dragon Gate purple gold card
was a rare thing all over Linjiang City.
No, throughout the entire Linjiang province. How could this guy have such a high-level Dragon Gate membership card? Moreover, both cards had very high overdraft limits.
Only the discount rates differed between the two cards.
You can use it with peace of mind.
Long Chen cheerfully stuffed the card into Su Qing's hand. In fact, he didn't care which card he gave. It was just that the purple card was given to him by Dragon Gate. It wouldn't be proper to lend it to someone else in front of Dragon Gate. Su Qing hesitated for a moment but still accepted it. Now was a crucial time. Others wished they could soak in the actual combat training grounds every day. If she couldn't train in the training ground, she would definitely fall behind others. The Su family's goal was to make her give in. But she wouldn't. The female bodyguard was once again amazed. In the past, the young lady would absolutely never accept gifts from others for no reason. She couldn't help but take another deep look at Long Chen. This guy. After Su Qing entered the training ground,
Long Chen was about to go in too.
Suddenly, he was called by the female bodyguard.
"Young Master Long Chen, I have something I want to say to you." Long Chen was a bit surprised. What could the female guard possibly want to say to him alone?
The two found a secluded place. The female guard got straight to the point. "The young lady's current situation is not very good, or rather, it's very bad."
Long Chen didn't say anything and continued to listen.
"The reason is that the young lady did not follow the Su family's wishes to join the student team they prepared for Su Qing in advance, but instead joined your team."
Long Chen was shocked. This matter actually has to do with him? Continue. Long Chen's expression began to grow serious.
"The Su family hopes that the young lady can achieve first place in the new student competition and then marry the first place from last year, creating a beautiful story. Originally, the young lady was also executing this plan, but you suddenly invited her to join your team, and she agreed, which completely angered the Su family. They have placed restrictions on her in all aspects. Just now, even the young lady's Longmen Pavilion membership card couldn't be used. This is to cut off her way out. They are willing to punish her for her own decisions, even if it means making her drop out."
Long Chen's eyes widened. Anger shot up within him. No wonder.
The Su family even openly offered a bounty. Whoever defeats them in the new student competition can receive a large reward from the Su family. He previously thought that Su Qing had a somewhat strained relationship with her family. He didn't expect this situation to be caused by himself.
Damn it! This cannot be tolerated. Long Chen immediately said to the female guard, "Can you help me investigate which teams have accepted the Su family's bounty?" The female guard furrowed her brow slightly. "What do you want to do?"
Long Chen gritted his teeth. "If they dare to act as the Su family's henchmen and bully Su Qing, I won't let them off easily." The female guard looked at Long Chen with even more profound eyes.
"All right." Then Long Chen entered the training ground.
Before long, came over.
Last time, after she gave the card to Long Chen,
it showed that it had been used for an hour, and over 20 million had been deducted. To be exact, it was 25 million.
What does that mean?
Her diamond card had a 50% discount.
That means it should have deducted 50 million originally?
By calculation, at least 5,000 points must have been used to incur such a deduction.
5,000 points in 1 hour?
That's genius level. Someone who has a powerful potion master as a backer and is also a genius beast master.
If this is all true, then Long Chen is definitely worth the investment from the Sacred Beast Potion Pavilion. So she came to check the last training records today.
However, the store manager said that her card was also in use today.
Was puzzled, had that guy come again today?
But upon checking, it was not Long Chen himself using it, but the young lady of the Su family, Su Qing. Furrowed her brow slightly.
What's going on? How did her card end up in Su Qing's hands?
Su Qing should also have her own diamond card. However, did not pursue this matter. She didn't care about this bit of money, especially since it was Su Qing. There was no need to demand this small amount from Su Qing. But this also indicated one thing. The one who challenged last time was likely Su Qing.
Not Long Chen.
Felt a bit disappointed. It was not surprising that Su Qing could slash 5,000 points in 1 hour.
After all, she was the pride of the Su family.
But this meant her hopes were dashed. Long Chen was not the genius beast master she had imagined.
Left the sacred beast potion pavilion.
She didn't ask too many details so as not to make Su Qing feel that she was unwilling to let her use the card. But also precisely because she didn't ask some key questions. So she just missed the truth. If only she had asked a little more, she would know. Not only was it Long Chen who used the card last time,
but Longmen Pavilion also gave another 50% discount on top of the first 50%. That's why the deduction was only 25 million.
Otherwise, based on the points Long Chen earned, the deduction would have been much more.
Long Chen came out of the training ground.
This time he gained more than 30 attribute points. The reason is that the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape was undergoing a backward transformation.
Cannot go to battle.
Relying only on the blood-patterned Barbarian Turtle and the Frenzied Iron Eater, the combat power is not that strong. However, thinking about how someone could soak in the real combat training ground every day, absorbing those precise attribute powers, and each day making their beasts stronger.
It's truly a bit beyond imagination. No wonder it is said that being a beast master is a money-burning profession. Having money and not having money is like heaven and earth apart.
I can hardly imagine, if he didn't have the ancient world training ground,
how to compete with those rich guys.
Glancing beside him, Su Qing had not yet finished training. According to Su Qing's character, she wouldn't come out until she reached her limit. He learned from the store manager that had come by. That should already know he lent the card to Su Qing, but seemed to have tacitly approved of his action.
Long Chen thought for a moment and still decided to go to the Sacred Beast Potion Hall. He left another 20 bottles of Beast Spirit liquid.
Among them, 10 bottles were for the card's payment. Su Qing would need to use that card during this time, since the Su family no longer supported her.
Then let him support her. Did not immediately take the Beast Spirit liquid as usual.
Instead, she narrowed her eyes and scrutinized Long Chen. With a bit of jealousy, she said, "Oh, you are particularly generous today. What is your relationship with Miss Su Qing? Why are you so good to her?"
Long Chen vaguely replied, "Friends, you don't need to ask anything else." Pouted, "I lent you my card, you can use it however you want.
Even if you train in a no-limit training ground every day, I won't say anything, but you lend the card to others. 10 bottles of Beast Spirit liquid probably won't be enough to pay for it."
Not enough with 10 bottles?
1 bottle is 2 million, 10 bottles is 20 million.
That's enough for 10 sessions of a million-level training ground. Is that still not enough?
Of course, he wouldn't know that the cost of his training had already exceeded 20 million. Because no one had told him how much it had cost.
Not enough. Long Chen looked suspiciously at, "You aren't jealous and deliberately trying to gouge me, are you?"
Did not expect Long Chen to say this. Her pretty face immediately showed a hint of panic. Then she reacted with a look as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world.
She said quite intensely, "Me? Jealous? Are you mistaken? Why would I be jealous of Su Qing? How am I worse than Su Qing?
Even if we take a step back, that can only mean you have bad taste."
Chapter 96, Brother Monkey's Might.
Long Chen stared blankly at. The old man behind coughed softly. Instantly woke up, her voice almost a scream. "I really don't care who you are nice to, alright?
You can lend it to whoever you want, I am not concerned at all. Really not concerned at all."
The old man coughed again. Took a deep breath to calm herself down and said softly, "But, I still remind you, the Su family has cut off support for Su Qing, wanting to force her into a dead end."
Su Qing's situation was already quite well known among the powerful in Lingzhan City.
Everyone knew that the Su family had a girl with reverse bones.
But if you want to be Su Qing's benefactor, it's not that simple. Do you know that just for one training session, Su Qing's cost is up to 25 million? Long Chen's pupils trembled. What? 25 million for one session? Su Qing is actually that fierce?
Long Chen naturally thought that was talking about the cost for Su Qing's current training.
Impressive. Indeed, a girl favored by the heavens. So much better than he was aware of. Long Chen thought for a moment and pulled out another 20 bottles of Beast Spirit liquid. Adding to the previous ones, that's 40 bottles in total, all for the card fee.
Let her use the card for now. If it's not enough, I'll supplement with Beast Spirit liquid later.
Is that okay now? Pouted.
Deep down, she felt a bit uncomfortable. But in order to not let Long Chen see it, she pretended to be very.
Alright, then you must come often to deliver Beast Spirit liquid. This guy is really generous to Su Qing. The beast spirit liquid is worth 80 million, and he takes it out just like that.
Even those top rich kids might not be able to do this. After all, their money isn't really theirs, it's from their families.
To provide such strong support to Su Qing requires layers of family approval and consent.
Unlike Long Chen, who can independently decide how to use wealth and resources.
But why is this guy so nice to Su Qing? Is he not afraid of chasing a girl and ending up empty-handed, with all his investments going to waste? Su Qing and Long Jinchua's engagement. In Linjiang City, not many are unaware of it. Could it be that this guy wants to steal the wedding? Showed a surprised expression. Then, a playful smile appeared. It feels like something interesting is finally about to happen in Linjiang City. Long Chen returned to his host family. Wang Kaixian was back. He was boasting about how powerful his new spirit beast was with other girls. Long Chen immediately asked, "Fatty, are you a third-level beast master now?"
Wang Kaixian said proudly, "Longgu, just leave the new student competition to me, and you guys can cheer for me from the back."
Tu Yaki poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Do you think you're the only third-level beast master in the new student competition? Are there many?"
"Of course. Before the new student competition, third-level beast masters will emerge in droves. Among 3,000 new students, there will be at least a few hundred third-level beast masters. In other words, if your team can't even achieve the standard of all members being third-level beast masters, you probably won't get very far in the competition."
Ah. Wang Kaixian looked awkwardly at Long Chen. "Long Gu?" Long Chen nodded, "I understand.
You should spend more time on the practical training ground to improve your strength as much as possible."
This is no joke. Ever since he faced setbacks at Longmen Pavilion,
he suddenly felt that he had underestimated things before. The Beast Academy is full of hidden talents.
Wang Kaixian nodded, "No problem. I'll also drag Hiyu and Yu Chouying to the practical training ground." Things became urgent immediately.
Once he realized that Su Qing's situation was related to him,
he felt he had to win no matter what. Long Chen returned to his room and locked the door.
The 3 entry tickets to the ancient training ground had refreshed.
Long Chen entered the boss level of the Flame Crystal Scorpion. He skipped the ordinary Flame Crystal Magic Scorpions and went straight for the boss. Killing the boss would randomly drop some attributes. Just picking up the dropped attributes was actually more rewarding than what he got at Longmen Pavilion.
After defeating over 100 Flame Crystal Scorpions,
he collected dozens of attributes from the Blood Pattern Barbarian Turtle and the Rage Iron-Eating Beast.
Then he completed the clearance mission.
At the same time,
a long-awaited voice echoed in his mind.
Ding! The Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape has successfully returned to its ancestral form. Long Chen eagerly checked the results.
The moment the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape appeared,
its height exceeded 4 zhang. Its posture was even more majestic, standing like an unshakable mountain, holding an iron rod, radiating an overwhelming aura. Its fur became denser and shone with a golden glow,
as if every hair contained a mysterious power that had never appeared before. Its eyes sparkled like 2 brilliant stars, and its armor became more exquisite and splendid, even exuding a kingly vibe. Though it was present before, it was now even more pronounced. Its skin turned bronze, looking healthier and more powerful.
Long Chen hurriedly checked the panel of the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape. Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape. Level, Extraordinary Level 3 star. Bloodline, 100% Ancient Level. Features: humanoid form, tall and strong. Height about 4 zhang.
Muscles more developed, lines more rugged, showcasing even greater strength. Fur turned bright golden, like burning flames, symbolizing further awakening of its ancestral bloodline and strengthening of power. Its face became fiercer, golden light flashing in its eyes. Even when still, there is a strong oppressive feeling like a mountain. All over, the aura of the Demon King becomes even more apparent. His staff skills are superb, varied and ever-changing. He possesses a certain recovery ability. Even when severely injured, he can quickly recover in a short time and continue fighting.
Weapon, Refined Iron Staff. Strength, 5,500. Speed, 1,200. Endurance, 1,600. Spirit, 840. Whoa! Long Chen almost exclaimed in surprise. Strength directly broke through 5,000.
You must know that a typical strength value of 3,000 already sets the dividing line between extraordinary 2 stars and extraordinary 3 stars. In other words, the maximum strength of extraordinary 2-star spirit beasts is about half, around 3,000 points. Once it surpasses 3,000 points, it hits the threshold of extraordinary 3 stars. And the Fighting Heaven Sacred Monkey has just reached extraordinary 3 stars. Its strength has already reached 5,500 points. This is the talent of the Demon King. Is there anyone else?
Long Chen was overjoyed. Now the challenge of the monkey hair avatar trial would definitely be no problem. Long Chen re-entered the ancient training ground. He exchanged 10 million for a legendary level entry ticket.
Then the surrounding environment changed immediately, and the next second, he appeared at the palace's entrance.
Long Chen released his 3 spirit beasts. The fighting heaven sacred monkey rushed out first. It had been beaten up here before, and with its character, it had long wanted revenge. Long Chen hurried to catch up.
Before he arrived, he heard the intense sound of iron staffs clashing. The strength was so strong that it felt like the entire palace was shaking. When they reached the altar inside the palace, the fighting heaven sacred monkey had already activated its law-like heaven and its 3 heads and 6 arms. It was locked in fierce battle with the 3 monkey hair avatars. The intensity of the battle made the blood-patterned barbarian turtle and the violent iron-eating beast too afraid to approach. So fierce. It was completely a case of sticks striking meat. The violent iron-eating beast trembled and hid behind Long Chen. Monkey Brother had become even fiercer. He distanced himself from Turtle Brother.
Awesome! Monkey Brother is mighty. Beat them to death for me. Chapter 97 Achieving Monkey Hair Avatar. The ancestral return to extraordinary 3 stars made the fighting heaven sacred monkey's tall build and impressive aura shine. The 3 heads and 6 arms looked like a demon god. The 3 monkey hair avatars were also not weak, agile and strong, their staff techniques varied and unpredictable. At the beginning of the battle, the fighting heaven sacred monkey's 3 heads and 6 arms exhibited astonishing combat power. Its 6 arms waved the fighting heaven divine staff, creating overwhelming staff shadows. Like a raging storm, they surged towards the monkey hair avatars. Each hit contained the power to split mountains in crackstones, the ground cracked beneath the staff shadows, crevices creeping up the walls. This huge building, which had existed for who knows how many ages, now faced the risk of collapse, with bricks, tiles, and stone columns continuously crashing down. Long Chen hid under the blood-patterned barbarian turtle, he could not be crushed to death. The 3 heads of the fighting heaven sacred monkey roared with different voices, shaking the sky and intimidating the monkey hair avatars. The monkey hair avatars mostly responded with agile movements, leaping up and down at extreme speed, as elusive as phantoms. They transformed into 3 beams of golden light, rushing towards the 3 heads of the fighting heaven sacred monkey. The 6 arms of the fighting heaven sacred monkey waved the fighting heaven divine staff, creating an indestructible defense net. The golden light clashed with the staff shadows, erupting with dazzling brilliance and deafening roars. But at this moment, the attributes of the fighting heaven sacred monkey surged dramatically in all aspects. In terms of speed, it was not much slower than the monkey hair avatars. The aura of the fighting heaven sacred monkey grew increasingly overwhelming as it employed the power of law-like heaven. Its form stood like a giant mountain. The fighting heaven divine staff also grew incredibly huge, every strike bearing the power to shake heaven and earth. The oppressive feeling of the fighting heaven sacred monkey was tangible, making the monkey hair avatars feel unprecedented pressure. The sense of oppression was at its peak. It made the monkey hair avatars hardly able to approach. The combination of the fighting heaven sacred monkey's law-like heaven and 3 heads and 6 arms made it appear as an invincible war god. Though the monkey hair avatars possessed vast powers, under the strong oppression of the fighting heaven sacred monkey, they gradually showed signs of helplessness. They tried to divert the fighting heaven sacred monkey's attention.